Buzz, a high-dimensional adaptation soul fluctuation has been detected, the time-space barrier has been breached, and the coordinates have been anchored. Universe 7, Milky Way Galaxy, North Galaxy, Earth. The core of the ultimate sign-in system has been successfully activated. Welcome to the Dragon Ball dimension, esteemed host. The initial identity binding program has been initiated. This choice will lay the foundation for your destiny in this realm. Please choose wisely. Option 1. Wield the power of creation and order, rank among the divine class, and govern the life and death of the Milky Way as the East Kaishin, AXIN. Divine gifts, high-ranking status, cosmic rule authority. Option 2. Bear the heavy burden of blood-soaked vengeance and a fated destiny, and reignite civilization with the flames of revenge as the Zafur survivor. Bye-bye. Parasitic control, technological gifts, vengeful obsession. Option 3. Dominate the demon realm and instill fear far and wide as the Dark Lord, Depu La, possessing the petrifying gaze and dark powers, demonic majesty, dark magic, legion influence. Option 4. Transcend limits and break the shackles of bloodline with a mortal body, stepping into the realm of the divine as the ultimate warrior, Super Saiyan 4th level, divine physicality, battle instinct, limitless potential, chaos, void, coldness. That Lu Yu's consciousness seemed to float in the depths of an endless dark ocean, devoid of light, sound, or any concept of time. At that moment, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice, imbued with a certain supreme rule, erupted like a stone cast into a still lake. The sound did not enter through his ears but resonated directly within his soul, each syllable imbued with an indescribable sense of power, akin to an invisible chisel striving to pry his consciousness from this eternal slumber and awaken him. A faint, hoarse groan escaped Lu Yu's throat with great difficulty. His consciousness began to stir like rusted gears, slowly and sluggishly turning. The first sensation to return was excruciating pain, as if his entire head had been thrust into a hydraulic press, enduring relentless crushing. The blood vessels at his temples pulsated violently, each throb bringing sharp agony. He struggled to focus his scattered will, battling the tearing pain within his head, summoning all his strength to finally pry open his leaden eyelids. Blurry, a haze of indistinct light. The intense brightness prompted tears to well up in his eyes, his vision engulfed by a vast white halo. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his hand to shield himself, but found his arm weak and powerless. He could only tightly shut his eyes again, his long eyelashes trembling slightly due to discomfort. After several attempts, his eyes gradually adjusted to the external brightness, and the scene before him began to shift from indistinct to clear. The first sight that greeted him was a sky as blue as the ocean, pure and devoid of any impurities, with wisps of white clouds lazily drifting by. As his gaze descended, he beheld the colossal canopy formed by towering ancient trees, sunlight piercing through the layers of leaves like golden swords, casting countless flickering patches of light upon the ground. That a gentle breeze caressed Lu Yu's cheek, akin to a mother's touch. This breeze carried a myriad of messages. The freshness of newly sprouted buds, the rich sweetness of humus-laden soil, and the faint, elegant fragrance of distant clusters of pale purple wildflowers, all interwoven into a scent that only the most primal of nature could concoct. In the distance, the chirping of birds was distinct, a medley of sharp, crisp chirps and long, melodic calls. They were not chaotic, but rather resembled a meticulously orchestrated woodland choir. Beneath all these sounds, a gentle trickling of water flowed like an unceasing bass string, faint yet persistently affirming the existence of the source of life. Lu Yu's chest heaved violently as he took a deep breath. The cool, moist air, rich in negative ions, flooded into his dry, burning lungs, reminiscent of a refreshing spring. This air bore an indescribable vitality, the essence of plants thriving in vigorous photosynthesis. With each breath, it felt as if it were cleansing the urban impurities that had accumulated within him. He fully awakened, realizing he lay on an exceptionally soft patch of grass. The blades beneath him were dense and elastic, like a natural sponge, with cool dew clinging to the tips, seeping through the fabric of his thin t-shirt and bringing a clear, refreshing sensation against his skin. He attempted to move his right index finger. The first sensation was the pliable, yielding touch of the bent grass blades. As he explored further, his fingertip gently pressed into the soft, damp soil, a fertile, organic black earth that felt slightly sticky yet solid. He could even discern the fine grains of sand and fragments of decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his face. He slightly turned his eyes and spotted a metallic green beetle clumsily climbing a blade of grass less than 10 centimeters from his nose. A vividly colored butterfly, its wings adorned with exquisite eye-like patterns, silently fluttered above him, the gentle breeze from its wings almost detectable against his cheek. All these sensations, sounds, scents, textures, and visuals were so real, intricate, and vivid, brimming with vibrant life. They stood in stark contrast to the dim confines of his memory, filled with the fluorescent glow of screens, the clatter of keyboards, and the scent of instant noodles alongside. The disorienting state of exhaustion and heat that followed sleepless nights, the sense of unreality washed over him once more, but this time it stemmed from the overwhelming authenticity of the world before him. Where exactly is this place? This question no longer lingered as a vague thought but struck his heart with a weight of panic, stirring up tumultuous waves within. I was just clearly at. He struggled to trace back the fragments of his last memory. The computer screen at 5 in the morning, the dazzling transition animations of Dragon Ball Battle, the imposing figure of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku, the tremor in his fingertips as he clicked the exchange button, and the subsequent overwhelming, soul-rending pain. A profound confusion, bewilderment, and an instinctual fear of the incomprehensible engulfed him like frigid sea water. And at that moment, the cold, emotionless electronic prompt resonated deep within his mind, seemingly originating from the core of his soul, echoing repeatedly, each syllable. Striking like a hammer, ruthlessly shattering the last remnants of his hope that this might be a nightmare. That identity selection countdown initiated. 59, 58, 57. Repeat. Please choose your initial identity. Option 1. East Kaioshin, AXION. Option 2. Zephyr Survivor, Bye-bye. The cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice, akin to a precise pendulum, once again resounded in his mind without warning. The sound was not only clear, but also bore a peculiar vibration, seemingly acting directly upon his soul, yanking him from the chaos, the blur of fragmented memories, and thrusting him back into the stark reality before him. This foreign, unsettling world. Liu shivered, as if doused in icy water from head to toe. This time, he heard it distinctly, each syllable striking his highly strung nerves like a tangible hammer. The absurd yet alluring term, which frequently appeared in countless online novels, now struck like a blinding bolt of lightning, carrying irrefutable power that crashed into the core of his consciousness. Transmigration. I actually transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world. The almost soundless cry erupted within him, accompanied by an incredulous tremor. In an instant, a torrent of complex emotions surged forth, overwhelming his initial bewilderment. It was a profound shock, as if his entire worldview had shattered beneath his feet, a bottomless confusion, leaving him adrift in the face of an uncertain future. Yet beneath it all, a flicker of suppressed, clandestine excitement stirred within him. The world of Dragon Ball, a realm that had encapsulated his childhood and adolescence, brimming with fervor and imagination. However, immediately following this revelation was a primal fear of this perilous universe, where overwhelming power could lead to planetary annihilation. These disparate emotions swirled within him like a spilled spice jar, a chaotic blend of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty sensations that churned in his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. A dream realized? No, it felt more akin to a gamble with unpredictable consequences, and the stakes could very well be his life. No, it's impossible. It must be a dream. A fierce sense of resistance compelled him to raise his right hand, exerting all his strength to pinch the soft flesh on the inner side of his thigh. Hissa! A sharp, relentless pain instantly engulfed his nerves, causing him to gasp sharply, tears of physiological response welling in the corners of his eyes. This tangible, unmitigated agony acted like a searing iron, brutally stripping away the last vestiges of self-deception, laying the bloody truth before him. It was real. The grass, the trees, the sky, the voice resonating in his mind. All of it was undeniably real. He had truly departed from his familiar world and entered this Dragon Ball universe, a realm where peril and opportunity coexisted. The countdown echoed like a grim reaper's incantation, cold, precise, and mercilessly diminishing with each passing second, each number striking like a hammer against his heart. Lu Yu felt as though his heart would leap from his chest, the thundering beat resonating within his eardrums. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze scanning rapidly through 4 shimmering options suspended like a fateful roulette wheel in his mind. East Kaioshin, AXIN, an exalted figure, a guardian of cosmic order, positioned at an exceptionally high starting point. Yet, this position came with responsibilities, celestial regulations, and the chains of divinity that, while seemingly noble, could impose numerous restrictions. Beep Beep, the Z-Fighter, possessing enigmatic parasitic abilities and a destiny of revenge, perhaps concealing the advanced technological knowledge of the Z-Fighters. This path was fraught with uncertainty and darkness, akin to walking a tightrope on the brink of a precipice. One misstep could lead to irreversible ruin, even the loss of self. Dark Lord Depura, an immediate source of formidable power, the authority of the demon realm, which sounded imposing. Yet, the identity of a demon lord was destined to clash with the world of light, and his future appeared bleak. Either he would be vanquished by a stronger force or sink into the treachery and bloodshed of darkness. Ultimately, his gaze fixated resolutely on the 4th option, his pupils igniting with a fiery fervor. He was drawn as if by an invisible magnet, piercing through the illusions of the other choices, firmly locking onto the 4th option, radiating a dark golden glow. Super Saiyan 4. This title alone epitomized an extreme that it represented the perfect amalgamation of wildness and reason, a legendary testament to the indomitable will of mortals breaking free from the shackles of bloodlines to forcibly pry open the realm of the divine. It signified not only the absolute power to obliterate stars with a mere gesture, but also symbolized an unparalleled stance of transcending fate and surpassing limits. The image of crimson hair, golden eyes, adorned in red fur, exuding a fierce battle intent, had long been indelibly etched into the depths of his once fervent, youthful soul. It was the ultimate embodiment of power and charisma that he had fantasized about countless times. Power. In this terrifying world where planets can be easily destroyed and strong adversaries abound, what I first need is the strength to survive, to command my own fate. A clear realization exploded in his mind, dispelling the last traces of hesitation. Moreover, the resolve in Lu Yu's eyes glimmered like a blade tempered in fire, radiating cold, unwavering light. Since heaven has granted me this opportunity, I shall transform into the strongest. If I must choose, I will select the most striking one, without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any doubt. He concentrated all his spirit and will into a silent yet resolute shout, declaring to that unseen presence, I choose 4. Super Saiyan 4. Command confirmed. Host's final choice, Super Saiyan 4th stage form. Warning. Life-level transition process initiated. This procedure involves fundamental rule rewriting and may accompany intense discomfort. Commencing energy infusion. Rule adaptation. The instant the system prompt echoed, the world seemed to be muted. The wind ceased, the birdsong vanished, and even the sunlight appeared to freeze momentarily. Then, boom, not from the outside world, but emanating from the very depths of his being, the core of every cell, an indescribable torrent of terrifying energy, akin to the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, erupted without warning. This energy was vast, ferocious, instantly overwhelming every physiological structure of his ordinary human form. Ugh! In that moment, Lu Yu felt as though his body had transformed from flesh and blood into a glass sculpture plunged into molten lava. Every muscle fiber was being forcibly torn, elongated, and then reconstituted with unimaginable energy. Every bone creaked ominously, as if being shattered by a colossal hammer and instantaneously reshaped by an unseen force, its density and strength increasing exponentially. His internal organs felt as though they were seared on a red-hot iron plate, yet simultaneously pierced by icy needles. The excruciating pain, far exceeding human tolerance, surged like a million blazing needles erupting from his very marrow, overwhelming every nerve ending. He could no longer maintain his standing position, his body curling uncontrollably like a shrimp being boiled. Trembling violently, a beastly, suppressed roar escaped his throat, his temples and neck bulging with veins that twisted like contorted earthworms. His skin flushed crimson, as if magma coursed beneath, the heat distorting the air around him. creating subtle ripples that as fine beads of sweat emerged from his pores. They were instantly evaporated into a white mist that enveloped him. A brutal metamorphosis, transcending the limits of humanity, was raging within this mortal shell in the most domineering and painful manner. His exposed skin now appeared as though it had been seared by a red-hot iron, revealing an abnormal dark red hue, feeling unnaturally hot to the touch. The veins beneath his skin writhed like awakening dragons, protruding and coiling, clearly visible as molten energy surged through them, emitting a low, resonant hum. Within him, it felt as if a volcano were erupting with ferocity, the searing lava coursing through his veins, each surge bringing agonizing tearing and reshaping. In the midst of this ultimate suffering, the transformation became increasingly pronounced. Beneath the skin of his arms, chest, and back, it seemed as if countless tiny seeds were sprouting. Soon after, fine, soft red fur burst forth from his skin at a visible speed, resembling tender sprouts covering the earth in early spring, spreading rapidly. These fibers were not mere inanimate objects. They seemed to possess independent life, quivering gently in the air, glinting with a metallic sheen. Meanwhile, at the location of his coccyx, a piercing pain surged forth, accompanied by an indescribable sensation of aching numbness, as if something were desperate to break free from its confines. With a soft pop, a robust and powerful tail, adorned with the same vibrant crimson fur, erupted from his body like a dragon emerging from the depths. This newly formed tail seemed to possess its own will, restlessly swaying from side to side in the air, striking the atmosphere and producing faint popping sounds. More astonishingly, an overwhelming energy, surging uncontrollably within him, began to spill forth that a wave of pale golden energy radiated outward, centered around him, expanding dramatically. Boom! A tempest arose, like an invisible giant hand crushing everything in its path. The grass within a radius of several meters was forcefully pressed to the ground, forming a perfect circle. Trees further afield shook violently, their branches and leaves tossed about as if caught in a maelstrom, emitting a mournful rustling, while countless green leaves were swept into the sky, swirling everywhere. The entire clearing in the forest seemed to have just weathered a minor storm. Transformation complete. Life tier transition successful. Congratulations, host, you have successfully loaded the Super Saiyan 4 template. Basic abilities unlocked. Advanced key perception and manipulation, mastery of flight, tenfold Kamehameha wave. What felt like an eternity passed, yet it seemed like mere moments. The excruciating agony that could drive an ordinary person to madness dissipated as swiftly as the receding. Tied to in its place emerged an indescribable sensation of profound fulfillment and strength that permeated every corner of his being. It felt as though his previous form had been a mere narrow vessel, and now he finally possessed a perfect physique worthy of such power. Liu Yu gasped for breath, each inhalation greedily drawing in oxygen, his chest rising and falling vigorously. He attempted to stand upright slowly. This formerly simple movement now brought forth an unprecedented sensation. His body felt astonishingly light, yet contained a weighty power capable of shattering mountains. A harmonious unity of contradictory feelings. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to examine his hands. Those hands had undergone a complete transformation. Covered in dense and smooth red fur, the knuckles were thick and pronounced, the nails solid and sharp, slightly curved, glimmering with a cold light. Merely clenching his fist allowed him to perceive the subtle crackling of air being compressed between his fingers, as well as the explosive power contained within his palm, potent enough to make the earth tremble. With a slight mental shift, he found that he could effortlessly float above the ground, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from him, hovering a few inches off the ground, steadily suspended in midair. This liberation from the constraints of the earth ignited a sense of novelty and excitement within him. He reined in his breath and slowly descended to the ground, feeling a hint of discomfort from his newfound strength as he stumbled a few steps toward a puddle formed by last night's rain. That he took a deep breath, bent down, and gazed into the slightly murky water, which still provided a clear reflection. Beneath the surface lay a visage both familiar and foreign. His long black hair cascaded wildly over his shoulders, its texture as resilient as dark iron. Surrounding his eyes was a ring of crimson that resembled natural battle markings, enhancing the sharpness of his now brilliant golden pupils, which, when opened and closed, bore The gaze of a hawk surveying its prey, radiating an icy authority. The contours of his face seemed to have undergone subtle refinement, losing some of its youthful softness while gaining a rugged sharpness. His entire body was cloaked in beautiful and harmonious red fur, with muscle lines smooth and full, as if each muscle had been sculpted to perfection, embodying the ultimate union of strength and beauty. That a powerful red tail, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, swayed leisurely behind him, slicing through the air. The reflection in the water bore striking resemblance to the image of Super Saiyan 4's son, Wukong, from his memories, yet the nuances of expression and facial details bore the indelible marks of Liu Yu's own identity, rendering this countenance more youthful, with sharper angles, lacking some of Wukong's weathered gravitas, yet infused with the vigor and curiosity of newfound power. Keenly surveying both himself and this novel world before him, Liu Yu stared into the puddle, meeting the penetrating golden gaze of his reflection, which mirrored his own depth. A gentle breeze rippled across the water's surface, creating delicate ripples that caused the reflection to waver slightly, yet it maintained its inherent regal posture. He slowly raised his right hand, covered in red fur, and the reflection mirrored the gesture, the two counterparts silently engaging in a transcendent dialogue across dimensions. "This is the me of now." As these words escaped his lips, the reflection in the water echoed the movement of his mouth. Liu Yu observed the initial shock within the golden eyes of his reflection transform gradually into a calm resolve, the haze of confusion dissipating under the piercing brilliance. The boiling excitement settling into a restrained, yet surging intent for battle that he felt an urge to stomp his foot, causing spiderweb-like cracks to emanate from the point of impact. A casual wave of his hand sent gusts of air pressing down the shrubs several meters away. The reflection in the puddle bore a slight smile, a curve filled with confidence and anticipation. Liu Yu, had truly shattered the barriers of dimensions, becoming a legendary being he once could only gaze upon in awe. Chapter 2. Shalu. Time flowed silently, and what felt like half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Yu stood still, eyes closed, deeply contemplating the transformation of his new body. He could vividly sense the vast energy within him, once wild and untamed, now resembling a tamed dragon that flowed smoothly through specific pathways, surging and circulating. With a mere thought, a concentrated aura could gather in his palms, emitting a faint hum. As he dispersed his focus, the terrifying energy fluctuations vanished without a trace, as if he were merely an ordinary young man with red hair. This initial mastery over the ebb and flow of power instilled him with immense confidence. Diving into his consciousness, the light of the sign-in system appeared once more. Beyond the generous rewards of his initial sign-in, the subsequent rules were clearly presented. Intervals of 7 days, 1 month, and 1 year seemed quite lengthy. It appeared that the system encouraged self-cultivation rather than blind reliance on external factors. Liu Yu mused to himself, well, the foundation of Super Saiyan 4 was already a coveted starting point for many. The path ahead ultimately relied on his own efforts to forge ahead. Suppressing stray thoughts, he refocused on the present. The immediate priority was to discern the current state of this world. He murmured softly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his golden pupils. He closed his eyes again, immersing himself completely, shutting out external distractions. The perception of Ki expanded. This advanced control over Ki, endowed by the system, was now as instinctive as breathing. His consciousness transformed into countless invisible tendrils, akin to a finely tuned radar wave, expanding spherically from his position, scanning in all directions. In an instant, a three-dimensional and dynamic map of the world, composed of countless points of Ki light, vividly unfolded in his mind. The grandeur of distant mountains, the tumultuous flow of rivers and seas, the collective aura of billions of beings in a colossal city, dense yet faint like a myriad of stars, along with some conspicuously powerful energy sources that stood out like torches in the night. How intriguing. Liu Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his golden gaze. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening intently. The key signatures that were strong enough to capture his attention were few. To the northeast, not too far from his location, 4 distinct auras stood out. 3 were relatively strong, while 1 was noticeably weaker. And these 4 auras were clashing violently at an incredible frequency, the energy fluctuations chaotic. Through his key perception, he could not only discern their positions, but also vaguely sense the emotions of rage, pride, anxiety, and despair emanating from the center of the conflict. The strongest aura exuded evil and greed. The other two strong auras carried the typical Saiyan ferocity and pride, yet they seemed to be at odds with one another. The weaker aura was suffused with terror, and there was also a mechanical reaction that was nearly extinguished. After carefully assessing the strength levels of these auras, Liu Yu formed a preliminary judgment. None of them seemed particularly formidable. At least, they were far from capable of posing a threat to his Super Saiyan 4 form. He instinctively raised a hand, caressing his chin covered in fine red fur, feeling a unique warmth and resilience. It appeared that he had not descended into the terrifying era of the Dragon Ball saga, where the destruction of star systems and the resetting of the universe were commonplace. This was indeed good news, indicating that he had ample time to acclimate to this world and further grow and adapt. A mix of curiosity and a participant's impulse surged within him. Witnessing, and perhaps even intervening in, the grand events unfolding in this world was an irresistible temptation. He resolved to see for himself the valor of the warriors of this age. Target locked. He distinctly captured the coordinates of the clashing key signatures, with a mere thought. And without the need for any complex incantations or gestures, the surrounding space rippled ever so slightly, akin to water. In the next moment, his upright figure melded into the ink-like fluidity of water, becoming indistinct, transparent, and ultimately vanishing completely without a trace. Unlimited instant transmission activated. Simultaneously, south of Kame House. On a desolate, forgotten island, a fierce battle had ravaged the land into a grotesque visage. The battlefield was divided by invisible boundaries into two strikingly contrasting regions. On the coastal side, the earth appeared as if it had been churned repeatedly by a giant's plow, riddled with deep pits and cracks. The colossal form of Android 16 lay incapacitated at the edge of a massive impact crater, a pitiful sight. Half of his head was missing, revealing the intricately damaged mechanical structures and circuitry within, with sporadic bursts of ghostly blue sparks erupting from the severed areas, emitting a crackling wail. As the air filled with a heavy scent of charred metal, he had completely lost the ability to move, his remaining eye flickering faintly as it struggled to gaze toward the center of the battlefield. Not far away, a pile of jagged rocks suddenly shifted, and a dusty, battered figure emerged. Klin, clad in a tattered monk's robe, struggled free from the debris. A clear, swollen handprint marked his left cheek, the searing pain forcing him to grimace. Shaking his dazed head, he barely had time to brush off the rubble clinging to him before his anxious gaze darted to the other end of the battlefield, where the atmosphere weighed heavily upon the fate of Earth. In the core area of the battlefield, the scene was even more horrifying. The sky appeared distorted by an unseen force, three figures suspended in a triangular formation, their immense auras clashing and compressing, forming a massive energy vortex visible to the naked eye. This vortex spun slowly, tearing the clouds above into shreds, as sunlight filtered through the chaotic currents, casting erratic and eerie patterns on the ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and a sense of oppression. Even sound seemed to be swallowed by this overwhelming force, rendering the atmosphere oppressively silent. One figure amidst this turmoil was the grotesque Shalu. His entire body was covered in a chitinous shell that gleamed ominously in the dim light. His long, spiked tail swayed restlessly behind him, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue. The expression on his compound-eyed face was inscrutable, but the glint in his eyes betrayed cunning, cruelty, and an impatient greed. Opposing him were two Super Saiyans, enveloped in blazing golden flames. Vegeta stood proudly with arms crossed, despite the damage to his battle suit. His straightened spine and slightly raised chin radiating an innate pride and a fervent desire for combat. His golden hair stood erect like flames, and his brow displayed unabashed disdain and absolute confidence in his own strength. Beside him stood Future Trunks, equally transformed. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the strain of excessive effort, his youthful face etched with anxiety, dissent, and a hint of helplessness regarding his father's decisions. His battle suit, hailing from the future, bore more scars, testament to the fierce battles he had endured. "Hey, Shalu." Vegeta's voice broke the suffocating silence, carrying a unique mocking tone that resonated throughout the battlefield. "Weren't you so confident before, like a terrible salesman, proclaiming that absorbing that woman would allow you to become the so-called perfect being?" A dangerous and icy smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if everything before him were merely a drama meticulously orchestrated by him. "Why are you still dawdling? Today, this prince will make an exception and generously grant you this opportunity. Move quickly. Let me see if you, little insect, are merely posturing. His gaze brimmed with mockery, as if he had already foreseen the scene of Shalu being trampled beneath his feet, even in its complete form. Humph! A sound, mingling scorn and coldness, emanated from Shalu's nostrils, like coarse sandpaper scraping against bone, carrying an inhuman quality. Vegeta, I will remember your rare generosity well. He deliberately elongated his tone, his multifaceted eyes scanning the pallid face of Trunks, trembling slightly in fury. However, before you indulge in this game, it would be prudent to keep your troublesome son in check. Should he ruin my plans, your princely delight might also be spoiled. The last two words were bitten off sharply, like a venomous snake's hiss, laden with provocation and malice. Father, do you not yet understand? Trunks could no longer suppress the anxiety and fear within him. His voice, hoarse with agitation, was nearly a shout directed at Vegeta. We cannot repeat the past. The future I hail from is a bloody lesson. You are utterly oblivious to what a complete Shala signifies. That is absolute annihilation. The end of the entire planet. How can we gamble the fate of billions of lives on your personal pride? His clenched fists turned white, his eyes glistening with despair. Silence. Know your place, you insolent brat. Vegeta's expression darkened ominously, veins throbbing at his temples, the golden aura surging violently in response to his rage. When has this prince needed your meddling? The dignity of the Saiyan royal family is beyond your comprehension. Wish to play the savior? Fine. First, prove your worth by stepping over my corpse. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta's aura erupted like an explosion, his figure blurring instantaneously into a golden lightning bolt, imbued with murderous intent, hurtling towards his own son with the power to shatter mountains. If this is how it must be, then so be it, father. A flicker of profound pain crossed Trunks' eyes, a lament for his obstinate kin, and a resolution against the dire circumstance before him. He did not flinch, gritting his teeth, forcing down all doubts and fears. The Saiyan blood within him surged. With a furious roar, golden light erupted from him as he charged forward, unafraid, like an arrow released from its bow, directly towards Vegeta. Boom! In that instant, two golden meteors collided mid-air at a speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Like two asteroids colliding head-on, a visible spherical shockwave erupted with a deafening roar, expanding rapidly in a circular fashion. The already chaotic ground below was stripped of another layer, debris and dust spiraling into the sky, the violent gusts even causing ripples on the distant sea. The father and son transformed into two intertwining masses of light, each clash of fists and feet erupting with thunderous sounds, their contest of speed and strength shaking the very battlefield. Foolish and arrogant Saiyan Prince, Shalu leisurely hovered in place, the turbulent winds ruffling his speckled exoskeleton, yet he remained immovable. He coldly observed this intense internal conflict ignited by his mere provocation, his multifaceted eyes glinting with the cruel delight of scheming success and a condescending mockery. Revel in your ridiculous pride for now. Soon, when you personally experience the despairing power of a complete form, you will understand just how cheap and laughable your current arrogance truly is. His gaze shifted away from the seemingly inevitable conflict between father and son, honing in with laser precision on the isolated figure of android 18 below. Leaning against a shattered rock, her once strikingly beautiful face now appeared pale as parchment, etched with undeniable fear. Her azure eyes reflected the frenzied golden light of the two colliding forms above and Shalu's chilling gaze. She wished to retreat, but found her legs weighed down as if encased in lead. Even more terrifying was the icy, viscous energy that had thoroughly ensnared her, inducing a sense of suffocation akin to a frog caught in the gaze of a venomous snake. 18. Don't just stand there. Run. Krillin, just emerging from a pile of rubble, paid no heed to the blood trickling from his mouth, summoning every ounce of strength to issue a hoarse cry, hoping to rouse his paralyzed companion. Yet it was all too late. A cruel and twisted grin spread across Shalu's lips as he leaned forward slightly. In the next moment, whoosh. It was as if space itself had folded instantaneously, leaving a faint afterimage of Shalu in his place, while his true form appeared, like a specter. Without warning right before Android 18, his towering figure cast a shadow over her, the despair stemming from the absolute disparity of power engulfing her like a chilling tide, drowning every inch of her senses. Android 18, Your purpose of existence is to become a part of my perfect form. Shala's voice was like cold metal scraping together, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The grotesque stinger behind him slowly lifted, the shell at its tip splitting open like petals to reveal a gaping maw lined with suction cups, exuding the stench of decaying flesh. This is the ultimate fate that Dr. Gero has set for you. Get away, you repulsive monster. Android 18 summoned all her strength to throw a punch. But her attack was as futile as an ant shaking a tree against Shalu's overwhelming power. She could only watch in horror as that slimy maw descended, desperately closing her eyes, her long lashes trembling in fear. In that critical moment, a sharp, piercing sound tore through the air, moving faster than the limits of perception of all present. Just as Shalu's stinger was about to brush against 18's hair, a figure enveloped in a faint red aura appeared as if tearing through space itself. The gust generated by the newcomer swept away debris from the ground, but softened as it approached 18. The figure's movements were simple, yet commanding. He casually raised his right hand, covered in crimson fur, fingers like iron clamps precisely gripping the most vulnerable connection of Shalu's stinger. Astonishingly, the slimy maw was halted mere inches from his palm, an invisible wall of energy preventing even a trace of slime from touching his fur. What? This sudden turn of events seemed to freeze time on the battlefield. In midair, Vegeta and Trunks, who had just separated after a clash, stilled simultaneously. Disbelief etched across Vegeta's proud face for the first time, while Trunks's eyes widened in shock. Krillin, struggling to rise, gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the pain etched on his face. Even Android 18, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, quivered and opened them at the eerie silence. What met her gaze was a reliable figure as solid as a mountain. Wild, unrestrained black hair danced in the wind. A broad back covered in beautiful red fur glimmered healthily in the sunlight, and a powerful tail swayed behind him, every slight movement brimming with explosive power. Who is this? Android 18 instinctively whispered, her voice trembling with the remnants of her near escape. She noticed that the mysterious visitor exuded a faint crimson aura, starkly different from the golden flame of a Super Saiyan, yet emanating a more primal and potent energy. Lu Yue, this unexpected guest, was calmly gazing at Shalu with his golden pupils, devoid of anger or disdain, as if appraising a trivial object. However, this serene gaze instilled an unprecedented pressure in Shalu. Who are you? Shalu, both astonished and enraged, attempted to retract his tail stinger, only to discover that his tail felt as though it were nailed in midair, utterly immobile. The compound eyes of his gaze contracted sharply, revealing a hint of panic for the first time. Lu Yue did not respond immediately. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the trembling number 18 behind him, before refocusing his attention on Shalu. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he finally spoke. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Such treatment towards a lady is rather rude. This remark floated lightly across the silent battlefield, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere. In the sky, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at the words, yet his eyes betrayed a heightened wariness. Trunks, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression, utterly unable to comprehend the origins and intentions of this enigmatic powerhouse. A ferocious glint flickered in Shalu's compound eyes as he realized that this sudden appearance of the crimson figure might completely disrupt his plans for achieving a perfect form. Chapter 3. The Red Ape's arrival. Lu Yue's molten gold pupils narrowed slightly, reminiscent of an experienced collector examining a peculiar artifact. His gaze flowed calmly over Shalu's shell, marred with green spots. The creature before him, a grotesque amalgamation of various powerful genes that appeared particularly distorted in its second form, indeed bore the crude style characteristic of Dr. Gero's obsessive genius, disregarding aesthetics. The thick, outwardly curling lips, glistening with a sticky sheen, combined with the constantly adjusting insect-like compound eyes, created a disconcerting visual experience, as if nature's most unpleasant elements had been forcibly blended together. The name Shalu silently traversed his mind, coinciding with the precise timing of the climax of Shalu's game, a pivotal moment determining the fate of Earth. His gaze, akin to the most intricate scanner, seamlessly swept across the battlefield. The two figures in the sky, engulfed in golden flames, Vegeta and Trunks, radiated a fierce and dazzling energy, embodying the standard Super Saiyan state, Yet their energy's refinement and stability clearly fell short of the primal, full-power realm. A flicker of understanding arose within him, accompanied by an indescribable sense of composure. At this temporal anchor, his power, transcending common knowledge, seemed to place him atop an absolute pinnacle. A feeling of mastery and ease enveloped him, akin to a gentle spring, quietly saturating his every limb. Ultimately, his gaze transcended Shalu's grotesque form, landing upon the golden-haired android girl behind him. Number 18's once exquisitely crafted visage now drained of color due to extreme tension and the fear of having narrowly escaped death, presented a fragile pallor. Her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of oceanic jewels, widened in shock, her long eyelashes seemingly adorned with traces of still-drying moisture, mirroring the wide-eyed gaze of a startled fawn, reflecting his wild, crimson-furred figure. Her expression was profoundly complex, a blend of incredulous shock, bewilderment at her narrow escape, and a hint of instinctual curiosity towards this unknown powerful presence. Truly, she embodied the aesthetic standard recognized throughout the Dragon Ball universe, her delicate aura uniquely captivating, prompting a fleeting moment of pure admiration from Lu Yue. He then refocused on Shalu, a slight, yet distinctly visible, smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a peculiar clarity, reverberating through the eerie silence that had fallen over the battlefield due to his presence. To treat such a lovely lady in such a crude manner. Does your programming not contain even a shred of gentlemanly conduct? What are you? Shala's voice trembled noticeably for the first time, no longer merely an expression of anger, but laced with fears stemming from a collapse of his core computational logic. His formidable tail stinger, which had effortlessly pierced steel before, was now casually grasped by Lu Yue's hand, covered in short crimson fur. Despite his attempts to harness all his internal energy, he could hear the agonizing friction of his joints straining under the effort, yet he was as immovable as a dragonfly striking a stone pillar. This stark disparity in power utterly shattered his comprehension, as a data stream of fear surged chaotically through his processing system. This question lingered like a specter in the hearts of every observer present. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and even the recently awakened No. 16 cast bewildered glances at this mysterious crimson figure. In response to Shalu's furious inquiry, Lu Yue merely smiled nonchalantly. His demeanor relaxed as if he were conversing with a neighbor in his backyard rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle. He even took a moment to brush away non-existent dust from his shoulder. Me? He tilted his head slightly, his tone almost lazily casual. Just a passing spectator who disapproves of grotesques bullying ladies. His gaze swept over Shalu's contorted face, twisted by rage and fear. As he continued with a calm yet weighty voice, I merely wish to enjoy the show quietly, but your behavior has proven rather distracting. Thus, I've decided to impart a lesson, aptly titled The Importance of Politeness. In the air, the previously fierce clash of golden light had abruptly ceased. Trunks hovered in midair, his youthful features a tapestry of uncontainable surprise and immense confusion. Someone had intervened to halt Shalu, which undoubtedly shone like a ray of hope in the direst of circumstances. However, Vegeta, standing beside him, radiated energy that mirrored his turbulent emotions, swirling dangerously, exuding a chilling low pressure. Vegeta's expression darkened like a stormy sky, his iron-gray visage twitching slightly, teeth clenched tight, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. His sharp eyes seemed to burn with fury, fixated intensely on the crimson figure below, more accurately, on the tail swaying behind him, carefree and adorned with vibrant red fur. That tail, the oldest, most primal, and irrefutable testament of Saiyan blood. Like a searing brand, it seared his prideful eyes as a Saiyan prince. How could that creature, that red-haired abomination, possibly be a Saiyan? Vegeta's voice emerged as if squeezed from the depths of an ancient ice cavern, each syllable laden with bone-chilling cold, astonishment at his shattered understanding, and a searing sense of humiliation from a grievously affronted dignity. This was more difficult to accept than when he first learned that Kakarot, a lowly warrior, stood ahead of him. At least Kakarot's form was within the realm of comprehension, but this Saiyan before him? Trunks glanced at his father, more confused than ever, before unable to resist casting his gaze towards the wild, powerful, and inexplicably beautiful crimson figure below. The strikingly distinct form, adorned in resplendent crimson fur, with sharp, piercing eyes, wild black hair, and a living tail, appeared to be a far cry from the Saiyan image described by his father or recognized in the annals of history. Yet, an instinct born of life's essence, or perhaps a keen sensitivity to ki, fervently warned him. The energy concealed within this enigmatic being was akin to an unfathomable abyss, vast, profound, and immeasurable, its terrifying nature eclipsing any present, including the despair-inducing Sheru. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta nearly roared, shaking his head vigorously as if to cast aside the absurdity of the sight before him. After the obliteration of planet Vegeta, the pure-blooded Saiyan survivors should only be me, Kakarot, and that banished wretch, Tabor. How could a fourth exist? His pride, built upon his identity as the mightiest Saiyan, rendered him incapable of accepting another unknown kin, especially one who appeared in such a superior, almost transcendent form. This was not merely a challenge to his strength, but a complete upheaval of all he held to be true. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sheru's predicament was even more dire, though his insectoid visage could not convey rich expressions. The flickering ghostly light in his multifaceted eyes and his trembling body betrayed his inner fury, agitation, and a shred of incredulous terror. The perfect evolution, the final step to becoming the ultimate life form, was tantalizingly close, yet was humiliatingly interrupted by this creature of crimson fur that had emerged from the shadows. Damnable interloper. Unforgivable. Ruining my plans, and daring to speak here. Sheru's voice twisted into a sharp, distorted shriek, crackling with electrical static. I will devour you in number 18. You shall become the sustenance for my path to perfection. He howled madly, pouring every ounce of energy into the restrained stinger, attempting to break free from the unyielding grip that felt like a cosmic barrier, turning his menacing maw towards Lu Yue. However, the only response to his frantic struggles was Lu Yue's remarkably soft yet clear laughter, which resonated in every ear, dripping with unmasked derision and a condescending pity. You wish to consume me? Lu Yue did not even lower his gaze to acknowledge Sheru's contorted face. He merely stated a fact with casual indifference, as if commenting on a trivial matter. Do you really think you possess the qualifications to make me take you seriously in your current incomplete form? As Lu Yue's seemingly nonchalant words lingered in the air, his wrist moved with a fluid grace. There was no build-up, no preparatory motion. He simply flicked his wrist and sent it outward. The action was as smooth as brushing dust off a sleeve, yet it contained a terrifying power that returned to simplicity. Sheru barely had time to emit a short, horrified cry as an incomprehensible, irresistible force erupted from the base of his tail, akin to an unseen giant hand grasping his core. His once mighty and powerful body felt as light as a withered leaf in a tempest, utterly relinquishing all control. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he resembled a discarded toy tossed aside by a mischievous child, tracing a humiliating parabolic arc as he plummeted headfirst towards the unyielding ground. Boom! A sound far more thunderous and shocking than any prior collision erupted. It was as if a meteor had struck the earth, sending the entire island trembling violently. Sheru's body collided with the ground at an astonishing speed, the impact obliterating the rocky layers at the point of contact, creating a deep pit over 5 meters in diameter, its edges adorned with radiating cracks. Most of Sheru's form was ensconced within, leaving only his lower waist and the tail that had just attempted murder weakly exposed, spasming like a dying insect. Notably, Lu Yue, the architect of this thunderous blow, had not moved a single step. Only the ground within a meter radius of his standing position bore witness to faint fissures, as if the earth itself could not completely absorb the subtle backlash of that seemingly effortless strike. Coughing at the bottom of the pit, Sheru abruptly raised his head, if it could still be called a head. His facial exoskeleton shattered, spewing forth a torrent of viscous, foul-smelling purple blood. His complex compound eyes were severely damaged, flickering erratically, filled with excruciating physical pain and the sheer horror of a reality utterly overturned. He could not comprehend how such overwhelming power could exist in this world. Standing behind Lu Yue, number 18 instinctively raised her hand, her slender fingers covering her lips, which had parted slightly in shock. Her azure eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the red silhouette ahead, which, though not exceedingly tall or broad, appeared extraordinarily majestic and reliable in that moment. The formidable Sheru, who had instilled despair in her and her companions, seemed as weak as a newborn infant before this mysteriously appearing man. unable to mount even the slightest effective resistance. The absolute disparity in strength evoked an unparalleled shock. Moreover, his previous words, laced with a hint of mockery, seemed to genuinely provide her a sense of relief. A complex emotion surged within her, a sense of gratitude for surviving, awe for the immense power, and a subtle curiosity intertwining. "Get lost," Lu Yue casually remarked as if swatting away an annoying fly. His tone devoid of any ripple of emotion. "I have no interest in fighting and killing at the moment." As he spoke, he casually raised his right foot, lightly tapping the exposed waist of Sheru with his toes. This seemingly feeble tap, however, concealed a remarkable force. With a dull thud, Sheru's body, embedded in the ground, was violently yanked from the pit. Subsequently, rumble, rumble, rumble. His form transformed into a blurred green streak, hurtling away at a terrifying speed. Like a cannonball fired from its barrel, shattering 3 or 4 massive boulders the size of houses in its path. The debris cascaded like a torrential downpour, ultimately buried deep beneath the rocky ruins 100 meters away, enveloped in a colossal cloud of dust, leaving no trace of life or death. How infuriating! Vegeta watched the entire process of Lu Yue crushing Sheru, every detail stabbing into his proud heart like a searing steel needle. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet this physical pain paled in comparison to the humiliation and rage boiling within him. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated on the red figure below, as if intending to devour him alive. He did not despise the existence of his kin, but the dignity belonging to the Prince of Saiyans, which could not be desecrated, would never allow any fellow Saiyan to surpass him. Kakarot had already lodged like a thorn in his heart for many years, and now, another bizarrely shaped, unfathomably powerful red-haired Saiyan had emerged from nowhere. This was the most thorough humiliation of his name. Vegeta. Whoosh. The ear-splitting sonic boom tore through the air. A golden flash enveloped in almost tangible rage descended like a meteor. Vegeta crashed heavily just a few meters in front of Lu Yue. As his feet touched the ground, a violent wave of energy swept away the surrounding fine debris, leaving the ground marred with intricate fissures. The golden aura enveloping him surged wildly, reminiscent of uncontrollable flames, reflecting the instability of its master's emotions. Almost simultaneously, Trunks landed, his face etched with anxiety and concern. He grasped Vegeta's arm, urgently whispering, "Father, calm down. Don't act rashly." Trunks, more attuned to the overwhelming power concealed within the enigmatic red-haired Saiyan before them, sensed a terrifying force, one that transcended mere strength, embodying an absolute chasm akin to the vastness of the cosmos, instilling fear in its beholder. However, blinded by anger and pride, Vegeta disregarded his son's plea entirely. He forcefully shook off Trunks' hand, lifting his head defiantly, his eyes brimming with arrogance, scrutiny, and unabashed hostility. Fixating on Lu Yue's face as if attempting to pierce through the layer of crimson fur to discern his essence. In a voice as cold as iron scraping against stone, imbued with an undeniable interrogative tone, he thundered at Lu Yue, "Hey, you there, answer me. Are you also a Saiyan?" Lu Yue slightly lowered his head, his short red hair casting a shadow over his molten gold pupils, which calmly regarded the furious Saiyan prince. The innate superiority exuding from Vegeta, coupled with the near-interrogative tone, irked Lu Yue, prompting him to furrow his brow in displeasure. The pride of a Super Saiyan 4 would not indulge such behavior. "Vegeta," Lu Yue spoke softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in every ear, carrying an impending chill akin to the prelude of a storm. "It seems your parents, or the ceremonial officials of Vegeta say, neglected to teach you the fundamental courtesy of inquiring politely. Stop your rambling." Vegeta's fury ignited, burning hotter with each word. He stepped forward, his formidable presence forcing Trunks to involuntarily take a half-step back. "The only surviving pure-blooded Saiyans in the universe are myself, Kakarot, and that useless Tabber. There cannot possibly be a fourth. Speak. What exactly are you? Where did you come from?" This relentless, self-centered aggressiveness extinguished the last flicker of nostalgia that Lu Yue harbored for the original character. He let out a barely audible cold chuckle, devoid of discernible emotion, yet chilling the air around him as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. His golden pupils narrowed slightly, a glimmer of icy sharpness flashing within them. "I had no desire to engage with a noisy wild monkey. but your repeated presumptions are rather vexing. He slowly raised one hand, palm upward, as if a faint red lightning flickered at his fingertips. Vegeta, my patience is finite. Before I change my mind, take your ridiculous pride and distance yourself. Otherwise, Lu Yu's tone remained flat, yet the threat inherent within it froze the surrounding air instantaneously. I wouldn't mind helping you recognize reality. In an instant, an invisible yet heavy pressure emanated from Lu Yu, enveloping the area. Trunks felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his complexion paling instantly. Android 18 instinctively retreated several paces, her azure eyes filled with dread. Even the enraged Vegeta felt a chill surge up his spine, causing his movements to momentarily freeze. The tension in the air reached a boiling point, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Trunks' heart raced to his throat, cold sweat soaking his back. Amid this suffocating silence, the distant rubble that concealed Cell seemed to tremble ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 4. The Dangerous Vegeta Humph. You think you can lecture me? Vegeta? Vegeta's anger turned to mocking laughter, a sound as jarring as metal scraping together, filled with rage and deep-seated disdain akin to a tiny insect provoking him. His mouth twisted into a grin that radiated his innate arrogance, as if scrutinizing an ignorant villager. Your words carry weight. Listen well, red-haired freak. I have long surpassed Kakarot, that lowly warrior, and now stand as the strongest scion at the pinnacle of the universe. No matter how bizarre you appear, thinking you can teach this prince a lesson with such tricks is utterly laughable. He arrogantly jabbed his thumb into his chest, producing a dull thud, and continued to roar. However, your reckless remarks have successfully ignited my fury. Therefore, I have decided to unleash my full power to make you understand who truly deserves to stand here and speak. Such pathetic ignorance. Lu Yu quietly listened to Vegeta's tirade, his golden pupils reflecting the distorted face of the enraged prince. There was no anger in his gaze, only an inexplicable pity, as he gently shook his head, as if lamenting a lost soul. In this moment, Vegeta's arrogance, rooted in narrow-mindedness, was indeed both laughable and lamentable. What did you say? Seeking death. Vegeta was utterly incensed by Lu Yu's gaze, which regarded him as a hopeless fool. That look wounded his pride more than any insult could. He unleashed a roar that seemed to tear through his throat, his muscles tensing like steel. Boom. The golden aura surrounding him erupted not in flames, but like a detonating powder keg. The golden light soared skyward, and the chaotic energy surged outward from him like a whirlwind, lifting small stones from the ground, shooting them forth like bullets. Even the air groaned under the weight of the terrifying aura that had suddenly intensified. His power soared to a peak that even Trunks found alarming. Kneel before me, fool. Vegeta's visage twisted into a demonic snarl, his eyes bloodshot, as the ground beneath him shattered. Using the recoil, he transformed into a golden flash that seemed to tear through space itself. His right fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale from the immense force. And the air before his fist distorted slightly due to the concentrated energy, carrying with it an unstoppable, destructive momentum aimed directly at Lu Yu's face. This strike encompassed all his pride and fury, vowing to obliterate this insensible individual before him. Yet, in the face of this lethal blow that could terrify even formidable warriors, Lu Yu remained utterly unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. He didn't adopt any visible defensive stance, merely standing there, as if an impending cataclysm were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Just as Vegeta's fist, charged with terrifying energy, was about to collide with Lu Yu's face, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Lu Yu moved. His actions appeared leisurely, almost casual, as he seemingly nonchalantly raised his right hand, the arm tracing a blurred red afterimage in the air. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap erupted, echoing like thunder on dry ground, overpowering even the sonic boom generated by Vegeta's charge. This slap, arriving after the attack, landed precisely on Vegeta's left cheek, where madness and confidence resided. At that moment, time itself seemed to elongate, twisting and becoming thick and slow under the influence of an unseen force. On the retinas of all present, only a fleeting, indistinct red afterimage could be perceived, that of Lu Yu's right hand, moving with a speed that transcended the biological limits of visual persistence, arriving preemptively as though it had long awaited this moment. The sharp, resonant sound of a slap reverberated like thunderclaps echoing in the heavens. The sound encapsulated not merely a physical impact, but also an overwhelming sense of spiritual domination. This backhanded slap landed squarely on the left cheek of Vegeta, contorted by rage and arrogance. At the moment of contact, one could even witness the muscles of Vegeta's cheek ripple violently, distorting like waves. A short, agonized grunt escaped Vegeta's lips, filled with disbelief and pain. All his forward momentum seemed to be utterly reversed by this single slap, returning with double the ferocity. The speed at which he charged forward was eclipsed by the velocity with which he was sent hurtling backward, more swiftly and powerfully. His entire being was as if struck head-on by an unseen colossal cannonball, transforming into a blur of golden light that shot back at an incomprehensible speed. Exceeding the speed of sound, a cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted in rapid succession, seemingly threatening to rupture eardrums. Vegeta's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing brutally into the hard rock wall, where Sha Lu was embedded several dozen meters away. At the moment of impact, it felt as though the entire island trembled violently. The hard rock crumbled like brittle cookies under the weight of an indescribable force, shattering into countless flying fragments. Dense clouds of dust erupted like a mushroom cloud, nearly obscuring half the sky, with debris raining down like a torrential downpour. As the swirling dust began to dissipate under the sea breeze, the sight before everyone drew gasps of astonishment. Vegeta resembled a marionette that had been thoroughly broken, grotesquely embedded in the fragmented rock wall, forming a distinct human-shaped indentation. His once resplendent golden aura had vanished without a trace, forced back into a mundane state. Most strikingly, the left side of his face was swelling visibly, the skin taking on a horrifying purplish hue, with 5 clear fingerprints imprinted upon it. A trickle of crimson blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his shattered mouth, dripping onto the battle suit covering his chest. He lay limply amid the rubble, his gaze unfocused, his chest heaving violently, as if even breathing had become a daunting task, evidently rendered incapable of any movement. What? Trunks' pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints in the blink of an eye, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. An unparalleled shock and a bewildering emptiness flooded his thoughts like a deluge. He understood better than anyone the terrifying power his father, Vegeta, possessed, the absolute strength capable of toyingly overwhelming the second form of Sha Lu, who had absorbed number 17. It was a true force that surpassed the bounds of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Yet, before this mysteriously appearing red-haired Saiyan, his father's world-shattering strike had failed to even shift the opponent a single step. Instead, it had been dismissed so casually, as if swatting a fly, sending him flying away. This was no mere disparity in strength. It was a dimensional-level annihilation. It was a divine being looking down upon mere mortals. Not far away, the onlooking android No. 18 instinctively raised her hand to cover her slightly parted lips in shock, her ocean blue eyes widening in disbelief. Just emerging from the rubble, the dust-covered bald Krillin stood frozen, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Even the half-conscious android number 16, clinging to life through mechanical means, exhibited a momentary chaotic distortion and garbled data in its remaining electronic eye. One moment, Vegeta had been an invincible war god, dominating the scene with arrogant pride. The next, he was instantaneously and humiliatingly defeated in the most direct manner possible. This jarring reality struck every observer like a hammer, nearly overwhelming their minds to the point of paralysis, collectively rendering them statuesque, engulfed in silence. TCH, self-inflicted misery. Lu Yue slowly withdrew his hand, the gesture casual, as if he had simply brushed away a speck of dust from his shoulder rather than vanquishing a Super Saiyan. His gaze remained tranquil as he regarded the pitiful figure of Vegeta embedded in the shattered rock wall, observing the latter's pained convulsions with a disdainful curl of his lip. He had no intention of revealing too much of his strength at this moment, nor did he wish to become adversarial with these future comrades. But Vegeta's deep-seated arrogance was indeed irksome. This slap served as a small reprimand, a lesson in humility for his missing royal etiquette class. This esteemed elder, my sincerest apologies. Almost as soon as Lu Yue's words fell, a figure darted swiftly to stand before him. Trunks, suppressing the tsunami of fear for his father's injuries and the terror of absolute power, bowed deeply, hands clasped in front of his head, adopting a posture of utmost humility. His voice trembled slightly with tension, Imbued with the most sincere apologies and pleas, my father was utterly reckless and disrespectful, gravely offending you, esteemed elder. On behalf of my father, I extend my most heartfelt apologies. All the blame lies with us. I humbly implore you, do not take offense. Observing the young man's respectful demeanor, which contrasted starkly with his father's earlier arrogance, the veneer of Lu Yue's icy demeanor melted slightly. He waved his hand nonchalantly, a gentle yet irresistible force lifting Trunks' bowing form. His voice softening. There is no need for such tension, nor for such grand gestures. My actions were not driven by anger, but rather by a simple disdain for his lofty demeanor. Let him experience some hardship to understand the vastness of the universe, where the strong abound. Such lessons are not wholly detrimental to oneself or others. I harbor no ill will towards you or the earth. This gentle power and candid words acted as a soothing balm, relieving the tension that had gripped Trunks. He straightened as instructed, yet his respect remained unwavering. Releasing a long breath that conveyed his immense relief, and sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed elder. I am profoundly grateful." He understood that in this precarious moment, with the threat of Sha Lu still looming, provoking an unfathomable enemy could lead to catastrophic consequences. A brief silence enveloped the two, accompanied only by the whispers of the sea breeze through the ruins and the faint groans of Vegeta in the distance. Trunks took a deep breath, realizing he must seize this rare opportunity for communication. He carefully crafted his words, his tone increasingly humble. "Esteemed elder, please forgive my impertinence. Earlier, while my father spoke rashly, he mentioned you might also bear the Saiyan lineage. Might I inquire if you reside on this earth as we do?" He posed his question with utmost delicacy, attempting to extract as much information as possible without inciting the elder's ire, in order to ascertain the mysterious warrior's stance and intentions. At the mention of this, Lu Yue paused briefly, a complex glimmer passing through his golden pupils, revealing that there was no need for concealment regarding his identity, nor could it be hidden. He met Trunks' probing yet cautious gaze with composure, his voice steady and clear. "Indeed, I am a Saiyan, with the identity of Super Saiyan 4 now irrevocably chosen." Embracing this lineage became the foundation of his existence in this realm. Upon hearing this definitive response, Trunks felt his heart involuntarily quicken for a few beats. Suppressing the swirling thoughts within, he seized the moment and, with a humbler tone, cautiously inquired, "I see. May I be so bold as to ask for your esteemed name?" "Senior? I, Trunks, would like to remember your graciousness today." "Lu Yue," came the succinct and unembellished reply. Observing the courteous and clear-eyed Trunks before him, Lu Yue could not help but reflect on the stark contrast with Vegeta's disdainful demeanor moments ago. The disparity in how Saiyans treat others is indeed like night and day. Trunks' humility and politeness endeared him to Lu Yue, fostering a willingness to engage in dialogue. At the instant Lu Yue spoke his name, Trunks keenly noticed, not far away, Vegeta, slumped among the rubble, seemingly dazed, as his swollen eyelids appeared to quiver slightly. Simultaneously, deeper within the rocky shadows, the ruins concealing cell stirred, as a few small stones seemed to be imperceptibly nudged by an unseen force from within. Just as Lu Yue and Trunks' conversation floated through the air, a faint yet distressing sound of friction emerged from the distant pile of debris. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. He struggled to prop himself up with his trembling arms, every exertion sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. His once proud visage was now marred, the left side swollen and discolored, while blood mixed with saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the shattered stones, leaving dark red stains. It felt as if countless bees were buzzing chaotically in his head, and his vision blurred, barely allowing him to discern the vague outlines of two figures in the distance. The seemingly casual slap from Lu Yue contained a terrifying power, relentlessly assaulting his nerves like a recurring nightmare, a crushing sensation he had never experienced before. Yet, the physical agony and dizziness paled in comparison to the seething humiliation and rage burning within him. He fixated all his attention and hatred on that distant crimson figure, teeth clenched, throat emitting a primal growl of defiance. This intense focus caused him to overlook the imminent, lethal threat lurking just behind him like a coiled serpent ready to strike. With a crackling sound, just under 3 meters behind Vegeta, several loose stones in the ruins concealing cell began to shift, dislodged by a force from within, producing a faint yet chilling noise. Suddenly, Cell's eyes shot open. Within the multifaceted crystalline structure of his eyes, there was no longer just pain, but an intense glimmer of deep-seated malice and cunning coldness. His gaze pierced through the gaps in the rubble, like the most precise sniper scope, locking onto the unsuspecting and weakened Vegeta. A cruel and frigid smile crept across Cell's slime-coated lips, as if the predator had finally found the opportune moment. Damn that red-haired monster. The plan to absorb Android 18 seems unfeasible now, Cell's core processor word, analyzing the desperate situation. However, there was still hope. Vegeta, you arrogant fool. Lie before me at this moment. Though absorbing you may not grant me perfection, the immense Saiyan energy within you, once consumed, will undoubtedly amplify my power beyond measure, enabling me to contend with, even surpass that monster. Dark thoughts coiled around Cell's mind like poisonous vines, and he hesitated no longer. Suppressing the excruciating pain from his numerous injuries, Cell wildly gathered the remnants of his strength. The tail, adorned with bizarre patterns and a tip that gaped like a gaping abyss, stealthily rose from the rubble, inch by inch, as if awakening from slumber. Viscous digestive fluid dripped from the edges of his mouth, corroding the rocks below with a hissing sound. The grotesque maw fully opened, revealing a terrifying structure lined with suction cups, aimed directly at the unprotected heart of Vegeta. The next moment, the tail lashed out like a coiled spring, propelled by an explosive force. With lightning speed and a foul wind, it lunged to pierce Vegeta's back. The impending doom loomed over the proud Saiyan prince like a chilling shadow. Yet, Vegeta remained lost in his humiliation and wrath, completely oblivious to the deadly kiss of death approaching from behind. Chapter 5. The Fleeing Cell. You despicable beast. Release my father. Witnessing the horrific scene of his father being consumed by the monstrous maw, Trunks' eyes instantly filled with blood, nearly bulging from their sockets. A heart-wrenching fury mixed with an overwhelming desire to kill erupted from the depths of his soul, like a volcanic eruption. The violent factor hidden within his Saiyan bloodline was ignited. He let out a roar that seemed to tear his throat, reverberating through the air with such force that the atmosphere trembled. The golden aura, no longer gently burning, exploded like a detonated nuclear bomb. Blinding golden light shot skyward, enveloping him entirely, as the ground beneath his feet crumbled, and debris was swept high into the air by his furious energy. His blue hair stood on end, transforming into a radiant gold, as the powerful energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding light. Die! Trunks stomped his right foot forward. Boom! The ground within a radius of several meters collapsed with a resounding crash. Utilizing this recoil, he transformed into a vengeful golden lightning bolt, fueled by boundless rage and sorrow. Tearing through the air at a speed beyond visual comprehension, aimed directly at Cell, who had just completed his meal and was yet to react. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a giant hammer striking an anvil. Trunks unleashed a punch, imbued with all his strength, crashing forcefully into Cell's ugly face, covered in insect-like armor. The moment his fist connected with the armor, a visible shockwave radiated outward. Ugh! Cell let out a muffled grunt of pain, the immense force knocking him off balance before he could stabilize himself. Bang, bang, bang. His body flew backward uncontrollably, like a ball struck with full force, rolling, bouncing, and scraping against the ground, carving a deep trench several dozen meters long, sending dirt and stones flying. Finally, he came to a halt with a heavy thud, kneeling in the distance, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, all was irrevocably lost. When Cell shakily lifted his head and wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, the once smooth surface of his abdomen now bulged unnaturally, as if something within was writhing and struggling. However, this sign of struggle lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds before it ceased entirely, vanishing without a trace. Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, had been completely absorbed and digested, becoming part of Cell's power. Trouble. Vegeta's energy signature has vanished. Android 16's remaining mechanical eye displayed a torrent of data, emitting urgent beeping sounds, while his synthetic voice took on an unprecedentedly deep and grave tone. The detection system has identified that the core energy of Shalu is undergoing an exponential and distorted increase, with the energy spectrum exhibiting a state of extreme instability. Warning! Warning! A profoundly ominous premonition is materializing. Beside her, the Android 18. Her once fair cheeks, now drained of color, appeared as pale as parchment. Her slender fingers instinctively tightened around the tattered edge of her battle suit. her knuckles whitening from the strain. She could distinctly sense the aura emanating from Sha Lu in the distance, expanding at a heart-pounding rate. The malice and greed contained within that aura made her feel like a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chilling dread coursing from her spine to the crown of her head. The stronger Sha Lu grew, the closer she became to the terrifying fate of being devoured, losing her identity and becoming mere sustenance for another. Driven by instinct for survival, she subconsciously cast her gaze toward the only figure in the arena capable of altering this dire situation, the enigmatic red-haired scion, Lu Yue. However, Lu Yue's reaction plunged her heart into despair. He simply hovered quietly in midair, his arms leisurely crossed over his chest, his crimson tail swaying gently behind him. His face, adorned with fine fuzz, revealed no trace of tension, worry, or anger, exuding an unsettling calmness, as if he were spectating a drama unrelated to himself. Indeed, within the depths of his golden pupils, there seemed to linger an indescribable amusement. What could he be thinking? A torrent of confusion and an inexplicable anxiety surged within 18. Tinged with a flicker of anger, Sha Lu was growing stronger, strong enough that no one might withstand him. With such immense power, why did he merely observe with indifference? Did he not care at all? Or did he harbor some ulterior motive? Just as the others were gripped by fear, a deafening roar erupted from within Sha Lu, akin to an explosion from the Earth's core. His body, resembling an exceedingly unstable reactor, began to violently expand, contract, and contort uncontrollably. The green exoskeleton on his surface emitted a grating creak, threatening to shatter at any moment. A wave of terrifying energy, imbued with fury and chaos, as if a volcano suppressed for eons had finally broken free from its shackles, surged forth from every pore and joint of his being. The ground within 100 meters of him buckled as if trampled by an invisible giant foot, collapsing instantaneously. Cracks the width of a thigh erupted, producing a cacophony as they spread with astonishing speed in all directions, fragmenting the entire area. A tempest of destructive air, intermingled with dust and debris, formed a cataclysmic shockwave that swept across the island, sending monstrous waves crashing into the distant sea. How could such a force exist? Trunks was the first to bear the brunt of this palpable malevolence, his face paling in an instant. He felt as though he were a fragile vessel amidst a raging storm, on the verge of being utterly obliterated. His father Vegeta's immense and ferocious energy had undergone a terrifying transformation within Sha Lu, becoming more savage and uncontrollable. He had to stop him. Now. Trunks, suppressing the agonizing pressure on his insides, erupted in golden flames once more, his feet pounding the ground, charging toward the eye of the energy storm. Sha Lu. An arrogant fool. Get lost. Sha Lu barely glanced at him, his insect-like visage contorting with a cruel mixture of pain and rage. He merely waved dismissively, as if swatting away a fly, in the direction of Trunks' charge. Buzz. A shockwave, condensed to its essence, an almost translucent dark purple, tore through the air, disregarding the spatial distance, and struck Trunks squarely in the chest. Trunks had no time to mount any defense. He felt an indescribable force shatter his ribcage. His chest caving in instantly, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of his innards. His body propelled back at a speed several times greater than that with which he had charged, like a broken kite, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily into a rock wall hundreds of meters away, embedding himself within, his fate uncertain. However, while he had effortlessly dispatched the bothersome insect, Sha Lu's condition had not improved. His expression grew more grotesque, his body trembling uncontrollably, his hands gripping his head as he emitted a suppressed, anguished roar. My body feels as though it is about to burst. He sensed an internal tumult, as if countless frenzied beasts were colliding and tearing within him, the wild scion energy of Vegeta clashing violently with his own cells, causing an intense rejection that rendered perfect fusion impossible in the short term, posing a risk of self-destruction. He endured the torment that threatened to tear his soul apart, lifting his bloodshot eyes to cast a malevolent, wary glance at Lu Yue, who remained suspended in place, arms crossed, observing as though watching a play. That man's unsettlingly calm gaze filled him with profound unease. He stole another glance at the pale-faced, terrified 18, and a singular thought crystallized. No, I must escape. I need to find a place of absolute safety to fully digest Vegeta's power. Once I have mastered this strength, Once I become the perfect, red-haired monster. And 18, none of you will escape. I shall return to devour you all. Whoosh. With this resolve, Shallow acted without a moment's hesitation. He forcibly harnessed the unstable energy within him, transforming his body into a distorted, unstable dark green streak of light, like an uncontrollable arrow, breaking the sound barrier with a piercing shriek, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a ravaged island and the still lingering, nauseating aura of malevolence in the air. Shallow has fled? Android 18 gazed incredulously at the vanishing green light, whispering in disbelief, her voice trembling with a hint of relief, yet steeped in profound confusion. Mere seconds prior, the malevolence and chaos erupting from Shallow had instilled within her an unprecedented despair. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that suffocating pressure had receded like a tide, leaving only devastation and silence in its wake. Vegeta's energy was overwhelmingly vast, akin to potent liquor poured into a substandard vessel. At this moment, Liu slowly spoke, his voice as calm and unruffled as a placid deep pool, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shallow's body and control systems could not endure such a violent energy surge in the short term. He required time, a relatively safe environment to forcibly digest and merge this power. His golden gaze turned toward 18, his eyes tranquil yet imbued with an all-seeing intensity, assuring her that once he had fully mastered Vegeta's power, he would undoubtedly return for her. At that point, he would no longer be the easily toyed with second form, but a far more dangerous and unpredictable monster. Upon hearing this, 18's delicate brows furrowed tightly, as if shrouded in frost. A flicker of unmasked revulsion crossed her exquisite features at the thought of such a grotesque and repugnant creature absorbing that power. Merely imagining it induced a visceral discomfort. This revulsion then transformed into a resolute coldness. She instinctively clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. If that day were to truly arrive, she would sooner choose to self-detonate her core than become a part of that monster. It is all my fault. It is all my inadequacy. At that moment, a cry filled with anguish and self-reproach shattered the silence. Trunks struggled to free himself from the embedded rock wall, stumbling as he fell to the ground. Ignoring the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce punch to the nearby stone. The impact sent shards flying, tearing the skin on his knuckles. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his face etched with boundless regret and sorrow as he choked out. I watched my father die before my eyes. How am I supposed to explain this to my mother? Trunks. Calm down. This is not your fault. Krillin, enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, limped closer, firmly gripping Trunks' trembling shoulder, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. It was Vegeta's stubbornness. If he had heeded your advice and dealt with Cell decisively from the start, he would have never given that monster a chance. The consequences of this are his own choices. But my father. Trunks lifted his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot tears, his voice still quivering. Don't worry. Listen to me. Krillin forced a reassuring smile despite his own turmoil. Have you forgotten? This timeline still has the Dragon Balls. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Once Goku recovers, if we unite to defeat Cell, we can use the Dragon Balls to bring Vegeta back. It can be done, I promise you. Can it really, Uncle Krillin? Trunks, like a drowning man grasping a final lifeline, suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Krillin nodded emphatically, his tone resolute. We need to head to the sacred world immediately and inform Goku and Piccolo of everything that has transpired here. We must act swiftly. Taking a few deep breaths, Trunks endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He wiped away the tears and blood from his face with the back of his hand, his gaze gradually regaining its determination. He turned and walked, albeit unsteadily, with solemnity towards Liu, bowing deeply with respect and sincerity. Mr. Liu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance earlier, and I appreciate your understanding regarding my father's offense. I have one more humble request. Would you be willing to accompany us to the sacred world? Cell has become stronger, and we need someone with your extraordinary power. Liu's calm gaze swept over Trunks' expectant and anxious face, and he cast a fleeting glance at the silent, complex expression of Android 18 not far away. He gently shook his head, his voice remaining indifferent. There is no need. Your path does not align with mine. Until we meet again. With that, he did not allow Trunks another word, and his body seemed to lose weight, floating effortlessly into the air. In the next moment, a faint red aura enveloped him. transforming into a brilliant stream of crimson light, akin to a comet slicing through the sky, vanishing in an instant as if he had never existed. The sea breeze swept over, stirring up the dust and the scent of smoke. All that remained were the stunned onlookers, the injured Krillin, the regretful Trunks, the silent Android 16, and the conflicted Android 18. And looming over them was the uncertain future, fraught with danger, as Cell had consumed Vegeta, now imbued with unknown power and hostility. Chapter 6. Android 18. After departing the ravaged battlefield, Liu's figure appeared like a specter, silently manifesting atop a secluded peak. Here, clouds swirled, and the fierce mountain winds howled past the jagged stones, stirring the vibrant, life-infused red fur that adorned him, producing a soft, rustling sound. He gazed down at his body, brimming with primal, wild strength. His muscular form bulged, each inch containing explosive energy, while his red tail swayed leisurely behind him. The Super Saiyan 4 form is indeed unrivaled, Liu mused to himself, his voice slightly airy against the mountain winds. Both in absolute power and this imposing appearance. It epitomizes the ultimate combat form. However, he smirked with a hint of resignation. This conspicuous red hair would likely draw more than just attention on the bustling streets of the city. I might be mistaken for a rare animal, scaring off any lovely ladies who might wish to approach me. This could significantly dampen my enthusiasm for enjoying the beautiful life in the Dragon Ball world. With this thought, Liu hesitated no longer. He focused his mind, delving into the vast reservoir of energy within him, akin to a sea of stars, attempting to guide and contain this power, returning it to its most fundamental and tranquil state. In the next moment, a wondrous transformation quietly unfolded. The dense red fur covering his arms, chest, and back seemed to possess a life of its own, receding like the ebbing tide, swiftly thinning and shortening, ultimately merging beneath his skin, vanishing from sight and revealing his sun-kissed, healthy complexion beneath. His once wild, disheveled black hair, slightly coarse in texture, appeared to be groomed by an invisible hand. Returning to a normal length, the strands becoming smooth and obedient, cascading naturally over his shoulders. The most notable change lay in his eyes. The brilliant, molten gold irises gradually dimmed, the mystical sheen receding, ultimately returning to a profound, night-like black. At this moment, standing atop the peak, he donned a fitted black martial arts uniform. His stature tall and well-proportioned, the lines of his muscles flowing yet unexaggerated, his features handsome, exuding a remarkable spirit. Overall, he appeared indistinguishable from the formidable young martial artists on Earth, yet an innate composure subtly hinted at his extraordinary nature. Is this the body in its normal state? Liu gently flexed his wrists and ankles, keenly feeling this transformation. Compared to the imposing presence of the Super Saiyan 4 form, his current physique appeared more elongated and agile. The sense of power shifting from external display to internal reserve, akin to a legendary sword sheathed in its scabbard. Yet he could distinctly sense that the vast, terrifying energy capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth had not vanished. It lay dormant within him, like a slumbering dragon, ever poised for his command. Since the normal state posed no issues, he decided to explore other forms to see the limits of this body. A strong curiosity propelled Liu. He focused intently, his fists slightly clenched, concentrating his thoughts into a singular point, awakening the dormant power within him. Suddenly, as if activating some forbidden switch, a torrent of golden energy, far more ferocious and intense than before, erupted from every pore of his being like a volcanic explosion. The powerful wave of energy instantaneously enveloped the surroundings. The rocky ground beneath him groaned under the strain, trembling slightly as small stones and dust were lifted into the air, defying gravity and hovering as they buzzed with energy. In a fraction of a second, his hair underwent a dramatic transformation. The black strands ignited, instantly turning into a dazzling golden hue and defying the laws of gravity. They stood straight up, tips shimmering with golden particles, resembling a vibrant flame full of life. Even more astonishing, fine blue arcs of electricity appeared, crackling like living serpents, surrounding his body, jumping and intertwining, infusing the air with a faint scent of ozone. His pupils shifted from deep black to a cold, sharp light green, as if able to pierce through all illusions. Only a small tuft of golden bangs left deliberately in front danced defiantly in the turbulent energy, adding a touch of rebellious allure. At that moment, The aura emanating from Liyue became razor-sharp and domineering, akin to an unsheathed divine weapon, its brilliance unmistakable. Merely standing there, he exuded an intangible, immense aura of oppression. Could this be the form of Super Saiyan's second stage? Liyue felt an exhilarating surge within him, akin to an inexhaustible torrent of power. In comparison to his usual state, the energy in this form was more refined and vibrant, imbued with an indomitable sharpness. He smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that this form surpassed the basic Super Saiyan transformation. After successfully transforming into the Super Saiyan second stage and gaining a preliminary understanding of its power characteristics, Liyue did not cease his exploration. His mind focused once more, akin to a masterful helmsman guiding the vast energy flow within him towards deeper and more violent realms. This transformation arrived with an even swifter and more violent intensity. There was no sense of stagnation. It was as if everything unfolded effortlessly. The golden aura that had already been fervently burning around him suddenly expanded and soared, as if infused with a tempestuous spirit. More astonishingly, his upright golden hair appeared to be animated, growing at a visible pace, extending as if it were flowing liquid gold. In an instant, it transformed into a resplendent golden waterfall cascading down to his waist, gently swaying with the fluctuations of energy. Simultaneously, the skin above his brow bulged slightly. The once clear eyebrows vanished, rendering his pale green pupils even sharper and deeper, adding an air of otherworldly authority. The blue arcs of electricity that enveloped him ceased to resemble slender electric serpents and morphed into robust, tempestuous chains of thunder, crackling as they lashed against the surrounding air, even causing the nearby space to distort slightly from the heat. The deep, rumbling energy hum, reminiscent of a beast's roar, seemed to make the very air tremble in response. Super Saiyan 3 Liyue keenly experienced every sensation in this form, feeling an overwhelming sense of power, as if every gesture could summon the might of the heavens. Yet accompanying this was an undeniable weight upon every muscle and bone, along with a clear perception of the energy within him dissipating like a released flood. Indeed, the grandeur of this form was unparalleled, yet the consumption of energy and the burden upon his body increased exponentially. It was ill-suited for prolonged use, more appropriate as a decisive trump card. With clarity in his heart, Liyue felt no reluctance. With a mere thought, the violent energy surrounding him retreated like a receding tide. His golden hair shortened and darkened back to smooth black locks. The bulging brow returned to normal, and his eyebrows reappeared. The aura and thunder that enveloped him vanished without a trace. He reverted to his usual appearance of black hair and black eyes, exuding a restrained aura, as if the earlier visage resembling a god of thunder had merely been a fleeting illusion. He preferred this state of simplicity, effortlessly balancing power concealed beneath tranquility. Just as he stabilized his aura, with the mountain wind becoming the only sound in his ears, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound of air being pierced, akin to a fine needle, broke the silence from not far behind him. Liyue did not even raise an eyelid, nor did he move, as if he had already perceived everything. He addressed the air behind him with a calm, emotionless tone. "You followed me from the battlefield to this desolate mountain. If you have something to say, please speak." He did not even need to employ his energy perception. He had already determined the identity of the visitor, the android No. 18, based solely on her unique presence and a faint scent. From the moment he decided to leave, she had maintained a tacit distance, quietly trailing behind like a shadow. Landing gracefully on a jagged rock, Number 18 heard Liyue's straightforward inquiry and pressed her beautifully shaped lips together. A rare flicker of hesitation and subtle discomfort crossed her ice-blue eyes, causing her to momentarily hesitate before responding. Liyue then turned slowly, casting a calm gaze upon her as she stood atop the rock. At this moment, Number 18 had changed out of her iconic battle attire, donning a simple white shirt and dark trousers. Her ordinary clothing did little to conceal her striking, cold demeanor. The mountain breeze tousled her neat golden hair, the strands slightly moving, accentuating her fair skin. Her sapphire-like eyes, which often bore a sense of detachment, now met Liyue's gaze, revealing a complex mix of emotions, anxiety seeking refuge, confusion about the future, and perhaps a hint of discomfort regarding her own decision to follow him. Noticing Liyue's steady gaze upon her, No. 18 seemed to muster a certain resolve. She took a gentle breath, the cool mountain air calming her tumultuous thoughts, and finally spoke. Number 17 has been completely absorbed by Cell. Her voice was soft, yet when mentioning this, a subtle heaviness seeped into her cool tone, as if she were recounting an unwelcome reality. Number 16 is also severely injured, nearly destroyed, and was taken away by that little bald guy named Krillin, who said he would try to repair him. She paused, her blue eyes lowering slightly, long lashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids, her tone tinged with disorientation. I have nowhere else to go now. After a brief silence, she raised her head again, meeting Liyue's deep black eyes with a newfound honesty, even carrying a hint of an almost instinctive reliance that she herself was unaware of. Moreover, Cell has become so powerful that he will definitely not let me go. Eventually, he will find me and consume me just like he did with number 17. At this point, her exquisitely delicate face, usually marked by a sense of aloofness, maintained a nearly defiant calmness, as if stating an inevitable conclusion. However, her slightly flickering gaze and her fists, unconsciously clenched and turning pale at the knuckles, betrayed her inner insecurity. In this moment, the android girl, typically known for her cold strength, exhibited a rare vulnerability that was both poignant and strikingly different from her usual demeanor, enhancing her appeal. Liyue listened quietly, his gaze once again scrutinizing the figure of No. 18 before him. She was tall and proportionate, her features exquisitely crafted as if shaped by the hands of a master artisan, her skin fairer than snow. Especially notable was the icy aura emanating from her, intertwined with the stubbornness and unease she displayed, creating a unique and compelling allure. Indeed, from any angle, she was truly deserving of the title of a goddess within the world of Dragon Ball. Since you have nowhere to go and are concerned about being targeted by Cell, Liyue nodded, his tone seemingly casual yet imbued with a clear invitation. Then for the time being, accompany me. Having newly arrived in this unfamiliar Dragon Ball world, filled with curiosity about everything, having such a delightful and formidable companion by his side would surely add enjoyment to the journey. Furthermore, as a well-rounded traveler, to claim he held no thoughts towards this popular and striking beauty from the original work would be nothing but self-deception. It is natural to appreciate beauty, such as the human condition. Upon hearing Liyue's decisive agreement, a fleeting expression of relief washed over her cold visage, and her previously tense shoulders seemed to relax, albeit imperceptibly. Though this subtle change was fleeting, Liyue, who had been observing her closely, perceptively detected it. She promptly inquired, her tone reverting to its usual succinctness but lacking a hint of aloofness. Where shall we go now? In the past, the course of action was invariably determined by 17. Yet in this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of disorientation. I do not possess a particularly clear objective either, Liyue chuckled, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon where the city's outline was faintly discernible. However, I have heard that Shidu is a bustling metropolis, brimming with the vibrant essence of this world. Let us first venture there. He raised his hand to touch his abdomen, feeling the unmistakable hunger emanating from within. Finding a place to satisfy this hunger was paramount, for the exertion of combat and transformation was no trivial matter. Furthermore, I must procure a few suitable outfits for you. He appraised 18's somewhat simplistic attire, and while her inherent beauty could not be concealed, he felt there was room for enhancement. All right, 18 replied succinctly, expressing no dissent regarding the plan. For her, the destination held little significance. What mattered was a relatively secure direction. With their agreement reached, the two exchanged no further words. Liyue's form shifted slightly, a gentle aura enveloping him. Simultaneously, 18 summoned the energy within her. In the next moment, they transformed into two swift streaks of black and white light, akin to shooting stars cleaving through the sky, racing toward the distant opulence of Shidu upon the mountaintop. Only the gradually calming sound of the wind remained, as if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace, suspended among the clouds, a suffocatingly heavy atmosphere pervaded the hall, as if the very air had thickened under the weight of pressure. The Namekian, Piccolo, clasped his arms tightly across his chest, the muscles of his green visage taut, and his brow deeply furrowed in worry. His low voice shattered the silence, each word resonating like a heavy stone striking the ground. Even someone as proud as Vegeta has been absorbed by Cell. The situation is spiraling toward an uncontrollable abyss. Images of his previous encounter with Cell, who had merely absorbed 17, flashed before his eyes, the overwhelming sense of helplessness and the near-death experience still haunting him. It now appeared that the only hope rested upon Goku. Let us hope he can achieve a breakthrough in the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks nodded gravely, his youthful face etched with worry and deep-seated guilt far beyond his years. His clenched fists turned pale from exertion. After Cell absorbed my father, his presence became incredibly unstable, rife with chaotic turbulence, clearly unable to master that immense power immediately. This might be our sole opportunity. If only Cell could be preoccupied with energy digestion over the next couple of days, avoiding further catastrophe. This fragile uncertainty became the only flicker of hope amidst the darkness. By the way, Piccolo suddenly recalled something, raising his head sharply, his white pupils gleaming with a sharpness akin to a blade, fixating intently on Trunks. Who was that mysterious figure, suddenly appearing, enveloped in red fur? I have never encountered such an aura, cold, vast, yet imbued with a primal ferocity. The scene of that red-haired figure effortlessly swatting Super Saiyan Vegeta aside was etched in his memory like a brand. Trunks inhaled a breath of the frigid air, as if it could quell the turmoil within him. He calls himself Liu Yu and claims to be a Saiyan. I did not dare to inquire further about his origins or intentions. He paused, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. But Mr. Piccolo, please believe me. When I stood before him, I could acutely sense an indescribable, immense pressure, as if I were confronting not a mere individual but an unfathomable ocean, capable of unleashing cataclysmic waves at any moment. His strength surpasses our imagination, truly unfathomable. Another Saiyan? Piccolo's brow knitted tightly, his Namekian intuition alerting him to the profound peril posed by this warrior race. The destruction of planet Vegeta seemed not to have concluded the troubles for this lineage. The situation was undeniably growing more complex. All that remained was to pray that he arrived without malice. Otherwise, he left unspoken the dangers that loomed in the air, his tightly pressed lips and grave expression betraying unvoiced apprehension. A completely unknown Saiyan, with terrifying power, posed a threat that could rival that of Cell. In an inconspicuous alleyway of Shidu, the air lingered with the aroma of food, mingling with the faint odor emanating from the trash bins. Liu Yu and 18 had just indulged in a sumptuous meal, the experience marked by their nonchalance as they entered the restaurant, placed their order, and departed amidst the astonished gazes of the staff. For beings of their extraordinary power, the societal rules constructed by mere mortals appeared feeble and devoid of substantial restraint. Liu Yu patted his unchanged abdomen, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Meanwhile, 18 stood quietly beside him, her gaze sweeping over the throngs of people at the alley's mouth. Her demeanor remained cool, yet compared to her previous disorientation, there seemed to be a newfound sense of stability after finding her footing. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures. In a brief moment of silence, 18 lowered her head slightly, her golden hair cascading to partially obscure her profile. Her toes unconsciously ground a small pebble beneath them, as if her mind were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. That Liu Yu, she finally spoke, her voice softer than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. She raised her head, a rare blush gracing her exquisite features, subtly creeping from her ears and contrasting starkly with her typically icy demeanor. Always accustomed to solitude and resolving matters independently, she found herself awkwardly requesting assistance from a man she had known for less than a day, an experience that filled her with unprecedented embarrassment and a hint of shyness. Liu Yu arched an eyebrow, intrigued by the suddenly bashful android beauty. Her demeanor, so unlike her usual self, held a unique allure. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he leaned casually against the weathered wall, patiently awaiting her next words. What is it? Please, go on. Chapter 7. The transaction. The dying rays of the sun bathed the alley in a warm golden hue, the air infused with the fragrances wafting from various kitchens at dinner time, creating a subtle contrast against the coolness of this secluded corner. 18 stood in the shadow of the mottled wall, her fingers instinctively curling and then unfurling. After a few moments of silence, as if having made a momentous decision, her voice emerged softer and more subdued than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible lump in her throat. He, number 17, is actually my younger brother. The moment she uttered the word brother, her voice trembled noticeably, compelling her to turn her face slightly away, avoiding Liu Yu's gaze as if she wished to conceal the glimmer of tears that flickered in her eyes. The image of the boy, always wearing a hint of a carefree smile and standing by her side, now pierced her heart with clarity. He has been absorbed by Cell. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Each word felt as though it were being forced from her throat, laden with profound helplessness. Seeking help from a near stranger. Exposing her vulnerability. This was an experience utterly foreign to one so accustomed to solitude and armored in indifference. Yet, for the sake of her only family, she compelled herself to stand here. Lu Yue gazed at her quietly, taking in her subtle struggles and the deep-seated fragility she concealed. He understood her intentions. Defeating Sha Lu was indeed a trivial matter for him. Yet, a smirk, ambiguous in nature, curled at the corners of his lips. His gaze tinged with a hint of amusement as he deliberately elongated his tone. So what? Taking a small step forward, he closed the distance between them. His voice lowered and laced with a teasing ambiguity. If you wish for my assistance, there must be an appropriate exchange, wouldn't you agree? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The 18th, sensing the palpable tension in his breath and the obvious implications in his words, felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to meet his penetrating gaze, which seemed to see directly into her soul. In that moment, the usual chill in her eyes gave way to a resolute determination born of desperation to save her kin. Therefore, I implore you, save the 17th. Her tone was unwavering, even tinged with a barely perceptible plea. I know you possess the strength to defeat Sha Lu. She clung tightly to this belief, her only source of courage to stand before him. Oh, Lu Yue chuckled lightly, seemingly relishing her current anxiety, his tone deliberately playful as he countered. Are you so certain I can accomplish that? He sought to gauge the extent of her determination to rescue her brother. Absolutely. The 18th's response was resolute, devoid of hesitation. Images of Vegeta being effortlessly dispatched flashed through her mind, alongside the overwhelming aura that enveloped Sha Lu after he consumed Vegeta. Yet, more vivid was Lu Yue's calm demeanor throughout, as if he held everything in his grasp. This absolute composure instilled in her an immense confidence. If even you cannot do it, her eyes sharpened, her tone unusually assured, then what hope do Sun Wukong and the others have? In her heart, Lu Yue had become the solitary glimmer of hope for rescuing her brother. This almost blind trust stemmed not only from her recognition of his formidable power, but also from a desperate grasping at a lifeline in dire circumstances, tinged with a subtle dependency on this enigmatic man that she herself had not fully acknowledged. Very well, I concede. Lu Yue spread his hands in a casual gesture, as if discussing a triviality. Sha Lu poses no threat to me. Rescuing your brother will be a mere matter of convenience. His tone brimmed with confidence, his golden pupils shimmering with a languid yet formidable light in the sunset's glow. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly, his gaze turning profound and aggressive, a hint of mischievous malice creeping into his smile as he slowly directed his attention back to the 18th. Yet, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze brushing lightly over her slightly parted lips, gliding along her elegantly defined jaw, tracing the delicate curve of her neck, ultimately resting on her gently rising chest, betraying her unease. As I mentioned, help is possible. But tell me, what are you prepared to offer in return for this favor? His voice dropped to a sultry rasp, each word resonating clearly in the stillness of the alley, striking directly at the heart of the 18th. At that moment, the 18th's breath hitched, her willow-like brows furrowing tightly, plunging her into an uncomfortable silence. How could she not comprehend the blatant implications of his words? Her heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, a mix of shame and anger surging within her. She was acutely aware that, aside from her beautifully engineered form crafted by Dr. Gero, she possessed little else. Wealth? It would be as worthless as scrap paper to someone capable of easily overturning the world. Strength? In the face of his unfathomable might, it was utterly inconsequential. The notion of such a blatant transaction left her feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Yet, the image of her brother, the 17th, with his rebellious yet dependent smile flashed through her mind, reigniting her resolve to sacrifice everything for family. She bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, as an internal battle raged within her. The alley was filled only with the distant sounds of urban life and the thick tension between the two. Time seemed to stretch, each second painfully excruciating. The sunset cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining as if they were fated. After nearly half a minute, it seemed the 18th had finally exhausted her resistance and made a fateful decision. With a sudden lift of her head, her azure eyes, typically shrouded in frost, now blazed like burning stars, radiating a tragic yet determined light. Her porcelain skin flushed uncontrollably, the color spreading like dye in clear water, reaching her ears and even tinting her delicate earlobes a charming pink. She straightened her back, as if seeking courage from her posture, and with every ounce of strength, she forced out each word as though they were a struggle from between her teeth, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. If you can truly save the 17th, I, Lazi Li, the 18th's true name, will become yours. How does that sound? This proclamation fell like a boulder into the tranquil lake, sending invisible ripples through the confined space. The moment her words left her lips, the 18th felt her blood rush to her head, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment rendering her dizzy. Her normally frosty, doll-like features transformed into a ripe apple, radiating an alarming warmth. The facade of composure she had maintained shattered in an instant, her eyes wild and flustered like a startled fawn, unable to meet Liu Yu's gaze, instinctively lowering her lashes, which fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, betraying her inner turmoil. In that moment, she shed the icy exterior of a harbinger of hell, revealing a breathtaking beauty intertwined with youthful shyness, the bravery to save her kin, and a stubbornness that, even in such dire straits, had not entirely vanished. This striking contrast made her radiate an irresistible, vulnerable yet vibrant allure beneath the warm light of the setting sun. With a clear gulp echoing in the silent alley, even Liu Yue could hear it distinctly. He couldn't deny the unprecedented visual impact that the 18th, or Lazi Li, presented before him. Her once cold visage, akin to a sculpture of ice, was now adorned with a blush reminiscent of twilight, extending down her slender neck. Her eyes, usually distant, now glistened with moisture from her embarrassment and anger, the corners slightly reddened, defiantly staring at him, yet beneath the surface lay a hint of subtle panic and fragility. This stark contrast, coupled with her unwavering resolve to do anything for her brother, created a lethal allure that was both pitiable and aggressively captivating. Striking deep within Liu Yu's heart, he instinctively inhaled sharply, attempting to calm the rapid beating of his rebellious heart, his throat involuntarily constricting once more. With an undertone of raspiness and disbelief, he inquired, his tone laced with curiosity and mischief, "Does this mean you are offering yourself?" Despite having anticipated this moment, the bluntness with which the often proud 18th articulated her proposition struck Liu Yue with an overwhelming impact, stirring within him an unexpected thrill. "What?" The 18th, Lazi Li, exclaimed, her blush not only unabated but intensifying, akin to a heated iron. An immediate wave of humiliation surged forth, overshadowing her previous embarrassment. She suddenly lifted her head, her previously evasive gaze now ignited with two small flames, piercing through Liu Yu with a hint of indignation. Her voice involuntarily rising. "Do you think this transaction is not worth it?" Confident in her beauty and allure, she perceived Liu Yu's tone of hesitation and inquiry as the utmost insult. Was it possible that she, Lazi Li, was unworthy of even a single act of assistance from him? It was not that it was unprofitable. Liu Yu found her reaction amusing. Akin to a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, and inexplicably, her vibrant vitality rendered her even more enchanting. He intended to ease the atmosphere, to inquire whether this approach was perhaps too hasty and if she had truly considered her decision, hoping to ascertain that her emotions were not solely a product of coercion. However, before he could complete his thought, she interjected, "Now is not the time to consider what you want." Her voice carried a hint of unnoticeable grievance and obstinacy. She lifted her chin slightly, attempting to maintain the last shred of her pride, despite her ears burning with embarrassment, and declared, "Look at what I can offer you." The urgency in her words was tinged with a sense of tragic desperation. For her, this was all she could give. She pressed her lips tightly together, her chest rising and falling with the turbulence of her emotions, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Liu Yu, as if awaiting a final verdict, her stubbornness revealing a trace of heart-wrenching vulnerability. Even in such a near-pleading situation, her innate pride sustained her, imbuing her words with an undeniable, almost domineering insistence. She straightened her back, as if that alone could preserve her last semblance of dignity. Liu Yu could not help but chuckle at her comically flustered yet determined demeanor, the earlier tension stemming from the nature of the transaction dissipating entirely. His hearty laughter echoed through the alley, infused with appreciation and delight. "Direct enough. All right. I accept this unique deal, he replied with a smile, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon her, as a healthy individual navigating through realms unknown. Encountering such a goddess-like figure as 18, who possessed both beauty and strength, making such an overt proposal stirred undeniable emotions within him. Though the opening was filled with dramatic tension, the outcome seemed unexpectedly favorable. You agree? Upon hearing his affirmative response, 18's azure eyes sparkled with joy, akin to stars ignited, her previously feigned calm and anger replaced by overwhelming surprise and urgency. She instinctively stepped forward, her voice trembling with disbelief. You can't go back on your word. You promised. She was terrified of losing this solitary hope. Her brother, 17, was her only remaining connection in this world. She was willing to sacrifice anything to save him, even her own future. Yet, deep down, she could not deny that Liu Yu's undeniable strength, striking appearance, and that air of mysterious composure resonated with her subconscious yearning for a formidable partner. Had he been an odious old man, she would have preferred to perish alongside Shalu rather than make such a choice. Rest assured, Liu Yu observed her anxious demeanor, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded seriously, his tone firm and reassuring. Once a promise is made, it is not to be broken. The notion of retracting his word was laughable. Exchanging a challenge as trivial as dealing with Shalu for a companion of such beauty and capability was an undeniable gain for him. At that moment, the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps between the tall buildings, casting a gentle glow upon them, their shadows intertwining on the uneven ground, as if foreshadowing an entangled fate henceforth. A unique pact, born of transaction, yet entwined with familial bonds, strength, and subtle emotions, was quietly established in this ordinary urban alley suffused with the scent of fireworks. Chapter 8. The bashful 18, when are we going to rescue 17? Noticing Liu Yu's apparent resolve to not retract his promise, 18 immediately pressed on, her usual cool demeanor replaced with a barely concealed urgency, even tinged with a subtle tremor. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of a frozen lake, now vividly reflected her inner turmoil and apprehension, her long lashes quivering with tension. For her, every moment that her brother remained trapped within Shalu felt like a race against the unknown dangers. Horrific images of her brother being completely consumed and assimilated invaded her mind, tightening her heart. In this moment, she had shed the icy facade of a harbinger of hell, her worry and fragility akin to that of any ordinary sister concerned for her brother's safety, even amplifying a sense of helplessness that was heart-wrenching to behold. Liu Yu, observing her in this state of distress, did not mirror her anxiety, but instead offered a soothing smile, exuding an air of calm assurance. Do not fret. His voice was low and steady, imbued with a peculiar soothing power. That rascal Shalu will come looking for us. Trust me, as long as Shalu has not been entirely vanquished, 17 is certainly safe. Drawing from his recollections, he felt confident in this assertion. Is that true? 18 lifted her gaze, uncertainty and a hint of dependency for reassurance glimmering in her eyes, locking onto Liu Yu's, as if seeking to extract more information from him. Regarding her only family, she found it difficult to let her guard down. Yes, rest assured. Liu Yu met her gaze with calmness, his eyes unwavering, exuding an aura of powerful confidence. Since I have promised you, I shall certainly deliver. I will not go back on my word. His unwavering tone evoked a natural inclination to trust him. Simultaneously, he had prepared for every eventuality. Even in the worst-case scenario, the Dragon Balls of Earth served as his final trump card. Are we just to wait idly then? 18's brows furrowed slightly, though she felt a modicum of reassurance. The sensation of passively waiting and placing her hopes entirely on others and an uncertain future left her feeling somewhat powerless and unaccustomed. She was used to being in control, yet now she had to rely on Liu Yu's judgment. What else can we do? Liu Yu chuckled lightly, his demeanor as relaxed as if discussing weekend plans. For the next few days, you should focus on enjoying life, savor the cuisine, unwind. That rascal Shalu will undoubtedly become impatient and seek us out. As he spoke, he naturally extended his hand, gently patting 18's shoulder. The warmth of his touch seeped through the thin fabric, mingling with her cool skin. In that instant, 18's body stiffened slightly, as if a subtle electric current had coursed through her. This familiar yet comforting contact felt extraordinarily foreign to her. Had it been before, she would have instinctively recoiled or even retaliated. However, in light of their unique agreement, she merely pressed her lips together, suppressing the urge to withdraw. allowing his warm hand to linger for a moment. Only the blush creeping up her ears and spreading to her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. This level of contact seemed tacitly permitted following their agreement, even imbued with an inexplicable hint of intimacy. Very well. Observing Liu Yu's composed demeanor, as if everything lay within his grasp, the 18th nodded gently, choosing to suppress her doubts. Having decided to trust and depend on him, excessive worry now seemed superfluous. She entrusted her fate and that of her brother to this enigmatic and formidable man. As they departed, Liu Yu, noticing her assent, naturally took her cool, soft hand. His movements fluid and effortless. The delectable Tamagotchi they had just enjoyed lingered in his mind, and he suggested they indulge in it once more. His tone was light, as if simply taking his girlfriend out for afternoon tea. The moment her hand was grasped, 18 Teach's body tensed briefly, yet she soon relaxed, even returning a slight grip with her fingertips. Lowering her gaze, she did not pull away, allowing him to lead her. Before his words had fully dissipated, their figures seemed to meld into the air, vanishing from the alleyway in an instant, leaving only the cool evening breeze to caress the empty street. As if the delicate conversation concerning fate and emotions had never transpired. Time slipped away silently, and 3 days passed in a blink. The divine palace, suspended in the clouds, was now enveloped in a weighty atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Inside, light filtered through stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows, yet failing to dispel the oppressive tension hanging in the air. Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wufan had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, standing quietly to the side. Their auras more restrained and profound than just days prior, resembling a finely honed sword sheathed and poised. Sun Wukong had even summoned the young Namekian dandy from the distant planet Namek, who now assumed the position of Earth's deity. True to expectations, Dandy had crafted an enhanced version of the Dragon Balls, capable of granting 2 wishes, though the limitation on reviving others still remained, offering Earth a glimmer of hope. In the heart of the palace, centered around Sun Wukong, the Z fighters of Earth, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, Tianjinhan, and Dumpling, had gathered. Each face bore the weight of seriousness, and the air was thick with unspoken tension. Piccolo crossed his arms tightly over his chest, muscles taut on his green visage, his brow furrowed deeply, and a sharp glint flickered in his white pupils. He broke the stifling silence first, his voice low and gravelly, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Wukong, to be frank, what are your chances against that cell who has absorbed Vegeta? As the words fell, every gaze instantly converged upon Sun Wukong, the undeniable pillar of strength and the last bastion of hope. Sun Wukong, unusually, did not respond immediately. He raised a hand to scratch his iconic, tousled black hair, his expression betraying a seriousness that contrasted with his usual cheerful demeanor. Well, to be honest, it's hard to say. Piccolo, he admitted, his eyes reflecting contemplation, for he had not yet truly clashed with that foe, and the depth of his abilities remained elusive. Shifting his tone, he continued gravely, however, that guy absorbed Vegeta, so his power must be unfathomably strong. At this, he instinctively turned his head, his gaze landing on his son Sun Wufan, where a fleeting yet profound glimmer of pride and unwavering trust flashed in his eyes, though it was but a momentary flicker. It was resolute. But even if I can't win, it's all right. We still have Wufan. The certainty in his voice echoed a declared truth. At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to recall something, turning his curious gaze towards the silent and somber Trunks. By the way, Trunks, the red-haired scion you mentioned. Liu Yu, is he truly as formidable as you claim? He had not personally felt the chilling presence while training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon hearing this, Trunks' body trembled almost imperceptibly, and he inhaled deeply, solemnly nodding, a look of trepidation surfacing on his youthful face. Incredibly strong, beyond imagination. He seemed to be transported back to that despairing battlefield, his voice laced with suppressed emotion. My father, Vegeta, was utterly defeated without even landing a blow against him. That overwhelming sense of power is etched in my memory like a nightmare. After listening, Sun Wukong's eyes, usually radiating optimism, sharpened with intensity, resembling a hawk fixated on the distant void, and he murmured, to so effortlessly defeat Vegeta, he must indeed be an extraordinary individual. There was a newfound gravity in his tone, a cautiousness in the face of a formidable adversary. I hope he will not turn against us, otherwise, the situation will be quite dire. Suddenly, he raised his head, elevating his voice to temporarily suppress his worries about the future, addressing the assembly with resolute determination. All right. Before Cell makes his appearance, we have little time. Those who have not yet entered the hyperbolic time chamber, hurry and train. Every little bit of progress could be crucial. He had to consider all potential variables, including the enigmatic and unpredictable red-haired scion, Liu Yu. I shall go in this time, Piccolo asserted, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. His green figure appearing particularly steadfast in the palace's light. Faced with the prospect of Cell, whose strength might surpass all expectations, and the unknown Liu Yu, he needed to exploit the time differential between the hyperbolic time chamber and the outside world to elevate his power to its utmost limit. Nearby, Krillin, Tianjin and Dumpling exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the shared sense of resignation and determination reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that, given the current level of the enemy's exhibited power, their own strength could hardly intervene in the core battle, and preserving their strength without causing further chaos might indeed be the wisest choice. Thus, they silently nodded in agreement with Piccolo's plan. Another day passed in tranquil succession. In an elegant dining establishment in West City, soft light bathed the wooden tables, and the air was infused with the enticing aroma of food. Liu Yu and the 18th were seated by the window, quietly savoring their dinner. The 18th delicately tasted her dish with an air of grace. Though silent, there was a subtle softness in her demeanor that contrasted with her usual icy demeanor. Liu Yu appeared quite content, seemingly relishing a rare moment of leisure. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered. With a jarring crackle, the large television screen hanging on the wall emitted a piercing electronic interference, the image instantly fracturing into static. The program being broadcast was forcibly interrupted, replaced by a figure that sent chills down the spine of all who beheld it. Cell? Yet at this moment, the Cell on the screen had undergone a staggering transformation. No longer the somewhat corpulent, insectoid second form, he now appeared extraordinarily tall, with a well-proportioned and muscular physique, his entire body cloaked in a meticulously polished emerald exoskeleton, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the light. The formerly menacing contours of his face had softened considerably, yet exuded an alluringly sinister handsomeness. A disquieting smile playing upon his lips, suggesting an unsettling sense of control. The massive wings behind him were folded against his back, adding an air of mystery and majesty. Overall, he radiated an aura of perfection, power, and oppressive malevolence, as if the very energy waves emanating from him could be felt even through the screen. Good morning, world. Cell's voice resonated clearly through the airwaves, steady yet laced with a mocking, cat-and-mouse quality. As he seized a moment of your precious time to announce a piece of news that might alter your destinies. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating the screen, directly confronting each viewer. Perhaps you are still unfamiliar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Shalu. Recently, the bizarre and large-scale disappearance events occurring worldwide, which have left you bewildered, are indeed the result of my own small endeavors. These exceptional nutrients have ultimately forged the flawless being I am today. That scoundrel. The chopsticks in the hands of number 18 clattered to the table, emitting a crisp sound. She abruptly lifted her head, fixing her piercing blue eyes on the screen, where a blaze of fury ignited, yet beneath it lay an unmistakable fear, akin to icy water poured over her, and a profound worry for her brother. Her fists clenched tightly beneath the table, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, trembling slightly. Shalu has become ever more powerful and perfect, which signifies that the difficulty of rescuing number 17 has escalated exponentially. Liu Yu gradually lowered his chopsticks, his previously relaxed expression now subdued. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shalu's new form on the screen, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Oh, how intriguing. Merely by absorbing Vegeta, he has managed to transcend his limits and achieve a complete form? This deviates from his previous understanding. The ultimate evolution, which originally required the absorption of both number 17 and number 18, has now seemingly been realized prematurely due to the immense and pure Saiyan energy consumed from Vegeta. It appears that in this world, Shalu's evolutionary path has undergone unexpected mutations, or perhaps Vegeta's energy has played a crucial catalytic role. A subtle smile graced Liu Yu's lips, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. The development of the situation seems to have veered from its original course, becoming all the more fascinating. Chapter 9. The martial arts tournament begins on the television screen, Shala's figure dominated the entire frame. His evolved complete form exuded a disquieting perfection and harmony, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle differences from the original depiction in Dragon Ball Z. The most striking feature was his facial characteristics, a nose sharp as if carved by a knife, eyes piercing like those of a hawk, and an innate arrogance reflected in the upward curve of his lips, which bore an astonishing resemblance to Vegeta. This was not mere mimicry. It appeared as though his traits had been genetically fused with Vegeta's, rendering a face that should belong to a monster, yet exuded a bizarre and sinister handsomeness. Evidently, the complete absorption and fusion of Vegeta's core genes and immense energy not only augmented his power, but also left an indelible mark on his form. Minutes later, Shala's imposing silhouette gradually vanished from the television screen. However, just before the picture faded to black, he left behind a provocative and utterly confident declaration that spread through the airwaves. Tomorrow, at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, I shall host a True Worlds No. 1 martial arts tournament. The location? Those with the courage to challenge will surely discover it. His voice dripped with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse, clearly aimed at specific targets. At that time, I shall personally crush all those who overestimate themselves, including that elusive red-haired scion Liu Yu and the so-called protector of Earth, Sun Wukong. I hope you will not disappoint me. With a flicker, the television signal resumed, and the program restarted, yet the restaurant was enveloped in an eerie silence. Diners exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear and confusion. He only mentioned tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Number 18 suddenly turned her head, her brow furrowed, a hint of barely concealed panic flashing in her azure eyes. She looked at Liu Yu, her voice laced with urgency and confusion, yet he did not specify the location. Are we to search for him like headless flies scattered across the world? Shalu's arrogance and theatrics filled her with profound unease, her desperation to save her brother nearly spilling over. Liu Yu, however, seemed oblivious to the surrounding panic. He gracefully lifted a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, his demeanor calm and unhurried. Hearing number 18's inquiry, he slightly tilted his head, a confident and meaningful smile gracing his lips. Fear not. His voice was gentle yet steady, imbued with a strangely soothing power. That fellow Shalu is akin to the most brilliant lighthouse in the night. The malevolence he deliberately exudes is as clear to me as coordinates on a map. He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls of the restaurant, gazing toward the distant horizon. Surely, Sun Wukong and the others could sense it as well. Such an invitation is more than sufficient for true warriors. He returned his gaze to number 18, genuine interest gleaming in his eyes, a sense of anticipation akin to facing a worthy opponent. Speaking of the legendary Sun Wukong Kakarot, I must admit I am quite intrigued. This opportunity to meet him seems rather appealing. The day passed in silent depression, slipping away unceremoniously. The next morning, at 9 o'clock sharp, the Temple of the Gods, suspended above a sea of clouds, was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending storm, charged with tension. The rising sun cast golden rays upon the ancient stone slabs, yet could not dispel the bone-chilling cold. Centered around Sun Wukong, the Z fighters, Sun Wufan, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, had gathered in the expansive plaza before the temple, each face grave, akin to soldiers preparing for a final battle. The air was thick with an almost tangible tension, each breath heavy. Krillin anxiously rubbed his smooth head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He lowered his voice, almost to himself, murmuring, "We are about to face that monster again. This time I truly feel unprepared." His words trembled with unmasked fear. The memory of being effortlessly knocked out by Shalu like a fly loomed over him like a chilling shadow. And that was merely Shalu after absorbing number 17, far from reaching his complete form. Now, with the absorption of Vegeta, how terrifying would Shalu's power be? He could scarcely fathom it. Sun Wukong sensed his companion's trepidation. He turned his head, still wearing that characteristic, warm smile that seemed capable of melting ice. He approached Krillin, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his tone sincere and considerate. "Krillin, if you feel it is too dangerous and the pressure is overwhelming, you truly do not have to force yourself to come along this time." Though his words were gentle, the implication was clear to all. The impending battle surpassed the threshold of Krillin's involvement. To participate would likely render him less than cannon fodder. How could that be? Krillin, as if stepped on the tail of a cat, flushed with indignation. He vigorously scratched his bald head, appearing both embarrassed and eager. Yet his eyes shone with a determined light. Although I know I may not be of much help and could even become a burden, I absolutely cannot hide here like a coward, watching you all risk your lives. His voice rose with fervor, imbued with resolute determination. If it comes to it, I might as well perish once again, just like on that planet of Mike's. I, Krillin, will never abandon my friends. Sun Wukong looked into his friend's unwavering eyes. Warmth surged within him. He ceased his persuasion, simply nodding gravely, understanding unspoken between them. Very well. He turned to face everyone, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Come closer and place your hands upon me. The group complied, each resting a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder or back. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply the crisp morning air, gradually closing his eyes, his fingers gently pressing together and lightly touching his forehead. He concentrated all his energy, keenly sensing the immense, malevolent aura from afar. An unmistakable invitation from Shalu. Instantaneous movement. With a soft whoosh, a soft white light enveloped everyone's figures. In the next moment, the square was left deserted, shrouded in swirling mist and the rising sun, as if the solemn and resolute gathering had never occurred. The temple returned to silence, awaiting news of the impending battle. In an instant, the space seemed to bend slightly, and Sun Wukong and his companions appeared in a desolate, silent valley. Surrounding them were stark brown rock walls. Barren and lifeless, the air thick with the taste of dry dust and a chilling sense of oppression. At the center of the valley stood an enormous stone arena, crudely assembled from rough boulders, exuding an ancient and wild aesthetic, seemingly designed for the most primal of duels. There, Shalu stood leisurely in the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, as if he were the true master of this realm. His features bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, with a prominent nose and piercing eyes. The habitual smirk at the corners of his mouth radiating absolute arrogance, reminiscent of Vegeta himself. Yet, the expression on his face was a blend of mockery, cruelty, and a playful sense of control. Kakarot, you finally arrived. A voice, strikingly familiar, filled with the Saiyan Prince's unique pride and fierce battle intent, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. It was unmistakably Vegeta. The suddenness of the voice thundered in their ears like a bolt of lightning. Everyone shuddered, their gazes magnetically drawn to Shalu in the center of the arena, filled with disbelief and horror. Vegeta? The relaxed expression on Sun Wukong's face instantly vanished, replaced by profound shock and confusion. He instinctively glanced around, as if searching for the true source of the voice. What was happening? That had clearly been Vegeta's voice. He stared incredulously at Shalu's familiar, yet foreign visage. A ludicrous thought uncontrollably surfacing. Could it be that Vegeta's consciousness had not only escaped absorption, but had instead taken control of this monster? Father, is that you? Trunks exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, his youthful face drained of color, etched with shock, confusion, and a faint, almost unnoticeable glimmer of hope. He gazed intently at Shalu, desperately searching for traces of his father's presence within that face. Ha! Shalu reveled in their astonished expressions, relishing the moment, his laughter echoing with Vegeta's signature tone, dripping with mockery and pride. What's the matter? Surprised? He deliberately mimicked Vegeta's tone, his eyes glinting with mischief. Since I have completely absorbed Vegeta, I naturally inherit all of him, his unique vocal vibrations, all his fragmented memories, his honed battle experience, and... He paused, his gaze deliberately sweeping over Sun Wukong with a hint of malicious amusement. His deep-seated obsession and fighting spirit towards you, Kakarot. Isn't this feeling rather amusing? You bastard. Give my father back. Trunks' reason was instantly consumed by the raw humiliation and provocation. His golden aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, his hair standing on end in a brilliant golden hue. He roared, heedlessly charging toward the arena, wishing to tear Shalu to pieces. Wait, Trunks. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, his arm shooting out like an iron clamp, firmly blocking Trunks' impulsive advance. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto Shalu in the arena. He sternly warned, calm down. Shalu is extraordinarily powerful now. His energy is unfathomable, far beyond our imagination. If you rush in recklessly, it will only lead to your demise. Even though Sun Wukong had already surpassed his previous limits, reaching a new pinnacle, he could clearly sense that the Shalu before him, infused with Vegeta's traits, harbored an energy akin to an unfathomable abyss. exuding a pressure he had never experienced before. This was undoubtedly a terrifying adversary that surpassed any he had faced previously. Shala stood in the arena, looking down at the unfolding scene, his expression of Vegeta's arrogance widening, as if he were savoring the spectacle that was about to unfold under his direction. The wind in the desolate valley seemed to still in the face of the intense atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the top of a luxurious apartment in West City, a spacious and bright living room was bathed in warm morning light filtering through large floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Yu sat leisurely at the dining table, slowly enjoying an exquisite breakfast. The clinking of silver cutlery against fine china contrasted sharply with the oppressive atmosphere at the other end of the room. Number 18 paced back and forth in the living room, the sharp sound of her high heels echoing on the polished floor, betraying her inner agitation. The usual calmness of her exquisite features had vanished, her brow furrowed, her azure eyes filled with unease and urgency, glancing toward the direction from which Shalu's aura emanated, as if each passing second was a torment. Hey! Finally unable to contain herself, she abruptly stopped, spun around, and stormed to the dining table. Her hands slamming down on the smooth surface, leaning slightly forward, her tone icy enough to freeze the air. It's already past 10. Are you going to save number 17 or not? Her piercing gaze bore into Lu Yu. If you won't go, I will. Observing Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were merely enjoying an ordinary weekend morning, her anger surged uncontrollably. Her brother's fate hung in the balance, while this man, endowed with absolute power, remained leisurely at the table. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to the palpable fury emanating from her, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and slowly raised his head to meet number 18's almost fiery glare, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. What's the rush? A good show requires some build-up before the main act. The true protagonist typically makes a grand entrance. He picked up a glass, gently swirling the clear juice inside. Sun Wukong and the others should be able to hold on a bit longer, warming up the stage. According to my vague memories of the plot and sensory perception, the appetizer between Shalu and Sun Wukong shouldn't conclude so swiftly. Then you can stay here and play your supporting role. Number 18's frustration boiled over, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Without another thought, she coldly tossed the words aside, her aura shifting as she transformed into a streak of white light. Crashing through the closed window with a shattering sound, her figure vanishing into the sky, speeding toward the direction of Shalu's evil presence, leaving behind a shower of sparkling glass shards and a rush of cold wind. Sighing, Lu Yu watched the shattered window and the direction in which number 18 had disappeared, shaking his head in resignation, a bemused smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Women truly cannot remain calm, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he ceased to delay, elegantly placing the final exquisite piece of sushi into his mouth, savoring it with meticulous care before swallowing. He then picked up the napkin once more to wipe his hands. His demeanor relaxed as if he were merely preparing for a leisurely stroll. In the next moment, his figure subtly blurred, akin to a television screen flickering due to poor signal, and then vanished completely without a trace. Only the gently swaying chair remained at the dining table, alongside a breeze from outside that brought a hint of coolness, stirring the delicate sheer curtain. The apartment returned to its tranquil state, as if no one had ever graced its presence. In the desolate heart of the valley, a colossal stone arena stood, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, exuding an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. The air seemed to solidify, silencing even the wind. Upon the arena, Sun Wukong and Shalu stood facing each other several dozen meters apart. Sun Wukong had already entered a combative state, enveloped in a refined golden aura, his hair standing on end in resplendent gold, fists clenched, striking the classic pose of the turtle school. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on his opponent, his face radiating not a trace of fear, but rather a pure and fervent excitement unique to encounters with formidable foes. Within that smile lay gravity and caution, yet more prominently was a thirst for pushing beyond limits. In contrast, Shalu appeared unperturbed. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he stood tall, wearing a complex, inscrutable smile that bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's features. This smile contained a modicum of admiration for his opponent's bravery, intertwined with a playful mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. His perfectly sculpted physique emanated an aura reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, seemingly tranquil, yet harboring a heart-stopping energy. Sun Wukong, I did not expect you to be the first to dare step onto this stage, Shala spoke. His voice deep and magnetic, infused with Vegeta's distinct accent, yet tinged with a frigid undertone. Come, Shala. Sun Wukong's voice boomed with fervor, his fighting spirit soaring, the golden aura around him swelling. Let me witness firsthand how much stronger you have become after absorbing Vegeta. The bloodlust within him surged, boiling with anticipation for a battle against a worthy adversary. Heh, Shala chuckled softly, as if savoring an amusing thought. Did you know? The consciousness of Vegeta that lingers within me is exceptionally strong, particularly his obsession with you. Raising a hand, he pointed a finger at Sun Wukong, his eyes glimmering with mischief. His greatest wish is to defeat you with his own hands, Kakarot, since I have inherited everything from him. It seems fitting to indulge in this small desire of his as a means of entertainment. Is that so? Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened instantaneously, akin to a drawn sword, his aura condensing further. Then let me see if you are worthy to fulfill this wish. Before his words had fully escaped, a thunderous explosion erupted. The air around Sun Wukong's original position detonated into a white sound barrier. In a fraction of a second, his figure blurred and vanished, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of human perception. In the next instant, Shala's pupils contracted slightly. Sun Wukong's form, akin to instantaneous movement, appeared less than a meter away from him. Harnessing the tremendous kinetic energy from his terrifying speed, Sun Wukong's right fist clenched tightly, his arm muscles bulging like a coiled dragon, the surface of his fist gathering a highly compressed golden energy wave, emitting a piercing scream as it tore through the air. Simple and direct, yet imbued with the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split seas, launching towards Shala's face with unyielding force. This punch bore no embellishments, only the utmost velocity and might. The wind from his fist distorted the space around him, and the violent airflow lifted the debris from the arena floor, sending it flying. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Bring it on. In the face of Sun Wukong's earth-shattering punch, Shala exhibited no inclination to retreat. Rather, his eyes ignited with a fervent excitement akin to molten lava. He let out a low, jubilant cheer from his throat, standing firm with his right fist clenched, his emerald armor gleaming with a metallic sheen as he retaliated with a powerful punch. The air screamed with a sharp crackling sound as their fists collided. Boom! The moment their fists met was akin to the collision of two meteorites. A profoundly thunderous sound, resonating throughout the desolate valley, erupted violently. The point of impact erupted in a dazzling flash of energy, instantly engulfing both combatants. Following this, a visible circular shockwave, a blend of gold and green, surged outward like a tsunami from the two figures. The solid ground of the arena cracked like fragile biscuits, and the chaotic winds whipped the debris into a blinding sandstorm. Sweeping violently in all directions, the nearby Z-fighters were forced to retreat rapidly, struggling to maintain their footing against the overwhelming force. This was merely the beginning. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony echoed like relentless thunder, reverberating wildly across the arena. As the dust settled, the onlookers could only glimpse two indistinct figures, one golden and one green, flashing with incomprehensible speed, colliding and intertwining within the vast arena. The specific actions were obscured, but one could discern. The golden afterimage, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, emanated an unstoppable momentum with each appearance. The green specter, elusive and unpredictable, skillfully intercepted each assault with uncanny precision. The air tore apart under the extreme velocity, creating a series of distorted, wave-like ripples that flickered in and out across the arena. Each point of collision erupted in small bursts of energy fireworks, accompanied by deafening sonic booms and visible spherical shockwave ripples. The entire arena resembled a war drum being relentlessly hammered by an invisible giant, the deep and lethal rumbling resonating with scarcely a pause. At the edge of the arena, the Z-fighters stood in stunned silence, cold sweat soaking their backs. It's too fast. My eyes can't keep up, Krillin exclaimed, rubbing his eyes vigorously, his dynamic vision rendered ineffective against such staggering speed. I can't see a thing. Tien's third eye widened in astonishment. Yet even so, he could only catch fleeting, vague glimpses of the chaotic trajectories. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his green visage grave, relying on his exceptional Namekian perception. He could barely sense the two terrifying energies colliding in space, but visually, it remained a blurred spectacle. Trunks clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Consumed by a blend of anger for his father's plight and awe at the overwhelming display of power before him, a sense of helplessness washing over him. However, amidst this group of nearly blinded spectators, one stood apart, Sun Wukong. The young Sun Wukong remained still, his usually gentle gaze now sharpened like that of a hawk, his pupils reflecting the chaotic, intertwining lights upon the arena. Remarkably, he was able to keep pace with the incomprehensible rhythm of attack and defense between his father and Shalu. He could perceive the intricate angles of his father's heavy punches and Shalu's unpredictable evasions and fierce counters. The clearer he saw, the tighter he clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from exertion, his youthful face etched with an intensity and a hint of restrained concern that belied his age. The dormant power within him, far exceeding that of his father, seemed to elevate his senses to an extraordinary level. Chapter 10. The Young Sun Wukong. As the hearts and minds of all were firmly captivated by the breathtaking battle on the arena, two sharp sounds slicing through the air pierced the heavy atmosphere of the valley, swiftly approaching from afar. This sudden noise, amidst the deafening roar of combat, proved particularly jarring, instantly shattering the solemn ambience. The Namekian warrior, Bick, endowed with perceptions far beyond the ordinary, was the first to sense the anomalous energy fluctuations. His green head abruptly turned towards the source of the sound, his white pupils constricting sharply, as his keen gaze locked onto the 2 points of light hastily descending from the horizon. As the lights enlarged and became clearer, Bick's green brows knitted tightly, and in a low voice tinged with profound concern, he addressed his companions. "It is that red-haired Lu Yue and the android 18. Though his voice was soft, it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. They have indeed come." Bick's tone was laced with deep vigilance and a hint of unease, his white eyes glimmering with wariness as they fixated on the two descending figures. Appearing at this pivotal moment that determined the fate of Earth, their allegiance remained uncertain. His apprehension was palpable. The presence of one cell had already rendered the situation precarious, and any additional variables could lead to dire consequences. Trunks, drawn by the sound, turned to see Lu Yue's calm demeanor, as if he were merely a spectator, causing a momentary hesitation within him. He quietly confided to Bick, "Uncle Bick, my intuition tells me that Mr. Lu Yue may not be a villain. Although he exudes an unfathomable and intimidating aura, I do not sense the pure, nauseating evil and desire for destruction that emanates from Cell." "I hope your intuition proves accurate," Bick replied solemnly, his tone betraying lingering doubt, his taut muscles indicating that he maintained the highest level of vigilance. If this enigmatic Lu Yue harbored ulterior motives, their current predicament would undoubtedly worsen. "I will speak with him and gauge his intentions," Trunks resolved, taking a deep breath as if to quell the tension within. He moved, a faint aura surrounding him, and gracefully ascended to where Lu Yue and 18 stood atop a distant boulder. "Mr. Lu Yue, you have indeed come." Trunks endeavored to muster a friendly and composed smile, though a trace of barely perceptible anxiety lingered in his eyes. His gaze quickly swept over the strikingly cold 18 beside Lu Yue, momentarily flashing with a complex array of emotions, instinctive wariness towards a perceived ally of Cell, coupled with the uncontrollable anger and sorrow stemming from his father Vegeta's fate at Cell's hands, while 18 remained unscathed. He forcibly suppressed these tumultuous feelings. "Yes," Lu Yue replied nonchalantly, his gaze casually gliding over Trunks before casting a slightly exasperated glance at the visibly anxious 18, who kept glancing toward the arena. His tone was as calm as discussing the weather. "I have come to handle a matter as requested." His relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Summoning his courage, Trunks leaned forward slightly, cautiously inquiring in a tone that blended probing with pleading. "Mr. Lu Yue, if I may be so bold, should my uncle Wukong unfortunately fall in this battle, would you be willing to intervene against Cell?" He posed the question with utmost care, choosing his words delicately, fully aware that they were mere strangers and had no right to demand such risks from him. Upon hearing Trunks' inquiry, Lu Yue's lips curled into a half-smile, imbued with an air of knowing amusement and absolute confidence. His gaze drifted past Trunks towards the frantic clash of golden and green lights on the arena, his tone casual as if discussing a mere game. "We shall see. If the timing is right and the atmosphere permits, I would not mind stepping onto the stage to stretch my muscles and have a go with that green fellow." His words left room for interpretation, yet exuded a formidable confidence, as if victory was already assured. Upon receiving this near promise, Trunks' eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, akin to a beacon of hope piercing through despair. He excitedly clasped his fists and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Mr. Liu Yue. We shall never forget your kindness." Without lingering, he swiftly turned and transformed into a streak of light, racing back to Bick and the others. Eager to share this potentially pivotal news. On the rock, only Liu Yue remained, alongside the intensely focused 18, whose eyes were nearly ablaze with fury. At this moment, the fierce battle on the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. The golden streaks of light and the green shadows clashed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, each encounter erupting in deafening roars and blinding flashes of energy, the ensuing shockwaves ravaging the entire valley. However, as time progressed, the tide of battle began to reveal subtle shifts. Although the golden flames enveloping Sun Wukong remained fervent and radiant, his previously relentless assault had noticeably lost some of its initial ferocity, with his speed slightly lagging and a hint of imperceptible sluggishness creeping into his movements. In contrast, Cell's emerald figure remained as agile as a specter, his aura steady and unyielding, responding to Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught with a composed demeanor, even exuding a playful mockery reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. The power of his perfect form seemed inexhaustible, akin to an unfathomable abyss. "This is bad. My stamina is depleting far too rapidly, nearing its limits," Sun Wukong thought in alarm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although the Super Saiyan full power state significantly mitigated unnecessary energy loss, engaging in such high-intensity combat against an opponent of Cell's caliber exerted an extraordinary toll on his stamina. He felt his energy begin to falter, his lungs heaving like a bellows, while Cell's power appeared boundless. The balance was tipping toward defeat. "What is the matter, Sun Wukong?" Cell keenly detected the subtle signs of fatigue in Sun Wukong, his face, so reminiscent of Vegeta's, displaying a blend of mockery and disappointment. His voice cut through the tumult of combat with clarity, his attacks softening and his speed diminishing. "If your strength is merely at this level, it truly disappoints me." He felt the vast energy and battle instinct surging within him, a sense of absolute confidence in his control over everything. Hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly feigned a strike, utilizing the rebound from Cell's block to propel himself backward, creating a distance of several meters between them. He knelt slightly on the arena, breathing heavily, his chest visibly heaving, and his golden hair seemed to quiver slightly due to his unstable energy. However, instead of displaying a countenance of defeat, he bore a candid and serene smile, sweat cascading down his cheeks. "Cell, though I am reluctant," Sun Wukong gasped, his voice remarkably clear despite his labored breaths. "I must acknowledge that I am currently not your match." He inhaled deeply, raised his right arm high, and declared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the valley, "I concede this match." "What?" The Z fighters below the arena erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Krillin, Tianjin fan, and Perozu wore expressions of utter shock and confusion. Bick's green visage was clouded with incomprehension. Trunks, too, could hardly contain his astonishment. The battle was still ongoing. While Sun Wukong appeared somewhat fatigued, he was far from at his wits' end. Why, then, would he suddenly concede? Shala was evidently taken aback, his mocking smile freezing in place before swiftly transforming into a dark displeasure. "Sun Wukong, you should know better than anyone. If all of you fall to my hands, I shall unhesitatingly obliterate this planet. Your surrender now is akin to relinquishing the very fate of Earth. Have you lost your mind? I am fully aware of the consequences." Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, leaping gracefully from the arena. As he landed, the golden aura surrounding him swiftly retracted and dissipated, his hair reverting to its natural black, restoring him to his usual state. His face bore no trace of despondency or despair. Instead, it radiated an indescribable, almost unwavering confidence. He approached his bewildered son, Sun Wufan, extending his broad palm to reassuringly pat the latter's somewhat frail shoulder with trust. Sun Wukong's gaze was intense, fixed on Sun Wufan's youthful, bewildered eyes. As he spoke with resolute conviction, "My surrender does not signify our defeat, nor does it imply that no one can vanquish you, Shalu." He abruptly turned, his gaze like a lightning bolt aimed at Shalu in the arena, then returned to Sun Wufan, his voice imbued with boundless expectation and entrustment. Wu Fan. The next moment belongs to you. I believe in the dormant power within you. Awaken it. He placed all his hopes and the fate of the earth unreservedly upon this seemingly gentle, even timid son, entrusting it to the vast potential that even he felt a pang of trepidation towards, yet remained unawakened. The winds in the valley seemed to still under the weight of this heavy expectation. It appeared that the complete absorption of Vegeta had not only granted Shalu immense energy, but had also, to some extent, optimized his genetic structure, resulting in a mutation that transcended the originally intended evolutionary path. Liyue, who had been observing from a distance atop a rock, stood with arms crossed, calmly analyzing the battle. His deep-set eyes sparkled with rational insight. He was now likely stronger than the fully realized form that had required the absorption of androids 17 and 18 in the annals of Dragon Ball Z history. Sun Wukong's defeat had long been anticipated by him, while the question of whether Sun Wufan could overcome this mutated Shalu loomed large in his mind. As expected, the unfolding events validated Liyue's predictions. In the arena, the young Sun Wufan, under his father's earnest hopes and encouragement, unleashed a staggering potential. His golden aura soared, engaging Shalu in a fierce confrontation. His strength and speed were at times astonishing, even allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Shalu. However, the chasm of power proved insurmountable. Shalu's strength seemed bottomless, and his combat experience was ruthless and seasoned. After several minutes, Sun Wufan's offensive began to falter, revealing numerous openings. With a painful grunt, Shalu delivered a brutally precise punch that breached Sun Wufan's defenses, striking his abdomen with force. The terrifying power erupted instantly, extinguishing Sun Wufan's aura like a candle in the wind, his hair reverting to black as he became akin to a kite severed from its string. Blood spewed from his mouth, propelled by the overwhelming impact, crashing against the distant rock wall like a cannonball. The wall crumbled, creating a deep crater amidst a flurry of debris. Sun Wufan lay embedded in the pit, his clothes tattered and body marred with injuries, completely unconscious. Wufan. Piccolo's expression twisted in an instant upon witnessing this scene. Unable to contain his fury and anguish, he rushed to Sun Wukong, gripping his collar tightly. His voice trembling with intense anger and concern. Son, look at the mess you've made. You are gambling with Wufan's life. You have forced him into a corner, yet he has not been able to unleash the power you spoke of. His anxious demeanor suggested that Sun Wufan was akin to his own flesh and blood. This is impossible. How could this happen? Sun Wukong did not shake off Piccolo's grip. Instead, he furrowed his brow tightly. His gaze locked on his unconscious son in the distance. Confusion and reluctance etched on his face as he murmured, I can sense a vast, dormant power within Wufan, far exceeding my own strength. Why at this critical juncture, can he not awaken it completely? For the first time, his faith wavered. At that moment, Shalu approached the edge of the crater, casually kicking the unconscious Sun Wufan as if treating him like refuse, sending him sprawling from the rock wall into a heap of rubble, motionless. This act of blatant disrespect ignited the fury of the Z fighters. Shalu then slowly turned away, disregarding Sun Wufan, who had lost all combat capability. His eerie eyes, combining Vegeta's sharpness with his own cold cruelty, swept across the arena like a spotlight, ultimately locking firmly and precisely onto Liyue, who remained an observer at a distance. A wild grin spread across Shalu's face, filled with savage intent and cruel mockery. Exposing his row of stark white teeth, he slowly raised his arm, extending a finger to point directly at Liyue. His voice, no longer adopting Vegeta's timbre, reverted to his own unique tone, a chilling blend of synthetic coldness and biological warmth that resonated through the stillness of the valley. Carrying an undeniable ultimatum, the tedious warm-up is over. Now, it is your turn, red-haired scion. Chapter 11. Power. The atmosphere seemed to solidify into a heavy leaden weight, suffocating those present. Shalu's finger, filled with provocation and lethal intent, acted as a precise focal point, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in attendance. In unison, the Z fighters turned their gazes towards the solitary, towering massive rock in the distance. Liyue stood there quietly, the mountain breeze tousling his short black hair and the edges of his garment, his expression calm as if the tense situation before him bore no relevance to him. This sudden focus shattered the silence in the valley, which had been steeped in the aftermath of Sun Wufan's devastating defeat. replaced by a palpable tension that nearly ignited the very air. Etched deeply across every face was a look of disbelief. Are you ready to be torn to shreds? You damned red-haired mongrel? Shalu's voice rang out again, akin to ice picks scraping against stone, each word laced with a chilling malice and unrestrained desire for destruction. The humiliation you inflicted upon me and Vegeta will soon be repaid tenfold. A confident smirk graced his lips, contorted with excitement, as his eyes shimmered with a cruel glint. A blend of Vegeta's sharpness and his own malevolence, as if he could already envision Liu writhing in agony under his absolute power, begging for mercy. In this suffocating atmosphere, Piccolo slightly turned his head, his white pupils filled with gravity and doubt. He lowered his voice, barely audible to those nearby, addressing Sun Wukong. Son, to be frank, do you believe this suddenly emerged Liu truly possesses the capability to contend with the current Shalu? His voice was hoarse, revealing a deep-seated uncertainty. The overwhelming might exhibited by Shalu kept him on high alert regarding any unknown variables. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, instinctively scratched his iconic spiky black hair, his brow furrowing deeply, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Liu in the distance. The matter is rather difficult to articulate, as his tone was laced with rare hesitation. It was evident that Shalu's might exceeded his expectations. That fellow Shalu was astonishingly powerful. Even Gohan seemed overwhelmed. He let out a sigh, his gaze drifting towards his unconscious son, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes, before shifting to Liu. Although Trunks had asserted that Liu was formidable, facing such a Shalu would likely pose a challenge, wouldn't it? His intuition hinted at the unfathomable depths of Shalu's strength. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared to recall a crucial detail. Abruptly turning his head with a perplexed expression directed at Trunks, lowering his voice to inquire, "By the way, Trunks, weren't you quite certain that Liu was covered in red fur and looked quite unique?" Yet now he blinked vigorously, as if to reconfirm, directing his gaze towards Liu perched upon the rocks. Aside from the tail behind him, he seemed no different from our ordinary Saiyan brethren on Vegeta. What is the explanation for this? Before him, Liu exhibited black hair and black eyes, a tall and composed figure with a restrained aura, starkly contrasting the wild charm he had described earlier. This immense discrepancy left Sun Wukong utterly bewildered. The attention of the entire Z Warrior team momentarily shifted from the terror instilled by Shalu to the enigmatic transformation of Liu. "I noticed that as well," Trunks remarked, his brow furrowing, his gaze fixed on Liu in the distance, musing quietly in response to Sun Wukong's query. "That form, enveloped in dense red fur and brimming with primal power, I suspect it may be a special transformation state of Mr. Liu that exceeds the level of Super Saiyan." He boldly articulated his hypothesis, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertain reverence. After all, for everyone present, the existence of a realm beyond Super Saiyan was a completely unknown and mysterious territory. Indeed, that makes sense. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if a vital realization had dawned upon him. He slapped his thigh with vigor, the shadow cast by Gohan's defeat lifting from his face, rekindling a spark of hope. If Liu indeed harbored an even stronger transformation, there might still be a chance to defeat Shalu. However, beneath this hopeful exterior, a flicker of regret and unwillingness stirred within him. If only he could also transcend to that legendary level. Perhaps he would not have to rely on this sudden stranger for the fate of Earth. As the Z Warriors engaged in hushed discussion, Shalu in the center of the arena had escalated his provocations to a peak. The malevolent aura emanating from him surged like a tangible black tide, relentlessly assaulting the nerves of those present. Yet, Liu's reaction to Shalu's murderous roar was surprisingly calm. He merely emitted a faint, disdainful scoff from his nostrils, the corners of his mouth curling into an unmistakable smirk, as though he had encountered an exceedingly poor joke. He raised his gaze, meeting Shalu's bloodthirsty eyes with a tranquil stare, retorting, "Do you truly believe that merely absorbing a fraction of Vegeta's insignificant energy grants you the right to howl before me?" His tone was nonchalant, even laced with a hint of languor, yet the profound contempt embedded in his words was more insulting than any roar. Empty bravado. Shalu was thoroughly enraged by Liu's utter disdain. Veins bulged on his forehead as he grinned menacingly, declaring, "I can see you are trembling with fear inside, desperately putting on this facade. My current strength is far beyond what lowly beings like you can fathom." "Ignorant," Liu gently shook his head, his expression resembling that of someone pitying the irredeemably lost, sighing, "How tragic." He ceased further words, casually raising his right hand toward Shalu, nonchalantly beckoning with his index finger. The gesture was as effortless as summoning a disobedient pet, brimming with the utmost provocative disrespect. "Since you are so confident in yourself, why not come and see for yourself?" This flippant gesture and speech ignited the final fuse. Standing beside Liyue, number 18 could distinctly sense the overwhelming, suffocating aura radiating from Shalu, akin to a primordial beast. Her exquisite face drained of color as she instinctively took a half-step forward, lowering her voice with unmistakable concern. "Are you truly confident? Shalu's aura has intensified tremendously after he absorbed my brother and Vegeta." She feared that this sole glimmer of hope could be extinguished due to arrogance. Hearing her words, Liyue slowly turned to face number 18. When his gaze fell upon her anxious expression, the teasing and coldness in his eyes softened instantly, transforming into a reassuring smile imbued with absolute confidence. "What is this?" He tilted his head slightly, his tone teasing. "Are you beginning to doubt me?" He extended his hand, naturally patting number 18's shoulder, the motion gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. "Do not worry, just step aside and watch. Observe how I educate this disobedient creation." His words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, as number 18 found herself entranced by the calmness in his profound gaze, her swirling anxiety inexplicably settling. Biting her lip, she ultimately nodded, softly advising, "Very well, just be careful." With that, she hesitated no longer, gracefully retreating to a massive rock several dozen meters away. Her azure eyes fixated intently on the arena, her palms slightly sweating from tension. "To act so brazenly before me, even as death approaches. Prepare to perish." Liyue's complete disregard from start to finish, along with that final dismissive gesture, ignited the last remnants of Shalu's sanity into a blazing inferno. His grin twisted into a grotesque snarl, boundless murderous intent erupting from within him like a tsunami, the emerald flames ascending skyward, distorting the very air of the arena. The battle was imminent. With a piercing shriek, the air was torn apart by an unimaginable speed. In the next instant, Shala's figure seemed to vanish from reality as if erased by an eraser, abruptly disappearing from his previous location. The swiftness was so extraordinary that it left behind a faintly distorted, slowly dissipating green afterimage, as if the very fabric of space had failed to respond in time. "How fast?" Sun Wukong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, unable to suppress his astonished exclamation. His honed dynamic vision could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred green streak racing past the edge of his sight. A chill surged up his spine. Had Shala utilized such incomprehensible speed from the outset, he would have had no opportunity even to raise his hand in surrender before being utterly overwhelmed. This velocity had transcended the very limits of Super Saiyan's full power. Meanwhile, behind Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi felt as if their vision had abruptly blurred. With no time to register any image on their retinas, Shala's presence seemed to evaporate into thin air, completely vanishing from their perception. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed them, cold sweat drenching their backs. Would Liyue be able to respond in time? This thought pierced each mind like an ice pick. "Get down," roared Shalu, his voice filled with fury and murderous intent, echoing like thunder in the stillness, exploding just a meter away from Liyue. His figure appeared like a specter, seemingly completing a teleportation. At this moment, he was enveloped in a dazzling golden aura, burning fiercely like a miniature sun, illuminating his grotesque visage. Reminiscent of a demon from the underworld, his right fist was clenched tightly, the muscles and armor on his arm creaking under the immense strain. The energy compressed before his fist caused the surrounding air to warp violently, producing a deafening sonic boom. This punch embodied all the strength he had acquired after absorbing Vegeta, along with his deep-seated humiliation and rage. Carrying the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and evaporating oceans, aimed directly at Liyue's face. He vowed to reduce that arrogant head to cosmic dust. However, a soft sound echoed, a crisp, brief note, almost leisurely. This sound stood in stark contrast to the chaotic roar of the wind generated by Shalu's punch. Yet it resonated with clarity, piercing the eardrums of everyone present like a cold silver needle. Time seemed to be forcibly stretched and frozen at that instant. The scene appeared as if captured in a still frame. Shalu's fist, imbued with world-ending power, halted abruptly less than 3 inches from Lu Yue's nose. The violent gust from the punch tousled Lu Yue's black hair, yet he did not blink. A hand, seemingly ordinary and clad in a simple black-sleeved garment, had quietly risen at some unknown moment, fingers splayed with effortless grace, casually blocking the path of Sha Lu's devastating blow. The point of contact between fist and palm did not unleash the anticipated energy shockwave or thunderous roar. The terrifying kinetic energy capable of demolishing a city seemed to collide with an unfathomable black hole, absorbed silently and completely annihilated. Lu Yue's arm did not tremble in the slightest. The rocks beneath his feet remained unscathed, as if they had merely weathered a gentle breeze. The sinister, self-assured grin on Sha Lu's face froze completely in that moment, as if he had donned a clumsy mask. His pupils dilated and constricted in shock and confusion, reflecting Lu Yue's calm, almost mocking expression. The wind ceased. The sound vanished. The entire desolate valley fell into a profound silence. Only that crisp sound lingered, echoing in everyone's minds. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, with every moment crystal clear and suffocating. Sha Lu's fearsome punch, capable of flattening mountains, accompanied by a shrill scream and blinding golden aura, came to an abrupt halt less than an inch from Lu Yue's nose, as if it had slammed into an invisible, insurmountable barrier. The frozen moment was filled with absurdity and an extreme contrast of power. A hand, seemingly ordinary and covered in a black fabric sleeve, had risen like a ghost in a billionth of a second. Fingers naturally spread, the gesture so relaxed it seemed merely to brush away dust, yet with pinpoint accuracy. It effortlessly enveloped Sha Lu's fist, capable of shattering stars, within its palm. The annihilation of power was silent, yet more terrifying. There was no anticipated cataclysmic roar, no explosive brilliance of energy collision. The kinetic energy that could instantaneously evaporate a metropolis upon contact with Lu Yue's palm surged into an abyss. Like a flood rushing into a bottomless chasm, all ferocious force consumed, disassembled, and dissipated into nothingness. Not even a ripple of impact was stirred. Even more astonishing was that, having taken on this world-ending strike, Lu Yue had not moved a single step. The rocky ground beneath him remained intact, not even a speck of dust disturbed. He stood there quietly, as if he had not received a lethal blow, but rather a falling feather. What? No, it's impossible. The expression on Sha Lu's face, a blend of cruelty and confidence, entirely froze and shattered in that moment. An extreme shock poured down from his head like ice water, nearly solidifying his blood. His pupils wildly contracted and expanded, reflecting Lu Yue's calm, yet infuriatingly serene visage, mere inches away. He felt his fist not striking flesh, but colliding with an ancient, indestructible cosmic barrier. No matter how fiercely he summoned his inner energy, it felt as if it had sunk into the ocean, unable to budge that palm in the slightest. This absolute disparity in power instilled a tremor and sense of absurdity deep within his soul. What? Below the stage? Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth involuntarily agape, his face a canvas of sheer shock and bewilderment. He instinctively took half a step forward, as if to confirm whether what he had witnessed was an illusion. Gulu, Baika struggled to swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, beads of cold sweat dotting his green forehead, glinting in the sunlight. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. He didn't even utilize his Super Saiyan form and remained in his ordinary state. This realization shocked him more than Lu Yue withstanding the attack. Mr. Lin Lu Yue had become this powerful. Trunks, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and the others stood as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt, completely frozen in place, transformed into lifelike statues. They gaped, their minds blank, nearly forgetting to breathe. Everything unfolding before them had surpassed their comprehension, overturning all prior notions of strength. The desperate gulf was a silent proclamation. This incredible scene struck the Z warrior's last flicker of hope like a sledgehammer. In his normal state, Lu Yue displayed not the slightest fluctuation in breath, effortlessly, as naturally as breathing, withstood Sha Lu's all-out, lightning-fast lethal strike. The disparity in strength was no longer a chasm, but a gulf of unimaginable proportions. The seemingly imperious Sha Lu, capable of annihilating everything, appeared minuscule before the red-haired scion named Lu Yue, as insignificant as an ant beneath a giant's foot, his very existence seeming laughably trivial. Chapter 12. A casual gesture indeed, so powerful. Sun Wukong gazed upon the astonishing scene on the stage. His customary optimistic smile replaced by a hint of bitterness, instinctively raising a hand to scratch the back of his head, his tone filled with incredulous awe. Had it been me, I wouldn't have even been able to see the movement of Sha Lu's explosive punch, let alone withstand it. I would have been crushed in an instant. A tumult of emotions surged within him, realizing that such formidable kin lay hidden on Earth, while he, the so-called strongest, had been utterly oblivious to it. This cognitive shock left him feeling disoriented. On the stage, time seemed to freeze. Lu Yue maintained the pose of lightly grasping Sha Lu's fist, his form as steadfast as a rock, not a single corner of his garment fluttering. His expression was serene, as though he had merely brushed away a speck of dust rather than deflected a world-shattering blow. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze calmly resting on Sha Lu's face. Contorted in shock with dilated pupils, a faint yet playful curve gracing his lips, his tone laced with a hint of languid mockery. "What's wrong, Sha Lu? Do not tell me that after all your efforts in assimilating Vegeta and merging his genes and power, the extent of your strength amounts to such a meager degree." He shook his head gently, as if genuinely disappointed. "If this is your limit, it truly fails to ignite my interest. There you are, reveling in your own arrogance." Sha Lu, like a viper whose tail has been stepped on, suddenly exerted force, attempting to withdraw his fist from Lu's seemingly casual, yet indomitably firm grip. His body staggered backward, propelled by the force of his own exertion. He roared with a facade of bravado, trying to mask his inner turmoil. "Just now, I merely exerted 5/10 of my strength to gauge you. You should not be so presumptuous." However, his flickering gaze, the trembling muscles of his arms, and the bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple betrayed the tempest of fear within him. The punch he threw had concentrated at least 70 to 80% of his power, with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing, enough to shatter tectonic plates. But what was the outcome? It was effortlessly caught by his opponent with a single hand, almost insultingly so. Not even a ripple of energy was stirred. This unfathomable disparity in strength sent a chill of dread coursing through his very genes. "Oh, is that so? Merely 5/10 of your power?" Lu Yue chuckled softly, the sound laced with unabashed mockery. "Then allow me to witness your so-called full strength and see if it merits my attention." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked Sha Lu's fist with what appeared to be a casual motion, a gentle shake of his wrist. The movement was so subtle that it could hardly be perceived, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. Yet, it was this seemingly trivial flick that unleashed an indescribable, overwhelming force, akin to a slumbering primordial beast awakening with fury, coursing down Lu's arm in an instant. This power was not a brute forceful impact, but rather a deeper, more terrifying oscillation that stripped away all defenses. It disregarded Sha Lu's muscular barriers and energy resistance, targeting directly at his core. Ugh! Sha Lu felt an irresistible surge of might engulf him, rendering his entire arm and half his body instantly numb. He felt akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, helplessly flung away. Boom! Sha Lu's body was hurled back as if launched from a catapult, transforming into a blurred green shadow that surpassed his own sprinting speed, accompanied by a terrifying sound of air being severed. Crashing into the center of the arena dozens of meters away. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the Earth's heart being struck violently. The surface of the immensely hard rock arena shattered, creating a massive pit over 5 meters in diameter, its edges riddled with radial cracks. Dense clouds of dust mixed with countless fragments soared skyward like volcanic ash, enveloping Sha Lu's form entirely, leaving only the sound of debris cascading down. After a moment of silence, "Cough, cough, that damnable wretch. Unforgivable." From within the dust, Sha Lu's furious coughs and distorted roars of rage emerged. He struggled to rise from the deep pit, his emerald shell coated in dust and tiny cracks, appearing utterly disheveled. Rage had stripped him of reason. His eyes, an unsettling blend of Vegeta's sharpness and his own malevolence, were bloodshot. He pounded the ground with his fists, like a frenzied beast, striking the earth with reckless abandon. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, muffled sounds echoed through the valley like war drums, each punch causing the ground to tremble slightly, leaving shallow impressions. Humiliation, disbelief, and a flicker of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. He could not accept that after absorbing Vegeta and attaining nearly perfect power, he would be dismissed so casually, as if swatting a fly. This absolute domination felt more agonizing than death itself. Liyue is truly formidable. Standing behind a massive boulder, 18 instinctively covered her slightly parted lips with her hand. Her cerulean eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Liyue's towering figure, which remained remarkably clear amidst the swirling dust. Even with her cold demeanor, a tempest of emotions stirred deep within her heart. It was a blend of shock, reassurance, and an indescribable thrill. The overwhelming power, the enigmatic aura of calm in the face of adversity, and the heroic timing of Liyue's arrival in her moment of despair had cast a stone into the icy lake of her heart, sending ripples throughout. Clearly, Shala was no match for Liyue. Son Goku crossed his arms, his expression grave as he reached a conclusion. Despite his naturally optimistic disposition and desire to engage with the strong, the undeniable chasm of power before him transcended the realm of combat, resembling more a one-sided exhibition. The disparity in their levels was glaringly apparent. At that very moment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Driven to madness, Shalu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He perceived Liyue, seemingly glancing toward 18, as if momentarily distracted. Now is the time. Die! Shalu roared within, his murderous intent surging. No longer hesitating, he brought his palms together before his chest with blinding speed and thrust them forward with ferocity. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sonic booms erupted. Before Shalu's palms, two golden wheels, each exceeding a meter in diameter and spinning at high velocity, suddenly materialized. The edges of these wheels glimmered with a chilling, deadly light capable of slicing through space. Emitting a sharp hum, this was Krillin's signature technique, Kaiwansen. Yet the magnitude, energy density, and destructive aura of these two Kaiwan's hands were exponentially more terrifying than when Krillin himself performed them. They resembled two moons of death, wielding the power to rend all as they arced toward Liyue's neck and vital abdomen, intent on entrapment. A cruel and sinister smile crept across Shalu's face. He aimed to dismember the one who had brought him endless humiliation. Is this my Kaiwansen? Krillin gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend what he was witnessing. But how could the power and scale of this technique become so formidable in Shalu's hands? As the creator of Kaiwansen, he understood its terrifying potential better than anyone. Its extraordinary cutting attributes could almost disregard energy defenses. But the Kaiwansen Shalu unleashed now not only expanded several times in size, but was imbued with an energy so ferocious it made his scalp tingle. He could not help but break into a cold sweat for Liyue, his heart lodged in his throat. On the arena, the two deathly golden wheels, each surpassing a meter in diameter, shrieked through the air with a sound that could tear asunder the fabric of reality, akin to two golden comets racing left and right, sealing off all avenues of evasion for Liyue as they bore down on him. The razor-sharp aura even made those watching from a distance feel a twinge of pain upon their skin. Yet, in the face of this lethal onslaught capable of cleaving mountains as though they were mere tofu, Liyue's gaze remained as tranquil as a deep pool, undisturbed by the chaos. Just as the blades of the Kaiwansen were about to make contact with his body, he seemingly unconcernedly raised both hands, his movements as languid as if swatting away bothersome flies, gently striking outward toward the approaching golden wheels. Slap, slap, two crisp sounds, almost incongruous amidst the tempest of raging energy, rang out. In the next instant, a spectacle that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. Those two golden wheels, infused with destructive energy and edged with lethal brilliance, shattered as if struck by a mighty hammer, crumbling like fragile glass. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Instead, it disintegrated into countless minute golden specks, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the night sky, brilliant yet ephemeral, quickly fading and vanishing into the air as if they had never existed. Liu Yu's attire remained untouched by the slightest breeze. Completely futile, the expression of unbridled rage on Shalu's face, twisted by anticipation, abruptly froze. As though he had donned a rigid mask, the sheer astonishment struck him like a deluge of icy water, leaving him chilled to the bone, his ferocity rapidly dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of weight and dread. His confident strike, one that should have assured victory, had failed to even provoke a single step from his opponent, let alone alter his expression in the slightest. This was no mere disparity, it was an insurmountable chasm. In light of this, A wave of overwhelming despair and terror instantaneously morphed into a frenzied mania. Shalu's eyes turned crimson, his muscles taut, the emerald carapace creaking under the strain of overloading energy. Then, let us see how you fare against this. The ultimate Kamehameha wave. He unleashed a beastly roar, bringing his palms together at his waist with ferocity. A hum resonated as an energy far greater than any previous attempt began to coalesce in his palms. A deep, almost black, blue energy, swirling chaotically like a runaway star. Compressing and expanding. An intense blue light erupted, illuminating the shadowy valley as if it were day, outshining even the sun. The terrifying energy waves surged forth like a tangible tsunami, causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently, small stones lifting from the earth and floating in the air. Huh! Shalu howled in a fit of hysteria, pouring every ounce of energy and strength into the attack. The colossal sphere of deep blue energy, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and infused with his despair and madness, surged forth from his palms, akin to a world-ending beast freed from its shackles, hurtling toward Liu Yu with cataclysmic force. As the energy sphere passed, space twisted violently, leaving a deep, charred trench in its wake. While the air sizzled and crackled from the intense heat, the entire valley lamenting under the pressure of this strike. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic energy torrent, Liu Yu merely shook his head slightly, a hint of near pity gracing his features as if he were observing a child struggling in vain. It is futile, Shalu. His voice, calm yet piercing through the tumult of energy, conveyed an undeniable truth. There exists an absolute gap in the hierarchy of life between us. This seemingly magnificent display of power is rendered meaningless in the face of true essence. Just as his words fell, at the moment the destructive energy sphere was about to engulf him, Liu Yu casually raised his right hand, his motion as languid as if dispersing a cloud of smoke. And with a gentle flick, he struck forward. Boom! It was not an explosion, but a thunderous sound akin to space itself being forcefully twisted. What transpired next utterly shattered the understanding of all onlookers. The ultimate Kamehameha wave, potent enough to reduce planets to cosmic dust, upon contact with the seemingly frail palm of Liu Yu, collided with an unyielding wall of incomprehensible absolute law. The energy torrent did not explode or dissipate. Instead, it was forcibly deflected by an invisible, transcendent force that surpassed the bounds of physical rules. It carved a bizarre trajectory that defied all principles of mechanics, akin to a marble nudged by an unseen giant hand, skewing upward with accelerating speed toward the heavens. Whoosh! The blue column of light tore through the clouds, piercing the atmosphere, transforming into a retrograde meteor, vanishing into the vast depths of the cosmos, leaving behind a lingering, distorted trace in the sky as proof of its existence. With the ultimate Kamehameha wave rendered utterly ineffective, Shalu stood frozen in place, his eyes wide, pupils shrunk to pinpricks, his mouth agape in a daze. All traces of madness and fury evaporating, leaving only an overwhelming sense of stupor and bewilderment. A chilling fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged through him like a tidal wave, rendering him nearly breathless. He vividly, despairingly recognized that the gulf of power between them had grown so vast that no technique or strategy could bridge it. It was a despairing, dimensional chasm. Thoughts of retreat and escape surged uncontrollably, like wild grass sprouting in his mind. It seems your pathetic performance has finally come to an end. Liu Yu's cold voice, akin to a grim reaper's decree, pierced through Shalu's chaotic thoughts. Liu Yu discerned the unmistakable fear reflected in Shalu's eyes. Now, Liu Yu's gaze sharpened suddenly. It's my turn. Whoosh! There was no sonic boom, no afterimage, not even a flutter of airflow. Liu Yu's figure vanished without warning, as if he had been erased from existence. In the next instant, Shalu's pupils reflected a calm, inscrutable face mere inches away. Liu Yu had materialized before him like a specter, their proximity so close that their noses nearly touched. Shalu could see the depths of Liu Yu's eyes, as profound as a sea of stars, yet icy and devoid of any emotion. When did this happen? Shalu's heart raced in terror, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. He instinctively yearned to retreat frantically, only to discover with dread that an intangible yet oppressively heavy force field had completely locked him in place. It was impossible to move. Even the act of blinking became an arduous task. He felt like an insect trapped in amber, helplessly watching as fear consumed him. You are far too weak, Shalu. Liu Yu's gaze was indifferent, as though a deity surveying mere ants at its feet, his voice tranquil and devoid of any ripple. Battling an opponent of your caliber brings no joy. Thus, this tedious farce must come to an end. As his words fell, Liu Yu's right fist began to advance slowly forward. This punch bore no build-up, no whistling wind, no dazzling energy radiance, nor even the explosive sensation of flexed muscles. The motion was as leisurely as an elderly person exercising in a park, as though he merely intended to raise his hand for a gentle high five. Yet, within Shalu's perception, it transformed into a hellish nightmare. The moment Liu Yu's fist began to move, Shalu felt the surrounding space freeze and compress instantaneously. The air became thick and viscous, akin to mercury, binding him firmly in place, rendering even a single finger immobile. That seemingly slow-advancing fist appeared to him as a Death Star, magnifying endlessly, carrying the weight of the entire universe. An icy, indescribable terror gripped him, akin to an invisible hand tightening around his throat, blocking all avenues of retreat. Nearly freezing his thoughts, he could only watch helplessly as that fist, embodying an undeniable, irresistible law of destruction, inched closer and closer to his abdomen. Thud! A muffled yet brief sound, the flesh and blood easily torn apart, resonated sharply in the ears of every witness present. This sound was not loud, yet in the deathly silence of the valley, it struck as particularly jarring and horrifying. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Liu Yu's fist penetrated Shalu's abdomen effortlessly, as if slicing through cold butter with a searing hot knife, meeting no resistance whatsoever, smoothly disappearing into Shalu's torso. The fist's surface even faintly protruded from his back. No blood gushed forth from the wound. Instead, it exhibited a charred blackness, as if instantly carbonized by extreme heat. Ah! After a brief silence, Shalu's eyes bulged, blood vessels resembling spider webs fracturing his sclera, nearly leaping from their sockets. His mouth gaped open to an impossible arc, and from the depths of his throat erupted a chilling, inhuman wail that blended extreme agony, terror, and disbelief. Viscous, purple blood, reeking of a metallic scent, surged forth from his mouth like a broken dam. All the strength within him dissipated instantaneously, akin to a punctured balloon. His once robust body trembled violently, as if all bones had been extracted. Instinctively, he clutched his abdomen, desperately trying to stem the flow of his vital essence. But all efforts were in vain. He staggered backward, each step leaving a purple footprint, until his legs buckled, crashing heavily to the ground. He collapsed like a mass of decayed mud, succumbing to uncontrollable convulsions and retching, purple froth spilling from his mouth and nose. Clearly stripped of all combat capability and teetering on the brink of death, the entire valley plunged into a deathly, suffocating silence. The wind stilled, the clouds halted, and even the calls of distant birds vanished. Sun Wukong, Bic, Trunks, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. All the Z fighters stood frozen as if petrified by the gaze of an ancient deity, transformed into lifelike statues. Their eyes widened in horror, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, mouths agape as if to accommodate a fist, and jaws that seemed dislocated, unable to close. Their minds turned blank. All cognitive faculties and systems of understanding shattered and overturned in that moment. A single punch, merely a punch, unadorned and unremarkable, even without the transformation into Super Saiyan. This seemingly ordinary strike utterly shattered the perfect form of Cell, who had absorbed Vegeta and number 17. A being so formidable it had instilled despair in all of them and nearly obliterated their faith in Earth. This power transcended their comprehension of strength. No longer was it a battle, but a crushing of laws. It was a divine reprimand from a being high above, meting out judgment upon mere mortals. This absolute, despair-inducing chasm left every seasoned warrior present feeling an unprecedented sense of insignificance and shock resonating deep within their souls. Liu Yu's existence had ascended to a realm they could scarcely fathom, bordering on the divine. Chapter 13. Cell returns to his original form. Cell knelt upon the shattered arena, his body uncontrollably convulsing, emitting a series of gut-wrenching, choking retches mingled with anguish and suffocation. His once vigorous frame curled into a ball, as if undergoing the most horrific internal collapse. He heaved, expelling thick, tar-like, pale green liquid, reeking of strong acidic decay and an indescribable stench of biological rot. His abdomen writhed violently, skin and muscles twisting beneath the surface, as if some creature within were frantically struggling to escape. Purple strands of blood mingled with the green vomit. A stark contrast. This agonizing process of rejection persisted for nearly half a minute, and rather than cease, Cell's retching provoked a more dreadful transformation. His body began to swell grotesquely, as if overinflated, expanding at a visible rate, reaching nearly 3 meters in height, appearing grotesquely bloated. Most alarming was his chest, which swelled like an inflated tumor, skin and shell stretched nearly transparent, creaking ominously, threatening to burst at any moment. Finally, with a violent retch that seemed to exhaust all his strength, Cell's neck grotesquely expanded to an exaggerated degree. His throat writhed and expanded, as if something massive were forcing its way through. In the next instant, a figure was violently expelled from the depths of his throat, accompanied by a torrent of viscous liquid. The figure fell heavily onto the rocky ground a few meters away, covered in a thick, foul-smelling green slime, motionless and deeply unconscious. It was Vegeta. Father Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, son Wukong, and the others gasped in shock upon recognizing the familiar face and battle attire amidst the slime. Although Vegeta's appearance was disheveled, his iconic hairstyle and proud brow made him instantly recognizable. As Vegeta was expelled, Cell seemed to lose his most vital core pillar. His once maximized body rapidly deflated, like a punctured balloon. The magnificent and powerful emerald shell that had adorned him began to flake away, dissipating, reverting back to his second form after absorbing number 17, characterized by thick lips and a clumsy appearance. The suffocating, terrifying aura surrounding him receded like a receding tide, becoming weak and unstable. At that moment, he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, appearing utterly dejected. Cell had returned to his original form. His aura had significantly weakened. Trunks clenched his fists, his voice trembling with uncontrollable joy and excitement. This indicated that the monster which had once instilled despair in them had now fallen within their manageable range of power. Beside him, number 18 remained silent. Her azure eyes fixated on the still retching Cell, her hands clenching instinctively, nails digging into her palms. She awaited, hoping the next to be expelled would be her brother. Number 17. Cell continued to writhe on the ground, violently retching, his body convulsing from internal collapse. He begrudgingly extended a trembling hand towards the unconscious Vegeta nearby, desperately wishing to absorb him again to reverse his fate. However, his body was so weakened that even this simple action posed immense difficulty. His arm could barely rise before it fell limply. Another wave of uncontrollable nausea surged through him, as if he might expel his very innards. His throat grotesquely expanded once more, and with a rush of slime, he violently expelled number 17. Number 17's body, too, was covered in the repulsive slime, landing beside Vegeta. As number 17 was expelled, Cell appeared to lose his final support. His form underwent a remarkable regression. The bloated second form rapidly shrank, its shell peeling away, shape twisting and morphing, until in mere seconds, he regressed to his most primitive and diminutive form, resembling a white insect larva. In this moment, Cell appeared like a wretched maggot squirming on the ground, a stark contrast to the once mighty perfect form he had embodied. No, this is absolutely impossible. The regressed Cell emitted a sharp, distorted scream, filled with despair and madness. His voice lost its former authority, sounding instead ridiculous and pitiable. I am the culmination of Dr. Jiren's finest work. I am the ultimate android, fused with the genes of numerous strong beings. I am destined to rule the universe, the ultimate life form. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly be defeated by you lowly creatures? Yet, no matter how he screamed, the aura emanating from him had weakened to the point that even Bic could easily crush him. Your farce is at an end. Liu Yu's cold voice echoed as if it were emanating from the depths of the underworld, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He strolled gracefully towards the feeble, squirming figure of the diminutive primitive Shalu lying on the ground, gazing down upon it with an indifference akin to that of a person observing a mere insect poised to be crushed. Slowly, he lifted his right hand, palm facing downward, aiming directly at Shalu. A sphere of dark energy, highly concentrated and exuding a chilling aura of impending destruction, formed instantaneously in his palm, devouring the surrounding light and casting a shadowy gloom. Bid farewell to this world that you are unworthy of, he declared. With a swift motion, a beam of dark energy. As thin as a hair, yet exquisitely refined, shot forth silently from Lu Yue's palm, akin to the fingertip of the Grim Reaper. The beam's velocity transcended the very concept of time, striking the squirming white larva on the ground with pinpoint accuracy. There was no deafening explosion, no wailing cries of despair, nor even the slightest ripple of energy collision. The moment the beam made contact with Shalu, its form became indistinct and translucent, as if it had been cast into the absolute void of 0 degrees, or as though an invisible force had directly erased it from existence. Its shape first grew hazy, then dissipated like smoke pulled taut by a tempest, disintegrating from the most fundamental particle level. The entire process was eerily silent, yet imbued with an unsettling sense of finality. In an instant, all traces of Shalu's existence, whether in its formidable perfect form or this pitiable primitive state, vanished without a trace. No cells, no fragments, no lingering essence remained. It was as though it had never graced this world. All that remained was the uneven ground of the arena and the faint, acrid scent of charred remains still lingering in the air, enveloped in a suffocating silence. An oppressive stillness blanketed the entire valley. Sun Wukong, Bick, Trunks, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and all the Z fighters stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Their gazes were fixed, filled with bewilderment and disbelief, upon the empty space where Shalu had once been. There, apart from the slightly scorched earth swept by the residual energy, lay nothing. It was as if the Shalu that had devoured Vegeta and crushed Son Gohan, emanating an aura of despair, had never existed. Had the terrifying crisis that threatened to plunge the Earth into oblivion truly concluded so nonchalantly? The entire event unfolded with a surreal swiftness, leaving an overwhelming sense of unreality weighing heavily on each mind. "Hey, snap out of it!" Lu Yue's clear voice, tinged with impatience, shattered the stifling silence like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he surveyed the still-dazed Z fighters, raising an eyebrow. "You couldn't help during the fight, but surely you can assist with saving lives now." His gaze fell upon the two figures, Vegeta and number 17. Covered in a disgusting viscous substance and unconscious on the ground, his tone laced with evident mockery. "Are we to wait until their syrup dries and hardens before we make an effort to pry them apart? Oh, right. We need to save them." Trunks and Krillin, as if pricked by a needle, jolted from their stupor, their faces flushing with embarrassment and panic. They hurriedly rushed forward. Despite their complex feelings towards the former adversaries, the android number 17 and the prideful Vegeta, with Trunks particularly concerned for his father, the imperative of saving lives took precedence. Clenching his teeth, Trunks gingerly lifted the unconscious Vegeta, now coated in the slick substance, disregarding the mess it made on him. Krillin took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort, and hoisted the equally disheveled number 17. "Lu Yue, I'm carrying my father." Trunks hesitated, glancing at Lu Yue with a questioning look, uncertain of how to handle No. 17 after awakening him. After all, the android had once posed a significant threat. Does that even need to be asked? Lu Yue rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with incredulity. "Of course. Hurry and take them back to your floating temple, and let that little fellow dandy treat them at once. Are we to leave them here to rot?" He paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he cast a knowing glance at number 18 beside him, then addressed Trunks. "Surely you don't naively think I went through all this trouble to defeat Shalu merely to rescue that arrogant Vegeta with his head in the clouds?" He chuckled lightly. What a joke. His words were abundantly clear, awakening the others to the fact that his primary objective had always been to fulfill the agreement with No. 18 and rescue her brother, number 17. The rescue of Vegeta was merely a fortunate byproduct, an unavoidable consequence of his mission. "Yes, understood. We'll go immediately." Trunks and Krillin quickly grasped the situation, not daring to delay any further. They exchanged a glance, then unleashed their energy. With a hum and a whoosh, two fiery auras enveloped them, Trunks carrying Vegeta while Krillin supported number 17, transforming into a purple and orange streak of light as they soared towards the heavenly temple above. "We must follow swiftly." Sun Wukong regained his composure, his expression serious. The destruction wrought by Shalu had been immense. They needed to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those who had perished without delay. Bick, Tianjin Fan, and the others nodded in agreement, immediately taking to the skies in pursuit. In an instant, the once bustling valley became desolate, leaving only Lu Yue, number 18, and the remnants of chaos. The wind swept through the ruins, carrying the scent of smoke and a hint of blood. A global crisis had concluded in a manner almost theatrical, and the red-haired scion, responsible for this dramatic turn of events, stood quietly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. "Let us go and see." Lu Yue turned and approached number 18, who had remained standing silently to the side. The icy indifference that had characterized his demeanor during the battle had quietly faded, replaced by a relaxed smile, as if he had merely completed a warm-up exercise. Number 18 responded softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Her cerulean eyes, reminiscent of the purest glacial lakes, gazed deeply into Lu Yue's, reflecting a mixture of relief at surviving the ordeal, profound shock, and a hint of curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, she could not suppress her desire to inquire in a low voice, tinged with disbelief. "What is the secret behind your extraordinary strength? How could it reach such an unfathomable level? Even that perfect shallow." Her words trailed off. Yet the impact of the overwhelming disparity in power was unmistakably evident on her face. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue's lips curled into a deeper, more enigmatic smile. Instead of retreating, he leaned in slightly closer, close enough for number 18 to feel the warmth of his breath. A mischievous grin, blending mystery with playfulness, adorned his face as he lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "Would you like to know the secret of my strength? Well," he deliberately elongated the syllables, his eyes glimmering with playful intrigue. "Tonight, when it's just the two of us, I shall slowly and thoroughly reveal it to you." With that, before number 18 could react or feel any embarrassment, Lu Yue straightened up, wearing a knowing smile, and soared into the air, becoming a streak of light heading towards the distant heavenly temple. Number 18 stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Lu Yue's sudden proximity and suggestive words had caused her fair cheeks to flush a vivid crimson, spreading all the way to her ears. She unconsciously bit her full lower lip, a flicker of embarrassment and annoyance flashing in her azure eyes, yet overshadowed by an indescribable, heart-racing turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed her unusual feelings, only to erupt into a brilliant burst of light, swiftly soaring in the direction of Lu Yue. In the divine palace above the clouds, the atmosphere was solemn yet oddly peculiar. Dandy employed the exquisite healing techniques of the Namekians, enveloping Vegeta and Android 17 in a gentle radiance that cleansed their bodies of slime and swiftly healed their wounds. "Wonderful. Father, you're finally all right," Trunks exclaimed, squatting down in excitement as he witnessed Vegeta's eyelids flutter and gradually open, his voice choked with emotion. Vegeta emitted an impatient snort, abruptly sitting up. His complexion was ashen, marred with distress. The moment he awoke, memories from his absorption by Cell flooded his mind like a tidal wave, particularly the humiliation of being swatted away by that red-haired scion, as if he were a mere fly, and the disgrace of being saved like refused by his opponent, leaving him feeling an unprecedented sense of shame. His piercing gaze swept across the room like a hawk, finally locking onto Lu Yue, who was conversing softly with Android 18 from a distance. His expression was a tumultuous blend of anger and humiliation, perhaps even a hint of an acknowledgement he was reluctant to admit, an apprehension towards absolute power. He abruptly rose, wordlessly, not even sparing a glance at Trunks. An intense aura erupted from him as he violently crashed through the railing of the divine palace, racing towards the sea of clouds below, vanishing in an instant. Android 17. "How do you feel? Is anything amiss?" Meanwhile, Android 18 hurried forward, concerned as she helped her newly awakened brother, Android 17, checking on his condition. "I'm fine, sister." Android 17 flexed his neck and wrists, joints cracking with a crisp sound. His gaze, imbued with his usual aloofness and a hint of mockery, swept over the onlookers, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and others, his lips curling into a smirk. "What a surprise. I never expected that it would be you righteous companions who ultimately saved me. You think too much." Android 18 interjected swiftly, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the recently landed Lu Yue, her voice softening unconsciously, revealing an unmistakable vulnerability. "It was Lu Yue who saved you. He defeated Cell, allowing us to be rescued." Upon mentioning Lu Yue's name, a subtle blush graced her cheeks, and her eyes flickered, betraying a demeanor distinctly different from her usual icy persona, revealing a hint of shyness akin to that of a young girl. "Lu Yue?" Android 17 keenly perceived his sister's rare emotional shift and expression. He raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu Yue's handsome, yet somewhat rebellious visage for a few seconds, then glanced at the nearby android 18, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and eyes evasive. A slow, knowing smile crept onto android 17's lips as he deliberately elongated his tone, shifting his gaze between the two. Oh? So it turns out that this powerful benefactor of mine is to be my future brother-in-law? The air grew palpably tense at his words. Sun Wukong blinked curiously. Piccolo remained impassive with his arms crossed, while Krillin and Trunks awkwardly averted their gazes. Android 18's face flushed a deeper crimson as she shot a glare at her brother, yet surprisingly refrained from retorting. All eyes, whether subtly or overtly, converged upon Lu Yue, awaiting his reaction. Chapter 14. The Divine Palace hovered majestically amidst the clouds, soft sunlight filtering through the thin mist, casting a pale golden hue upon the ancient stone floor. The air was infused with the faint, refreshing scent left by Dandy's healing, a stark contrast to the smoky remnants of the world below. Android 17, typically frigid and unyielding towards any man, stood with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, slightly leaning back with an unabashed, knowing smile gracing her lips. Her striking azure eyes, reminiscent of Android 18's, sparkled with mischief as they flitted between Lu Yue's serene smile and the subtly blushing profile of Android 18 beside him. It was a mixture of embarrassment and confusion that was almost endearing. She deliberately elongated her tone, fixing her gaze on Lu Yue, raising an eyebrow as if confirming that her brother-in-law status was indeed a foregone conclusion. After a brief pause, she tempered her teasing, adopting a tone of understanding and seriousness. Moreover, if he were merely a stranger with no ties to us, there would be no reason for him to exert such effort to save me, would there? Indeed. My perceptive little brother, Lu Yue replied, not exhibiting the slightest hint of embarrassment or denial. Instead, he returned a knowing glance to Android 17, a subtle smile curving his lips, suggesting that his endeavor was entirely worth it. Android 18 stood between them, witnessing the almost conspiratorial exchange, her exquisite features shifting through a spectrum of colors, from blue to red, as if a palette had been overturned. She shot her brother an exasperated glance, internally lamenting his usual cold demeanor now replaced with an unexpected verbosity filled with nonsensical comments. Casting a furtive, reproachful glance at Lu Yue, she found him smiling at her, which only intensified her frustration. Ultimately, she turned away, leaving them with a graceful profile and slightly reddened ears. The scene was a far cry from the solemn and touching reunion she had envisioned post-crisis. At that moment, an urgent sound of footsteps disrupted the delicate atmosphere. Mr. Lu Yue. Trunks hurriedly approached, coming to a halt before Lu Yue. Taking a deep breath, his youthful face bore an unprecedented seriousness. He then bowed deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle. I cannot thank you enough. You not only rescued my father from Cell, but also saved the entire Earth and everyone on it. His voice trembled slightly with emotion, filled with heartfelt gratitude. As he raised his head, his eyes sparkled with a mix of relief and gratitude. He understood better than anyone the despair that awaited them had it not been for Lu Yue's formidable presence. Lu Yue looked at Trunks, who was bowing deeply, and casually waved his hand, maintaining a relaxed tone as if discussing the weather. All right, no need for such grand gestures. As I said, saving Vegeta. He paused, casually glancing at Android 18, who feigned disinterest in the scenery, a smile playing on his lips. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. My primary objective has always been to aid your precious sister's dear brother. He gestured subtly towards Android 17, continuing, so, you need not feel overly indebted. All right, everyone. Piccolo interjected, his calm, deep voice cutting through the slightly relaxed dialogue. His green visage remained devoid of expression, white pupils scanning the crowd with their usual seriousness. Now is not the time for idle chatter in the wake of victory. Cell has been thoroughly eliminated, and our immediate priority is to summon the dragon to resurrect all those innocently lost in this calamity. His words jolted everyone back to reality, reminding them that while the battle had concluded, the scars left behind urgently required healing. Ah, yes, Piccolo is right, Sun Wukong exclaimed, slapping the back of his head in realization, his expression lighting up with clarity as he turned towards the small Namekian. Dandy, quickly, bring out the Dragon Balls. Yes. Dandy nodded solemnly, not daring to delay for even a moment. He swiftly retrieved 7 shimmering Dragon Balls, carefully placing them upon the smooth stone slab at the heart of the temple. As he began to chant an ancient and obscure incantation, the sky above the temple darkened abruptly, clouds swirling ominously, and flashes of lightning danced within their depths. An indescribable aura of majesty enveloped the entire divine hall. With a resounding roar that resonated with the soul, an immense, verdant eastern dragon broke through the clouds, coiling gracefully in the heavens. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its commanding voice echoed throughout every corner. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, articulate your desires. Any wish, I shall grant you too. At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to suddenly recall an essential matter, turning sharply to the composed Lu Yu beside him. Ruffling his wild black hair, he wore a sincere smile filled with gratitude and contrition. This is all thanks to you. We were nearly doomed. Do you have a wish? You should go first. You deserve it. In response to Sun Wukong's decision, Piccolo silently nodded in agreement, while Krillin, Tianjin Han, and others shared approving glances. It was only fitting that Lu Yu, who had saved the Earth and everyone on it, should have this undeniable priority. Indeed, I do. Lu Yu stepped forward without feigning modesty. He looked up at the formidable dragon in the sky, his gaze profound. Calmly, he articulated his wish. His voice steady yet softly penetrating the ears of all present. My wish is to completely remove all explosive devices, remote control programs, and any coercive mechanisms that jeopardize the life of androids 17 and 18. In that instant, android 18 trembled slightly. Her azure eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Lu Yu's sharply defined profile. She never expected that this invaluable wish, coveted by countless individuals, would be directed towards her and her brother, aimed at abolishing the deathly threat implanted by Dr. Gero, akin to the sword of Damocles. A powerful warmth, mixed with indescribable emotion, flooded her heart unexpectedly, leaving her with a slight sting in her nose. Standing beside her, Android 17's habitual smirk faded instantly. His gaze towards Lu Yu shifted from mockery to genuine, weighty recognition and gratitude. Leaning closer to 18, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Sister, it seems you've truly found a remarkably reliable ally." His voice carried an unprecedented sense of relief and joy. This wish is quite simple. The dragon's thunderous voice resonated once more, its enormous crimson eyes bursting with radiant light. 2 gentle, pure golden beams descended from above, enveloping androids 17 and 18. Within the light, it felt as though countless delicate threads of energy traversed through their bodies, dismantling their constraints. The process lasted mere seconds, and 18 could even faintly sense the cold, rigid bindings within her beginning to dissolve. As the light faded, the dragon solemnly announced, "Your wish has been granted." In that moment, 18 felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, a true sense of freedom blossoming within her. She gazed once more at Lu Yu's retreating figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions that transcended mere transactional gratitude. "Well, my task is complete." Lu Yu stepped back decisively to stand beside Android 18. Casually waving his hand at Sun Wukong and the others, his tone relaxed. "You all can discuss the remaining wish amongst yourselves." His eyes swept over the floating Dragon Balls, emanating a mysterious glow, and a subtle sense of reflection crossed his mind. Once, he too had fantasized about the endless wealth, extraordinary power, and even immortality that could be wished for with the Dragon Balls. Yet now, possessing the absolute power to overlook all existence, those once coveted desires had lost their allure. Fading like smoke, the power itself had bestowed upon him the greatest freedom. However, as if recalling something, he halted, turning to Trunks with a teasing smile. "By the way, Trunks, there is something I almost forgot. As a reward for my little favor of retrieving your father from within Cell, prepare 10 billion yuan for me. That should be no issue for your family, right?" His tone sounded as if negotiating, yet his gaze held an undeniable certainty. "Absolutely no problem. Leave it to me." Trunks straightened up instantly, thumping his chest in assurance, his face bright with the ease of the matter. 10 billion yuan was indeed a mere trifle for the Brief family, who controlled the Capsule Corporation, and it was a fair compensation for saving both his father and the Earth. "Excellent." Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction, unfazed by the response. He then naturally took Android 18's hand, her cool and soft touch enveloped by his warm palm. She shivered slightly but did not pull away. Instead, a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks. "This is no longer our affair. It's quite noisy here. Let us go." Lu Yu whispered to 18, his tone indifferent to the current situation. Before anyone could react or say their farewells, he gently tugged 18 along, their forms gracefully leaping from the edge of the divine hall like birds taking flight. In the blink of an eye, the trio of unexpected guests vanished, leaving Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and the rest behind, along with the dragon in the sky, still awaiting the next wish. A soft breeze swept through, carrying a hint of abrupt departure and lingering smoke. Sun Wukong scratched his head, gazing at the empty space left behind, and grinned broadly. Wow, they left quite decisively. Let us hurry and wish for everyone to be revived. The group's attention returned to the miraculous Dragon Balls once more. As the sun dipped low, it ignited the clouds at the horizon into a brilliant palette of orange and gold. The warm afterglow flowed like melted honey through the tranquil streets of Shidu, casting a soft halo over the cold steel structures. Lu Yu, Android 18, and Android 17 strolled side by side along the sidewalk adorned with golden dapples, their shadows stretching long behind them. Brother-in-law, Android 17 suddenly halted, turning to face Lu Yu. The sunset illuminated his youthful, yet somewhat aloof profile, now relaxed and adorned with a sincere smile. I want to sincerely say thank you again. Thank you for saving me. And thank you for everything you've done for my sister. His gaze was clear, and his words carried heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu also stopped, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He turned his head, his tender gaze landing on Android 18, who was slightly bowing her head, her golden hair shimmering softly in the sunset light. Lu Yue remarked to 17, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, it would be best directed towards your sister. She is the one who employed me to rescue you. As for myself, I am merely a hired hand. His tone carried a hint of playful mockery, deftly attributing the credit to 18, thereby diffusing the overly solemn thanks from 17. Understanding the jest, 17 smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards his sister, 18. His eyes softened, becoming earnest as he whispered, Sister, I am genuinely happy for you to have someone truly dependable by your side, someone willing to invest in your well-being. He paused, inhaling deeply as if steeling himself for a decisive moment, continuing, seeing you secure in a good situation allows me to rest easy. Thus, I intend to pursue the life I truly desire. Your own life? 18's brow furrowed at his words, a flicker of confusion and subtle anxiety glimmering in her azure eyes. She instinctively stepped forward, asking, where do you intend to go? What does living for yourself mean, 17? Her voice bore an almost imperceptible tension and a plea for him to reconsider. 17 did not respond immediately, instead gazing into the distance. The city's silhouette appeared particularly tranquil beneath the setting sun, with traffic bustling and pedestrians hurrying, infused with the essence of everyday life. His eyes revealed a profound yearning and relief, as if he had finally discovered the sanctuary of his soul. It means exactly that, sister, he replied softly, his voice imbued with a tranquility that signified closure. I aim to find a quieter place, secure an ordinary job, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule. Perhaps one day, like any common individual on this street, I will meet a suitable partner, marry, and start a family. He turned to face 18 and Lu Yue, a relaxed smile gracing his features, tinged with a hint of hope. I have long grown weary of the tumultuous life, filled with violence and anxiety. Now that the bomb within me is deactivated and the final shackles have been undone, it is time to bid farewell to the past and embrace the simplicity of ordinary life. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped him, as if bestowing a renewed brilliance upon him. His words, calm yet resolute, heralded the conclusion of one era and the dawning of another, one that promised a mundane yet authentic existence. 18 gazed at her brother in disbelief, perceiving an unprecedented tranquility and determination within his eyes. A torrent of unspoken words lodged in her throat, ultimately manifesting as a silent sigh of understanding. Have you truly made up your mind? Her voice dropped, weighed down by the gravity of the setting sun, trembling with an undeniable sense of loss. She recognized that her brother's choice stemmed from a deep-seated desire, fully aware that she lacked the justification to impede his pursuit of a simple life. Yet, this sudden, nearly eternal separation pierced her heart like a fine needle, leaving her with a sting of sorrow and an aching emptiness. Her normally icy blue eyes now shimmered with a veil of moisture, reflecting the golden hues of the sunset, sparkling with complex, indescribable emotions. Observing his sister's struggle to contain her emotions, 17's expression softened into a gentle smile. He stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace 18 tenderly. It was a brief yet powerful embrace, and he whispered into her ear, in a tone only they could hear. Deep and resolute. Do not worry, sister. I am no longer the brother who requires your constant concern. I will take care of myself and live well. He paused, lowering his voice further, yet infused with sincere blessings. You must also find happiness. With that, he released her, taking a step back. His gaze turned to the ever-stoic Lu Yue, offering a solemn nod, conveying unspoken trust and gratitude. He then turned away, presenting his back to them, casually waving his hand without uttering another word, striding confidently into the golden-hued throngs illuminated by the setting sun. His figure gradually morphed into a blurred silhouette against the light, merging with the bustling pedestrians and flowing vehicles, ultimately fading into the street corner, disappearing within that warm, radiant halo. 18 remained rooted in place, motionless, as if transformed into a beautiful sculpture. Her gaze lingered stubbornly on the direction her brother had vanished, as if to etch that final image into her heart. The cacophony of the street, the voices of the crowd, the honking of cars, seemed to fade away, leaving her world filled only with the empty street corner and the endless afterglow of the sunset. Lu Yue stood quietly beside her, a half-step away, offering no words or gestures of urgency. He merely accompanied her, a steady harbor, allowing her to process this parting sorrow. The setting sun cast their shadows long and intertwined upon the pavement, edges blurred, inseparable from one another. The warm golden light enveloped them, as if drawing a conclusion to a bygone tale, while gently heralding the commencement of a new chapter in their lives, one that belonged solely to them. Chapter 15. No progress. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire street in a warm orange hue, stretching the shadows of buildings. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the distinct chill of evening. Indeed, the outside world had been adequately observed, and the days of violence had become tiresome. 17 casually tucked his hands into his pockets, tilting his head slightly to welcome the golden sun, his face adorned with a liberated and carefree smile, as if shedding the weight of burdens. It is time to seek a tranquil corner and live a simple life like an ordinary person. He turned, allowing his gaze to linger on his sister 18 and the nearby Lu Yue for a moment before waving nonchalantly. All right, I'm off. Take care. He approached Lu Yue, pausing before him. With a half-joking demeanor, he lightly punched Lu Yue's chest, the gesture not forceful but carrying the weight of a brotherly entrustment. Hey, he teased, though his eyes turned serious, I am officially entrusting my sister to you. If you dare to mistreat her. He feigned a fierce expression, but then broke into laughter, shaking his head. I know I wouldn't stand a chance in a real fight, but if I find out you're unkind to her, I swear I will come after you with everything I have. With that, he felt no lingering attachment, gracefully leaping backward, his essence shifting, transforming into a faint green streak of light, akin to a shooting star, instantly traversing the brilliantly illuminated sky, vanishing into the gaps between the towering buildings, merging into the fiery twilight. 18 stood still, her gaze fixed on the direction her brother had disappeared. The evening breeze tousled her golden hair, and her usually cool azure eyes brimmed with a mixture of emotions: reluctance at her brother's departure, blessings for his new life, and a tinge of melancholy for familial separation. Stop looking. He has already gone far away. No matter how much you watch, you can't bring him back. Lu Yue's gentle voice reached her ears, laced with understanding. He extended his hand, naturally and firmly draping it over 18's somewhat fragile shoulder, gently drawing her into his embrace. Surprisingly, 18's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing completely, offering no resistance as she leaned against his solid, warm chest. She could even feel his steady heartbeat and comforting warmth through his clothing. A sense of unprecedented security enveloping her, dispelling the evening's chill and the sorrow of parting. As the two individuals reveled in their moment of tranquility and warmth, preparing to depart, a sudden, urgent sound pierced the serene dusk. A figure, accompanied by a faint ripple of energy, descended onto the sidewalk nearby, gasping slightly. It was Trunks, returning after a brief absence. His arrival disrupted the cozy atmosphere slightly. Mr. Lu Yue, Trunks called out, his voice tinged with urgency as he approached and came to a halt before Lu Yue. After taking a moment to steady his breath, which had quickened due to his rapid movement, he respectfully presented a substantial black card, its edges adorned with dark golden patterns. The card gleamed with a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the setting sun. This is 1 billion yuan, prepared as per your request, with no password set. Please accept it. Trunks spoke gravely, as though fulfilling an important mission. For the Bulma family, this sum was not considerable, yet it symbolized their gratitude towards Lu Yue for saving Vegeta and Earth. Quite efficient, Lu Yue remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he nonchalantly accepted the card. Without a second glance, he deftly transferred the card to Android 18, the motion as fluid as breath itself. Here, consider it your pocket money. His tone was casual, yet carried an undeniable intimacy, as if entrusting such immense wealth to 18 was the most natural thing in the world. Android 18 instinctively caught the card, the cold touch causing her fingertips to tremble slightly. She glanced at the card in her hand, a representation of astronomical wealth, then looked up at Lu Yue's com profile. A complex emotion flickered in her azure eyes before transforming into a subtle, warm acquiescence. She did not refuse. Instead, she gently tightened her grip on the card. Observing Lu Yue's effortless gesture, Trunks felt a flicker of surprise in his gaze, yet it quickly shifted to understanding. He hesitated, unable to suppress his curiosity, and inquired, "Mr. Lu Yue, may I ask about the form you exhibited during your previous battle? The one enveloped in red fur and emanating immense power. Is it also a transformation of the Super Saiyan?" He paused before adding, "To be honest, my uncle Goku and Mr. Piccolo are quite curious about it as well." This question had perplexed them for some time. Lu Yue met Trunks' gaze calmly, revealing without hesitation, "Indeed. That is the 4th stage of Super Saiyan." His response was direct and affirmative. However, he continued, his tone shifting to one of sober realism, "Yet, that form demands an extraordinarily high purity of Saiyan blood, as well as a foundation and potential that are equally stringent." His gaze seemed to penetrate Trunks' very being. "Given your current state, your Saiyan blood has been diluted. The likelihood of achieving that level is exceedingly slim. Therefore, it is best not to dwell excessively on this, but to focus on enhancing your existing power." Trunks, upon hearing this, exhibited a fleeting expression of disappointment, his eyes dimming momentarily. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and pure-blooded Saiyans. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, a look of acceptance and determination returning to his face as he nodded, "I understand. Thank you for your honesty." He recognized the weight of his responsibilities. The crisis in his timeline awaited him. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He needed to return to his era to confront the unresolved threats of the androids and Cell. "Until we meet again," Lu Yue replied with a slight nod, his tone unremarkable. "Until we meet again," Trunks responded earnestly, cupping his fists in a formal salute, refraining from further words. A flicker of energy enveloped him, and he transformed into a violet streak, soaring into the evening sky of Shidu, vanishing towards the other side of time and space. Time flew like a fleeting horse, and 3 years of peaceful days slipped quietly through the fingers, leaving little turbulence on the surface of Earth, yet etching deep imprints in an uncharted corner. On the outskirts of Shidu, a modern, luxurious villa stood in tranquil repose. Deep within its underground, however, lay a space starkly different from the opulence above, a gravity training room filled with cutting-edge technology. The silver-gray metallic walls emitted a cold glow, while intricate energy conduits sprawled across the space like veins. The central control panel flickered with a crimson number, 3000G, signifying a terrifying limit capable of reducing an ordinary person to mere pulp in an instant. A low, resonant hum, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, reverberated continuously within the confined space. This was not merely sound, but the oppressive sensation born from the ultra-high gravity distorting the space, saturating every inch of air, rendering even light thick and distorted. At the heart of this gravity hell stood Lu Yue, proud and defiant. He was in the pinnacle form of Super Saiyan 4, his robust body cloaked in a vibrant red fur, resembling flames. His long black hair cascaded to his waist, wild and untamed. The signature tail swayed restlessly behind him. Yet, at this moment, this godlike figure appeared somewhat disheveled. A white aura of sweat, evaporating from his extreme body temperature, shimmered around him. Every taut muscle seemed as unyielding as steel, sharply defined to an alarming degree. The red fur was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his skin and accentuating his formidable strength. His chest heaved like a bellows, each breath laboriously heavy, accompanied by a hoarse wheeze, as if his lungs were battling against invisible giants. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, cheeks, and chest, and under the terrifying pressure of 3,000 G, each droplet struck the specially designed floor with a dull thud. Reminiscent of pebbles dropped into a deep pool, he had just concluded a grueling session in the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flowed at a different pace from the real world, equivalent to 24 hours of relentless training. Even with his Super Saiyan 4 form at full power, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Liu Yue slowly straightened his slightly hunched back. This simple act was remarkably challenging under the weight of 3,000 G. He raised a trembling arm to wipe the sweat threatening to flow into his eyes, his brow furrowed into a deep furrow. His expression grave due to excessive exertion and inner anxiety. What on earth is happening? His deep and raspy voice echoed in the empty, silent gravity room, laced with an indescribable confusion and a hint of suppressed agitation. He had been stuck at this damned bottleneck of full-power Super Saiyan 4 for over a year. Why? Oh, why could he not break through? He stared at his tightly clenched fists, feeling the boiling power within, seemingly at its limit, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Over the past year, Liu Yue had nearly tortured himself, burning through his life force as he pushed himself to the brink. Day after day, he imprisoned himself in this hell wrought from cold machinery and terrifying gravity. He relentlessly hammered every inch of his muscle fibers beyond their limits, striving to forge them into greater resilience. He persistently condensed and compressed the vast energy within him, akin to a boundless sea of stars, repeatedly battering against an invisible barrier that loomed ahead, unseen yet palpably real, an indestructible, intangible wall. He felt like an ancient insect encased in amber, clearly seeing the expansive, more potent sea of power beyond the barrier, sensing the infinite possibilities within. Yet his own strength seemed to have reached an absolute saturation point that his current form could accommodate, regardless of his frenzied assaults, roars, and relentless efforts. The barrier remained steadfast, akin to the cosmic membrane, cold, unyielding, and immovable, trapping Liu Yue firmly within his current realm. This daily struggle, this stagnation of possessing a pathway to transcendence yet being unable to enter, was undoubtedly a profound torment for Liu Yue, whose very essence was inscribed with an insatiable thirst for ultimate power. Sweat cascaded down his taut jawline, breaking the silence of the room with a distinct sound. Liu Yue slowly lowered his head, fixating on his tightly clenched fists, covered in a dense layer of crimson fuzz. His knuckles strained to the point of pallor, and the sinewy muscles of his arms trembled slightly, as if each strand of fuzz narrated his unwillingness to relent. He inhaled deeply, the air, a mixture of sweat and metallic essence, surged into his lungs, providing a fleeting sense of icy clarity. It appears I have been overly naive, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a newfound understanding. Relying solely on this insular, self-inflicted discipline could no longer shatter the ultimate barrier of Super Saiyan 4. He recognized with stark clarity that deep within the Saiyan bloodline, the true yearning was never for quiet accumulation, but for the fervor found between life and death. The sparks of inspiration ignited through clashes with formidable adversaries, those primal bursts of potential that could only be unleashed while teetering on the brink of annihilation. Lacking external, formidable pressure and the sense of life hanging by a thread, the ultimate gate to his potential remained obstinately shut, difficult to truly unlock. Perhaps. Liu Yue suddenly lifted his head, the haze of fatigue dissipating, replaced by a sharp glimmer reminiscent of a falcon, filled with resolve and combativeness. It was time to alter his strategy. No longer could he remain ensconced here. He must take the initiative to seek out worthy opponents capable of truly challenging him. He understood that the genuine opportunity for breakthrough resided not in the silence of the training chamber, but in the vast expanse of the world, amidst the battlegrounds of life and death. Only through exhilarating confrontations with formidable foes, in the most intense clash of power and will, could he discover the key to shatter his shackles. With a soft click, Liu Yue reached out to deactivate the gravity control system. In an instant, the mountainous weight of 3,000 times his own vanished. A sensation akin to weightlessness flooded his being, causing him to sway slightly. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling the long-simmering turmoil from within his chest. He stepped out of the stifling gravity training room, approaching the villa's spacious floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, The nightscape of Shidu unfolded like a dazzling tapestry, with neon lights flickering and traffic weaving a scene of peace and prosperity. This tranquil life, undoubtedly beautiful, was once the stability he yearned for. Yet at this moment, a fiercer flame ignited within him. The pursuit of peak power, the challenge of stronger adversaries, the transcendence of his own limits. This was the indelible instinct etched deep within the Saiyan bloodline. Though years remained until the crisis of Majin Buu appeared, which seemed ample time, he felt an urgency. He must strengthen himself more swiftly, not only to face known threats, but to prepare for potential future existences far beyond imagination, such as the slumbering god of destruction, Belus. The signing-in system he possessed had undoubtedly laid a robust foundation, yet the genuine breakthroughs belonging to him ultimately required the exertion of his own limbs. Through real battles and adventures to comprehend, to contend, and to seize. Gazing at the myriad lights beyond the window, a clear plan gradually took shape in his mind. It was time to embark on a new journey. Chapter 16. The Kaishin Realm. A faint sound of metal scraping broke the silence of the corridor outside the gravity chamber. The heavy alloy door was pushed ajar, revealing the figure of number 18 at the threshold. She did not immediately enter, but leaned against the doorframe. Her delicate willow-like brows slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed on the figure enveloped in steam within the training room. "Hey, you've been in there for an entire day?" Her voice carried a hint of concern, yet her tone was undeniably assertive, almost commanding. "Everything is ready. Stop dawdling and come out to eat. Today, no?" 18 was evidently well prepared, clad in a fitted cream-colored mini dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous physique. It highlighted her ample bosom, slender waist, and pert backside in a breathtaking manner. Below the hem, her long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings, the subtle texture of her skin adding an alluring charm. The passage of 3 years seemed to have sculpted her into a vision, erasing the last vestiges of artificial coldness and aloofness, leaving behind a blend of mature femininity and the composed allure nurtured by love. Her gaze, once piercing, now held a softer luminescence, and when she looked at Lu Yue, there was a warmth in her eyes that only he could decipher. "All right, I'll be right there." Lu Yue's voice emerged from the steamy haze, low and gravelly from exertion. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as he struggled to calm the tumultuous breath within him. Nodding, he took heavy steps out of the gravity chamber. The moment he crossed the threshold, the relatively cool air outside tightened against his heated skin. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The bottleneck of Super Saiyan 4 was more challenging to overcome than anticipated. Isolation was proving ineffective. He must seek external opportunities for those elusive hints of higher forms. Perhaps it was worth a try. As he approached, a blend of sweat, intense body heat, and potent male pheromones enveloped him. Number 18's gaze fell upon him. His training garb was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his bulging muscles, outlining every sinewy contour. Water droplets rolled down his chiseled jawline and firm chest, leaving dark marks upon the floor. He resembled steel freshly extracted from a furnace, radiating heat and moisture. "You see yourself?" Number 18 wrinkled her petite nose in distaste, extending a finger to poke at his drenched garment, her tone laced with a playful reprimand. "You're all sweaty and sticky. It's disgusting." Yet, her eyes betrayed no true revulsion. Instead, they held a feline-like intimacy, as if she were assessing her prized possession with a hint of unnoticeable admiration. She instinctively leaned forward slightly, the potent scent unique to him causing her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Lu Yue halted before her, close enough to feel the warmth of their breaths mingling. He looked down at her slightly flushed cheeks and the shimmering blue depths of her eyes, sweat cascading down his temples. A weary yet languorous smile curved his lips, and instead of retreating, he leaned in closer, nearly counting her gently quivering eyelashes. "What's the matter?" His voice was low, imbued with a magnetic quality post-exertion. Warm breath brushing against her ear. "Are you disgusted by me?" His tone dripped with playful teasing and an unspoken challenge. "No." 18's heart skipped a beat at his sudden proximity and words, her face reddening further, yet she steadied herself, casting him a pointed glance as she lightly pushed against his damp chest, feeling the warmth and firmness beneath her fingertips. She turned her face away, though her voice softened. "Stop with the nonsense. You're all smelly. Go wash up and then come eat." "At your command, my lady." Lu Yue grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his smile laced with a hint of mischief and the triumphant glee of a child. As his words lingered in the air, he seized the fleeting moment when 18th was momentarily captivated by his address of Madam, and with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, he leaned in and planted a warm kiss on her smooth, delicate cheek. The sensation was brief, yet akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout 18th's heart. "Hey, you," she exclaimed, caught off guard, feeling as though that small patch of skin had been electrified, a tingling warmth spreading through her entire being. Her fair complexion blossomed into a vivid blush, radiating to her ears and even hinting at a soft pink in her neck. Embarrassed and vexed, she instinctively raised her hand, poised to strike this audacious rogue. However, Lu Yu had already anticipated her reaction after claiming his kiss. He turned and laughed heartily, darting like the wind toward the bathroom, leaving only a lively silhouette and the echo of his cheerful laughter in the corridor. 18th stood frozen, hand raised, watching as he slipped away, ultimately lowering her arm in resignation. Yet, the corners of her tightly drawn lips betrayed her, curling upward in a subtle smile that bore a trace of playful reproach and indulgence. After 3 years of shared days and nights, of intimate companionship, she had grown accustomed to Lu Yu's occasional boyish pranks and the sudden intimacy that quickened her heartbeat. The sensation of being desired, of being playfully teased, imparted a profound sense of belonging. Half an hour later, Lu Yu emerged from his ablutions, clad in fresh casual attire, droplets of moisture still clinging to his hair, exuding a refreshing scent reminiscent of soap pods. He sat at the dining table, where a meticulously prepared dinner awaited him, a feast for the senses. He picked up his chopsticks and indulged heartily, evidently in need of replenishing the energy he had expended. The atmosphere at the table was warm and inviting. After several mouthfuls, Lu Yu slowed his pace, absent-mindedly stirring the food in his bowl, before casually declaring, with a tone that carried an uncharacteristic weight, "By the way, I plan to leave Earth for a while tomorrow." He lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto 18th's face. "I thought I might explore the cosmos, see if I can uncover opportunities to grow stronger." He paused, his voice softening with tentative hesitation. "Would you like to accompany me this time?" Deep within him, a conflict arose. He desired her presence, but was also apprehensive about the potential dangers of the unknown interstellar journey. As soon as he finished speaking, 18th raised her head without a moment's pause and replied resolutely, "Of course I want to go." Her tone conveyed an unwavering certainty, as if this were the most natural decision in the world. She set down her chopsticks, her azure eyes fixed on Lu Yu, clear and resolute like the purest gem. "I am your woman. Wherever you go, I shall follow." She spoke with calm conviction, her words imbued with undeniable determination. For her, Earth held no cherished homeland or loved ones. Lu Yu's presence constituted her entire world and sole refuge. Regardless of whether the path ahead led to the stars or treacherous depths, she would follow without hesitation. Lu Yu gazed into her eyes, seeing the unreserved trust and determination therein, striking a chord deep within his heart, flooding him with warmth. He chose not to elaborate further, simply looking at her deeply before nodding earnestly, a reassuring and warm smile gracing his face. "All right, it's settled then. We shall depart early tomorrow." The following morning, as dawn broke and the mist lingered, Lu Yu and 18th were prepared to set off from the villa. Lu Yu stood in the storage room, meticulously packing capsules marked with food icons into a versatile storage box. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, and he soon noticed that he had removed nearly half of the capsules stored within. "Hey," 18th leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing Lu Yu's near-sweeping actions with a mix of bemusement and amusement. "Are we preparing so much food because you intend to migrate to another planet and never return to Earth?" She gestured toward the nearly full storage box. 50 food capsules would surely sustain us for several years. After placing the last capsule into the box and sealing it with a satisfying click, he turned to 18th, offering her a smile that conveyed a shared secret, yet his eyes held a depth of contemplation. "Of course, we will return. Earth is our home." He approached her, handing her the storage box, and continued, "However, this trip may take quite some time, at least 3 to 5 years, or perhaps longer. The exotic delicacies of other planets are beyond my palate. Earth's flavors are what I truly crave." His tone was light, yet 18th discerned the seriousness beneath. She understood Lu Yu's extraordinary dedication to the pursuit of power. This journey was not merely a leisure excursion. "Understood, Captain," she replied, accepting the weighty storage box with a smirk. "So, Where does our illustrious captain plan to venture first? Her azure eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a step forward and naturally grasped her free hand. His palm was warm and strong, enveloping her cool fingers. Looking into her face, he smiled slightly and uttered 2 words, Shinjia. At that instant, without granting 18th time to react, a peculiar sensation enveloped them, as if space itself were being gently tugged. The surroundings blurred and twisted, akin to a kaleidoscope spinning at high speed, or as though an invisible eraser had swiftly wiped away the familiar. The walls of the villa, the morning sun, the comforting essence of earth, all vanished in an instant. The entire transition was astonishingly rapid, as if merely a blink of the eye. When 18th's vision cleared once more, she found herself and Lu Yu in a completely unfamiliar realm. Beneath her feet lay soft, resilient emerald grass that stretched to the horizon, merging seamlessly with a pristine azure sky. The air was imbued with an indescribable, intensely vibrant essence of life, refreshing and invigorating. Each breath brought a profound sense of comfort. Simultaneously, a solemn, boundless sense of sanctity enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of reverence and tranquility. The sunlight here seemed purer than that of Earth, warm upon the skin, yet not scorching. Where's this? 18th instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yu's hand, surveying the ethereal landscape, her eyes wide with wonder. This was a stark contrast to her expectations of a realm filled with imposing structures and mysterious symbols. Zhuang Xinjia, Lu Yu's voice resonated beside her, calm and assured. We have arrived. His gaze swept across the sacred land, eyes reflecting a hint of exploration. The ability to teleport without limitation allowed him to easily reach this highest domain of deities in the universe. This feels remarkably like a nature reserve on Earth. 18th remarked, her beautiful face displaying genuine confusion. Before her stretched an expanse of verdant fields, clear streams winding through, and the air saturated with the fragrant essence of flora. The sky, a brilliant cerulean. Although the scenery appeared enchanting, it bore a striking resemblance to Earth's well-preserved natural landscapes, aside from the indescribable vitality that invigorated the spirit. No, Lu Yu's voice broke through her illusion, calm and resolute. This place is already the realm of the gods, to be precise, the realm of the Kaishin. He stands beside her, his gaze penetrating as it sweeps over this sacred land. His limitless ability to teleport enables him to accurately anchor and reach the highest echelon of the divine domain within this universe, where the essence is starkly different from that of Earth, infused with the life, energy, and the majestic laws of the cosmos. Suddenly, as if to affirm his words, the space before them exhibits a subtle yet profound fluctuation. Like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, 2 figures emerge before them, accompanied by nearly imperceptible ripples in the fabric of space. The newcomers exude a solemn presence, seamlessly blending with their surroundings. To the left stands a diminutive figure, yet one that commands an undeniable air of authority. Clad in the intricately adorned orange and white garb unique to the Kaishin, with pointed ears that quiver slightly. His serious countenance reveals him to be the Kaishin of the East, a Xian of the 7th universe. To the right looms a towering figure, his face a crimson hue. Muscles coiled like a serpent, clad in armor, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He is Vegeta, the loyal attendant and servant of the Kaishin. Xian's attention is immediately drawn to Lu Yu, his wise and weathered eyes filled with grave suspicion and disbelief. He scrutinizes Lu Yu from head to toe, his brow furrowing tightly. From this seemingly ordinary human, he senses an unfathomable aura, deep and restrained yet immense, even causing a slight unease in this Kaishin. This feeling is reminiscent of the formidable demon Buu, who nearly obliterated the universe 15 years ago. Suppressing his astonishment, he questions in a voice imbued with divine authority, "Who are you? How did you breach this sacred realm of the Kaishin? This place is the abode of the divine, not meant for mortals." Vegeta steps forward, his crimson visage rife with wariness, his formidable aura subtly locking onto Lu Yu and number 18, poised to act at a moment's notice. In the face of the 2 divine beings' inquiries and barely concealed hostility, Lu Yu remains composed, as if standing in his own backyard. He disregards Xian's question entirely, addressing the matter at hand with calm determination. Who we are and how we arrived here is of little importance. We have come uninvited for one purpose: to borrow an item from you, the Kaishin. He pauses briefly, clearly enunciating the name, the Kaishin sword. What? How do you know of the existence of the Kaishin sword? AXIN and Jebi-T's expressions shift dramatically upon hearing this revelation. AXIN exclaims in shock, his eyes brimming with profound astonishment. The Kaishin sword. It is a supreme artifact that seals the ancient Kaishin, pertaining to the highest secrets of the divine realm. Its existence is known to few Kaishin, yet this mysterious human has somehow learned of such confidential information. The impact of this revelation temporarily eclipses their apprehension regarding Lu Yu's power. Jebi-T's eyes widen, instinctively clenching his fists, and the atmosphere becomes tense and charged. Chapter 17. The broken sword. The air of the Kaishin realm feels as if it is solidified amber, each breeze carrying a sacred rhythm. A pale golden halo flows like sand through the clouds, casting a hazy sheen over the entire expanse. In the distance, majestic temples materialize amidst the ethereal mist, their white jade spires piercing the sea of clouds, radiating a gentle glow under the eternal sun. Lu Yu stands upon a verdant meadow, the tender blades of grass rippling beneath his feet. His dark garments billow lightly in the breeze, the intricate embroidery glimmering subtly. And a smile graces his lips like dawn breaking through the fog, both ethereal and tangible. I know far more than you can imagine. His voice is calm as a still pond, yet imbued with an unwavering certainty, for the Kaishin sword is but a drop in the ocean. As for those secrets buried by the passage of time, he allows a brief pause, delicately brushing his fingers against a peculiar flower blossoming with starlight beside him. Perhaps even you have never heard of them. AXIN's pupils narrow slightly, ripples of unease surfacing in his starlit gaze. His white divine robe, adorned with intricate cosmic patterns in gold thread, shimmers with divine radiance. The golden crown atop his head, embedded with 7 gems of varying colors corresponding to the 7-star systems of the universe, refracts chaotic light as he leans slightly forward. Thus, there is no need for such vigilance. Lu Yu chuckles lightly, his gaze sharp as a forged blade, seemingly capable of slicing through layers of pretense to reach the depths of one's soul. After all, we are all aware of those past events. In the records of Dragon Ball Z, when the demon Dabura descended upon Namek, the Kaishin nearly dropped his staff in alarm. In the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, faced with the unsealed Majin Buu, his trembling fingers could barely grasp the orb symbolizing divine authority. Ironically, he remains oblivious to the god of destruction Beerus, whose fate is intertwined with his own, until the aura of destruction envelopes the entire Kaishin realm. These memories are like a crown woven with thorns, perpetually pricking at his divine essence. Arrogant fool, Jebi-T's roar reverberates, causing the surrounding light to quiver. Beneath his bronze skin, muscles ripple, his crimson face akin to solidified lava, and as he glares fiercely, even the third eye on his forehead emits a golden light. The Kaishin governs the order of the universe, a supreme existence revered by countless beings. Do you not fear divine retribution for such blasphemy? His robust arms bulge with veins, knuckles cracking from the force of his grip, as faint purple waves of divine energy begin to coalesce around him. In his lengthy tenure as a divine servant, he has never encountered such audacity. Step back, Jebi-T. AXIN gently raises a hand, the flowing holy light from his sleeve instantly quelling the restless energy. His voice remains gentle, yet carries an undeniable authority. The very fact that this guest was able to traverse dimensional barriers signifies his extraordinary nature. His gaze falls upon the seemingly ordinary jade pendant at Lu Yu's waist, which resonates with a faint glow in harmony with the Kaishin realm. It is important to note that the path to this place is concealed within the folds of time and space, undetectable even by the most advanced spaceships. Yet this young man traverses it with ease, truly an entity embodying the power of creation. Lu Yu bows slightly, the pendant rippling with movement. Might I be so fortunate as to experience the profundity of the Kaishin realm as my time flows like an hourglass? The exotic flowers surrounding him seem to comprehend his words, unfurling their branches and blossoming with even more resplendent hues. From afar, the temples emit a faint chime, as if the entire Kaishin realm responds to this mysterious visitor. No sooner had he spoken, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Lu Yu. This aura surged forth like an inky tide, enveloping the entire Kaishin realm in an instant. The once tranquil meadow is now weighed down, delicate flowers bowing low, grass nearly flattened against the ground. even the air crackling with faint rips. The unique golden halo of the Kaishin realm vibrates violently under the impact of this force, resembling ripples on water. The distant majestic temples tremble slightly, the ancient patterns upon the columns seeming to glow faintly. Lu Yu does not seek to instill fear. Yet he understands that in this sacred place, demonstrating power often speaks louder than 1,000 words. His upright figure remains steadfast amidst the explosive energy. Only his dark hair gently swaying in the tumult of power. What is this power? J.B. Kirk's complexion turned as pale as parchment, fine beads of sweat emerging on his forehead, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the scepter. He felt his heart pounding violently within his chest, making even the act of breathing a struggle. This being could not possibly be an ordinary human. He had never encountered such a vast and overwhelming aura, a force surpassing even that of the nearby Kaishin. Waves of turmoil surged within Jikura, as he never anticipated that amidst the vastness of the universe, such a paradigm-shifting existence would emerge among humanity. Lu Yue gradually reigned in his aura, the surrounding agitated air returning to tranquility, leaving only the gentle rustling of the breeze across the grass. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly addressed the two deities. Now, shall we proceed to see? Indeed, this straightforward approach proved effective. The previously tense expression of the Kaishin visibly softened, the vigilance in his eyes gradually replaced by awe. He exchanged a glance with Yebikura and nodded gently. Please follow us. A hint of imperceptible shadow crossed Kaishin Xian's brow, his golden glimmering eyes flickering with myriad thoughts. His lavender skin shimmered under the unique sunlight of the divine realm, and ultimately, he nodded gracefully, though with a touch of weightiness. Xian had long calculated the implications. The legend of the Kaishin sword had circulated in the divine realm since ancient times, said to weigh over 10,000 jun and harbor supreme divine power. Impervious to the efforts of generations of Kaishin who had failed to budge it even slightly. Though this human exhibited remarkable strength, to claim he could draw the divine sword was akin to a fool's dream. Should he fail, it would be an utter humiliation. Under the guidance of the Kaishin, they traversed layers of swirling mists, arriving almost instantaneously at the location of the divine sword. Before them stood a towering peak, piercing the heavens like a colossal pillar propping up the sky. The mountain's surface glowed with a faint golden aura, sacred and solemn, as if it had condensed the purest forces of nature. Lu Yue extended his arm gracefully, encircling the slender waist of number 18, and in a flash, they stood firmly atop the peak, like a bolt of lightning. The sharp mountain wind howled past, tousling his dark hair, while number 18's silver locks danced in the breeze, reminiscent of moonlight cascading down. The Kaishin, Xian, and Jiren followed closely behind, their divine robes billowing in the wind. Lu Yue strolled towards the divine sword deeply embedded in the rock. The blade was entirely concealed within the mountain, leaving only a hilt adorned with ancient runes exposed, shimmering subtly in the sunlight as if whispering ancient secrets. His long fingers slowly grasped the hilt, defined knuckles barely perceptible, and upon contact with the ancient metal, a faint energy ripple coursed through. You cannot truly intend to draw the Kaishin sword, can you? Jibitur scoffed, arms crossed, an expression of disdain on his face. Don't waste your efforts. Even the Kaishin of past generations could not accomplish this feat, let alone a mere mortal. Before his words could fully dissipate, a clear, resonant sound of the sword echoed through the heavens, akin to the cry of a phoenix soaring above. Remarkably, the Kaishin sword was effortlessly drawn by Lu Yue. The blade radiated dazzling golden light under the brilliant sunlight, each ray seemingly alive, dancing vibrantly. The entire mountain trembled in response, the golden aura entwined around it suddenly brightening. Reminiscent of a reawakening dragon, the sword quivered slightly in Lu Yue's grasp, emitting a joyful hum, as if celebrating the birth of its new master. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade sliced through the air, silver light swirling. Lu Yue effortlessly commanded the sword, creating several arcs of fierce light. The blade hummed, as if a phoenix singing to the skies, reflecting a constellation of glimmering cold light beneath the crystalline sky. He casually reined in the sword's momentum, raising an eyebrow at the astonished Jiren, a smirk playing on his lips. What was it you said? I didn't quite catch that. In that moment, both Vegeta and Kaishin Xian were utterly stunned, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. Jibikur's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an ostrich egg. his throat bobbing yet producing no sound. Xian's fingers, gripping the scepter, trembled slightly, turning white from the strain, the scepter almost slipping from his rigid grasp. Their wide eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets, fine beads of sweat forming at their temples, stark against the divine realm's radiant glow. How could this sword, deemed unmovable even by the gods, now appear weightless in the hands of this mortal, like a child's plaything? This was utterly absurd. These are the deities you spoke of? Number 18's melodious voice, akin to shattered jade, pierced the stagnant air. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her icy blue eyes sparkling with playful mischief, reminiscent of rippling sunlight on a winter lake. She elegantly crossed her legs, her white combat attire accentuating her graceful form, her gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the two deities' rigid bodies inch by inch. The sky of the Kaioshin realm was as clear as an unblemished sapphire, wisps of clouds lazily unfurling, casting dappled shadows amidst the sacred atmosphere. In the distance, the spires of the temple shone with eternal golden radiance, the air thick with ancient and solemn sandalwood incense. Yet in this moment, the once solemn divine domain was enveloped in an indescribable awkwardness, even the gentle breeze carrying a sense of hesitation. Number 18's delicate brows arched slightly, her smirk deepening, as if she had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing. Perhaps these two have come from some remote backwater? Her cool voice, remarkably clear in the silence, carried a hint of casual mockery, suggesting they resembled unsophisticated country folk, unacquainted with the world. Lu Yue cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. He glanced at the exaggerated dismay of the two deities. Kaioshin Xian's mouth flapped open and shut like a fish out of water. His bulging eyes quivered violently, his thick brows contorting into an odd shape. Their loss of composure starkly contrasted with the dignified and solemn image of deities that mortals often envisioned. Indeed, somewhat unexpected. Lu Yue mused, his voice low, as if speaking to himself. His long fingers gently caressed the blade of the Kaioshin sword, sunlight filtering through the ethereal clouds of the divine realm, casting shimmering golden sparkles upon the sword's edge. The ancient patterns on the hilt flickered in and out of visibility under the light, yet could not conceal the disappointment reflected in his eyes. Number 18 languidly leaned against a stone pillar, her slender fingers idly toying with a strand of golden hair. A hint of playful derision lingered in her smile. If you ask me, even that little green fellow from Earth is vastly superior to them. The little green fellow she referred to was none other than the deity Dandy, ruler of Earth. To her, these two lofty deities seemed like naive bumpkins, utterly ridiculous in their fundamental assessment of strength. Kaioshin Xian coughed several times, stifled by her unrelenting critique. He awkwardly adjusted his slightly disheveled divine robe, the silver-threaded patterns trembling with the motion. Struggling to maintain composure, he bowed respectfully, his voice laced with undeniable reverence. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire your esteemed name? As the ruler of the universe, the Kaioshin felt an unprecedented sense of failure for knowing nothing about such a formidable being. Beside him, Jibikurt clenched his fists anxiously, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Lu Yue, he replied, not looking up, his entire focus fixated on the divine sword. The sunlight danced upon the blade, refracting dazzling beams, yet could not illuminate the profound disappointment in his gaze. It appeared unremarkable as he whispered to himself, his fingertips gently tapping against the blade, producing a crisp sound. The weapon was too light, lacking a solid feel. Moreover, in this world, weapons seemed superfluous. No sooner had he spoken than his left hand casually lifted the divine sword to his eyes, while his right hand brought his index and middle fingers together to lightly flick the blade. A sharp crack reverberated through the silent realm of the gods, akin to thunder cleaving the sky. The sword tip fell, bouncing and rolling on the stone-paved ground, emitting a series of metallic clangs before finally lying quietly in the dust, reflecting the drifting clouds above. How could this be possible? The supreme deity Ashin and Jebite simultaneously gasped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to their feet. Their eyes widened in astonishment, veins bulging in their orbs, as though they might burst forth at any moment. The sword, which had remained unshakable throughout the ages, was effortlessly snapped by this young man. This utterly shattered their understanding of power. Jebite, trembling, pointed at the broken sword, his lips quivering as he attempted to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a single coherent syllable. Supreme deity Ashin appeared as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His entire being frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Even the hem of his divine robe swaying in the breeze went unnoticed. At this moment, the wind in the divine realm seemed to have stilled. The distant clouds hung suspended in the air, and even the sunlight appeared to dim slightly. Only the broken sword glinted mockingly in the sunlight, bearing witness to this moment that struck terror into the hearts of the divine. The cold light reflecting from the fracture seemed to silently deride the reverence and legends surrounding this sword for countless generations. Chapter 18. The old supreme deity. The sky of the supreme deity realm presented a dreamlike shade of pale purple, akin to a twilight tinted by the evening glow. Yet deeper and more mysterious. Wisps of clouds floated gently like gossamer, shifting shapes under the tender caress of the breeze. A faint, divine essence permeated the air, mingled with a subtle floral fragrance and the freshness of grass. In the distance, a towering ancient tree swayed gently in the breeze, its emerald leaves rustling softly, as if whispering ancient secrets. Supreme deity, what shall we do? Jebite's voice trembled, akin to a withered leaf stirred by a chilly wind. His usually steady eyes now widened in disbelief, reflecting an astonishing scene. Sweat beads rolled down his brow, sparkling in the sunlight. Those hands, once as steady as rock, now trembled uncontrollably, fingers pointing at the heartbreaking sight on the grass. For thousands of years, this was unprecedented. The legendary, indestructible supreme deity sword now lay broken in two, quietly resting on a lush, dew-drenched patch of grass. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the fractured blade. The break shimmered with an extraordinary spectrum of colors, as if countless tiny stars were swirling within, or a mysterious energy flowed through it. The surrounding grass bowed slightly, seemingly mourning the sword's demise. Supreme deity Ashin stood equally dumbfounded, his youthful visage etched with shock and confusion. His long fingers unconsciously stroked his chin, his pale purple eyes reflecting the remnants of the broken sword, pupils constricting slightly. As the current supreme deity, he frantically rifled through ancient texts in his mind, but found no records of a sword breaking. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the stray hairs on his forehead to flutter, heightening his bewilderment. Just as the two were engulfed in profound confusion, a gentle breeze suddenly intensified, rippling through the air like pebbles thrown into a lake. The surrounding flora began to sway slightly, producing a rustling sound. A stooped figure silently emerged behind them, as though materializing from the void or strolling out of the river of time. It was a diminutive elder, clad in garments reminiscent of the supreme deity's, yet more ancient and worn, with intricate, mysterious patterns embroidered at the hems. He slightly hunched forward, hands clasped behind him, his wrinkled face exuding a lazy mystique. His silvery hair fluttered gently in the breeze, like a waterfall kissed by moonlight. In the depths of his seemingly murky eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shone, as if he could see through the flow of time. What is going on? 18 involuntarily took a step back, her delicate features momentarily displaying surprise, her red lips parting slightly. When did this old man appear? Moreover, his attire. Her voice carried a tone of incredulity, her slender fingers instinctively clenching. The arrival of this enigmatic elder felt as if he had stepped out from an ancient scroll, and the air around him grew heavy with significance. Sunlight cast a faint halo around him, adding to the air of mystery. Lu's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. As though his gaze pierced through the mists of time, he too was a supreme deity, indeed, the true objective of my journey. The suddenly materialized elder was none other than the ancient supreme deity Pite Tualuo, sealed within the supreme deity, sword for millennia. According to legend, he was sealed within this sword by the god of destruction, Bylus, for reasons unknown. Although the truth had faded with the passage of time, the likelihood of this conjecture loomed large. After all, a mysterious life bond existed between the supreme deity and the god of destruction. Much like the interdependence of light and shadow, when one falls, the other ceases to exist. Bylus's actions might have been to preserve the lineage of the supreme deity in times of crisis, akin to a gardener pruning branches to safeguard the entire tree. In this moment, the ancient supreme deity's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages, as if silently recounting a long-forgotten tale. Lu stood at the center of the divine hall, his gaze traversing the sword suspended in the air, emanating a gentle light, and landing squarely on the faintly visible ancient figure within the blade. His true purpose for this journey had never been this seemingly precious sword, but rather the ancient existence sealed within it. A mysterious energy permeated the air, as if time itself slowed within this space. Perhaps this elder, who had witnessed the passage of countless ages, could unravel the mysteries of Super Saiyan 5, a realm so profound that even the divine found it elusive. As Liu Yu and 18 whispered to each other, Ashin and Jebite abruptly turned around. Upon laying their eyes upon the ancient supreme deity, both gasped in unison. Their breath momentarily suspended. Time within the divine hall seemed to freeze, with only a few golden leaves drifting down slowly in a graceful spiral. Ashin cautiously stepped forward, causing ripples to emanate across the crystalline floor beneath his feet. He respectfully performed a gesture unique to the divine realm, his right hand brushing across his chest, while his left traced a luminous arc through the air. He scrutinized the mysterious elder before him, the ancient deep purple robe adorned with long-lost symbols. The starry gemstones at the collar flickering with a faint glow, resonating with the traditional attire of the supreme deity realm, yet imbued with an essence that transcended the passage of time. Noble elder, Ashin's voice, tinged with hesitation, echoed softly in the vast hall. If I may be so bold, may I ask who you are? In his mind, he rapidly scoured the vast archives of the divine realm, names etched in the annals of time flashing through his thoughts, yet he could find no connection to this elder. This left him both perplexed and intrigued, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within him. The old Kaioshin slowly raised his head, and a glimmer of cunning light flickered in his seemingly clouded eyes, reminiscent of the faintest stars suddenly illuminating the night sky. His wrinkled fingers gently stroked his long, grizzled beard, which shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the light of the temple. Although his voice was frail, it bore an air of timeless authority, echoing as if from ancient bells. Are you inquiring of me? He paused, his gaze sweeping through every individual present with palpable intensity, finally resting upon Axion. Within that gaze lay an abundance of emotions, nostalgia, solace, and a hint of elusive melancholy. I am Peter Tolo. If one were to consider lineage, the air seemed to crystallize for a brief moment, even the dust motes suspended in the air becoming eerily still, as all held their breath in anticipation. The crystalline pillars surrounding the temple began to emit a faint glow, as if responding to this venerable name. I should be your 15th ancestor, the Kaioshin of 15 generations prior. This proclamation reverberated through the temple like thunder, causing Axion to involuntarily step back, disbelief etched across his face. The old Kaioshin's lips curled slightly, a knowing expression flashing in his eyes. Now, you should fully comprehend, yes? The Kaioshin narrowed his deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through time, the corners of his mouth lifting into a subtle, enigmatic smile. His aged fingers fiddled with his silver beard, the creases of his knuckles revealing the passage of time, as if silently reminiscing an era buried by the sands of time. An ancient and solemn aura enveloped the air, softening the surrounding light as if it bowed to his presence. What? The Kaioshin of 15 generations ago. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, both Axion and Jebite found themselves frozen in place, their eyes wide as saucers and mouths agape, as though they could accommodate a plump Senzabine. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with incredulous horror, as if they had heard a secret capable of overturning the cosmic order. Axion's slender fingers trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Jebite instinctively took a half-step back, his heels softly scraping against the polished floor, as if the presence of the elder exuded a suffocating, primordial pressure. Liu Yu stood aside, a hint of a composed smile gracing his lips. He unceremoniously nudged the still-dazed Jebite and the Kaioshin aside, striding with steady and powerful steps to stand before the old Kaioshin. He slightly bowed, his gesture imbued with just the right amount of respect, his voice clear yet tinged with playful mockery. It is an honor to finally meet you, old Kaioshin. Today, in person, you truly embody the extraordinary demeanor of legend. You are a scion? How do you even know of my existence? The old Kaioshin's astonishment was evident as he lifted his gaze, his eyes, which seemed to penetrate the void, flashing like lightning across Liu Yu's youthful and resolute face. He furrowed his brow, the wrinkles on his forehead resembling ancient runes layered upon each other, as if he were striving to unearth something from the depths of his long memory. It had been countless seasons since he was sealed within the legendary Kaioshin's sword, a duration so lengthy that even the stars had changed countless times, and the essence of time itself had grown indistinct. Yet this young scion before him had recognized his identity at a glance, which was indeed perplexing. After all, a mortal's life is but a fleeting moment, unless he is a descendant of some extraordinary bloodline. Of course, if I had not known you, I presume you would still be trapped within that rusted Kaishin sword. Liu Yu smiled lightly, a glint of cunning akin to that of a fox flickering in his eyes. His voice was calm and assured, as if declaring a truth so natural, imbued with undeniable confidence. Did you release me from the Kaishin sword? The incredulity in the old Kaishin's tone was palpable. Casting a sidelong glance at the pale-faced 18's and Jie Baite still standing nearby, unable to suppress a scornful chuckle from his nostrils. Humph. I had thought it was those two inept fellows. His gaze brimmed with unabashed disdain and helplessness, as if silently mocking, as the guardian of cosmic order. To rely on an outsider to break the seal was indeed an unprecedented farce. I have come here with a purpose. Liu Yu continued to regard the old Kaishin with a smile, his tone light, yet imbued with an unwavering firmness. You, with your vast experience and knowledge, must surely provide me with guidance. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with this ancient being, for time slipped through his fingers like sand, and his objectives were far more urgent and significant than a meandering conversation. Could you assist me? Liu Yu's voice bore a hint of hesitation, softly echoing within the empty temple. He slightly bowed his head, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and a touch of unease. The old Kaishin slowly lifted his eyelids, his aged fingers lightly caressing his silver beard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Humph. He emitted a short, cold snort from his nostrils. Given that you freed me from the Kaishin's sword, I shall reluctantly oblige you. Speaking thus, he adjusted his long beard that fell to his chest, confidently patting his robe, a flicker of pride gleaming in his eyes. Within the depths of those time-worn eyes lay the wisdom of the entire universe. Beneath this vast, boundless starlit sky, no challenge had ever truly confounded him. Prepare yourself. At the moment the old Kaishin's words fell, Liu Yu suddenly clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming golden aura erupting forth. The dazzling golden light shone like the rising sun, instantly illuminating the entire divine realm as if it were day. The energy surged and rolled outward, causing the jade stone floor of the temple to tremble slightly, saturating the air with a suffocating pressure. The old Kaishin's robes fluttered in the turbulent energy, causing him to squint, his mouth agape as if he could fit a senzu bean inside. Almost immediately, Liu Yu's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His bones emitted a crisp cracking sound, his height rapidly increasing by over 30 centimeters. The once-fitting martial arts uniform suddenly straining against his form. His body quickly became cloaked in a dense, satin-like red fur, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the golden light. His pupils transformed into a blazing golden hue, surrounded by crimson patterns reminiscent of flickering flames. The old Kaishin watched this spectacle intently, his bony fingers instinctively tightening around his staff. A tail, thick as a giant python and a deep crimson, swayed slowly behind him, each movement stirring a howling breeze that disturbed the ethereal mist unique to the divine realm. This tail, covered in dense red fur, glimmered with a metallic luster under the gentle light of the divine realm. What on earth is happening? AXIN's voice trembled, nearly losing its pitch, his fingers clenching the hem of his garment involuntarily, realizing that this individual's energy had just filled the entirety of the divine realm in that fleeting moment. Standing beside him, Jie Baite's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat sliding down his temples. The two were as if pinned in place by an invisible force, even breathing becoming arduous. The unique seven-colored clouds of the divine realm churned anxiously behind them, seemingly trembling in response to this sudden surge of energy. This seemingly ordinary human was enveloped in a visible golden aura, the overwhelming energy pressing upon the entire space like a tangible weight. The temple's floor began to shudder slightly, the air thick with a stifling sense of dominance. The two deities instinctively retreated a half-step, and to their astonishment, the crystalline ground of the divine realm had begun to display faint cracks. In that moment, they profoundly realized how minuscule the so-called gods appeared before such an existence. As insignificant as dust. No, it cannot be. The old Kaishin's lips quivered, and even his white beard trembled slightly in shock. How could a scion reach such a realm in the universe? His wrinkled fingers unconsciously caressed the staff in his hand, while his eyes, which had witnessed countless epochs, were filled with disbelief. As an ancient being who had lived for millions of years, he prided himself on his understanding of the Saiyan warrior race. This race had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Though renowned for their formidable combat prowess, they had never before manifested such a terrifying presence. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. In the past, he had spent centuries deeply researching every secret of this combative race to counterbalance their aggression. Yet the scene before him, with its crimson hair, golden aura, and those eyes that seemed capable of piercing the soul, completely overturned his understanding accumulated over millions of years. In this form, Liu Yu gradually reigned in the tumultuous aura surrounding him, yet his scarlet eyes continued to shimmer with an unsettling brilliance, known as Super Saiyan 4th stage, abbreviated as Super 4. His voice was as calm as still water, yet carried an undeniable weight that echoed throughout the vast temple. In this 7th universe, the old Kaioshin was regarded as a living repository of knowledge, possessing ancient secrets even the Kaioshins were unaware of. If even this ancient being, who had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous civilizations, did not know the method to transcend to Super 4, he would have to rely on his own solitary exploration along the arduous path of cultivation. I seek you. Liu Yu's gaze pierced like a sword through the old Kaioshin, as he wished to inquire whether there existed a further form beyond Super 4, and how one might achieve it. The air within the temple seemed to solidify, with only Liu Yu's crimson tail rhythmically swaying, leaving faint shadows on the crystalline floor with each movement. Chapter 19. Seeking Jiren within the temple. A soft golden glow flowed down from the dome like liquid, enveloping the entire space in a sacred and solemn atmosphere. The air was suffused with the ancient scent of sandalwood and stardust, each ray of light seemingly whispering the mysteries of the universe. Liu Yu stood before the old Kaioshin, his stature as erect as a pine tree, and a faint golden energy ripple emanated from him, spreading outward like ripples on a water's surface, causing the starry patterns on the temple floor to tremble slightly. What? A form beyond Super Saiyan 4th stage? An expression of incredulity instantly crossed the old Kaioshin's weathered face. His aged eyes widened, as if striving to absorb every detail before him, yet struggling to believe the reality of what he beheld. His frail fingers gripped the staff embedded with starlit gemstones tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, causing the light at the staff's tip to flicker slightly. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of myriad powerful beings, yet he had never anticipated confronting such a startling inquiry. This Saiyan before him not only had achieved the legendary Super Saiyan 4th stage, but radiated energy so potent that it dimmed the starlight within the temple, and he sought to ascend to an even higher realm. The old Kaioshin inhaled deeply. The twinkling starlights in the temple seemed to resonate with his emotions, quivering slightly like anxious fireflies against the night sky. He pondered silently. If this Saiyan could indeed break through to a state that transcended Super Saiyan 4th stage, it might be that even the ancient being, who slumbered deep within the cosmos and wielded the laws of time and space, would find it difficult to contend with such power. Such strength could perhaps tear apart stars and reshape the order of the universe. However, he was utterly ignorant of the realms beyond Super Saiyan 4th stage. Even regarding Super Saiyan 4th stage, he had only encountered scattered records within the tattered ancient texts. Those words were vague and indistinct, their authenticity difficult to discern, like a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly poised to vanish into the currents of time. Indeed, the old Kaioshin, with his vast experience, should know how to attain that form, shouldn't he? Liu Yu's voice sliced through the silence like a blade, resonating throughout the spacious temple. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixating intently on the old Kaioshin's face, keenly capturing the fleeting astonishment and confusion in his eyes. Observing the old Kaioshin's nearly unhinged expression of shock, a glimmer of hope surged within Liu Yu, akin to glimpsing a faint dawn amidst endless darkness, though dim. It was enough to ignite the desire within him. I sincerely apologize. The old Kaioshin slowly turned away, his aged fingers unconsciously tracing the intricate patterns on his staff. Those patterns seemingly chronicling the birth and demise of the universe. With his back turned to Liu Yu, his voice carried a tone of resignation and gravity, like the distant tolling of ancient bells fading within the temple. I do not know of any forms beyond Super Saiyan 4th stage. Even regarding Super Saiyan 4th stage, I learned of it through ancient texts, and those records have long since become fragmented with the passage of time. The golden light within the temple seemed to dim slightly in response to his words, as if even the universe itself mourned this revelation. Gradually turning back, his gaze met Liu Yu's with a clarity akin to a pristine spring, his voice imbued with a hint of weary rasp. Thus, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that I am truly unable to do so. You do not know? How can this be? Liu Yu's brow furrowed sharply, deep furrows forming on his forehead. In his mind, the crucial passage from Dragon Ball AF vividly resurfaced, recounting how this very old Kaioshin, with his white hair and beard, had personally guided Son Goku to surpass his limits and reach the 5th stage. Could it be that the course of history has diverged here? Or perhaps, you simply do not wish to tell me? Liu Yu's voice suddenly turned as frigid as ice, and the aura surrounding him began to fluctuate violently, as if the air itself crystallized into invisible shards of ice. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze piercing toward the old Kaioshin's wrinkled face, seeking to detect any hint of concealment within those eyes that had weathered countless epochs. The atmosphere in the temple grew tense. Standing nearby, Jebet unconsciously took a half-step back, the soles of his shoes producing a faint sound against the polished floor. The young Kaioshin clenched his fists nervously, knuckles whitening from the exertion, while 18's silently adjusted her stance, her azure eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any potential conflict. The three exchanged uneasy glances, and a suffocating tension permeated the air. It is not as such. The old Kaioshin sighed deeply. An unmistakable weariness etched upon his weathered features. He raised his wrinkled hand to gently stroke his white beard, which trembled slightly with his shaking head, shimmering with silver under the temple's gentle light. I truly do not know of any forms beyond Super Saiyan 4th stage. His voice was deep and sincere, each word bearing the weight of time. In my youth, I did indeed see scattered records regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God within the ancient texts. But regarding deeper realms, he paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant floating sea of clouds, revealing a hint of nostalgia and helplessness. It is akin to attempting to discern the faint light beyond the river of stars. I cannot truly know. You are a wise man, old Kaioshin. Liu Yu's voice remained cold, yet the edge had dulled slightly. He regarded the old Kaioshin's eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless eras, as if weighing the truth of his words. The mist surrounding the temple flowed gently, shrouding their figures in a veil of ambiguity. Liu Yue gradually stepped forward, causing the stone tiles beneath him to tremble slightly in response to his movement. In an instant, a suffocating aura of pressure erupted around him, freezing the previously flowing air within the temple, causing even the crystal chandelier hanging from the dome to sway nervously. His voice resonated like an echo from the abyss, each word enveloped in a chilling intent to kill. You should be quite aware that with my strength, it would be as easy as pie to take the lives of the three of you. Old Kaioshin's sunken eyes flashed with a glimmer of cunning, and a knowing expression surfaced on his wrinkled face. Were it not for being cornered, this crafty old fellow would never divulge even a syllable. After all, Liu Yu's true identity remained an enigma to them. Presumably, this old man was also contemplating whether such a fearsome demon truly existed within the cosmos. As Liu Yu's unabashed threat echoed throughout the temple, the faces of Jebet and Kaioshin Axin turned as pale as parchment. Their hands trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, glimmering uneasily in the dim light of the temple. This seemingly ordinary human had genuinely harbored thoughts of murder? Even more terrifying was the suffocating momentum radiating from him, unequivocally declaring his capability to bring such threats to fruition. As exalted deities, they had never imagined being driven to such a state by a mere human. This fear, which shattered their preconceived notions, rendered their breaths erratic, leaving only the sound of their hurried gasps reverberating within the temple. In stark contrast, the old Kaioshin's response was entirely different. He slowly lifted his eyelids, weathered by time, and his eyes, having endured much, met Liu Yu's gaze directly. His parched lips parted slightly, his tone resolute and steady. Not knowing is simply not knowing. Even if you truly act, I still maintain this stance. Observing the old Kaioshin's unwavering gaze and composed demeanor, Liu Yue understood. It seemed this old man was indeed uninformed. In truth, Liu Yue had not held high hopes, and now that he confirmed the old Kaioshin's ignorance, he no longer pressed the matter. The sharpness in his eyes gradually faded, returning to his usual tranquility as he turned to the figure beside him, Shibahao, and softly said, "Let us depart." Shibahao slightly furrowed her delicate brows, a look of confusion gracing her cool countenance. Her silver hair shimmering softly in the temple's dim light. "But did you not just say you would kill them?" Lu Yue's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, akin to a wisp of cloud drifting across the horizon. He gently took Shibahao's hand, the warmth radiating from his fingertips causing her to momentarily pause. He murmured, "It was merely a means to frighten them." Before his words could fully settle, their figures transformed into streaks of light, like meteors streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant within the vast expanse of Kaioshin realm, leaving behind only a faint residual shadow that slowly dissipated in the air. Once Lu Yue and Shibahao's presence had completely vanished, Jebit and Kaioshin 8Xion finally crumpled to the ground, unable to maintain their composure. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked their luxurious divine robes, clinging to their skin, bringing an unsettling chill. Recalling the piercing aura of murderous intent just moments ago, they were still haunted by the memory, feeling as though the grim Reaper's icy scythe loomed above them, nearly stifling their breath. Useless wretches. The old Kaioshin cast a disdainful glance at the two slumped figures on the ground, shaking his head in disapproval. His age-spotted fingers lightly tapped the divine staff, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the empty temple. His demeanor remained composed as if nothing had transpired. His eyes, having weathered the storms of time, displayed no hint of turmoil. Hearing their ancestors' reprimand, Jebit and 8Xion couldn't help but feel their faces flush with embarrassment, lowering their heads in shame. Indeed, compared to the calm yet resolute old Kaioshin, these two young deities appeared utterly inadequate. A gentle breeze swept through the Kaioshin realm, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass, yet failing to disperse the fear and shame that lingered in their hearts. A sigh reverberated softly throughout the spacious temple, reminiscent of distant bells, long and heavy. "Ancestor, are you truly unafraid that Lu Yue might kill us?" 8Xion's voice trembled within the temple, his gaze anxiously scanning the surroundings. The temple's dome towered high, seemingly reaching into the heavens, with star-like points of light swirling within, resembling a cascade of the Milky Way, illuminating his somewhat pale face. He clenched the hem of his garment, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, and murmured, "We are the gods of creation. If we perish, this world will gradually lose its balance, ultimately leading to destruction." The old Kaioshin stood at the center of the temple, his posture erect, akin to an ancient statue weathered by time, the marks of years etched deeply into his face, yet his gaze retained its sharpness. His profound eyes pierced through the temple's windows, as if perceiving the end of the cosmos, weaving a grand tapestry of endless stars and darkness within. 8Xion gazed at him, a sense of admiration rising within him for his ancestors' ironclad resolve, unyielding in the face of danger. As if time itself could not erode his essence, standing like an indomitable mountain. "For I sense not an ounce of malevolence from that fellow," the old Kaioshin spoke slowly, his voice steady as an ancient bell, reverberating through the temple with an undeniable authority. His power, though immense, remained pure and untainted, akin to the gentle warmth of a rising sun. "I believe he will not strike against us." Of course, what he did not articulate was his own ignorance regarding Lu Yue's true nature, relying instead on an almost instinctual trust, much like a traveler groping through darkness, guided by the faint light of stars. "Can you truly sense that?" Jebit's eyes widened, starlight seemingly dancing within his pupils, as he gazed at the old Kaioshin with reverence, as if he were beholding a statue that had withstood the test of countless storms, his breathing unconsciously softening. "You too. Enough with the idle chatter." The old Kaioshin suddenly furrowed his brow, impatience evident in his tone. Supporting himself with one hand on his waist, he extended the other unsteadily forward. "Come, lend me a hand. I've been standing too long, my legs have gone numb." "Oh dear, these old bones truly cannot keep up." 8Xion and Jebit exchanged glances, invisible lines of exasperation seemingly sliding down their foreheads simultaneously. An unspoken thought arose in both their minds. Could it be that the ancestors' earlier imposing demeanor, radiating strength and defiance, was merely a facade for a leg cramp? At that very moment, Lu Yue and Shibahao had already transformed into two streaks of luminous energy, swiftly vanishing at the edge of the seventh universe. In an instant, they traversed countless stars, weaving through myriad nebulae, ultimately arriving at the domain of the 11th universe. Here, the starry sky exhibited a peculiar hue of purple and gold, as if the entire universe was enveloped in a mysterious halo. Countless unfamiliar star systems dotted the deep night, some swirling like whirlpools, others stretching like ribbons. Liu stood still upon a floating meteorite, his black robe gently fluttering in the cool cosmic breeze, the edges of his garment whispering the language of stardust. He had once hesitated between venturing to the 6th universe, home to Zangpa and Batos, or arriving in this 11th universe, renowned for its proud warriors who revered justice and strength. Ultimately, he chose the latter, for within this realm resided a warrior known throughout the universe as the strongest human, Jiren. A spark of fervent light flickered in Liu's eyes, a pure yearning for strength and combat. Engaging with such an adversary would undoubtedly awaken every ounce of his potential. Even if he could not break through his limits in the life and death battles, it would certainly elevate his prowess to a whole new echelon. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the flowing energy of the universe swirling, leaping at his fingertips, as if the entire starry sky were responding to the warrior spirit within him. Chapter 20, Predicament. What is this place? Number 18 stood on unfamiliar terrain, her pupils reflecting sights beyond her wildest imagination. She glanced around, her voice trembling with disbelief, each syllable quivering in the air. The planet before her emanated a suffocating aura of advanced technology. Towering structures pierced the sky, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the gentle light of the stars. These edifices were not mere concrete and steel. They were composed of an unknown metal glowing with a deep azure hue, their surfaces adorned with undulating patterns of energy, as if they were alive, gently rising and falling. Unusual flying vehicles occasionally zipped by, their streamlined designs cloaked in scales of metallic armor, silently weaving between skyscrapers, leaving trails of faint golden energy that gradually dissipated in the air. This was definitely not Earth. Number 18 marveled inwardly. Even the most developed city of Shidu, with its soaring towers and rapid hovering cars, seemed primitive compared to this vibrant metropolis. The air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone, mingled with an indescribable sweetness that evoked both curiosity and unease. Liu stood beside her, his gaze piercing as he surveyed this city of the future. The streets were paved with a luminescent material, radiating a soft, milky glow. A variety of alien beings ambled along the thoroughfare. Some possessed 3 eyes arranged in a triangular formation, their pupils shimmering with hues of different colors. Others had semi-transparent crystalline skin, refracting rainbows under the light, and still others were clad in armored scales, producing crisp clattering sounds as they walked. They wore garments of dazzling colors, the fabrics seemingly alive, flowing and shifting in hues as they strolled leisurely on the moving sidewalks. This is the 11th universe. Liu spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly in the gentle breeze, each word imbued with weight. As for the specific planet, I am not entirely certain. He keenly sensed powerful auras swirling in the surrounding air. These energy fluctuations were elusive, yet bore an undeniable sense of oppression, akin to an invisible tide encircling them. A soft humming sound wafted from afar, accompanied by a melodious tune, as if the entire city were performing an unknown symphony. The 11th universe? Number 18 suddenly turned her head, her golden hair fluttering in the breeze, glimmering faintly in the strange light. What does this mean? Is there more than one universe? Her voice was filled with shock and confusion as her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her garment. Number 8 stood frozen, her pupils narrowing, as if her breath had momentarily halted. Her voice trembled, filled with incredulous astonishment. How is this possible? This sudden revelation struck her like thunder, shattering all her previous understandings. Liu's lips curled into a gentle, composed smile. Standing beneath the shimmering streetlights, he patiently explained, I didn't think it necessary to tell you before. In reality, there are a total of 12 universes. We hail from the 7th universe, and now, he paused, sweeping his gaze around. We are standing on the soil of the 11th universe. He raised his hand, gesturing for number 18 to look at the sky. There, 2 radiant moons hung in the night, one casting a hazy lavender glow, reminiscent of a dreamlike amethyst. The other shone with an emerald brilliance, its cool light enveloping the city in an enchanting palette. The distances between each universe are unfathomable. Liu's voice was particularly clear in the breeze, yet it felt as though it were enveloped by some invisible force, echoing against the backdrop of this extraordinary city. In the distance, hovering vehicles flitted about like fireflies, and the surfaces of the buildings flowed with patterns of light and energy. The barriers to distance were not merely spatial. There existed an insurmountable divide. Thus, mere speed could not bridge the universes. Only certain deities with unique powers could accomplish such feats. Number 18 unconsciously clenched her hands, her knuckles whitening with the force. She gazed up at this dreamlike city, the towering structures appearing as if woven from crystal and light, with streets pulsating with soft blue energy, and the air thick with an unfamiliar, vibrant essence, momentarily leaving her in a daze. 12 universes, she softly repeated, her voice so faint it was nearly swept away by the wind. How vast must this world be? It is almost unimaginable. Liu Yu observed the astonishment that could not be concealed on her face and added slowly, in fact, in the beginning, there were 18 universes. Unfortunately, 6 of them, he paused, a hint of reverence in his tone, were obliterated by a seemingly insignificant being. As he spoke, his voice instinctively lowered. The entity known as the All-King possessed a power so profound that a mere thought could reduce an entire universe to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind, a force beyond comprehension that sent chills through the soul. Number 18 involuntarily shivered. She glanced at the endless stream of alien inhabitants on the streets, each distinct in form. Some were clad in scales, others shrouded in halos. The surfaces of the buildings shimmered with peculiar light patterns, as if alive. In this moment, she truly sensed the vastness and mystery of the universe for the first time, an awareness both awe-inspiring and humbling. Had it not been for encountering Liu Yu, she might have remained oblivious to the vast and incredible realms that lay beyond this familiar starry sky. The ability to erase 6 entire universes? This was truly terrifying. The usually composed expression of number 18 now bore an unmistakable shock. Her slender fingers instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, as if seeking a semblance of security. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating her golden hair, yet it could not dispel the shadows in her eyes. In the distance, wisps of floating clouds drifted by, reflecting the tranquility of this universe, yet failing to soothe the turmoil within her heart. She bit her lower lip slightly, her gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. Liu Yu gazed into the distant mountains, his voice deep and resonant. It is indeed chilling. If he wished, the remaining 12 universes could become naught in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he involuntarily tightened his fist, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The mountain breeze caressed him, stirring his clothing, yet it could not disperse the heavy sense of oppression within his heart. An indescribable feeling of suffocation spread through him. The realization that his life was firmly grasped by another was akin to a hand tightening around his throat, where the slightest pressure could lead to instant demise. This sense of helplessness ignited within him an unprecedented impatience and unwillingness. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, as if seeking a faint light amidst the darkness. To escape this predicament, he must grow stronger, strong enough to contend with the being known as the All-King, strong enough to protect all that he held dear. His gaze gradually solidified, silently vowing that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would not retreat. So it is. Number 18 murmured softly, sensing the gravity of Liu Yu's expression, which conveyed the true terror of that insignificant being. The formidable opponent capable of daunting even Liu Yu was surely immensely powerful. She slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon Liu Yu's tightly clenched fist, a wave of unnameable concern welling up within her. Having decided to set aside the weighty topics, Liu Yu suddenly broke into a radiant smile, effortlessly taking the hand of Ba Hao. Now that they had arrived in the Zhou, why not indulge in the local culinary delights? His smile, warm as the sun, instantly dispelled the previous gloom. His gaze discreetly swept across the street, not only in search of delectable dishes, but also subtly attuning to the potential presence of formidable beings within this universe. Aside from the legendary Jiren, could there be other worthy adversaries concealed here? Lining the streets were a plethora of shops, overflowing with enticing aromas and a cacophony of voices, narrating the prosperity and vitality of this universe. Ba Hao nodded gently, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Allowing Liu Yu to hold her hand, she felt the warmth radiating from his palm, and her inner unease gradually melted away in this comforting embrace. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, The two figures gracefully descended upon the bustling Xiande of the Shi. The street was paved with shimmering stardust, flanked by uniquely designed buildings. On the left, the spiral star tower spiraled upwards like a colossal seashell, adorned with twinkling star gems. On the right, the Huayu restaurant resembled a blooming nebula flower, each petal slowly unfolding, emanating a soft lavender glow. The air was filled with fragrances from various star systems, the moonlight mint aroma from Andromeda, the cinnamon scent unique to Orion, and the sweet essence of flame fruit from Sirius. A variety of cosmic travelers meandered through the crowd, Andromedans with antennae haggling with winged beings, while several crystalline beings played ethereal music at the street corner. The entire street resembled a vibrant, flowing cosmic tapestry, brimming with life and enchantment. They strolled into a restaurant themed around the dreams of the galaxy. The moment they stepped through the door, it felt as though they had traversed into another dimension. Beneath a silver, streamlined dome, hundreds of luminescent orbs hung suspended in midair, casting a gentle, milky glow. The walls flowed with genuine rivers of starry light, streaks of blue and purple occasionally illuminated by shooting stars. The dining tables were crafted from solid moonlight crystal, with chairs mimicking the form of nebulae, making one feel as though they were floating in the cosmos. Even the waitstaff donned shimmering silver uniforms, leaving faint trails of stardust in their wake. Half an hour later, the moonlight crystal dining table was in disarray. 12 assorted plates lay haphazardly stacked, the largest of which measured nearly half a meter in diameter, now devoid of even a trace of sauce. Liu Yu contentedly patted his slightly protruding belly, the fabric of his black battle suit feeling a tad snug. Leaning against the nebula-shaped chair, his face radiated the satisfaction of a hearty feast. The food of the Shi was surprisingly to his liking. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, with a smear of bright orange star sauce on the corner of his mouth. Shi Bahao rested her chin delicately on one hand, while the fingertips of her other hand traced circles on the napkin imprinted with a star map. She frowned slightly, casting a glance at Liu Yu with a hint of exasperation. Is there truly any food in this world that is unpalatable for you Scions? She shook her head gently, her silver hair shimmering in the light, as she observed him devour 3 servings of interstellar grilled meat, 2 servings of supernova fried rice, and that plate of hellfire salad reputed to bring tears even to the molten race. Goodness, that meal was quite hearty, Liu Yu remarked, rubbing his round belly, his eyes squinting in contentment. I feel as though I could consume 2 thunderhorn bowls. The meat of that starburst ribs was simply exquisite, crispy on the outside yet tender within, melting in my mouth. I'm quite particular about food, you know. As he used a special starry toothpick to clean his teeth, he proudly pointed at the empty plates on the table. That starry soup bowl could have used 10 more minutes of simmering for a better flavor. And that quantum grilled fish? A moment too long, and it becomes tough. A moment too short, and it's raw. At that moment, a burly waiter approached with heavy strides. Towering over 2.5 meters, he was covered in thick brown fur, his face resembling that of a wrinkled gorilla, with a star-shaped mark shimmering on his forehead. His arms, as thick as tree trunks, carefully held out a softly glowing bill, his furry fingers trembling slightly as he extended it. Two esteemed guests. His voice was deep, reminiscent of echoes from a cavern, tinged with nervousness. Your total expenditure amounts to 1,500,000 silver coins. He swallowed hard, his massive Adam's apple bobbing. Considering it is your first visit, let us round it down to 1 million flat. As he spoke, he glanced at Liu Yu with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, his other hand instinctively tugging at the fur on his chest. Liu Yu's relaxed smile abruptly froze, as though struck by an invisible frost. He shot upright from his soft chair, his back stiffening, only then realizing that they had no starshine coins, the currency of the Shi. His long fingers unconsciously tapped against the smooth ebony table, producing a rapid clicking sound. His gaze began to dart nervously, shifting from the ornate ceiling to the dark red velvet carpet beneath, unwilling to meet the increasingly piercing eyes across the table. The deep voices of the 2 gorilla waiters shattered the silence, their thick fingers caressing the golden nameplate on their chests. Surely you do not intend to dine and dash. The professional smile on his furry face vanished in an instant. His large eyes narrowed dangerously into slits, and his muscular arms bulged, straining against the sleeves of his server's uniform. In this renowned establishment of exquisite cuisine, such behavior was utterly unheard of. Do not misinterpret, Liu Yu raised his hand calmly, drawing a subtle arc in the air. I simply forgot to bring any money today. How about this? I will send someone to deliver the payment shortly. His voice remained steady, though beads of sweat began to form along his temples, betraying his tension. Despite possessing the power to shake the stars, Liu Yu felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He could sense the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. A noblewoman in a silk gown at the next table was discreetly hiding half her face behind a pearl-adorned fan, while a business elite across the way set down his crystal cup, and even the distant musician playing the celestial harp slowed his tempo. The aroma of champagne and roasted star beast meat filled the air, yet it could not mask the mounting tension. Do not jest, the gorilla waiter scoffed, emitting a low grunt from deep within his throat, as his heavy palms came together with a resounding clap. This establishment does not extend credit. The two sharp claps echoed harshly in the quiet restaurant, causing the hanging crystal chandelier to sway gently. In an instant, 4 or 5 burly men in tight black outfits emerged from various corners, marching in unison, their polished shoes thudding against the gleaming marble floor as they swiftly encircled Liu Yu. Each of these thugs was muscular, their necks thick, their fierce gazes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. This familiar scenario prompted Liu Yu to sigh heavily, as he recalled the classic scenes from those evening dramas where a billionaire CEO, having enjoyed a romantic dinner with a Cinderella, suddenly discovered he had forgotten his wallet. Yet, at this moment, there was no enchanting heroine by his side, only a group of burly men with predatory glances. With a resigned sigh, Liu Yu lamented, "Alas, we are all civilized beings. Must we resort to violence?" He slowly rose, elegantly adjusting his collar, and as he moved his neck, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. The elongated fingers gradually curled inward, sensing the power coursing through them like a latent cosmic river. Observing the advancing threat posed by his adversaries, Liu Yu recognized that this confrontation was now unavoidable. Although he had little desire to entangle himself with these ruffians, he was committed to seeing it through to the end. "Since you lack funds," the gorilla-like waiter ominously remarked, his thick lips curling into a menacing arc as he stepped back and swung his robust arm with force. "Then let us settle this with our fists. Attack. Beat them to a pulp." With that command, 4 or 5 burly men lunged forward like ravenous wolves sensing blood. Their heavy footsteps reverberated, causing the silver cutlery on the tables to clatter, while the crimson liquid in the goblets stirred dangerously against the glass. Guests in the restaurant scrambled to the corners in panic. Some overturned their plates, others knocked over chairs, and amidst the cacophony of startled cries, a chaotic brawl became inevitable. Chapter 21. Turmoil. Suddenly, a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the restaurant's commotion, akin to invisible blades tearing through silk, bringing an unsettling chill to the air. The onlookers blinked in disbelief as the previously menacing figures of the hulking men were struck by an unseen force, their bodies uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the polished tile floor. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed, shards scattering like stars under the glow of the crystal chandelier. A faint haze of dust mingled with the scent of blood filled the air, eliciting gasps from some, while others instinctively recoiled, fearing to be caught in the fray. Liu Yu maintained a composed stance, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. Only the slight flutter of his garment in the breeze hinted at the lightning-fast action he had just executed. The imposing men lay groaning on the ground, faces pale as paper, yet their chests still heaved with breath, a testament to Liu Yu's restraint in sparing their lives. The waiter, his rugged face etched with astonishment, trembled uncontrollably, his thick palm quaking as he stared at his fallen subordinates before pivoting sharply to face the unfazed Liu Yu. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow, darkening the pristine collar of his uniform. In a corner of the restaurant, a slight employee cowered behind the cash register, trembling as he pressed the communicator, nearly burying himself in the shadows. "Is General Kazarar of the Proud Squad there?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Yes, we have diners here who dined and dashed, and hurt our people, a man and a woman. The man is particularly formidable. No one saw how he struck." The deep, authoritative voice that responded from the communicator compelled the employee to nod repeatedly, his fingers whitening from excessive pressure. Yes, please, General, come immediately." As he ended the call, his fingertips continued to tremble, leaving damp streaks on the smooth screen of the communicator that glimmered under the light. The entire restaurant fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the groans of the injured and the heavy breaths of others. Each diner held their breath, their gazes flickering between Liu Yu and the entrance, as if awaiting a greater storm. Zayman casually glanced in that direction, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with understanding. He had already noticed the employees' furtive actions, but showed no inclination to intervene. The so-called General Kazarar. Was he not the fourth-ranked member of the Proud Squad from the 11th universe? In his recollections, he appeared formidable in the strength tournament animation, yet was effortlessly eliminated by Master Roshi in the manga. With this thought, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Liu Yu's eyes. He had intended to gather more information about the 11th universe, but it seemed plans would need to be expedited. Turning to the side, he addressed number 18 with a calm, yet resolute voice. Our encounter with the Proud Squad has come sooner than anticipated. Let us find a suitable place to stretch our limbs. Number 18 nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in her icy blue eyes, her lips curving into an almost imperceptible smile. Together, they approached the restaurant's entrance, and as they walked, the crowd parted like a tide, instinctively creating a path for them. The diners shrank against the walls, their breaths held in an oppressive silence, the only sound being the steady rhythm of their footsteps echoing in the spacious restaurant. They eventually chose an expansive square bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, which cast a warm orange glow over the ground, while distant buildings loomed like silent giants in the twilight. Liu Yu stood with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gently in the cool evening breeze. His figure elongated by the sunset, exuding an aura of solitary grandeur. Number 18 leaned lazily against a weathered stone pillar, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface, producing a crisp sound that echoed clearly in the quiet square. Indeed, within 10 minutes, sharp sounds of slicing air resonated from the horizon. Figures streaked across the dusk like shooting stars, descending with formidable momentum to land heavily in the center of the square, raising a cloud of dust. The wind's gusts had not yet settled when they established their stance, exuding an aura of battle readiness. The sharp sounds of slicing air abruptly severed the afternoon stillness, as if invisible blades had sliced through the stagnant air, leaving behind distorted afterimages. Soon after, 3 figures descended like specters, landing firmly before Liu Yu and number 18, stirring up a swirl of dust that rolled like golden mist in the sunlight. These 3 individuals donned matching red and black uniforms, their sharply tailored battle gear gleaming with a hard metallic sheen under the sun. The Proud Squad emblem, an eagle with outstretched wings grasping a sword, was embroidered in gold thread upon their chests, shimmering brightly in the light. They wore immaculate white gloves and matching long combat boots, their synchronized attire radiating a sense of disciplined authority. At the forefront stood Kazarar, the leader of the Proud Squad, his figure towering like a mountain, his bronze skin marred with scars, and his sole remaining eye, sharp as a hawk's, was fixed intently on Liu Yu and number 18. Flanking him were Bune and Quincy. Presenting a stark contrast, Bune, with a grotesque dinosaur head, had a muscular neck covered in scales, while Quincy's expression was as cold as ice. His silver hair meticulously styled, arms crossed over his chest, his sharp gaze assessing. You two are the ones who dined and dashed at the Golden Wheat Waves restaurant, are you not? Kazarar's voice rumbled like distant thunder, echoing along the empty street. He slightly raised his chiseled chin, his eye gleaming with a self-righteous light, as if standing on a moral high ground to bring all injustices to account. The sunlight reflected glaringly off the metallic armor on his shoulders. Indeed, it is us. What of it? Number 18 stepped forward without hesitation, her scarlet lips curving in defiance, her amber eyes sparkling with disdain. Her silvery hair flowed like a waterfall in the breeze, her fitted armor accentuating her graceful and upright form, silently proclaiming her fearlessness. TCH. How audacious to act so brazenly even after wrongdoing. Kazarar snorted derisively, a mocking expression etching itself on his rugged face. In that case, I shall have no choice but to take you down. Once you repay your debts with interest, I may consider releasing you. His words, seemingly reasonable, carried an oppressive air, his right hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his energy sword. 18 chuckled lightly upon hearing this, her laughter as crisp as wind chimes yet imbued with a chilling coldness. Do you truly believe you can defeat us? You must think highly of yourselves. Nonchalantly, she brushed aside a silver strand of hair from her forehead, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Cassiler's single eye, as if assessing a fragile child unworthy of her attention. Her long fingers caressed the energy bracelet around her wrist, a faint blue aura beginning to radiate from her being. Such arrogance and ignorance. Daring to utter bluster before our proud team. Concealer's single eye ignited with furious flames as he turned to his companion Boone and commanded in a low voice, "Boone, go teach that presumptuous woman a lesson. Remember, do not let it result in death." Boone let out a low growl, his dinosaur-like head tilting back slightly as his powerful right leg stepped forward, causing the stone beneath to crack like a spider's web. "Very well, General. I shall control my strength." Boone's deep voice reverberated across the training ground, his massive dinosaur head swaying slightly, the gleaming white teeth shimmering coldly in the sunlight. His gaze fixed firmly on 18, excitement igniting within his amber eyes, his thick tail unconsciously carving deep grooves into the ground. It had been far too long since he had the chance to stretch his muscles, and now every fiber of his being craved a thrilling battle. Liu Yu keenly sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Boone and instinctively took half a step forward. "That fellow appears formidable. Do you need my assistance?" he murmured, his brow furrowed, his gaze flitting between Boone's robust muscles and steady stance. The dust on the training ground was stirred up by a gentle breeze, forming an almost imperceptible barrier between the two. "Do not forget, you are not the only one who has made progress in these 3 years." A confident smile curved 18's lips, her eyes ablaze with battle intent. She slowly clenched her fists, as if the air around her was distorted by an invisible force, her training suit rustling as if stirred by a wind of its own. "This level of opponent is perfect for testing the fruits of my training." Number 8 stood at the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest, his clear voice imbued with unwavering certainty. "Rest assured, this situation is not beyond her capabilities." "Very well. Exercise caution." Liu Yu slightly tilted his head, a hint of concern woven into his deep voice. Only at this moment did he realize that while he had been diligently honing his skills over the past 3 years, 18 had likewise been silently gathering her strength. Although she bore the form of a human, she continuously pushed her limits, much like the hidden powerhouse number 17 from Dragon Ball Super, who, through a solid foundation and enduring accumulation, ultimately emerged as a figure of great renown. All of this requires genuine strength as a support. "Here she comes," Boone suddenly roared, the sound shaking the leaves around the training ground. His massive form shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, the gust of wind stirring up dust and debris, his iron fist hurtling towards 18's face with the sound of air being split apart. To the ordinary observer, his speed was akin to lightning, yet to Liu Yu's perception, it felt as though time had slowed down, each muscle contraction and each breath's rhythm distinctly visible. Too slow. A cold smile curled at the corners of 18's mouth, a flash of icy light igniting in her eyes as her arms swiftly rose. The air seemed to freeze for an instant, and then her palms rapidly gathered 2 blinding orbs of light, resembling 2 miniature suns, their scorching energy causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. In the next moment, several energy spheres erupted forth, trailing brilliant tails as they cleaved through the air with a sharp, piercing hum. Boone, who had been charging forward, abruptly halted. Faced with the onslaught of luminous spheres, he was forced to roll aside clumsily. The energy spheres whizzed past his battle attire, detonating on the ground and creating a series of charred craters, debris and dust swirling through the air. In the distance, Concealer frowned deeply, his knuckles whitening from the tension. He spoke solemnly to his companion Quincy. "Quincy, the situation is more dire than we anticipated. Boone is struggling alone. You must lend him your strength." Quincy nodded gravely, determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly spread his arms wide, shooting forth several golden beams of energy from his fingertips. These beams, alive with movement, wriggled through the air, emitting a soft crackling sound as they spiraled towards 18 from tricky angles. In that fleeting moment, a dark shadow flashed like a wraith. Liu Yu had unknowingly positioned himself before Concealer and Quincy, each hand cradling a swirling orb of destructive energy, its surface pulsating with dangerous purple arcs. These 2 orbs aligned perfectly with the foreheads of the 2 men, exuding a pressure that caused the temperature around them to plummet. "Should you dare to make any rash moves," Liu Yu's voice dripped with icy menace, each word laced with lethal intent, "I would not hesitate to erase you from this world entirely." What? Concealer and Quincy trembled violently, the destructive energy pressing against their foreheads rendering them momentarily breathless. The shadow of death loomed over them like a tangible entity, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Chapter 22. The Arrival on the Desolate Battlefield. The air felt thick and heavy, each breath laden with a suffocating viscosity. The flickering golden lines of energy from Quincy's fingertips were extinguished, as if snuffed out by an unseen giant hand, dissipating into nothingness with a barely audible whimper. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, carving two clear tracks through the dust on his face. Every nerve in his body quivered in frantic alarm, a primal instinct warning him that any motion would lead to his total evaporation from existence, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Beside him, Cassiler's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. As the proud team's formidable fourth-in-command, he had experienced countless life-and-death struggles and witnessed rivers of blood, yet he had never felt such an overwhelming sense of despair. Even when facing the elite of the team, Jiren, Tuapa, and Dispa, he had never felt so powerless that the thought of resistance was extinguished. Who is this sudden adversary? Where do they come from? Why are they so inexplicably powerful? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet none found an answer. Get lost. The destructive energy ball in Lu Yu's palm suddenly vanished, replaced by two lightning-fast gusts of wind. As they sliced through the air, the sound of tearing echoed, as if even the very fabric of space was contorting under the impact. With two sharp cracks, Cassiler and Quincy's faces contorted, their bodies propelled backward as if hurled by a catapult. Boom! Two figures crashed into the ground, sending debris flying and dust soaring, staining half the sky with a gray haze. The hardened earth was gouged into two craters several meters wide, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly outward, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds. Groans of pain emanated from the depths of the pits as the two men simultaneously spewed forth a crimson mist, transforming the dust into a rain of scarlet. Their swollen faces quickly bloated, bruised and battered, resembling two crushed pig heads, devoid of any trace of their former majesty. No, this is impossible. Boone's pupils constricted in shock, his voice distorted by disbelief. General Cassiler was actually struck down with a single slap. His gaze darted uncertainly between 18 and Lu Yu, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He had initially thought that the woman was the dominant force in this battle, but it turned out that the true nightmare lay hidden much deeper. Cold sweat soaked through his battle attire, clinging uncomfortably to his back. At that moment of distraction, 18's icy voice slithered into his ears like a venomous serpent. Diverting one's focus during battle is the greatest insult to your opponent. Boone hurriedly turned his head, colliding head-on with an energy sphere the size of a basketball. The blinding radiance instantly engulfed his vision, forever freezing his expression of terror in that singular moment. A thunderous boom resonated as the energy sphere detonated against Boone's face, the piercing light consuming his sight, while a ferocious shockwave, akin to an invisible giant hand, violently hurled him away. He spiraled through the air like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily at the edge of two deep pits, sending fragments of stone and dust flying. The air was thick with a pungent, burnt odor, mingled with the scent of scorched metal. Boone lay limp on the ground, his body convulsing violently, each breath laced with searing pain. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to gaze at his equally disheveled companions in the pit, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, three figures emerged, struggling amidst the ruins. Boone, with trembling arms, propped himself up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the charred earth. He bitterly murmured, his voice hoarse and weak, "We stand no chance against such foes." At that moment, Quincy's trembling voice shattered the eerie silence. "General, quickly, call for Captain Tuapa's assistance." His face was as pale as a sheet, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his armor's collar. He fixed his gaze on Cassiler, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear and panic, his hands clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the strain. As proud members of the battle team, they were once renowned warriors in the cosmos, each having faced countless life-and-death struggles, never showing weakness before anyone. Yet at this moment, the three of them, united in their assault, were utterly crushed in an instant. This was an unparalleled disgrace in their illustrious careers. Cassiler gritted his teeth, his expression grave as if cloaked in frost. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving, and reluctantly nodded. Though it is humiliating, there is no choice but to proceed. His voice was low and restrained, tinged with reluctance and helplessness. This was their sole hope. If either Captain Tuapa or Vice Captain Decisive could arrive in time, their unfathomable strength would surely subdue these two humans with ease. Concealer hesitated no longer and swiftly activated the communicator on his wrist. A pale blue light screen manifested in the air, its flickering glow illuminating his resolute yet fatigued visage. He spoke urgently into the screen. "This is General Concealer speaking." The communicator crackled with intermittent static, mixed with heavy breathing. Shattered metal debris littered the charred ground, and tendrils of smoke rose gently in the breeze. "We have encountered a formidable enemy, and our situation is dire," a trembling voice emanated from the communicator, each word dripping with despair. Suddenly, the signal fluctuated violently, bringing an even more frantic plea. "Yes, the situation is urgent. Requesting immediate support from Captain Tuapa and Vice Captain Decisive." The voice was laced with palpable panic, stressing the necessity for immediate communication, as every second was crucial. The transmission abruptly ceased. Concealer slumped beside a broken metal pillar, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling as if he had just escaped from the depths of the ocean, reborn anew. His trembling fingers unconsciously brushed against the edge of the communicator, where remnants of battle scars still lingered on the metallic surface. Not far away, Number 18 slightly furrowed her brow, golden strands of hair fluttering gently in the cool cosmic wind. Her gaze swept over the fallen Concealer and his companions, finally resting on Liu Yu beside her. "Liu Yu," she spoke softly yet with a hint of caution, "shouldn't we incapacitate these individuals first? If they continue to pursue us, it could become quite troublesome." Liu Yu slowly shook his head, a composed smile gracing his lips, confidence flickering in his eyes. "There's no need. They have already sent a distress signal. I believe those we are waiting for will arrive shortly." His gaze transcended the ravaged ruins, looking toward the distant, hazy horizon. The setting sun bled crimson, staining the clouds a deep red. In his eyes, Concealer and his companions were mere insignificant pawns, disposable pieces on a chessboard, not worthy of his concern. What he truly yearned for was an exhilarating clash with formidable opponents like Tuapa and Jiren. Liu Yu was acutely aware of Tuapa's prowess in the realm of Dragon Ball Super. That warrior cloaked in a red cape not only matched the Super Saiyan blue form, but later awakened to become a true god of destruction. Liu Yu could almost envision that imposing figure, feeling the suffocating pressure it exuded. Once the transformation was complete, its strength would become even more unfathomable, demanding utmost respect. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dust from the ground. Liu Yu clenched his fists, his knuckles paling slightly. At this moment, what weighed most heavily on his mind was the Super Saiyan 4 power he wielded, that ferocious crimson aura, and how it measured against the deep azure brilliance of Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. The answer to this question might soon be unveiled. In the distance, the sound of something piercing the air could be heard, heralding the impending storm. "You came to the 11th universe to seek someone?" Number 18 slightly tilted her head, golden locks fluttering in the cool cosmic breeze, strands brushing against her fair cheek. A flicker of surprise crossed her ice-blue eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Surrounding them, the 11th universe's unique pale purple nebula unfurled like delicate gauze, while distant stardust glimmered with scattered light, reminiscent of divine jewels scattered carelessly. Further away, a blue giant star quietly burned, casting a ghostly glow upon her cool visage, as if shrouding their conversation in a veil of mystery. "Have you been here before?" she pressed, her voice tinged with disbelief, slender fingers unconsciously gliding over the hovering probe. The probe emitted a soft hum, its pale blue screen continuously fluctuating with energy readings from the surrounding star fields. Initially, Number 18 regarded Liu Yu as merely a formidable Saiyan warrior, yet it appeared he was far more than that. Did he have acquaintances beyond the 7th universe? This revelation rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of curiosity. She couldn't help but recall the scene of Liu Yu battling those cosmic pirates. His strikes were swift as lightning, each blow carrying a devastating force. The golden aura blazing in the vacuum, pushing back those vicious pirates without mercy. Such strength should not be confined to the confines of a mere 7th universe. "No," Liu Yu replied nonchalantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the distant star field shimmering with strange lights. His battle attire glimmered with a subtle metallic sheen beneath the starlight. Remnants of recent skirmishes etched into the shoulder armor. I only heard that there are several competent individuals in the 11th universe and wish to spar with them. His tone was as casual as discussing the weather, yet the slight tightening of his knuckles betrayed a flicker of inner turmoil. In the distance, a meteor streaked across the sky, its long tail illuminating his profile in a flickering dance of light. I see, number 18 nodded thoughtfully, golden locks gently swaying in the cosmic wind. She narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, carrying a hint of danger. However, it seems you've concealed quite a bit from me. She fixed her piercing gaze on Lu Yu, her eyes sharp enough to seemingly penetrate his innermost thoughts, scrutinizing all his secrets with keen intensity. Lu Yu stood beneath the starry sky of the 11th universe, surrounded by soft purple nebulae, with twinkling specks of light shimmering in the void like fireflies. He chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a feigned casual manner, and remarked, "How could that be? You never inquired about these matters before, did you?" On the surface, he appeared calm and unperturbed, yet internally, he felt a slight tension. Indeed, he had concealed many secrets, such as being a traveler from another world and harboring an unknown system within him. These secrets, he could never reveal to Shirba, nor to anyone else. Shirba pouted, turning her head away in mild dissatisfaction, her golden hair tips drawing graceful arcs in the air, silently expressing her discontent and skepticism. After a few minutes, Lu Yu's expression suddenly tightened. He distinctly sensed two incredibly powerful auras approaching them with astonishing speed, accompanied by a relatively weaker presence. The overwhelming force surged like a tumultuous tide, impacting his senses in waves, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Has Taupa come for them?" he murmured to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. As he felt that surging power, it was as if his blood was ignited, every cell clamoring for the thrill of battle. This was the instinct flowing from the Saiyan bloodline. When faced with a formidable opponent, the body would involuntarily boil with excitement, like a beast poised to spring. He gently lifted the corners of his mouth, a smile of eager anticipation dawning on his face. In this moment, he no longer concealed his inner exhilaration nor shied away from the impending fierce conflict. The strong from the 11th universe were upon them. Time passed unnoticed, and suddenly, a low, thunderous sound sliced through the air, akin to the tearing of heavy fabric. Sharp and jarring, reminiscent of a beast's growl that quickened the heart. Two figures, propelled by howling winds, abruptly appeared before Lu Yu and Shirba, raising dust that swirled like delicate mist, as if time itself momentarily stood still. The leading bald giant was as robust as a mountain. Each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if even the earth revered his might. His bare arms were muscled and gnarled like ancient tree roots, and his iron-like fists were calloused, glinting with a metallic sheen under the slanting sun. His eyes, like bronze bells, were bright and penetrating, as if capable of piercing through the heart and gazing into the depths of the soul. Beneath his tawny skin, veins throbbed subtly, resembling lurking dragons, while a pair of rugged elfin ears twitched slightly, seemingly attuned to every minute fluctuation in the air. Even the sound of falling leaves could not escape his perception. Following closely was his companion, whose skin bore an unusual greenish hue, as if imbued with some mysterious power, and deep blue hair danced wildly in the gale, resembling a flowing waterfall. His rectangular face bore shallow scars, each a silent testament to past battles. His gaze was as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, devoid of warmth. Both wore the proud Team S uniform, their crimson capes billowing behind them like flames, their chest emblems gleaming with resplendent gold under the sunlight, a declaration of their inviolable dignity. "Carasil, what is the meaning of this?" Tuap's deep voice resonated like thunder, laced with suppressed fury. Each word struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. The honor of the proud team could not be soiled by such disgrace. His gaze cut through the disheveled trio of team members, his brow furrowing deeply, a deep furrow forming on his forehead. As a renowned team in the universe, they had not faced such humiliation in a long time. The three elite members had collectively been reduced to such a pitiful state, their clothing torn, their breaths ragged. It was a grievous insult to the century-long reputation of their team. Carasil lowered his head in shame, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek, pooling on the cracked earth, evaporating instantly. "Captain, those two individuals are no ordinary foes. He struggled to lift his head, his voice trembling as if each word drained his strength, particularly when speaking of the man, whose power was astonishingly formidable. Is this your explanation? Tawapa scoffed, his sharp gaze shifting to Lu Yu. Like a predator locking onto its prey, he scrutinized the seemingly ordinary young man before him, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. What exactly have you done? Before Lu Yu could respond, Carasil interjected hastily. Captain, they dined in the restaurant, but refused to pay the bill. We received a complaint and rushed over to handle it. But his voice trailed off, the last few words nearly swallowed, his face revealing his humiliation and awkwardness, as if even breathing had become laborious. Is this trivial matter all? Tawap, his brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze slicing through Carasil before turning to the three injured members. They were disheveled, their faces marked by evident abrasions, one even clutching his chest in pain, breathing unevenly. Tawap, his tone was resolute, carrying an undeniable gravity. Settle the bill in my name. Then immediately go to the medical room to tend to your injuries. Do not delay. The three felt as if they had received a pardon. Supporting each other as they stumbled away, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, gradually fading into the distance. Tawapa refocused his gaze on Lu Yu, his sharp eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. The restaurant's soft lighting illuminated the faint aroma of food wafting through the air, while the onlookers who had previously gathered had quietly retreated, leaving only this corner steeped in tension. Tawapa examined the young man who had simultaneously defeated three elite members, a hint of unmasked admiration flickering in his eyes. To simultaneously conquer Carasil and his companions, you are indeed a rare warrior. His voice carried a certain grandeur, as if heralding a silent victory. Allow this meal to be my treat. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon the imposing figure of Tawapa. He stood tall, his muscular form radiating an aura of boundless strength. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality. Lu Yu's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. If he wished to play the role of a generous benefactor, so be it. Lu Yu mused to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the table edge. He had expected Tawapa to behave as rumored, launching into a confrontation upon meeting, yet he had unexpectedly settled the bill first. This gesture prompted Lu Yu to reassess the captain of the proud team. He stood with an imposing demeanor, exuding an air of inviolable authority, yet there was an unexpected hint of leniency beneath the surface. In Lu Yu's memory, Tawapa from the Dragon Ball Super fanworks always appeared stern and domineering, neither eliciting disdain nor affection. However, upon this encounter, he seemed far more approachable than the legend suggested. The restaurant's lighting cast gentle shadows across his broad shoulders, and the air was thick with a subtle tension, as if an unspoken contest was quietly unfolding. You are an exceptional warrior. Tawapa's voice was steady and powerful, reverberating in the hushed restaurant where even the clinking of plates could be heard distinctly, as if carrying a certain weight that resonated clearly in the air. He stood tall, muscles taut, his deep red battle attire glinting softly under the restaurant's gentle lights. In my capacity as captain of the proud team, I sincerely invite you to join us. He paused for a moment, his gaze piercing and resolute, and added firmly, from this day forth, I shall bear all your dining expenses. These words left Lu Yu momentarily stunned. The tension in his muscles eased slightly, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. This imposing figure seemed to contrast starkly with the image he had conjured in his mind of Tuopo. The restaurant was suffused with a subtle aroma of food, and strands of afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting tiny particles of dust that danced softly in the beams. No, he must reverse this passive situation. Lu Yu clenched his fists discreetly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, yet a scornful expression graced his face, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic arc ridiculous. He scoffed, his voice laced with feigned disdain. Do you think I am one to concern myself with the cost of a few meals? Despite his bravado, deep down, he was acutely aware of his current financial constraints. Even the coins in his pocket felt particularly burdensome. Hey kid, Taba, standing beside Tuopo, could not resist interjecting. His somewhat gaunt face bore an air of arrogance, his eyes narrowed to slits as if attempting to see through Lu Yu. Our Captain Tuopo personally invited you. This is a tremendous honor. You should feel privileged. His haughty demeanor resembled that of a sycophant in a melodrama, chin held high as if to look down upon others. Lu Yu's gaze turned icy, his eyes sharp as blades, directed at Ta Ba as if to pierce him. What are you to interject here? His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unsettling pressure, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Those three brutes have already gone to nurse their wounds. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Ta Ba trembled under that gaze, instinctively shrinking back, no longer daring to speak further. He felt distinctly that, even with Tuopo present, this young man possessed the capability to make him suffer greatly. The cold, murderous intent was nearly suffocating. Tuopo, however, did not display anger, but instead stepped forward. The afternoon sun filtered through the restaurant's windows, casting mottled shadows upon his robust form, making his deep red combat uniform appear even more vivid. Joining the Pride Squad is every warrior's dream. His voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight, as if each word fell heavily upon Lu Yue's heart. Such a splendid opportunity. Are you certain you will not reconsider? Zay stood in the expansive arena, surrounded by tiered metallic stands, glimmering coldly under the distant light of the stars. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting wisps of dust, while a faint energy fluctuation permeated the air. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he spoke in a tone as light as discussing the weather. Yet his eyes were sharp as blades, unflinchingly meeting Tuopo's gaze, as if seeking to uncover all his secrets. Very well, I might agree to join your Pride Squad, but only if you can defeat me. He deliberately elongated his words, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Unless you can best me. Upon uttering those words, Lu Yue had already calculated the odds. Tuopo's aura was steady and formidable, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet in Lu Yue's keen perception, he sensed that Tuopo was still slightly inferior. This realization had dawned on him the moment Tuopo made his imposing entrance. However, the chance to engage with the captain of the Pride Squad could be a rare opportunity, a thrilling battle that might help him break through the long-standing bottleneck he faced. What did you say? Tuopo's pupils constricted sharply, almost believing he had misheard. His robust frame leaned slightly forward, muscles tensed like an enraged lion. In the entirety of the 11th universe, aside from the unfathomable Julian and the wise Wei Maida, who would dare utter such audacious words before him? Was this young man simply arrogant and ignorant, or did he possess some hidden strength? You heard correctly. Lu Yue maintained his composure, his smile unwavering. Yet his voice was clear and resolute, striking like the clash of metal. If you can defeat me, I will willingly join the Pride Squad. How does that sound? He slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Tuopo's clenched fists, as if admiring an artwork about to unfold. Tuopo's expression hardened as if frost had settled upon his features, his initial shock quickly crystallizing into a cold demeanor. In the depths of his gaze, a glimmer of icy menace flashed through. As the captain of the Pride Squad, his strength positioned him among the top 3 in the vast universe. Never had anyone dared to challenge him so brazenly. Truly, this was arrogance beyond reason. Tuopo's voice emerged from a place of chilling depths, low and frigid. It seems that defeating Kasailer and Kungxi has inflated your ego. Perhaps. Lu Yue shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor still unfazed, as if this formidable captain were merely a speck of dust beneath his feet. Very well, since you insist on courting death, I shall let you experience the true strength of the captain of the Pride Squad. Tuopo's fists clenched suddenly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing sharply, as an intensely chilling aura emanated, palpable in the air, heavy enough to render it suffocating. The ground beneath him began to tremble slightly, small stones vibrating silently, as if the very fabric of space was quaking in anticipation of the impending clash. Ta Ba stood nearby, arms crossed, a playful smirk etched across his face. He watched coldly, already convinced that this audacious young man, who dared to speak so boldly before Tuopo, was about to receive a lesson that would teach him the true meaning of despair in the face of overwhelming strength. Very well, let the battle commence. The moment Lu Yue's eyes sharpened like blades, a radiant golden aura erupted from him as he tightened his fists. The aura blazed forth like a holy fire, enveloping him entirely, illuminating the surroundings as if a war god from antiquity had awakened, ready to shatter the void and conquer the world. Huh! A low roar erupted from Lu Yue's throat, his battle spirit surging like a volcanic eruption, soaring skyward. Chapter 24, The Sense of Oppression. Zizizi. The shrill sound of electricity suddenly tore through the air, as countless arcs of pale blue lightning danced around Lu Yue, wildly leaping and intertwining. His originally upright golden hair became even sharper and more erect, each strand seemingly coated in a dazzling golden sheen. The golden aura surging from his body was as tangible as a physical force, violently igniting the air around him, shaking the small stones beneath his feet. As the waves of energy surged, the ground began to crack inch by inch, spiderweb-like fractures radiating outward from his center. A sense of scorched air permeated the atmosphere, as if even space itself trembled under the weight of this power. Is this the second level of Super Saiyan? Tuopo's pupils narrowed, the crimson cloak billowing dramatically in the turbulent air, like a battle flag dancing wildly in the wind. His crossed arms slowly descended, his muscular form leaning forward slightly, veins bulging like coiling dragons. It was evident that he had enhanced his strength through transformation. No wonder he was so confident. He scrutinized the warrior enveloped in electricity before him, his sharp gaze seemingly attempting to see through Lu Yue entirely. The arcs of electricity crackled around Lu Yue, emitting an unsettling hum, as the golden aura behind him formed a dazzling halo. I must admit, you indeed possess the audacity to be arrogant. Tuopo's tone held a hint of admiration, his voice discernible amidst the chaotic energy fluctuations. Such power far surpassed that of Decisive and the others. Gazing at the electrifying aura that enveloped Lu Yue, Tuopo felt a surge of astonishment within his heart. When had such a formidable being emerged in the 11th universe as a candidate for the god of destruction? His ignorance of this was indeed a grave oversight. However, concurrently, an even stronger desire arose within him. Such talent must be recruited into the Pride team. Come forth. Tuopo clenched his fists, positioning himself firmly, as his robust arms tensed, veins bulging like coiling dragons. You have successfully ignited my fighting spirit. Let me witness your prowess. Observing from a distance, Taba immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and retreated a few steps, focusing intently on the confrontation before him. A rival that could compel Captain Tuopo to take things seriously was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. He held his breath, eyes locked on the two figures in the arena, fearful of missing any detail. The imposing aura of the large figure was remarkable. Number 18 furrowed her brows, her delicate fingers instinctively tightening into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Do you have confidence? Lu Yue turned his gaze back, a reassuring smile gracing his lips, his golden hair glimmering like liquid gold in the electric light, casting a soft halo around him. Fear not. His voice was steady and assured. He is not my opponent. No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred, as if scattered by a gust of wind. Whoosh! A golden streak shot through the air like a meteor. The ground where Lu Yue had stood erupted violently, debris and dust scattering, as he launched himself toward Tuopo like an arrow released from its bow. The speed was astonishing. Trailing behind him were several illusory afterimages, as though multiple Lu Yues raced across the battlefield simultaneously. Tuopo's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of undeniable surprise crossing his eyes, yet he quickly steadied himself. His legs sank slightly, firmly rooting him to the ground like a rock, adopting a stance to meet the challenge, as a faint purple energy began to coalesce around him, swirling like mist and exuding an ominous pressure. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yue's fist, imbued with thunderous might, tore through the air. The wind generated by his punch distorted the atmosphere, producing a deep, resonant hum. Yet Tuopo's expression remained calm and undisturbed, as serene as a bottomless ancient well, betraying not a ripple. In an instant, his right fist transformed into an open palm, slowly retracting. The motion appeared languid but contained an ineffable steadiness and strength, as if countless transformations were encapsulated within this ebb and flow. A thunderous boom shattered the silence, as Lu Yue's fist, carrying a fierce momentum, smashed down upon Tuopo's palm like a meteor striking the earth. At the moment of impact, an invisible shockwave erupted from the two, sending debris and dust spiraling into the air, creating a fleeting cloud of dust above the open space. The air seemed to hum from the force of the blow, causing the branches of nearby dead trees to tremble. Crack! Crack! The slate under Tuopo's feet shattered in response, intricate fissures spreading rapidly like living creatures, weaving an enormous web. Debris and dust swirled in the aftermath of the impact, glittering like gold in the slanted rays of the setting sun. Nevertheless, Tuopo's towering figure remained as steadfast as a mountain. Not even the hem of his dark attire fluttered, as if he were a mountain that had endured countless storms. The strength is commendable. A slight smile curled at Tuapo's lips, his bronze visage gleaming with a golden hue in the twilight. His tone imbued with a hint of approval, yet it still bore an air of condescension, but that was all. Before his words had fully settled, his left fist shot out like lightning. This punch, seemingly unremarkable, bore the force of an avalanche, cleaving through the air directly toward Lu Yue's face. Lu Yue's pupils constricted suddenly, hastily retracting his assault, crossing his arms in a defensive posture, the muscles in his arms tensing like iron, veins bulging beneath his bronzed skin. Bang! Another resonant sound erupted like thunder. Lu Yue was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its strings severed. His feet carved deep grooves into the slate surface, as rolling stones and dust formed a gray-yellow trail in the air. His figure was driven back amidst the swirling dust until he barely managed to stabilize himself several dozen feet away, the soles of his shoes sparking against the slate. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, each breath releasing steaming white mist, distinctly visible in the cooling twilight. This fellow's strength is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yue shook his slightly numb arms, yet a defiant smile crept across his lips. Rather than being discouraged by the blow, a fiercer fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, as if his very blood boiled, surging like magma, scorching every fiber of his being. Intriguing. He could withstand 1% of my strength without faltering. Tuapa stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments fluttering gently in the breeze, resembling a statue atop a mountain, overlooking the trifles of existence below. His voice was deep and authoritative, echoing like the ancient chimes resonating through the vast expanse, asserting that throughout the universe, only a handful could withstand such a strike. He expected to see a look of astonishment on his opponent's face, yet Lu Yue merely smiled calmly, a hint of elusive composure in that expression. Unbeknownst to Tuapa, at this moment, Lu Yue had yet to unleash even 1/10 of his power, akin to a volcano yet to erupt, harboring enough energy to scorch the heavens and lay waste to the earth. You are not lacking, indeed stronger than I had imagined. Lu Yue flexed his wrists, joints cracking softly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. It seemed the ordinary form could not contend with you. Thus, he paused, suddenly shaking his arms vigorously, his aura skyrocketing, his garments billowing without wind, creating a resonant sound. The surrounding air appeared to compress under an invisible force. Emitting a low hum, small stones at his feet trembled slightly, akin to disturbed ants, restlessly jumping. A deep, resonant roar erupted from his throat, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening, the sound piercing the heavens, startling distant birds into frantic flight. The air began to warp, as if torn by an unseen force. The distant mountains trembled under this pressure. Even the ground beneath seemed unable to bear the weight, fissures spreading like spider webs in every direction. The golden flames surged violently, akin to a furious tide, instantaneously coloring the entire sky and earth in resplendent gold. Wherever the light reached, foliage bowed low, sand and stones danced, as if the entire world trembled at the arrival of this power. The air seemed ignited, resonating with a low hum, the distant clouds ripped apart by this force, revealing golden cracks, as if a divine being had slashed the heavens with a sword. Crackle! The piercing sound of electric currents shattered the air. Countless golden serpentine bolts writhed madly in the blinding brilliance, casting the entire sky into flickering light and shadow. The ground quaked violently under the energy's impact, fissures spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Centered around Lu Yue, visible waves of pale golden energy surged outward like a tsunami, raising dust clouds and sending debris spiraling violently through the air, emitting sharp sounds of tearing. This oppressive force is simply suffocating. Taba retreated in panic, arms braced defensively in front of him, his rough combat boots carving deep marks into the cracked ground. Through the trembling gaps in his arms, he stared in horror at the figure shrouded in golden tempest, his voice hoarse and nearly unrecognizable. Just the aura alone makes me feel weak all over. Such a monster could likely annihilate me with a mere finger. The sneer on Tuapo's face froze, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly from excessive strain, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The once confident eyes narrowed sharply, reflecting the increasingly brilliant figure in the distance. What a joke! He struggled to swallow, his throat convulsing violently, The power he had just displayed was astonishing, yet the current energy fluctuation was utterly transformed. The raging energy storm raged for about half a minute before the blinding golden light began to converge, slowly receding like a retreating tide. As the last flicker of electric light vanished into his body, the figure that emerged made both of them gasp in astonishment. Lu Yue stood proudly in the center of a pit over 10 meters in diameter, his long black hair billowing without wind, tiny golden sparks flickering at the tips. His upper body was cloaked in a dense, blood-red fur, and his bulging muscles shimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, each fiber imbued with explosive power. Most chilling was the transformation of his once pale green pupils into molten gold vertical slits, the crimson eye sockets stained with a sinister aura and wildness. The lips, which should have been unbreakable, trembled slightly, the voice rough as if scraped by sandpaper. This was no mere transformation, but a complete rebirth. He could distinctly sense that within Lu Yue surged energy akin to an awakening volcano, the violent energy fluctuations causing the surrounding air to warp and swirl. Lu Yue slowly raised his right hand, the fingers splayed, summoning a series of crackling arcs of electricity. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Welcome to witness my true power. Now, let us commence the second round. Chapter 25. Flash time. I never imagined you could grow this strong. I originally thought you were merely arrogant. But it seems you were playing the fool to catch the tiger. Tuapa's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out from clenched teeth, carrying an unmistakable tremor, as if the confidence deep within him was being dismantled by an invisible force. Tuapa's expression twisted, the previously mountain-like calm now seemingly torn apart by an unseen crack. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. Just moments ago, he had exuded a sense of ease and control, as if the entire battlefield was within his grasp. Yet now, that confidence ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented pressure, heavy and suffocating like storm clouds overhead. The Lu Yue before him now radiated a strength that made him acutely aware of the genuine threat this adversary posed. This guy was formidable. Tuapa's heart roared silently, but he forced himself to remain calm, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, then I shall also unleash my power and engage you in earnest. With a low growl, Tuapa tightened his fists, summoning all his strength in an instant. In that moment, Lu Yue suddenly realized he could no longer perceive Tuapa's aura, as if the latter had completely merged with the void, breathing in sync with the cosmos. It seems that although I am now powerful, I still cannot sense the divine energy. Lu Yue gazed at Tuapa, murmuring softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and vigilance. He understood that Tuapa had entered the realm of the divine when he became serious. His aura fused with nature, rendering him undetectable. This disparity in realm instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. Now, let me see just how strong your power truly is. After releasing all his strength, Tuapa darted like lightning towards Lu Yue. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in the air, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart, the sharp sound of rushing wind screeching painfully in the ears. Whoosh! Lu Yue also vanished in a flash, his figure disappearing like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage, as if he had never existed. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided with a thunderous crash, producing a deafening sound. The ground buckled beneath them, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Debris and dust being swept up by the violent shockwave, scattering like a storm. The air was thick with the scent of burnt energy and dust, as if the entire space trembled from the impact. The eyes of the eighth figure narrowed in alarm as the ferocious energy surged like a raging tide. She quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest. A light blue energy erupted from her palms, coalescing into a translucent barrier before her. The surface of the barrier rippled like water, trembling violently under the assault of the shockwave, emitting a piercing hum as if thousands of bees were buzzing in unison. Bang! The deafening explosion tore through the air. Even with the energy barrier shielding her, the 18th figure felt as if she had been struck head-on by a rampaging beast. Her slender form was sent flying backwards like a severed kite, her light blue hair whipping wildly in the chaotic airflow. After being hurled several dozen meters back, leaving 2 charred marks on the ground, she barely managed to steady herself, her chest heaving heavily. Taba stood frozen behind Tuapa, his expression one of shock. His wide-open eyes reflected the chaotic energy currents. Before he could even raise an arm, he was swept away like a fallen leaf caught in an invisible gale. He traced a chaotic arc in the air before crashing heavily into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Stones scattered, leaving a shallow pit in the shape of a spiderweb. Coughing, Tabar rose from the pit, brushing off the dust from his body. His robust muscles bore only a few shallow scratches, as though he had merely been brushed by a gentle breeze. In the center of the battlefield, the figures of Lu Yue and Tawapa were sent reeling back from the residual waves of their clash. They were like two shooting stars, briefly intersecting before streaking away into the distance. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it was as if invisible sparks erupted in the air. Lu Yue staggered backward, retreating over 10 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the rocky ground, the flying debris scattering like raindrops. When he finally steadied himself, the tattered hem of his clothing flapped noisily in the wind, the dust surrounding him glimmering with tiny golden specks in the slanted sunlight. On the other side, Tawapa slid back like a marionette with cut strings, tracing a shocking pair of furrows in the ground. He gritted his teeth, forcing his trembling right fist behind him, his fingers repeatedly clenching and unclenching, the joints creaking painfully. Sweat trickled down his taut jawline, pooling on the cracked earth, darkening it with spots. What incredible power! Tawapa squinted through his sweat-soaked eyes, his throat involuntarily convulsing. He subtly flexed his numbed fingers, feeling the lingering tremors coursing through his veins. It seems I have underestimated his strength. The recent clash, outwardly appearing evenly matched, was anything but. Tawapa knew all too well that the opposing force, like an avalanche, far exceeded his expectations. The tingling in his right fist served as a silent alarm, reminding him of this undeniable truth. I can no longer withstand this physically. Tawapa's thoughts raced as his right arm suddenly shot up, fingers together like 5 unsheathed swords, pointing directly at Lu Yue. Golden light swirled at his fingertips, 5 energy orbs rapidly coalescing, emitting a low hum, akin to 5 restless stars flashing dangerous light in the night. Just as flash, with a low yet resolute cry, 5 golden beams shot forth, streaking across the heavens like meteors, leaving behind a dazzling and brilliant trail. Wherever the beams passed, the air twisted violently, producing sharp, howling sounds, as if even space itself trembled in their wake. Child's play. Lu Yue sneered, a dismissive curve gracing his lips, too lazy to raise a hand to block. He inhaled deeply, as a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, radiant and captivating like the rising sun. The fiery aura enveloping him swirled and coalesced, forming an indomitable energy barrier. 5 ferocious beams of energy, upon contact with the aura, melted away like snowflakes, dissipating into specks of golden light in the air, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. What? Tuopo's pupils constricted sharply, his expression instantly grave as iron. He could sense the astonishing pressure emanating from his opponent, a force far beyond his imagination. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing an even more colossal energy wave that howled toward his adversary. This energy wave screamed as it tore through the air, cracking the ground beneath it and scattering fragments of stone in all directions. Let me show you what a true energy wave looks like. Lu Yue remained unflustered, slowly bringing his hands together in a flower bud formation. A surging energy gathered in his palms, manifesting as a continuously rotating azure sphere. The energy within the sphere surged, emitting a deep, resonant hum, its terrifying power causing the surrounding air to tremble, even making the distant mountains quiver slightly. Tenfold Kamehameha. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a blue beam of light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Wherever the beam passed, the air was rent asunder, producing a deafening explosion. The two cataclysmic energies collided in midair, erupting with a sound louder than thunder. A blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire battlefield, the ground collapsing in response, and forming a massive pit several dozen meters in diameter. The shockwave radiated outward like ripples, uprooting nearby trees and sending debris flying like raindrops. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, only 2 silhouettes could be discerned, flickering in and out of view within the energy storm, creating a suffocating atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. In the clash of world-destroying energies, Tuopo's figure was violently hurled away like a withered leaf, retreating over 10 zhang. He knelt on one knee, barely supporting his trembling body. sweat trickling down his forehead and evaporating into white mist upon hitting the charred ground. He raised his head, and for the first time, an unmistakable gravity appeared in his gaze directed at Lu Yue. The raging energy waves collided fiercely in the void, creating visible ripples that spread outwards like a giant stone thrown into water. Tuopo staggered back several steps, the armor on his arms shattering inch by inch. Tiny metal shards swirling in the air, reflecting blinding light amidst the energy's aftershock, akin to countless shattered stars. What a terrifying fluctuation of energy. Struggling to steady himself, Tuopo's voice trembled slightly, questioning the unfathomable depth of his opponent's power. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion, and the veins in his arms bulged like dragons. 3 bouts had made it painfully clear to him that an insurmountable chasm lay between him and his opponent. Each clash of energy felt as though it were shaking a towering mountain, and the sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon him, as if an invisible boulder were pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Such a formidable opponent could never remain inconspicuous in the universe. Tuopo muttered to himself, disbelief intermingling with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Just then, Lu Yue's energy wave collided with Tuopo's once more, erupting into dazzling white light that illuminated the entire battlefield as if a star had exploded. The energy's aftermath swept through, lifting debris into the air and creating a fleeting dust storm, within which the figures of the 2 fighters remained obscured. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 3-year sign-in gift package. Would you like to claim it? A cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yue's mind, shattering the tense atmosphere of battle. The system? Lu Yue paused momentarily, nearly caught off guard by Tuopo's next wave of attack. He nimbly sidestepped, an involuntary smile creeping onto his lips as a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It had been a full 2 years without any response from the system, and he had almost forgotten about its existence. Ever since he received the 1-year sign-in gift, the system had seemed to fall into slumber, unresponsive despite his calls. To his astonishment, it awakened at this critical juncture, like a ray of dawn piercing through a sky thick with clouds. Claim, Lu Yue silently thought, while simultaneously exerting force in his arms, blocking Tuopo's devastating punch that carried the scent of destruction. The force of the punch reverberated, causing the metal plates on his wrist to hum, as if the air had been torn apart at that moment. Ding. 3-year sign-in gift successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 0.5-second flash time skill. The system's chilling notification rang in his mind, causing Lu Yue's body to tremble suddenly, his breath momentarily catching. The 0.5-second flash time skill. This reward was far more astonishing than he had anticipated. He could almost feel an unfamiliar energy gradually merging with his limbs, like a long-dormant current beginning to surge. He distinctly remembered that during the breathtaking battle between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, the assassin Hit had effortlessly vanquished the Super Saiyan blue form of Vegeta using this very technique. Even when Son Goku unleashed the power of tenfold Kaioken, he ultimately could not shake this nearly insurmountable ability. Even more astonishing was that Hit's base power was far beneath that of Son Goku and Vegeta. Yet he achieved an incredible level of counterattack through the flash time skill. This transcended mere technique. It was a force capable of altering the tides of battle. At this moment, Lu Yue slowly lifted his gaze, a silvery glimmer swirling within the depths of his pupils. 0.5 seconds, a mere instant in the eyes of mortals, could serve as a razor-sharp blade to tear through despair in his hands. A slight smile graced his lips as he felt the new, pent-up power within him awaken, akin to a slumbering beast finally opening its eyes. Tuopo's fists remained powerful, the explosive energy continually battering the surroundings, with debris and dust flying like a torrential downpour. Yet Lu Yue seemed to exist in another temporal realm, the cacophony fading from his ears. From this moment forth, the battle had entered a rhythm that he controlled. Chapter 26. Conviction. The flash time skill coursed through Lu Yue's limbs, akin to a panther lying in wait in the dark night, every muscle brimming with astonishing explosive potential. This mysterious ability had long since merged with his bloodline, becoming his most trusted ally, radiating an intimidating brilliance on countless life and death battlefields. What on earth is he scheming? Tuopo's thick brows knitted tightly together, his bronze skin gleaming with a cold, metallic luster under the glaring lights of the arena. He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yue, who appeared dazed, a semblance of a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, as though he were lost in a mirage of another dimension. Tuopo's robust arm muscles involuntarily tensed, the bulging veins beneath his skin pulsing slightly, the joints of his fingers cracking audibly. Though taking advantage of an opponent's moment of weakness contradicted his steadfast martial spirit, the display of power before him was simply too daunting. If he could recruit Lu Yue into the Pride Troopers, it would surely enhance the 11th universe's strength immensely. For the greater good, this underhanded tactic was the only option left. A heavy sigh escaped Tuopo's heart. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the air being sliced apart suddenly rent the atmosphere. As Tuopo's powerful physique transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, the hard stone beneath him shattering with a resounding crack, sending fragments flying. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Lu Yue's side, a violent gust of wind whipping up clouds of dust, creating a hazy curtain between the two. Just as fist. Tuopo's voice boomed like thunder, his fist, as large as a bowl, enveloped in scorching waves of air, hurtled toward Lu Yue's face like a cannonball. The air warped violently in the wake of his punch, producing a sizzling sound. Lu Yue, be careful. From the observation platform. Number 18 pressed her delicate fingers tightly against her bloodied lips, her azure eyes reflecting a scene so breathtaking it was almost suffocating. She clearly witnessed the destructive energy coalescing around Tuopo's fist. Should that strike land, even the most resilient alloys would be reduced to powder. Meanwhile, Taba was practically bouncing with excitement, vigorously waving his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervor as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. A wide grin revealed a row of pristine teeth, his face radiating an assurance of triumph. Tuopo truly deserves his title as captain. Such acute combat intuition is genuinely admirable. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked the dense stubble on his chin, the rough texture momentarily calming his heightened emotions. He muttered softly, jealousy lacing his voice. However, allowing this enigmatic individual to join the team is quite disconcerting. At that critical moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. With a deafening roar, Tuopo's seemingly inevitable punch passed through Liu's body as though it pierced the very air. The ferocious wind from the punch shattered a stout stone pillar several dozen meters behind. Debris flew, dust swirled, and the air was thick with a pungent scent of lime. An afterimage? How could this be possible? Tuopo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the empty space before him, incredulous at his own fist. He had clearly pushed his speed to the utmost limit. His muscles taut, every ounce of strength concentrated in his punch. Even at light speed, there should have been a trace left behind. Yet, the reality before him utterly shattered his understanding. The flying fragments of stone fell like snowflakes, glimmering faintly in the twilight. Liu's figure slowly materialized nearby, as if emerging from the void. His garments fluttered gently in the breeze, his demeanor calm, and a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. As though the earlier dramatic moment had nothing to do with him. Tuopo's pupils abruptly constricted, his mind swirling in chaos. Just a second ago, he had firmly locked onto Liu's figure, his keen eyes tracking every movement like a hawk. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that figure vanished without a trace. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of an afterimage, let alone discern how or when the opponent had moved. This was beyond his comprehension. Could this fellow's speed truly be so unfathomable? The thought exploded in his mind like thunder, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Just as Tuopo was reeling from the shock, a voice, laced with languor and mockery, floated to him from behind, echoing like a whisper in a valley. The voice seemed to brush against his ear, yet felt distant. Imbued with an unsettling calmness. You have lost, Tuopo. What? Tuopo's body stiffened abruptly, his muscles tensing like iron. However, before he could turn, an overwhelming force, akin to thunder, struck fiercely at the back of his head. Crack! The sharp, piercing sound resonated in the air as Liu's right leg, like a tempered steel whip, sliced through the air with a shrill cry, delivering a vicious blow. In that instant, Tuopo felt the world spin, stars dancing before his eyes. His vision twisting and blurring as if he were plunging into a chaotic whirlpool. He lost all balance, hurtling forward like a marionette with severed strings. Whoosh! His body transformed into a swift shadow, akin to a meteor cast by an invisible giant hand, streaking towards the ground at an astonishing speed. The air was torn asunder, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle, as if space itself trembled. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Tuopo's body collided violently with the unyielding ground. In an instant, dust surged like a tempest, debris scattering like bullets in every direction. The earth quaked violently, as if it had experienced a minor earthquake, sending tremors felt even by distant spectators. As the dust slowly settled, a massive pit, over 10 meters in diameter, emerged before the onlookers. The edges of the crater were laced with spiderweb-like cracks, a haunting sight, as if the earth had opened a monstrous maw, ready to devour everything. At the deepest point of the pit lay Tuopo, motionless, covered in dust and debris, a pitiful sight, with only faint breaths indicating he was still alive. The flash technique is indeed remarkably effective. Liu's lips curled upward, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. Zay stood proudly at the edge of the pit, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. He lowered his gaze slightly, looking down at the disheveled figure below, a flicker of hidden triumph gleaming in his deep-set eyes. The twilight's glow bathed his upright form, enveloping him in a gentle golden halo. In that critical moment, had he not swiftly employed the flash technique, no matter how powerful he was, it would have been impossible to evade Tuopo's thunderous assault while simultaneously launching such a precise counterattack. Reflecting on it now, that second of stillness felt infinitely extended, yet was sufficient for him to execute a series of fluid movements: sidestep, evade, turn, kick. Each action was executed with impeccable timing, tracing graceful arcs in the air. It was only then that the observers, Shiba and Taba, snapped back to reality from their astonishment. Shiba gently touched her heaving chest, exhaling deeply, remnants of shock still lingering on her pale cheeks. "Huh, that rascal truly terrified me just now," she exclaimed playfully, her voice still trembling. It dawned on her that Liu had been confident all along, rendering her earlier concerns completely unwarranted. With this realization, she shot a reproachful glance at Liu. Yet her bright eyes betrayed an uncontainable joy and pride. A weak cough from the pit broke the brief silence. Tuopo struggled to move his fingers, attempting to rise. His battle armor lay in tatters, the once mighty aura of the divine dissipated, his breath feeble. Standing was a tremendous effort. Dust clung to his resolute face, adding to his disarray. "Captain, are you all right?" Taba exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to support the swaying Tuopo. His voice brimmed with concern and disbelief, his hands trembling slightly from tension. Tuopo lifted his heavy eyelids to gaze at Liu, who stood tall at the pit's edge, managing a wry smile as he shook his head. The twilight's glow illuminated his weary face, casting deep shadows. "This fellow," he managed to articulate with difficulty, his voice hoarse, "is even stronger than I imagined. Though I lost, I concede with respect." His words echoed across the empty battlefield, tinged with a sense of relief and admiration. The smoke had yet to dissipate, the scorched earth permeated with a sharp scent of sulfur. Tuopo's robust form cast a long shadow in the fading light, his heavy breaths mingling with sweat and blood cascading down his muscled chest. His calloused hands trembled slightly, the gaping wound on his palms still seeping blood, yet his spine remained as straight as a pine. It had been far too long since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle. His hoarse voice exhaled hot mist as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his bronze skin glistening with a metallic sheen in the twilight. At that moment, a fierce wind swept up the scattered rocks, and Liu light-footedly landed like a falling leaf, the crystals underfoot shattering with a spark. He casually brushed off the dust from his sleeves, a mischievous smile dancing in his glassy eyes. "What do you think? Do you still intend to invite me into your proud battle team?" Tuopo laughed heartily, causing the cracks in his chest armor to spread further. He casually swept his scattered silver hair back, his gaze shining like a blade forged in fire. "It is precisely because I was defeated by your hand that I am more convinced of your rarity as a treasure in the universe." Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and struck his fist heavily upon the charred ground, proclaiming that should you wish it, the captain's insignia could readily change hands. Liu summoned a gentle breeze with his fingertips, lifting the battered arm of his opponent, feeling the intense battle intent emanating from his palm. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You are far more intriguing than that rigid candidate for the destroyer in that anime." Before he could finish speaking, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid the purple flames erupting from the ground. "However, I currently prefer to be a carefree traveler among the stars." "Excellent." Tuopo raised his arms suddenly, shattering shoulder armor scattering debris. Dark red waves of energy surged around him, the lava beneath him roiling and bubbling. Today's defeat will surely transform into the spark of tomorrow's emergence. As I grasped the profound truth of destruction imparted by the esteemed adult, his words were abruptly halted as he realized the dust swirling around them had momentarily suspended in the pressure unwittingly exuded by his opponent. Lu Yu toyed with the quantum glow swirling around his fingertips and suddenly lifted his gaze to the remnants of the space-time rift on the horizon. I've heard there is a member of your team, named Jiren. Noticing the sudden dilation of his opponent's pupils, a dangerous smile curved Lu Yu's lips. For I happen to require a weighty adversary to test my newly comprehended dimensional folding. Tuo Po's throat convulsed violently, and the damaged respirator emitted an ear-splitting buzz. He gazed at the ethereal 12-layered star rings flickering behind the youth, finally realizing that this battle had not compelled his opponent to reveal their true strength from start to finish. Beyond the shattered meteorites, Ji Lian's burning cloak rustled in the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 27. Fiery fragments of stars drifted slowly in the profound void, akin to forgotten diamonds, flickering with a faint yet persistent light amidst the endless darkness. Tuo Po stood upon a massive floating meteorite, his silver-white armor reflecting a cold, steely sheen under the starlight, as though it had crystallized the chill of the universe. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, knuckles whitening from exertion as if trying to squeeze every ounce of strength into his palms. I must admit, Tuo Po's voice resonated with a particular weight in the vast cosmos, echoing as though from the depths of an abyss. He took a deep breath, the energy core in his chest flickering, reminiscent of a silent heart expressing unyielding defiance. Your strength indeed far surpasses mine. As he uttered these words, a slight twitch crossed his lips, as though each syllable bore a piercing anguish. For a candidate destroyer of the 11th universe, such a concession felt like an indelible humiliation. Yet the vivid imagery of that recent confrontation remained fresh in his mind, Lu Yu's figure flickering like a specter amidst the stardust. He had not even caught a glimpse of a shadow, nor sensed the ripples of energy, as if his opponent's very existence transcended the laws of reality. However, Tuo Po raised his head, his gaze piercing through the floating stardust, his tone turning grave, as cold as glacial ice. Even so, you could never be Ji Lian's match. His power exceeds my comprehension. At these words, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly ignited with fervent light, like two blazing stars illuminating the darkness. A smile graced his lips, as if he had heard the most enchanting melody in existence. Really? He chuckled lightly, the air around him beginning to swirl as if heralding a storm. Even the surrounding stardust seemed to part before this momentum. That only heightens my anticipation. Stepping forward, the meteorite beneath him shattered, scattering into countless tiny fragments throughout the void. As a practitioner, seeking out stronger adversaries is the greatest joy, is it not? Lu Yu's voice brimmed with an uncontrollable battle spirit, his hair gently swaying in the cosmic energy's fluctuations, as if each strand whispered a longing for combat. Tuo Po's expression instantly grew complex, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his resolute face. He had to concede that Lu Yu was indeed correct, but each time he recalled Ji Lian's unfathomable strength, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was no longer merely a matter of strength disparity, but rather a despair akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens, as if faced with the merciless laws of the universe itself. Ji Lian's whereabouts are unpredictable. Even I am unaware of his current location. Tuo Po's voice lowered, seemingly oppressed by some invisible weight. Yet I must advise you, do not challenge him lightly. That sense of defeat might utterly shatter your martial spirit. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave, his garments fluttering gently in the void as if merging with the stardust around him. Thank you for the warning. Since you two do not know of his whereabouts, let us part ways here. His voice faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing among the endless stars, leaving Tuo Po standing alone atop the shattered meteorite, confronting the eternal silence of the void. Wait. Tuo Po's voice shattered the stillness as he slowly retrieved a shimmering golden card from within the confines of his armor. The card radiated a soft and mysterious glow beneath the starlight, its surface engraved with the emblem of the proud battle team, a majestic eagle poised to take flight, its eyes seemingly infused with the power of the stars. The edges of the emblem were adorned with intricate cosmic crystals, twinkling with specks of starlight in the night. What is this? Do you wish to battle once more? Lu Yu turned, raising an eyebrow, the moonlight cascading over his sharply defined profile, his eyes glimmering with amusement, as if he were savoring a drama already fated to unfold. Tuapa shook his head with a wry smile, his tousled hair gently stirred by the night breeze. Though I harbor reluctance, I am acutely aware of the current disparity in strength. He solemnly extended the card, his fingertips trembling slightly. This is the pass of the proud battle team, and you are always welcome to visit. Liu Yu accepted the card, feeling the faint energy flowing through it at his fingertips, as if the stars trembled in his palm. He gently caressed the card's edge, suddenly laughing. To be honest, even without this, I doubt anyone could stop me from visiting your headquarters, right? Tuapa was momentarily taken aback. Under the moonlight, his pupils contracted slightly, only to reveal a helpless smile. Indeed, given Liu Yu's previously demonstrated strength, the defenses that the proud battle team prided themselves on would likely be futile before him. A smile curled at Liu Yu's lips, a serene demeanor radiating confidence, as if the entire universe lay within his grasp. He understood in his heart that amidst this vast cosmic sea, apart from the unfathomable Jiren, no one could obstruct his path. Furthermore, Jiren rarely set foot in the proud battle team's domain, which rendered him even more unrestrained. Tuapa did not take offense at Liu Yu's candid remarks. Instead, he patiently explained, that is indeed the case. However, with this card, you can freely make purchases in any corner of the universe, and the minor inconveniences like today will no longer occur. His tone was gentle, but his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the distant, brightly lit city, silently worrying that if those oblivious, ordinary people angered Liu Yu over monetary matters, the consequences would be dire. Oh, Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, assessing the shimmering golden card in his hand with keen interest. The card refracted dazzling light under the moon, the cosmic crystals on its edges seeming to whisper the secrets of the stars. This is quite a marvelous item. Thank you, he replied cheerfully, tucking the card into his pocket as gracefully as if collecting a fallen leaf. Though with his strength, he had no need to rely on such external possessions. Even if he were to dine freely across the universe, none could impede him. Nevertheless, Liu Yu had no desire to harm those defenseless ordinary people, nor did he wish to squander time on such trivial matters. The night breeze brushed past, his garments fluttering gently, as if he had melded with the starry sky. The sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, painting the sky in a splendid hue of orange and red. Liu Yu turned around, his gaze landing upon the serene figure of Shiba Hao, who stood quietly beside him. The gentle afterglow of the setting sun bathed her exquisite visage, adorning her with a dreamlike golden halo, as if her long eyelashes were dusted with tiny flecks of gold. She stood there in tranquil grace, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Liu Yu instinctively reached out, gently clasping her slender fingers. Her fingertips felt cool, yet a warmth surged through at the moment of contact. Let us depart, he spoke in a deep, tender voice, akin to the evening breeze caressing the strings of a lute. Their silhouettes gradually melded into the twilight, casting elongated shadows in the dimming light. Where they passed, the air shimmered with faint ripples of energy, reminiscent of waves spreading across the surface of water, lingering long after. Captain, are you all right? Taba approached swiftly, his voice laced with undeniable concern. He clearly observed the fine beads of sweat trickling from Tuapo's brow, glimmering under the sunset. Those hands, once as steady as a rock, now trembled uncontrollably, the knuckles turning pale from exertion. Tuapa exhaled deeply, feeling the soreness radiate through his muscles, every inch of his skin recounting the heart-pounding battle they had just endured. He smiled wryly, shaking his head, his voice raspy. I am fine. The image of Liu Yu's seemingly casual kick before departing flashed in his mind. The power behind that strike was unfathomable, akin to an abyss, and it still left him with lingering trepidation. Relay the orders. Tuapo's expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening. None of the proud warriors may engage with Liu Yu. He paused, his tone growing graver. Inform the peacekeeping forces across the planets. Aside from Jiren, I fear no one can contain him. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Taba nodded solemnly. Had he not witnessed the recent battle with his own eyes, he might have deemed the captain's decision overly cautious. Yet, after experiencing the cataclysmic power firsthand, he understood the necessity of this command. The surge of energy unleashed in that moment still reverberated within his perception. After parting ways with Tua, Liu Yu accompanied Shiba Hao to the most renowned commercial star district in the universe. Colorful neon lights danced in the night, illuminating the entire street as if it were day. Unique cosmic shops lined the thoroughfare, with holographic advertisements hovering in mid-air, constantly morphing in shape. The air was infused with exotic fragrances from various star systems, including the sweet scent of moonlight flowers from the fairy galaxy and the fiery aroma of flame fruits from the Orion Nebula. Shiba Hao curiously surveyed her surroundings, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. She paused occasionally in front of shops selling luminous jewelry, watching the stardust-crafted ornaments shimmer under the lights. At other times, she was drawn to the unique delicacies from different planets, her nose twitching ever so slightly. Liu Yu held her hand throughout, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as the two of them soon blended into the bustling crowd of interstellar beings. It must be said, the golden card Tuapa had bestowed upon him was indeed a delightful surprise. It shimmered with a faint golden glow, as if encapsulating the radiance of the stars. The edges were inlaid with delicate cosmic crystals, refracting a rainbow of colors under the lights. Holding it in his hand, he could distinctly feel the privilege it contained, an interstellar passport. Whether booking a luxurious spacecraft traversing the cosmos or lodging at the finest interstellar hotels, whether customizing the latest combat suits or savoring unique delicacies from various civilizations, presenting this resplendent golden card would grant him complimentary access and the highest level of service. Tuapo's reputation and status within the 11th universe were indeed well-deserved. Time flowed like a rushing river, silently slipping through his fingers. Liu Yu devoted most of his time to cultivation. He often meditated alone on a training platform suspended in the void, its surface smooth as a mirror, surrounded by a gentle silver glow. With closed eyes, he focused his spirit, the energy within him swirling continuously, sometimes like wisps of smoke, at other times like the surging tides, resonating in harmony with the universe's breath. Occasionally, when exhaustion from training reached its peak, he would set aside his practice to accompany Shiba Hao as they strolled through the vibrant markets of alien worlds. The neon lights flickered like flowing star rivers among the varied shops, reflecting the diverse shapes of extraterrestrial pedestrians. Shiba Hao flitted about like a lively butterfly, weaving between the shops, her fingertips grazing the dazzling fabrics of the latest fashions, occasionally glancing back at Liu Yu with a radiant smile. He remained quietly on the periphery, his gentle gaze following her, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the blink of an eye, for years had passed like a shooting star streaking across the sky. What weighed heavily on Liu Yu's heart was that throughout these 4 years, the legendary warrior Jiren had seemingly vanished, as if he had dissolved into the cosmic sea, never to appear. His initial resolve to arrive in the 11th universe was to engage in a decisive battle with that fabled warrior. He yearned to shatter his own limitations through the life-and-death clash, to grasp the higher realm of Super Saiyan 4. This was the pinnacle of power he had longed for, a transformation that would enable him to transcend his limits. However, for years had elapsed, and Jiren seemed to have evaporated into the vast universe, leaving no trace. Each inquiry fell silent, and every expectation dissolved into desolation. Liu Yu exhaled slowly, his breath forming a white mist that dissipated into the void. His brow furrowed, his deep-set eyes reflecting an uncontainable restlessness, as if dark clouds were gathering before a storm. Still unable to break through, he murmured to himself, his fingertips absent-mindedly brushing the icy surface of the training platform. What am I missing? Standing upon the barren surface of a desolate planet, with cracked crimson soil beneath his feet and a profound starry sky above, the wind stirred, whipping up fine dust that coalesced into a barely perceptible vortex around him. His voice trembled slightly, as if the very air quivered in response. For 7 whole years, I have remained stuck at the threshold of Super Saiyan 4, as if separated by but a thin veil, yet I cannot pierce through it. Each attempt felt as though it were met with an invisible wall, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of defeat. The energy within him had long since surged like a sea of stars, the golden aura flickering beneath his skin. Every muscle taut with potential, every breath silently clamoring for transformation. He could distinctly sense that the breakthrough was within reach, tantalizingly close, yet that crucial step remained elusive. This anxiety, suspended at the critical juncture, felt like a dull knife, relentlessly slicing at his will, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Let me sense Jiren's aura once more, he whispered, his voice echoing in the desolate expanse of the planet. If he still does not appear, I shall have no choice but to leave the 11th universe and seek another path. For 4 years, Day after day, he released his perception, his consciousness like an invisible thread, penetrating the atmosphere, stretching toward distant star systems, searching for that unique and powerful aura. Yet, each time, the result was nothingness, as if Jiren had never existed. With the awakening of the god of destruction Beerus drawing ever closer, time was of the essence. He must break through to Super 4 to stand before that deity. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Contemplating this, his brow tightened, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Just as Liu Yu closed his eyes and extended his consciousness like a thread toward the surrounding planets. An overwhelming sense of pressure, so potent it momentarily stole his breath, suddenly crashed into his perception. That aura was like a raging star, scorching and majestic, instantly engulfing his entire awareness. Was it Jiren? Liu Yue suddenly widened his eyes, a fervent light bursting forth within them, almost shouting out loud. His body leaned slightly forward, fists unconsciously tightening, golden flames of energy suddenly surging around him as if to ignite the entire starry sky. Chapter 28. First encounter with Jiren, an unprecedented, formidable aura swept in, akin to a monstrous wave crashing with great force, instantly enveloping the entire training area. This aura carried a disquieting pressure, rendering the air almost palpable, heavy enough to leave one gasping for breath. Liu Yue slowly opened his eyes, a hint of gravity flickering in his deep gaze. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within this presence, which was even more potent than that of Tuapa, whom he had previously encountered. Under such immense pressure, he found himself involuntarily tensing every muscle, every cell within him sending out warning signals. This aura, Liu Yue murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. In the entirety of the 11th universe, aside from the legendary warrior Jiren, there should be no one else capable of emanating such a powerful presence. His gaze instinctively turned towards the distance, as if trying to pierce through layers of space to discern the source of this overwhelming power. Though the strength of the destroyer gods was equally unfathomable, their essence, as deities, was fundamentally different from that of mortals, lacking such an intense sense of oppression. The gravity device within the training room continued to hum, and a faint metallic scent hung in the air. Liu Yue gradually rose, his tall figure casting a striking silhouette under the dim light. He gently flexed his slightly stiff fingers, producing a crisp sound. Since Jiren had already made an appearance, it was time for him to confront this legendary powerhouse. A confident smile curved at the corners of Liu Yue's mouth, igniting a fervent battle spirit in his eyes. As he pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped out of the training room, the blinding light compelled him to squint. Number 18 was leaning against the wall beside the door, her golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. Dressed in a form-fitting combat suit, it accentuated her graceful figure. "Why did you suddenly end your training?" She looked up, concern evident in her clear eyes. "Did you sense something?" Liu Yue approached her, reaching out to smooth the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. His touch was gentle, yet his gaze was unwavering. "I have found a worthy opponent. I must confront him personally." He paused, his tone turning particularly earnest. "This time, you must stay home and wait for my return." Number 18's brow furrowed slightly. She could sense the seriousness hidden in Liu Yue's words. An opponent that warranted such caution from him must possess formidable strength. This battle may be exceptionally fierce. Liu Yue continued, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. "I worry that I won't be able to protect you amidst the chaos. If caught in the aftermath of the battle, the consequences would be dire." Number 18 remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. "All right, I will wait for your return." She stepped closer, her delicate fingers lightly adjusting Liu Yue's collar. "But you must promise me that if things go awry, you will retreat in time. Victory or defeat is insignificant. Your safety is paramount." Liu Yue felt the deep concern in her words, warming his heart. He grasped Number 18's hand, solemnly promising, "Rest assured, I will return safely." The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped them, casting elongated shadows. An unspoken heaviness lingered in the air, as if foretelling the impending fierce battle. Liu Yue took one last look at Number 18 before turning towards the source of the aura, each step resolute and powerful. Despite her overwhelming desire to follow Liu Yue, Number 18 suppressed the impulse. She understood that, given her current strength, following him recklessly would only become a burden. With that thought, she clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, yet forced herself to smile. "I promise you," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, If the situation turns grim, I will retreat at the first opportunity. Lu Yue gazed at the woman before him, who was valiantly holding back tears, warmth flooding his eyes with tenderness. He gently caressed her trembling shoulder, his fingertips lingering in her golden hair. The sunset's light streamed through the window, enveloping them in a warm halo. Even the dust floating in the air appeared exceptionally gentle at that moment. I will return, Lu Yue murmured, leaning down to place a kiss as light as a butterfly's wing on her smooth forehead. Before his words fell silent, his figure transformed into a flash of light, instantly moving towards the powerful presence. The air was left with a barely perceptible energy ripple, like ripples on a water surface gradually dissipating into the twilight. A sharp sound split the air. When Lu Yue reappeared, he found himself on a bustling street. Neon lights flickered on in the dusk, illuminating the entire street as if it were daytime. Passers-by hurried along, hover cars zipped by on low tracks, and the air was infused with a peculiar blend of various spices and mechanical lubricants. He steadied himself, his gaze darting like lightning around him. 5 meters across the street, a figure clad in a red and black battle uniform stood out vividly. The individual bore a pallid complexion, a smooth head reflecting a metallic sheen under the lights, and a pair of enormous eyes resembling deep pools fixed intently upon him. The imposing figure loomed like a small mountain, obscuring much of the neon signage behind him. It was indeed Jiren. Lu Yue pressed his lips together, feeling the tremendous aura emanating from his opponent. This presence pressed upon the air like a tangible force, causing even the pedestrians nearby to instinctively take a detour. As Lu Yue scrutinized his adversary, Jiren slowly lifted his eyelids. His colossal eyes revealed no hint of emotion, yet evoked an inexplicable chill. "You are the one who defeated Tuopa?" His deep voice rolled forth like distant thunder, causing the glass windows along the street to tremble slightly. Lu Yue took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented pressure surging towards him like a tidal wave. He slightly bent his knees, adopting a stance ready for battle, as a faint golden flame began to coalesce around him. Lu Yue stood amidst the desolate ruins, surrounded by crumbling walls, as wind and sand stirred up tiny stones, glimmering weakly in the afterglow of the setting sun. He hadn't anticipated that Jiren would speak first. The voice seemed to emanate from the abyss, low and powerful, as if capable of penetrating the very soul. "Indeed, that is me," Lu Yue replied with a slight smile, his tone imbued with calmness and confidence. He slowly raised his hand, brushing off the dust from his shoulder, his gaze unwavering as it met Jiren's. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yue." His smile carried an indescribable sharpness, as if heralding an approaching storm. Lu Yue took a step forward, advancing towards Jiren. The gravel beneath his feet crunched softly with each step, as if paving a path towards greatness. His heart surged with an intense desire to break through to a higher level, all contingent upon this legendary warrior before him. Jiren's voice resonated once more, like the ancient toll of a bell, deep and resonant, echoing across the vast ruins. His tall, well-defined figure appeared like a statue sculpted from raw power. His gaze was icy and piercing, seemingly capable of seeing through all illusions. "I have heard you are the strongest human in the universe, your strength even surpassing that of the destroyers. I wish to challenge you." Lu Yue's voice remained polite, but was laced with undeniable resolve. His eyes sparkled with fervor, igniting an unquenchable flame amidst the darkness. Jiren's expression remained stern, devoid of any discernible emotion. He slightly raised his chin, an aura of haughtiness enveloping him like an invisible barrier, isolating everything around him. "You are no match for me. I have no interest in you." His words were succinct and direct, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Chapter 29, Confrontation. Lu Yu was not perturbed by Jiren's confidence. Rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He gently clenched his fists, sensing the flow of power within him. "How can you claim to know I am not your opponent when we have yet to clash?" His voice held a hint of provocation, yet it was imbued with rational contemplation. "Moreover, a formidable warrior like you must feel lonely. Do you not yearn for a fierce battle?" Jiren's gaze flickered slightly, as if Lu Yu's words had stirred something within him. He fell silent for a moment, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying as even the wind and sand paused. Lu Yu could feel the oppressive presence radiating from Jiren, a confidence derived from absolute strength, as if he were a solitary wolf standing atop a peak, surveying all beneath him. Lu Yu understood that this warrior before him indeed possessed the capital to boast. His power was akin to the vast universe, unfathomable. If he could not transcend to a higher level, this confrontation was destined for failure. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that ignited the deepest fighting spirit within him. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, the last rays of light elongating the figures of the two men, casting their shadows upon the ruins. A duel between titans was about to unfold upon this desolate land. As the words fell, Ji Lian's deep-set eyes, resembling the night sky, narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible ripple passing through them. He remained silent for a moment, as if weighing the profound significance behind those words, and then he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute. "If that is the case, I shall oblige you." Lu Yu's assertion rang true. The path of the strong was always solitary. Ji Lian himself was no different. Over the years, in pursuit of the truth behind the massacre of his clan, he had dedicated virtually his entire life to cultivation. Countless days and nights. He had poured sweat under the stars, sharpening his will amidst wind and rain, breaking through limits time and again, surpassing himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of this universe, gazing out, with no one left to rival him. The loneliness of such heights had long since become an inseparable shadow, deeply ingrained in his being. Truth be told, deep within him, he had always yearned for an equally matched adversary, to engage in a thrilling battle. It had been far too long since he had experienced the exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins and the pounding of his heart. "Very well, then follow me." Ji Lian's response was brief yet powerful, causing a glimmer of joy to flicker in Lu Yu's eyes. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yu's form vanished like a specter, leaving only a faint afterimage dissipating in the air. This was, after all, a bustling urban district, with streets teeming with vehicles and crowds, towering skyscrapers, and flickering neon lights. Should they engage in battle here, the cataclysmic force would undoubtedly affect the innocent, resulting in immeasurable casualties. Although Lu Yu was not a benevolent soul, he was unwilling to involve innocent lives for his own selfish desires. Ji Lian understood without hesitation. He lightly pushed off the ground with the tips of his toes, launching himself into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, trailing a sharp sound as he followed Lu Yu. In a flash, the two figures, swift as lightning, pierced through the sky, almost instantaneously arriving in a desolate area devoid of human presence. This was an abandoned mining site, surrounded by jagged rocks and parched earth, with a few rusted, long-dormant mining machines in the distance, appearing particularly forlorn under the dim moonlight. The fierce wind whipped up dust, swirling in the air, emitting a mournful sound, adding to the atmosphere of desolation. Standing 10 meters apart, they faced each other. Lu Yu, clad in black, was like a flag fluttering in the wind, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ji Lian stood firm as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating presence. The air around them seemed to solidify. Even the wind fell silent in that moment. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Proud Warriors' headquarters, the atmosphere was starkly different. A massive holographic screen displayed surveillance footage from various regions, as staff members busily moved between control panels. The clattering of keyboards and the static of communication devices filling the air. No one would have anticipated that in this barren land, a confrontation capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe was about to commence. "It appears Lu Yu has found Ji Lian." A hurried report reverberated through the command room, tension thickening the air. "Let us go see." Tuo Po's expression was grave, his voice low and powerful, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Beneath his tightly furrowed brow, his gaze burned with concern for the impending events. Both warriors possessed extraordinary strength, and if they truly clashed, it could evolve into a catastrophe capable of rending planets apart. Tuo Po was keenly aware that his previous attempt to prevent Lu Yu and Ji Lian from joining forces stemmed from this very fear. Their collision could indeed send tremors throughout the universe. However, the current situation had spiraled beyond recovery, and the curtain on battle seemed to have already risen. Tuo Po took a deep breath, silently resolving to minimize the destruction that this inevitable conflict would bring, no matter the cost. His fists unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening with tension, as if silently vowing his determination. "Yes, Captain." Tc Pa and Ka Se La Air echoed in unison, their expressions equally solemn, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, they swiftly followed Tuo Po's lead, their group rushing out of the headquarters like a tempest, their figures stretching under the corridor lights, eventually disappearing into the distant skyline. At that moment, on the desolate expanse where Lu Yu and Ji Lian confronted one another, the atmosphere was taut to its limits. The howling wind whipped up dust, the clouds above appearing to be torn asunder by an unseen force, revealing the profound starry sky behind. The ground trembled slightly under the pressure of their imposing auras, as if it were silently lamenting. Huh! Lu Yu suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, his voice echoing like thunder across the empty plain. In an instant, his body transformed, golden flames erupting like a volcanic explosion, enveloping him entirely. Muscles bulged, defined and powerful, as the form of Super Saiyan form manifested flawlessly upon him, crimson hair covering his robust physique. Golden energy waves surrounding him as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. The energy surged from him, sweeping outwards in a frenzy, flattening the ground beneath as if crushed by immense force, reducing everything within 100 meters, rocks, vegetation, and even the air, to mere dust, leaving behind a desolate silence. Dust swirled violently, resembling a sandstorm engulfing the entire battlefield. However, standing opposite him, Ji Lian appeared to be in an entirely different realm. His body remained utterly still, like an ancient mountain, impervious to the raging energy waves that could not budge him in the slightest. Around him, an invisible barrier seemed to form, isolating all impacts outside. His expression remained as calm as still water, his eyes devoid of any ripple, as if Lu Yu's astonishing transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was merely an ordinary spectacle in his view. A barely perceptible smirk graced Ji Lian's lips. A hint of indifference mingled with disdain. His icy gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixing intently on Lu Yu, as if to silently declare, this battle was fated for a predetermined conclusion from the very beginning. Fragments of shattered stars floated slowly in the void, akin to an unending meteor shower. On this battlefield, ravaged by the echoes of conflict, two figures stand in distant confrontation. Jiren, as steadfast as a mountain, remains unmoved, his crimson battle attire reflecting a cold, hard sheen beneath the starlight. His eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all, calmly observe the scion before him. Chapter 30, Unimaginably Strong. With the power you currently exhibit, it is utterly impossible to defeat Topo in an instant. Jiren's voice resonated like an echo in a deep valley, devoid of any turbulence, yet causing the surrounding air to grow still. Show me your true strength. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze scanning the turbulent aura surrounding Lu Yu with palpable intensity. This human indeed embodies a rare genius, the surging energy waves even causing distant stardust to tremble. However, to subdue a formidable opponent like Topo in the blink of an eye, the strength displayed thus far is woefully insufficient. Jiren's fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns on his gauntlet, a flicker of impatience stirring within him. Once again, there are those who hold back in combat. Such cautious probing is indeed tiresome. Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle, elusive smile, his golden aura swirling around him, illuminating the drifting stardust with a radiant glow. Why the urgency? His voice carried a hint of languor, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, savoring each moment of the battle. Surely, that is far more interesting? He discreetly adjusted the energy within him, the blood of Super Saiyan force surging through his veins. I must ascertain the depths of Jiren's power. What is the true extent of the disparity between this man, dubbed the strongest warrior, and myself in the form of Super Saiyan 4? Boredom. Jiren's voice suddenly deepened, the temperature around them seemingly dropping a few degrees. Such a confrontation holds no significance for me. He had not even altered his battle stance, merely standing there with an air of casual dominance. In his eyes, Lu Yu appeared merely as an unrefined junior, far from deserving of his earnest attention. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, the golden aura around him flaring up dramatically. The feeling of being underestimated was indeed infuriating. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. Then let me personally experience just how strong the legendary Jiren truly is. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lu Yu's figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning. The stardust beneath his feet vaporized in an instant, creating ripples of energy that expanded outward. He coiled his right fist, the aura around him condensing into a tangible golden glow, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky. This punch, imbued with the momentum to tear through the void, aimed directly at Jiren's face, the fierce wind generated by his fist dispersing cosmic dust along its path. Yet, at the moment of impact, Jiren merely tilted his body slightly, and Lu Yu's fist grazed his cheek, mere inches apart. In that fleeting moment as they passed each other, Lu Yu could distinctly observe the indifference flashing in Jiren's eyes. The force of his punch tousled Jiren's crimson hair, yet failed to elicit even a blink from him. Their first clash left no question of superiority. With a whoosh, the wind from Lu Yu's punches sliced through the air, his legs moving like lightning as he appeared almost as a mere afterimage, darting rapidly across the battlefield. He poured all his strength into a fierce assault, employing both fists and feet, each strike imbued with astonishing explosive power, as if he aimed to rend the very air asunder. The howls of his onslaught echoed incessantly, a relentless storm engulfing the battlefield. However, in the face of such a tempestuous attack, Jiren remained unflustered. His form barely wavered, his feet never shifting an inch, simply sidestepping, tilting his head, and turning his body to deftly evade all of Lu Yu's strikes. His hands hung naturally at his sides, his demeanor so relaxed it was as if he were merely taking a stroll, devoid of any intention to counterattack. Those deep, tranquil eyes remained as calm as water, showing no hint of disturbance, as if all that unfolded before him was merely an inconsequential performance. This individual is simply absurdly strong. Lu Yu felt a shock within, his brow instinctively knitting together. He gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault, each punch and kick aggregating his entire strength and will. Yet, no matter how fast he accelerated or changed tactics, Jiren stood resolute like an immovable mountain. Lu Yu could not even graze the hem of his opponent's garment, as if an invisible barrier separated them, not even shifting his stance, and yet I cannot touch him at all. The disparity between us is indeed vast. Lu Yu's heart sank as he realized that his Super Saiyan 4 form was utterly insufficient before Jiren. The latter had yet to genuinely engage, while he had already exhausted all his strength. The staggering gap in their power left him feeling powerless. As Lu Yu's thoughts swirled, several sharp sounds of air being sliced through suddenly shattered the silence. Topo and Tispo, among others, descended like meteors, landing steadily not far away. Their arrival instantly disrupted the stillness of the battlefield, bringing a new tension to the atmosphere. Tispo's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Lu Yu, his tone laced with scrutiny. "That guy is the Lu Yu who defeated you before?" Topo nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Indeed. But it appears he did not exert his full strength at that time. His speed has likely surpassed yours." Tispo's eyes flickered with surprise, swiftly transforming into intense combat fervor. He focused intently on Lu Yu, as if to capture every one of his movements. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew heavier, the standoff between Lu Yu and Jiren persisting, while the newly arrived observers quietly watched from the sidelines, akin to the calm before a storm, heralding an impending clash of greater ferocity. Tispo dashed rapidly across the training ground, resembling a streak of pink lightning. His speed was astonishing, each movement producing sharp sounds of air being sliced, as if the very atmosphere were being torn apart. Yet even so, he was acutely aware that his speed paled in comparison to Lu Yu's, akin to that of a snail. Just moments ago, when Lu Yu struck, Tispo had been unable to perceive any trace of movement. This was no mere speed. It transcended the limits of visual perception. In the air lingered only a faint afterimage, as if time itself had been forcibly distorted. Even more frightening, Tispo sensed not a single breath from Lu Yu, as though the existence of Lu Yu had surpassed the constraints of physical laws. "What? Faster than me? Captain, you must be overestimating that guy." Tispo crossed his arms, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. His trademark rabbit ears twitched slightly, the pink fur glistening softly in the training ground's light. As the universe's acknowledged foremost speed warrior, he held absolute confidence in his velocity. This confidence had been forged through countless life and death battles, validated across myriad star systems. Topo let out a heavy sigh, his crimson mechanical arm glinting with the cold light characteristic of metal. He recalled the first time he encountered Lu Yu. It had been on a desolate planet, where Lu Yu had obliterated an entire mountain with a single blow, and at that time, he had not even exerted his full strength. "Do not be too arrogant, Tispo." Topo's voice was deep and serious. "The vastness of the universe far exceeds our imagination. That individual, Lu Yu, is truly remarkable." His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the distant figure standing still, his eyes betraying an unease he was reluctant to acknowledge. Before meeting Lu Yu, Topo had always believed his strength was second only to Jiren and Lord Beerus. Yet reality had dealt him a heavy blow, forcing him to reassess his own standing. Though Tispo ceased to argue, the defiance in his crimson eyes still sparkled with an unyielding spirit. His clenched fists trembled slightly, the knuckles whitening with exertion. As a proud speed warrior, he was unwilling to concede that anyone could surpass him in velocity. Meanwhile, at the other end of the training ground, the confrontation between Lu Yu and Jiren had escalated to a fevered intensity. Lu Yu's figure transformed into countless afterimages, launching attacks at Jiren from various angles. Each strike was imbued with the power to rend space itself, twisting the very light in its wake. In the span of mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of assaults, each one meticulously aimed at Jiren's vital points. Chapter 31. Never retreat. However, astonishingly, Jiren maintained his initial stance, not even the hem of his garment fluttering. His eyes, which had remained tightly shut, slightly opened a crack, and a calm voice reverberated through the training ground. "Is this all you have?" Jiren's voice, though not loud, carried a suffocating pressure. The ground beneath them began to tremble faintly, and an unsettling energy ripple filled the air. "If this is all there is, then this tedious game can come to an end." Jiren slowly raised his right hand, a chilling energy sphere coalescing in his palm. "My time is precious." Lu Yu's form finally coalesced once more, his breath somewhat labored, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, the previous flurry of attacks had drained much of his stamina. Yet, Jiren remained in that disheartening calm, as if everything that had transpired was merely an inconsequential warm-up. The energy barriers surrounding the training ground began to emit a low hum, heralding an impending clash that would surpass the bounds of human imagination. Jiren's gaze suddenly became as piercing as ancient ice, his cold stare firmly locked onto Lu Yu. He slowly lifted his right hand, his knuckles cracking ominously as he clenched his fist. A suffocating pressure enveloped the air, causing the surrounding debris to tremble slightly. "Overestimating yourself." Before the cold words could fully dissipate into the wind, Jiren's fist tore through the air with a deafening rush. The speed of the punch defied all logic, warping the space around it. Lu Yu felt a flash before his eyes, a blurred shadow akin to a serpent of poison surging forth from the abyss, approaching with an incomprehensible velocity. So fast, Lu Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, every hair on his body standing on end in that instant. In a moment of dire peril, he could only rely on his combat instincts to cross his arms defensively over his chest. His muscles tensed to their utmost, golden energy swirling frantically around his body, attempting to form a final line of defense. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the air. Lu Yu felt an unimaginable force radiate through his arms, the bones within crying out under the strain. His body was hurled backward as if launched from a catapult, akin to a cannonball, flying at an astonishing speed. The air around him was compressed into visible ripples. Bang, bang, bang. A series of earth-shattering roars followed. Lu Yu's body pierced through 5 towering mountains in succession, each one collapsing into ruin the moment he passed through. Boulders cascaded down like raindrops, the rising dust blotting out the sun. Ultimately, he crashed into a colossal mountain that pierced the clouds, embedding himself deeply within its mass. Rumble. The entire mountain trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing from the impact point. The surface of the mountain displayed a bizarre, bowl-shaped depression, with countless fragments rolling down along the fissures. The shockwave from the collision swept outward, uprooting vegetation within a radius of several miles. Coughing, Lu Yu struggled to lift his head, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. His arms hung limply at his sides, waves of numbness spreading through his nerves. Pain radiated from his sternum, every breath carrying a metallic tang. The golden aura of Super Saiyan 4 flickered uncertainly, akin to a candle in the wind. So powerful. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with pain. This guy's casual punch contained such terrifying power. Gazing at the unmoving crimson figure in the distance, Lu Yu's heart sank to the depths. The disparity between Super Saiyan 4 and Jiren felt as insurmountable as a chasm. This realization sent a chill coursing through him. TCH. The observing Tissy crossed her arms, a mocking smirk gracing her lips. That arrogant fool dared to challenge Lord Jiren. Now he understands the gravity of the situation. The other members around her nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Jiren remained poised in his striking stance, his crimson skin glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. As if that cataclysmic blow was merely a flick to brush away a speck of dust. Tuapo's thoughts diverged sharply from those of others. He stood quietly at a distance, his gaze intensely focused on Lu Yue in the center of the battlefield. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, suffused with an oppressive tension. Tuapo's fist unconsciously tightened, his fingertips digging into his palm, yet he felt no pain. In his eyes, there was both awe for Jilian's formidable power and admiration for Lu Yue's courage. Regardless of the battle's outcome, Lu Yue possessed the valor to challenge Jilian. That courage had surpassed many, far exceeding his own. A bittersweet sensation surged within Tuapa. He recalled his own hesitations and retreats when facing Jilian, that sense of powerlessness still clinging to him. Yet at this moment, Lu Yue stood resolutely, confronting the daunting opponent without hesitation. If the Super Saiyan 4 form could not contend with Jilian, then he must break through his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan at full power. Lu Yue's pupils suddenly burst forth with a brilliant golden light, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness, filled with undeniable resolve. His body leaned slightly forward, muscles taut, resembling a beast poised to spring. Suddenly, Lu Yue let out a roar that echoed like thunder, shaking the very air around him. Rumble. The towering mountain behind him collapsed in response, countless boulders breaking free from the mountainside, becoming a storm of flying debris. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had descended. In that moment, the golden aura surrounding Lu Yue began to shift, deepening into a profound crimson hue. His black hair seemed to come alive, each strand shimmering with a dark red glow, as if dipped in the golden twilight. The temperature around him surged, scorching waves radiating outward as the ground beneath cracked, debris melting into bubbling magma. That guy's energy has increased again? Gasps arose from the distant onlookers. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could still feel the heart-stopping pressure. The scorching energy licked at their skin like tangible flames, sweat emerging only to evaporate instantly, leaving behind salt stains and burns. Despite standing so far away, we can still feel this level of pressure. This guy's strength is beyond imagination. Just a moment ago, they had derided Lu Yue's audacity, viewing him as a mere insect against a mountain. Yet now, they were utterly captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Lu Yue's figure, enveloped in the dark red aura, resembled a war god emerging from the depths of hell, each step leaving burning footprints upon the ground. The dark red energy surged like a tide, casting the entire battlefield in a hue reminiscent of a blood-stained dusk. Lu Yue's breaths grew heavy and powerful, each exhale carrying forth sparks of searing heat. His gaze remained unwavering, as if proclaiming to all that he would never retreat, even against the mightiest foe. In this moment, he was no longer an ordinary warrior, but had transformed into a valiant challenger of fate. Chapter 32. The disparity. The air in the arena seemed to solidify, suffused with an oppressive weight that was nearly unbearable. Lu Yue was enveloped by visible waves of energy, rising like burning flames and swirling the debris beneath his feet into the air. The ground where he stood had already cracked like a spider's web, spreading outward in all directions. Tuapa stood at a distance, his hands instinctively clenching, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The image of the battle from 4 years ago flickered in his mind. Although Lu Yue had displayed considerable strength then, he had not yet reached this heart-pounding level of power. Indeed, he is formidable, Tuapa murmured softly, a hint of tremor in his voice. This individual is countless times stronger than he was 4 years ago. He could distinctly sense that if Lu Yue wished to defeat him now, it would likely require but a mere gesture. TC stood beside Tuapa, subconsciously licking his lips. The expression on his usually teasing face was now replaced with gravity. Gazing at the almost tangible waves of energy surrounding Lu Yue, he muttered somewhat dazedly, "Indeed, he is indeed strong." The air was alive with countless tiny sparks, crackling and sizzling. The aura Lu Yue emitted surged forth like a tangible tide, waves of energy radiating outward, even reaching the spectators at the furthest distance, who could feel an oppressive sensation that quickened their hearts. "Oh." The previously motionless Ji Lian finally raised an eyebrow. A rare look of surprise appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. In his usually calm eyes, an unusual glimmer flickered. "The surge in energy is explosive," Ji Lian mused quietly. his gaze fixated on Lu Yue. No wonder he could defeat Tuopa in an instant. He felt that the strength Lu Yue now exhibited was sufficient to deem him as the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Initially believing this battle would unfold as monotonously as usual, ending quickly with his victory, he now sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the intriguing. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Ji Lian's lips, a manifestation of an expectation he had not even recognized himself, though he had never revealed it to anyone. Deep within Ji Lian's heart lay a yearning for an equally matched adversary, one with whom he could unleash his full potential and engage in a thrilling battle. And now, it seemed that this expectation was finally about to be realized. The energy surrounding Lu Yue continued to escalate, with small bolts of lightning flickering amidst the golden waves. The entire arena trembled, as if it could scarcely endure this terrifying force. The audience was plunged into an eerie silence, all breath taken away by the awe-inspiring spectacle before them. Ji Lian slowly lifted his right hand, gathering searing energy in his palm. In that moment, he felt a long-lost fighting spirit boiling within his blood. Perhaps this battle would prove to be even more exhilarating than he had imagined. A sound like a tearing void rent the air, sharp and urgent, akin to a blade slicing through silk. In that instant, Lu Yue's figure appeared before Ji Lian without warning, as if coalescing from the void. He was surrounded by a dark red energy barrier, resembling flowing magma, with scorching bubbles continuously roiling on its surface, emanating an oppressive heat. The air was thick with the scent of charred matter, as if space itself twisted and melted under his energy. If an ordinary person were to approach Lu Yue within 10 paces, they would likely be instantly vaporized by the searing energy, turning into wisps of smoke. Even Tuo Po and his companions at a distance could feel the oncoming heat wave, as if standing at the edge of a volcano, their skin prickling with pain. Lu Yue's eyes burned like two fiery stars, his gaze sharp as a knife, locked onto Ji Lian. His voice was deep and powerful, each word erupting from his chest. "This is the entirety of my strength. Now, show me yours, Ji Lian." Ji Lian's expression remained calm, yet a scarcely noticeable ripple passed through his deep-set eyes. He slightly raised his chin, his tone laced with disdain. "It does indeed resemble a battle, but you still fall short of being my equal." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an overwhelming crimson energy erupted from Ji Lian's body, igniting the surrounding air like a volcanic eruption and forming scorching whirlwinds of flame. His muscles swelled and tightened with the infusion of energy, every inch of his skin appearing to be clad in a layer of molten armor, exuding a heart-stopping pressure. The auras of the two clashed violently like two raging torrents in the air. The sky turned a deep crimson, as if the sunset had been forcibly pulled to noon. The clouds shattered under the impact of their energies, dispersing into countless fragments. The ground shook violently, with mountains collapsing under the immense pressure, boulders tumbling, dust swirling, ultimately turning into powder, as if crushed by an unseen giant hand. Tuo Po and his companions' expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily retreated 100 paces. Even so, the oppressive sensation still clung to them, as if a 1,000-pound weight rested upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Tuo Po gritted his teeth, struggling to steady himself, while his companions behind him turned pale, nearly unable to stand. Had they not retreated in time, they would have been ground into paste by that terrifying pressure. In the next moment, Lu Yue and Ji Lian's figures suddenly vanished, leaving behind only two indistinct red afterimages. Their speed had surpassed the limits of the human eye, transforming them into two bolts of lightning, intertwining and colliding in the air. Each collision erupted with deafening thunder, shockwaves rippling outward like ripples, further tearing apart the already shattered ground. Tuo Po and his companions widened their eyes, but even their afterimages were indistinguishable. They could only see two red streaks colliding violently, at times streaking across the sky like meteors, at times sweeping the earth like whirlwinds. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh and blood, as if this battle had transcended mortal comprehension, becoming a struggle between deities. The thunderous sounds of impact rang out like thunderclaps across the desolate surface of the planet, each collision accompanied by blinding shockwaves that flickered in the air, resembling bolts of lightning tearing through the void. These shockwaves rapidly spread through the air, carrying with them waves of scorching heat and piercing hums that vaporized surrounding dust and debris into nothingness. Each clash between the two resembled celestial bodies colliding in the cosmos, unleashing cataclysmic energy. The entire planet trembled under their power, its surface cracking like fragile glass, with countless unfathomable fissures radiating outward. With each shockwave that passed, the ground would collapse, forming massive sinkholes thousands of meters in diameter, where molten lava could be glimpsed churning in the depths, sending scorching breaths skyward, tinting the heavens a dark red. Decisive swallowed hard, his throat parched and painful. His eyes were glued to the center of the battlefield, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The two figures moved faster than his visual limits could capture, leaving him only able to glimpse a blur of afterimages weaving through the shockwaves, each intersection stirring up a howling wind, lifting clouds of sand and stones. Amazing, he murmured, his voice betraying an unmistakable tremor. That individual's speed truly exceeds mine. I cannot even see their movements clearly. Not long ago, Tuapa had mentioned this opponent's strength to him, and he had scoffed at the time. But now, witnessing this battle that defied all logic, he realized just how vast the chasm between him and his opponent truly was. That speed, that power, had completely surpassed his understanding. Chapter 33. Evolution in Battle. I must say, you are indeed impressive. Jiren's voice rang out amidst the resonating shockwaves, sounding remarkably clear despite his calm demeanor, yet infused with a hint of undeniable excitement. You are the first to engage me in battle to this extent. Two figures swiftly traversed the air, their fists colliding like meteors. Each punch thrown by Jiren bore the force capable of shattering mountains, while Liyue responded with equally fierce assaults. Their silhouettes flickered in the luminous halo of explosive sound waves, as the air was rent asunder by the ferocious wind of their punches, creating visible ripples. At this moment, it was evident that Jiren was utterly immersed in the exhilarating battle. This long-forgotten thrill blazed within him like a fierce flame. It had been years since he encountered an adversary worthy of his utmost effort. Your words seem rather excessive, Jiren, Liyue remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound meaning. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Despite being riddled with countless small wounds, his fighting spirit surged even higher. Were it not for the fervor and excitement ignited by the battle, Jiren would never have uttered such words. This usually taciturn warrior could not help but express admiration in the face of such formidable opposition. With a dismissive snort, Jiren refrained from further commentary. Instead, his assault intensified, as shadows of his fists poured down like a torrential rain, seemingly intent on obliterating the very planet beneath them. The ferocity of their battle escalated, the radiant halo of explosive sound enveloping the entire sky. The planet groaned under the weight of their might, as if on the verge of complete disintegration. This was a clash that transcended limits, each moment rich with the grandeur of destruction and rebirth. A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Jiren's mouth, and a glint of cold light appeared in his eyes. He clenched his right fist tightly, the crimson energy swirling like molten lava around it, the searing power distorting the air around him. With a low growl, his fist, laden with destructive energy, surged forward, accompanied by a piercing explosion. This punch wielded even greater might than the preceding ones. Wherever the force passed, the ground fractured, debris scattered, as though even space itself would be torn asunder by this strike. Liyue refused to yield, his roar echoing like thunder. A golden light surged around him, and his overwhelming aura poured forth like a tidal wave. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated golden energy into a dazzling orb, defiantly meeting Jiren's onslaught with a powerful swing. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a blinding light erupted. The violent shockwave radiated outward from their clash, sending visible ripples through the air. The thunderous explosion swept across a vast expanse, causing distant mountains to tremble. The ground shattered under the impact, debris and dust spiraling into the air, forming a cloud that obscured the sun. Liyue felt an overwhelming force surge through his fist, propelling him uncontrollably backward. His garments billowed in the fierce wind, and his golden hair danced wildly in the aftermath of the energy wave. Yet, after soaring backward for 100 paces, he suddenly steadied himself, his aura surging once more, anchoring his form in midair. Refreshing. Bring it on, Jiren. Liyue wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his golden pupils aflame with fierce battle intent. A wild grin spread across his face, and his momentum only seemed to escalate, as if the dormant power within him was being awakened by this fierce contest. Whoosh! Before his words fully faded, Liyue, transformed into a streak of golden light, darting forward with an almost imperceptible speed. As he raced past, the air split open, leaving behind white trails, while the ground beneath him continued to fracture. Swish, swish, swish. The two figures danced through the air, their movements a blur, each shift accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sliced. Golden and red energies clashed fiercely, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed relentlessly, waves of energy cascading outward in succession. The sky for miles around was painted in a bizarre tapestry of gold and crimson, as even the clouds churned and shattered in the heat of their fierce exchange. In this exhilarating conflict, Liu felt the power within him awakening like a tide. Each clash, every dodge, accelerated his strength at an astonishing rate. The energy coursing through his muscles intensified, resonating with a burgeoning force in his bones. Even his breath carried a palpable pressure. His golden eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile grew ever bolder. This battle was far more intoxicating than he had ever imagined. With a punch that tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening crack, Liu felt a surge of power greater than before. Each strike infused his muscles with renewed energy. His blood surged through his veins like a roaring river, and a faint humming resonated deep within his bones. Sweat dripped from his brow, evaporating into white mist upon contact with the cracked ground. Perhaps this was the transformation that practical combat bestowed. Though training in solitude could refine the body, the systematic enhancement paled in comparison to the life-and-death struggles of battle. Each dodge, every block, each counterattack was like forging the body in a furnace, compelling the latent power within to emerge, especially the blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans, coursing through his veins, ignited by the flames of battle. The more intense the conflict, the deeper his potential was unleashed. This guy is not right. Jiren squinted his sharp eyes, fixated on Liu, who trembled yet stood unwavering. Despite having seemingly reached his limits moments ago, Liu's strength appeared to ascend without bounds. The evolution in battle revealed an existence that defied reason. Jiren's fingertips unconsciously tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Having traversed countless galaxies, he had never encountered an opponent capable of continuous breakthroughs even in dire straits. Such a primal rate of growth kindled an unusual sense of caution within him. "Get down," Jiren bellowed suddenly, his voice reverberating like thunder. He moved with lightning speed, his right leg sweeping out like a blurred shadow, accompanied by the force of collapsing mountains and splitting stones. The wind from his kick stirred the ground, raising a storm of dust and debris. Liu's pupils constricted. In a split second, he raised his right arm to block. The moment of impact sent a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through his body, his bones creaking under the strain. He was launched backward by the violent force, plummeting like a marionette with severed strings. His garments whipped in the fierce wind, and before he could adjust his landing, Jiren's second wave of attack followed swiftly. Jiren threw a punch from afar. The pressure from his strike distorted the very fabric of space. Visible ripples appeared in the air, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, the shockwaves grinding the surrounding ruins to dust. Oh no! Liu's instincts screamed in alarm. Survival instinct compelled him to twist his body, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. In the next instant, the invisible punch wind struck like a hammer, tearing through his protective gear and leaving spiderweb-like lacerations across his skin. He was hurled backward like a boulder launched from a catapult, crashing through 3 walls, ultimately landing heavily in the ground amidst the swirling dust, creating a human-shaped crater. Debris fell around him as Liu coughed blood and pushed himself up from the pit. His battle armor lay in tatters, revealing skin marred with bruises. Yet his eyes shone with a fierce brilliance, testament to the Saiyan blood igniting within him in the face of despair. Chapter: The gale swept up shattered stones, forming small vortices across the desolate battlefield. Jiren's crimson cloak billowed in the wind, his towering figure resembling an immovable mountain, a flicker of surprise crossing his sharp gaze. To withstand my 2 consecutive attacks is indeed impressive. Chapter 34: Speed. Jiren's voice was deep and resonant, cutting through the howling winds with clarity. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, dark red energy coalescing in his palm, emanating a pulse of energy that sent chills down the spine. But this time, let us see if you can endure another. Jiren's gaze remained fixed on Liu, his tone laced with scrutiny. He could clearly see Liu's slightly heaving chest, and those steadfast eyes. This young man, astonishingly, managed to steady himself after enduring 2 heavy blows, retreating only a few dozen paces. Such strength was indeed beyond his expectations. The moment the last syllable fell, Jilian's figure suddenly blurred. A sharp sound of air splitting echoed through the atmosphere, leaving behind only a fading crimson afterimage where he had stood. In the next instant, he appeared before Lu Yue, moving with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. This punch, seemingly unadorned, contained a terrifying power. Jilian's arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, as a layer of solid red energy enveloped his fist. The wind generated by his punch compressed the air, creating a series of explosive sounds, as if space itself was slightly distorted under its force. It seemed that Jilian was indeed serious about this strike. Tuapa squinted his eyes, his robust fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. He could distinctly feel the difference in energy between this punch and the previous attacks. A concentration of power that exuded an unstoppable momentum, clearly showcasing Jilian's earnestness in this moment. Although Lu Yue was formidable, there was no way he could withstand this attack from Jilian. Tuapo's voice carried a hint of regret, mingled with a deep respect for strength. He could see the protective aura surrounding Lu Yue tremble violently under the pressure of the punch, flickering like a candle flame in a storm. Around the battlefield, spectators collectively held their breath, anxiously watching this uneven confrontation. Even if Lu Yue were to fall to this strike, the strength he had displayed today would leave every onlooker in awe. This seemingly ordinary young man, capable of contesting with a legendary powerhouse to such an extent, was nothing short of a miracle. No one had ever matched Jilian in such a prolonged struggle since they had known him. In the audience, countless gazes were fixated on the figure in the arena, breaths almost suspended. Each swing of Jilian's iron-like fist carried the might to rend the air, while Lu Yue skillfully dodged at the last possible moment, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Just when everyone believed Jilian's victory was assured, and even the referee was about to raise an arm to declare the result, Jilian's punch, charged with all his strength, suddenly struck towards Lu Yue's chest. However, to everyone's astonishment, that fist effortlessly penetrated Lu Yue's body, as if it had struck nothing but empty air. What? An afterimage? A gasp of disbelief rippled through the audience, exclamations rising and falling. For the first time, shock appeared on Jilian's usually icy face. His pupils constricted slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that fleeting moment, he had truly failed to discern how Lu Yue had evaded. It was as if the figure had transformed into ethereal mist at the last instant, leaving no trace of movement behind. No, Jilian suddenly realized. The issue lay with the aura. Lu Yue's presence dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing entirely at the moment his fist was about to connect. It was not a mere movement, but a more profound and swifter form of evasion, too quick for even his perception to capture. This kick is my return to you. Jilian. Lu Yue's voice, like a ghost, suddenly resonated from behind Jilian. The tone was calm and cold, as if it emanated from another realm. Almost simultaneously with the sound, a breath-stealing force, akin to an avalanche, crashed down upon Jilian's neck. Bang! A dull thud reverberated throughout the arena, as Jilian's robust form was sent flying like a kite, with its string severed, tracing a chaotic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust swirled, stones scattered, and the earth trembled slightly, producing a booming echo. The arena fell into a profound silence, with only Lu Yue's slowly retracting legs visible amidst the billowing dust, resembling an unshakable war god. The deafening roar reverberated above the arena, and the swirling dust rose like a sandstorm. As the dust began to settle, a shocking sight emerged before the crowd. The once solid ground had been forcefully smashed into a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly from its edge, flickering with residual energy in the unfathomable darkness below. At the center of this desolation, Jilian stood like a statue at the bottom of the pit. His dark red combat attire remained unblemished, arms still in a defensive posture, as if the earlier earth-shattering impact was merely a gentle breeze. It was alarming to note that the ground beneath him was completely intact, starkly contrasting with the shattered rock surrounding it. The eerie silence of the audience was broken by gasps of astonishment. Tuapu abruptly rose from his seat, the metallic chair screeching against the floor. His blue eyes, usually filled with determination, were now wide with disbelief, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the overwhelming force exerted. "No, this is impossible." Tuapo's voice quivered, instinctively taking a step forward as if to personally verify the scene before him. Beside him, Kasai La Air's energy detector clattered to the ground, the LCD screen displaying wildly fluctuating numbers that gradually fell silent. Had someone truly struck Jiren just now? He murmured, a disarray of data flashing through his mechanical eyes. Further away, Zhuojia rubbed his eyes and pinched his arm hard, questioning whether he was hallucinating or dreaming. He looked around, finding that every teammate bore the same expression of shock. What a joke! Beilumadae's voice was as dry as sandpaper, incredulous that someone could even touch Lord Jiren. Just as everyone was engulfed in doubt, Decisive's head slowly drooped, his rabbit ears that usually sparkled with confidence now drooping dejectedly. He recalled his own past, swiftly navigating the battlefield in front of thousands of spectators, earning accolades as the fastest in the universe. Yet now, Lu Yu's movements, barely leaving an afterimage, and Jiren's perception-defying evasion filled him with unprecedented shame. "I am truly foolish," Decisive chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing the badge on his chest. He vividly remembered that instant when Lu Yu's figure seemed to appear in multiple positions simultaneously, leaving behind only fleeting silver trails in the air. Even more despairing was that such rapid attacks seemingly failed to inflict any substantial harm on Jiren. From the depths of the pit, Jiren finally lifted his head slightly, for the first time reflecting the image of his opponent in his usually placid eyes. He gradually lowered his crossed arms, the dark red energy around him flickering like a slumbering volcano on the verge of awakening. The atmosphere in the arena froze at that moment, as everyone realized that this confrontation had only just begun. Tuapa furrowed his brows, his gaze fixated on the elusive figure suspended in midair. The energy fluctuations in the training ground continued to tremble through the air, as if recounting the extraordinary moment that had just transpired. His deep voice echoed in the silent arena, laced with unmistakable astonishment. It seems that Lu Yu's earlier disappearance is far more than just a matter of speed. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, closely tracking the afterimages left in Lu Yu's wake. Those afterimages were not mere visual remnants, but seemed to possess substance, persisting in the air, even capable of disrupting the flow of energy. Tuapo's mechanical eyes rapidly analyzed the data, the numbers dancing on the screen causing his brow to furrow ever deeper. The energy readings indicate that, at the moment of his movement, he produced multiple phase shifts. The sound of the breaking point resonated with an unbelievable tremor, transcending mere velocity. Kasailer retrieved the fallen detector, swiftly gliding his fingers across the screen. Observe here. Within the 0.00001 seconds of his disappearance, the curvature of the surrounding space exhibited anomalous fluctuations. This was not mere movement, but rather an operation on some spatial level. Georgia suddenly stood up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that he has mastered a form of movement unknown to us? The ability to instantaneously switch between different spatial layers? Baramode clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the force. If this technology is indeed as such, then his strength surpasses our imagination. Tispo's rabbit ears quivered slightly as he recalled the earlier scene. No wonder even Lord Jiren failed to respond in time. This is not merely a question of speed, but a fundamental difference at the core level. In the center of the arena, Jiren slowly lifted his head, a serious expression emerging for the first time in his dark red eyes. He gently moved his neck, producing a subtle sound of bone friction. How intriguing. Jiren's voice was calm, yet laced with a barely perceptible excitement. It seemed this confrontation would prove to be far more interesting than I had anticipated. The energy around him began to coalesce, the dark red flames swirling around him as if they were tangible. The fluctuations of energy in the air grew increasingly intense, as if the entire training ground trembled in anticipation of the impending duel. Lu Yu's figure reformed not far away, his expression still calm, but his eyes sparkled with a sharp light. The moment their gazes met, the atmosphere of the arena tightened to an extreme degree. Everyone understood that the true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 35. Exceeding expectations, he slowly raised his right hand, palm upwards, as if attempting to capture the remnants of energy lingering in the air. Even at the fastest speed, it is impossible to completely erase the fluctuations of presence in that instant. Just as a gust of wind passes over water, it always leaves ripples. Yet the sound of the breaking point grew increasingly grave, as if he had completely merged into the void, leaving not even a trace of breath behind. The members of the proud team exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying disbelief. Some instinctively raised their hands to rub their eyes, as if to confirm that what they had just witnessed was not an illusion. The energy barriers surrounding the training ground continued to tremble slightly, reflecting the bewildered expressions of the crowd. Perhaps the sound of the breaking point drew everyone's attention back. He had mastered a secret technique capable of completely concealing his presence in an instant. Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, Jiren slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flickered in his crimson pupils. The earlier astonishment receded like a tide, replaced by an abyss-like calm. A faint golden aura began to emanate from him, his body rising steadily on the wings of energy, his garments billowing gently in the flow of power. When his height matched that of Liyue, the air in the entire training ground seemed to solidify. Jiren's gaze fell upon Liyue, as if it were a tangible force. His voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable weight. "I concede, I indeed underestimated you earlier." His words echoed in the silent arena, each syllable heavy. "And if I am not mistaken, the ability you just displayed must be a special power capable of leaping through time in an instant." Jiren slowly raised his right hand, energy swirling around his fingertips. Pure speed, no matter how swift, could not leave me without the slightest chance to react. At that moment, his gaze became sharper, as if you had completely withdrawn from this spatial dimension, leaving no trace of your existence. Liyue's lips curled upward slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. The energy fluctuations surrounding him resembled ripples on a calm lake, gentle yet containing unfathomable strength. "Truly, Jiren." Liyue's voice was clear and composed, as if he had anticipated being seen through. He gently lifted his hand, and where his fingertips passed, time and space seemed to twist subtly. "To perceive the leap through time, this insight indeed befits your prowess." The energy barriers within the training ground emitted a faint hum due to the pressure exerted by the confrontation between the two, the air thick with a suffocating aura of dominance. The two formidable figures faced each other, as if the entire universe had converged upon this moment. The debris from the shattered arena stones rolled beneath their feet, as Liyue wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Jiren, who floated midair. Taking a deep breath, the flames of energy surrounding him surged like boiling magma, pulverizing the floating debris into dust. "I indeed just executed the time leap technique." Liyue's voice resonated clearly amidst the tumultuous energy, "and now, I have stabilized the ability to leap through 0.5 seconds of time." He unabashedly revealed this secret, the golden flames forming a brilliant halo around him. In the distant spectator stand, the gods could not help but hold their breath. The first execution of the time leap technique had indeed caught Jiren off guard, but with Jiren's combat intelligence, the second time would likely prove much more challenging to succeed. Liyue's gaze swept over Jiren's unmoving form, noting every subtle tremor in his muscles. At the Dragon Ball Superpower Tournament, its proud time leap technique had been utterly futile against Jiren. However, times have changed, having undergone countless life and death trials. His strength had long surpassed that of the former hit. This 0.5 seconds of time leap contained destructive power far beyond the past, revealing your ultimate technique so easily. Jiren's voice held a hint of astonishment as the red energy coalesced around him into tangible flames. "You truly are beyond my expectations." Liyue could clearly see the glimmer of brilliance in Jiren's eyes. This powerful warrior was rapidly calculating the 0.5 second time span. In this fleeting yet lethal interval, Jiren had the capacity to execute perfect defense or even counterattack. "It matters not." Liyue shrugged casually, his golden hair dancing wildly in the energy waves. "What I desire is a thrilling battle. Sharing this secret with you might instead awaken deeper potential within me, allowing me to break through my existing limits." Jiren's aura erupted suddenly, the scorching energy causing the ground of the arena to begin melting. "You wish to use me to surpass your limits?" His voice carried a hint of danger. "Regrettably, you may be overwhelmed before you ever reach that moment of breakthrough." The air between them began to warp, the collision of energies igniting blinding sparks. Jiren's fists were tightly clenched, every muscle primed for action. Even without knowledge of Liyue's time leap secret, he would never allow a repeat of the previous mistake. "This confrontation has only just begun. To bring me down is no easy feat." Liyue's voice was deep and resolute. each word bursting forth like a declaration, imbued with unwavering determination. His fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white from exertion. The aura surrounding him surged like boiling magma, as if it would ignite the very space around him. Meanwhile, the opposing trope stood equally unyielding. His tall figure stood firm like a pine, the veins on his muscular arms bulging, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The air between them seemed to solidify, an invisible pressure nearly suffocating the onlookers. Their auras were like two legendary swords newly unsheathed, their brilliance piercing the heavens. Liyue was enveloped in a blazing golden light, radiant as the sun, while Trope was shrouded in deep purple energy, akin to thunder in the dark night, brimming with destructive power. Two powerful auras clashed violently in the air, producing a piercing hum, as if even the heavens and the earth trembled in anticipation of this confrontation. Suddenly, both figures moved simultaneously. Their silhouettes flashed like phantoms, their speed too swift for the naked eye to capture. Two streams of light intersected in the air, separating and intertwining again, each collision erupting with a deafening roar. The sound of their clashes echoed relentlessly like a torrential downpour, with energy shockwaves rippling outwards, creating layers of disturbance in the void. Golden radiance and purple lightning intertwined frantically, emitting blinding sparks. The ground beneath them cracked, debris scattering, and dust swirling around. The members of the proud battle team collectively gasped in astonishment. A young team member instinctively took a half-step back, his voice trembling. When did such a formidable being suddenly appear in the universe? I have never heard of them before. Another seasoned member adjusted his glasses, nearly knocked off by the shockwave, muttering, "This is impossible. Logically, if such a powerful entity existed in the universe, we, the proud battle team, would not be oblivious." However, the one most profoundly affected was Tuapa himself. As the 11th universe's candidate for Destroyer God personally, selected by Wei Meida, he was acutely aware of the mission and power he bore. Yet, this unremarkable opponent managed to match him blow for blow. With each exchange of blows, he could feel the astonishing energy within the opponent, a pure and ferocious power that seemed endless. Tuapa gritted his teeth as purple energy surged wildly around him. He had to admit that this unexpected adversary had far exceeded his expectations. This battle would surely prove to be far more arduous than he had envisaged. Chapter 36. Destroyer God Wei Meida. The two figures collided once more, erupting into an even more dazzling brilliance. The entire battlefield transformed into a colossal vortex of energy, consuming everything around it. The spectators held their breath, fixated on this extraordinary duel, each heart brimming with shock and anticipation. Logically, if such a powerful human truly existed in the universe, then, as the Destroyer God, Wei Meida, and Angel Maka Lita should have long been aware of it, even possessing thorough knowledge of their strength. After all, they safeguarded the order of the universe. Perceiving the fluctuations and changes of countless lives, any entity capable of disrupting the balance would not escape their keen senses. However, perplexingly, neither the unfathomable thoughts of Wei Meida nor the gentle, wise words of Maka Lita had ever mentioned such a figure. It was as if this powerful being were merely a fleeting phantom, leaving no trace in their sight. At this moment, far away in the realm of Destroyer Gods, within a grand and mysterious palace, Destroyer God Wei Meida and Angel Maka Lita were quietly gazing at the gem atop the staff, which glimmered with a ghostly light. The gem reflected the fierce battle between Ji Lian and Lu Yu, energy surging like a tide, the brilliance tearing through the void, with each move harboring the power to shake the stars. Wei Meida's signature jester-like visage was now shrouded in a veil of gloom, his brow furrowed, eyes flickering with confusion and gravity, as if deeply moved by the scene before him. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed squarely at Maka Lita. "What is happening here?" he inquired, his voice low yet tinged with suppressed anger. "Why does such a powerful human exist in the universe, and I remain entirely unaware?" Maka Lita maintained her serene and graceful smile, as if all things in the world lay within her grasp. She gently raised her hand, fingertips brushing over the radiant aura of the staff, replying softly, "Lord Wei Meida, this human named Lu Yu does not hail from the 11th universe." What? Wei Meida's pupils constricted suddenly, his astonishment nearly impossible to conceal. He sprang to his feet, his aura trembling slightly as emotions surged within him. "How can this be? How could a human from another universe cross the boundaries without divine guidance? His voice was laden with disbelief. After all, the distance between universes was not merely a vast expanse of space. There were layers of barriers including time, dimensions, and laws. Without the instant transmission of the King of All or the guidance of angels, no being could easily traverse these formidable obstacles. Nonetheless, there had never been any trace of other deities at the borders of the 11th universe, nor had they sensed any intrusion of external power. How could all this have happened? Ma Kalita's gaze remained calm, as if she had already discerned the truth. She gently shook her head, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, as if hinting at some extraordinary secret that was quietly surfacing. Standing in the center of the temple, bathed in the gentle light cascading from the dome, Ma Kalita slightly lowered her head, her hands clasped in front of her. Her tone soft as a spring breeze brushing over flower petals, yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. She addressed the towering figure seated upon the throne, Wei Meida, her voice echoing in the expansive hall. It is as follows, dear Lord. For years ago, the human named Lu Yu had already set foot in the territory of our 11th universe. Not only did he silently traverse the barriers of the universe, but he also defeated Lord Tuapa in a fierce duel. At that time, you were in a crucial phase of seclusion, wholly absorbed in the enhancement of your power, and I dared not disturb your cultivation. Thus I temporarily suppressed this matter. Little did I expect, later on, trivial matters would ensnare me, causing me to completely forget about it. She paused, her gaze flickering slightly, as if reminiscing about the scene. Lu Yu's figure emerged in her mind. The young man from another universe, standing on the shattered battlefield, with Tuapo's fallen body behind him, dust swirling, the residual energy still vibrating in the air. As for how he managed to cross the universe's boundaries and arrive here, Ma Kalita continued, her voice laced with astonishment. It is because he has mastered the unique instant transmission of the King of All. Dear Lord, you know that this ability is exceedingly rare, even among the deities. Few can wield it with such ease. Wei Meida sat upon his throne, enveloped in a barely perceptible purple energy wave. His expression, once placid as water, gradually darkened upon hearing her words. His long fingers tightened slowly, knuckles whitening with the pressure, as if he sought to crush the very air. Fool! His voice suddenly escalated, akin to thunder crashing, causing the energy crystals in the hall to tremble slightly. How could you forget such a matter? A mere human dares to intrude upon my 11th universe and act recklessly. I shall not spare him. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had already envisioned Lu Yu kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Energy coalesced around him, forming visible ripples that showcased his surging fury. Tell me quickly. Wei Meida's voice was low and menacing, each word squeezed out as if through gritted teeth. From which universe does he hail? To be able to contend with Ji Lian, he must be from some advanced universe. Ma Kalita lifted her gaze to meet Wei Meida's piercing stare. A hint of complexity lingered in her eyes as she softly responded. His name is Lu Yu, and he originates from the 7th universe. Her gaze inadvertently drifted into the distance, as if penetrating the temple's walls, to glimpse the black-haired youth standing at the center of the training ground. Subsequently, she redirected her gaze towards Wei Meida, pondering silently. The relationship between Wei Meida and the god of destruction, Beerus, from the 7th universe has always been fraught with tension, and this matter is likely to incite even greater turmoil. The 7th universe? Beerus's universe? Wei Meida's expression instantly darkened, resembling ominous clouds before a tempest. His fists clenched tighter, energy fluctuations violently oscillating around him, warping the very air. He nearly ground his teeth while uttering Beerus's name. Among all the gods of destruction, he is the one I despise the most. Do you recall the last universe hide-and-seek tournament arranged by Lord Zeno? That fellow actually fell asleep, evading for 50 years. It was a blatant insult to the competition and a profound disrespect to Lord Zeno. His voice brimmed with fury and disdain, as if Beerus's name itself were a provocation. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly tense, causing even Margarita to involuntarily hold her breath. She understood that once Wei Meida's wrath ignited, it would sweep everything away. And Lu Yu, the human from the 7th universe, would likely become his next target. It was astonishing that he could fall asleep at such a critical juncture. Chapter 37. Never surrender. The uproar caused by that slumber still lingers in the hearts of the gods. In the resplendent palace of stars, Zeno's youthful visage suddenly darkened, and his pure eyes swirled with the thunder of annihilation. At that moment, the entire multiverse trembled violently. The brilliance of countless galaxies flickering as if they might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Had it not been for the archangels pleading for mercy, the 12 universes would have nearly been obliterated in an instant. Since that harrowing incident, the attitude of the gods of destruction towards Beerus has been shrouded in a pall of gloom. Whenever they encountered him in divine council meetings, the other gods of destruction would deliberately maintain their distance, their gazes intertwined with unmasked reproach and estrangement. At this moment, the god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vegeta, stood on the resplendent terrace of the divine palace. As he beheld the astonishing strength of the new contender from the 7th universe through the spatial mirror, his long fingers instinctively tightened around the railing. The crystalline railing emitted faint cracking sounds in his grip, and delicate fissures spread like a spider's web. The 7th universe has birthed such a formidable human? His voice was laced with frost, and his eyes brimmed with a palpable intent to kill. This threat must be eradicated. Outside the terrace, myriad star rivers reflected in his eyes. Vegeta recalled the warriors he had painstakingly nurtured, Jiren and Toppo, his most cherished creations, forged through countless battles. To elevate them to their current stature, he had poured in an immeasurable amount of effort, even personally guiding their training within the temporal rifts. The upcoming universe selection was imminent, and he had been confident that the 11th universe would surely ascend to the ranks of the higher universes. Yet now, Beerus's universe has birthed such a monster. Just the power exhibited by this human could elevate the 7th universe's overall rating by several tiers. Vegeta could almost envision the smug countenance of Beerus when the selection results were announced. Absolutely not. He nearly spat out the words through gritted teeth, his divine power uncontrollably surging outward, shattering several miniature planetary models suspended in the air. Margarita stood beside him, a hint of worry crossing her angelic face. As the angel of the 11th universe, she knew that Vegeta's fury had reached a critical point. How long will it take to reach that planet? Vegeta abruptly turned, his cloak billowing like a crimson wave under the starlight. Margarita gently raised her delicate hand, a stream of light coalescing into a spatial star chart at her fingertips. She meticulously calculated the coordinates, replying softly, "About half an hour, dear god of destruction." "Half an hour?" Vegeta's eyes glinted with coldness. "We shall depart immediately. I must witness the complete eradication of this threat." With that, he erupted in a dazzling purple divine light, transforming into a meteor streaking toward the sky. Margarita sighed softly, waving her angelic staff to open a spatial portal. The two figures plunged into the swirling vortex of distorted time and space, racing toward the desolate planet where Liu Yu and Jiren were locked in combat. Within the passage, countless stars transformed into shooting lights, racing past them. Vegeta's clenched fists bulged with veins, and the energy of destruction coalesced into a tangible halo around him. This time, he would spare no effort to bury this variable, which could alter the cosmic landscape, deep within the ruins of the 10th universe. Time slipped away quietly amidst the fierce clash, as Liu Yu and Jiren's duel had persisted for a full 10 minutes. At this moment, Liu Yu was already at the end of his rope. Sweat poured down his brow like rain, saturating his tattered battle attire. He gasped for breath, every inhalation straining his muscles, as if he were squeezing out the last vestige of air from his lungs. The once resplendent golden glow of his Super Saiyan 4 form flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishing. In contrast, Jiren maintained his composed demeanor. He stood upon the shattered arena, emanating a tranquil aura. There was no hint of fatigue in his sharp eyes. Instead, they sparkled with an ever-increasing fervor for battle. He slightly flexed his wrist, the joints cracking crisply, as if the recent fierce combat had merely served as a warm-up. "Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations." Jiren's voice was as calm as water, yet carried an undeniable authority. "However, you have now reached your limit. It is time to conclude this battle." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Liu Yu. Observing the slight tremor in Liu Yu's legs from overexertion, a barely perceptible smirk graced Jiren's lips. This exhilarating battle had rekindled a long-lost thrill within him. Since stepping onto this arena, he had not encountered an opponent who could elicit such enjoyment in a long time. With great effort, Liu Yu straightened his body, sweat dripping from his chin onto the scorched earth, instantly evaporating into white mist. The outcome had yet to be determined. "As long as I can still stand, I will never concede." He gritted his teeth, his gums even bleeding from the exertion. Every muscle in his body cried out in agony, each joint feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Maintaining the Super Saiyan 4 form had drained his last reserves of strength. At this moment, he was entirely relying on sheer willpower to persevere. Is that so? Jiren raised an eyebrow slightly, his right fist slowly clenching. In an instant, a scorching red aura erupted from his fist, dazzling like a burning star. The pressure radiated outward from his center, warping the very fabric of space. Debris floated beneath his feet, disintegrating into dust upon contact with the fiery aura. In that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere of overwhelming force. Then let this final strike bring this battle to a close. Jiren's voice remained calm, yet the power contained within it caused all spectators to pale in fear. This strike would hold nothing back, decisively crushing this tenacious opponent. Topo stood on the edge of the arena, his hands tightly clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. His gaze was locked onto Jiren, as if attempting to see through the silent warrior. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind had solidified. Jiren's figure cast a long shadow in the twilight's glow, that shadow reflecting the darkness within his heart, heavy and stifling. Jillian Tuapo's voice was deep and hoarse, as if extricated from the depths of his throat. His call was whisked away by the wind, failing to reach Jillian's ears. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Tuapo, encompassing both concern for Jillian and unease regarding the impending battle. Could it be that Jillian truly intended to slay such a rare adversary? Tuapo was acutely aware of Lu Yu's strength and potential. He did not wish to see such a warrior perish. Jillian had always been a man of few words, his demeanor resembling that of an iceberg, cold and unyielding, as if no emotion could ever shake his composure. Yet Tuapa understood that beneath this frozen exterior lay a painful past. Jillian's kin had been ruthlessly slaughtered, and his most trusted companion had betrayed him. These experiences had carved deep scars into his heart, like sharp blades. From that point on, he ceased to trust anyone, erecting a formidable wall of silence and cruelty to isolate himself from the world. Chapter 38. The End? However, Tuapo was well aware that Jillian's inner self was not as unfeeling as his exterior suggested. Beneath that hardened shell still beat a fervent heart, obscured by anguish and doubt. In that moment, a resolute glimmer shone in Jillian's eyes, marking his determination. Tuapo's heart sank as he realized that Jillian had made a decision. It seemed that Lu Yu was destined to die. Tisipo's voice shattered the silence, laced with a hint of regret. Standing beside Tuapo, Tisipo's gaze was equally fixed on the battlefield. His brow furrowed slightly, betraying his unease regarding the unfolding situation. "I've never witnessed Jillian kill a normal human before," he murmured, disbelief tinging his tone. Indeed, Jillian's past opponents had predominantly been nefarious villains or monstrous beings wreaking havoc upon cities. Jillian's strength had always been wielded to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Yet today, his adversary was a warrior with whom he bore no deep-seated enmity, a foe deserving of respect. Tisipa could not help but feel perplexed. Why would Jillian strike so mercilessly at Lu Yu? "It is over," Jillian intoned, his voice low and frigid, echoing as if from an abyss. His right fist slowly rose, and the surrounding air seemed to be compressed by an invisible force, emitting a faint humming sound. Crimson energy coalesced around his fist, akin to a waking dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. The energy gradually solidified, swirling and rolling as if imbued with life, coiling around Jillian's fist. Suddenly, Jillian thrust his right fist forward with tremendous force. The crimson energy surged forth like a roaring dragon, tearing through the air at astonishing speed, aimed directly at Lu Yu. Wherever the energy passed, the space appeared to warp, the ground furrowing into a deep chasm, debris and dust swirling up to form a violent whirlwind. The dragon's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as it extended through the air, embodying a momentum of annihilation and charging straight for Lu Yu. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Lu Yu showed no signs of retreat. His hands came together before his chest, blue light emanating from his palms, vast and profound like an ocean. "Tenfold Kamehameha," Lu Yu proclaimed with unwavering resolve, as blue energy rapidly coalesced in his hands, transforming into a colossal beam of light that surged toward Jillian's crimson dragon. The two forces collided in midair, producing a thunderous roar. The intertwining red and blue energies resembled two titanic dragons engaged in a fierce struggle, biting and entangling one another. The aftermath of their clash rippled outward, generating gusts of wind that nearly blinded the spectators. The entire arena seemed to tremble in that moment, the air thick with an oppressive tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Tuape and Decisive held their breath, fixated on the heart of the battlefield, acutely aware that this strike would determine the outcome of the confrontation and the fates of both warriors. In Zay's eyes, the colossal red dragon loomed, its crimson scales shimmering under the sunlight with a metallic sheen, each flap of its wings generating waves of scorching air. He could sense the aura of destruction permeating the atmosphere, as if the entire world had frozen in that instant. Sweat trickled down his brow, soaking his garments. Yet he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly forming seals with his hands, energy surging forth from within him like a volcanic eruption. Tenfold Kamehameha, he roared, his voice echoing through the vast valley. A dazzling blue beam erupted from his palms, accompanied by a sharp whistle that cleaved through the air, hurtling toward the red dragon. This was Lu Yu's final strike, his utmost peak of cultivation achieved thus far. As the beam raced forward, it carved a deep trench into the ground, scattering stones and dust in its wake. Yet, at the moment of collision, time seemed to halt. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, no sweeping shockwave followed. The blue beam was devoured whole by the red dragon's gaping maw, akin to a pebble sinking into an abyss, leaving not a ripple in its wake. The dragon's form glowed with a sanguine luster in the sunlight, its eyes shimmering with disdain and cruelty, as if mocking Lu Yu's audacity. In the next heartbeat, the red dragon descended with unstoppable force, warping the air and shaking the very fabric of space. Lu Yu had no time to react, helplessly watching as the obliterating red light expanded rapidly within his field of vision. It was over. This thought barely crossed his mind before the red dragon struck him squarely in the chest. A searing pain engulfed him, the sound of shattering bones clear to hear. His body flew backward like a marionette severed from its strings, tracing a tragic arc through the air. With a piercing whoosh, Lu Yu's body crashed against numerous towering mountains. Boulders crumbled, mountains collapsed, and clouds of dust obscured the sky. Each impact dulled his consciousness further, blood pouring from his mouth, leaving a trail of crimson behind. The relentless sounds of explosions resonated like a mournful symphony echoing through the world. After shattering the final mountain, Lu Yu's body fell limply, buried beneath a cascade of fallen stones. Dust rose slowly, forming a dismal curtain in the fading light of the setting sun. Tuape, miles away, stared dazedly at this scene, his hands instinctively clenching. His knuckles whitened from the strain, lips trembling ever so slightly. As one who had once faced Lu Yu in battle, he understood better than anyone the young man's formidable prowess. Had that boy, who always bore a defiant gaze, who never yielded even in dire straits, truly been slain? Tuape's voice emerged hoarsely, thick with unshed sorrow. He recalled Lu Yu's indomitable spirit during their last encounter, the brilliance that had shone even in the face of despair. Ever since his defeat to Lu Yu, he had trained tirelessly, throwing punches in the rain, meditating under the scorching sun, each droplet of sweat imbued with the longing to once again challenge such a respected adversary. Yet now all was lost. The one who inspired both reverence and fear, the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of excellence, had vanished amidst the swirling dust. Tuape slowly closed his eyes, allowing the mountain breeze to caress his cheeks, carrying away the faint trace of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Amidst the rubble, the last few boulders tumbled down with a resounding crash, burying all hope and possibility. Fragments of stars drifted through the void, like scattered diamonds reflecting the distant, shattered nebula. Tuape stood at the edge of the temple ruins, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles pale from the strain. He had originally planned to elevate that exceptionally gifted young man to the position of captain of the Pride team after taking over the title of the Destruction God, guiding the team towards a new era of glory. However, this splendid vision has now been utterly shattered, scattered like dust in a tempest. Jiren truly deserves his reputation as the strongest in our universe. Today, I finally witnessed the magnitude of his true power. Tuape murmured to himself, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of disappointment and defeat. His gaze pierced through the fragmented stellar ring, landing upon the distant, unyielding gray figure. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions. In stark contrast to Tua Po's despondency stood Tiz Pua, who radiated unabashed pride and excitement, his crimson eyes glimmering with fervent light. To stand shoulder to shoulder with a powerhouse like Jiren was an unparalleled honor for him. Each time Jiren displayed his overwhelming strength, an indescribable swell of pride surged within Tiz Pua. Incredible, Jiren, he murmured, his tone brimming with admiration. Not far away, Cassiler and Quincy gathered, their faces adorned with mocking smirks. They observed the position from which Lu Yu had just been sent flying by Jiren's punch, their voices laced with schadenfreude. That arrogant human dared to challenge Jiren, utterly courting his own demise. Cassiler scoffed, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Quincy echoed with a sardonic smile. It seems he still hasn't grasped his own limitations. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiren slowly turned. His profound gaze remained placid, as if the cataclysmic battle had merely been a trivial interlude. His deep, steady voice resonated in the silent cosmos. He did not perish. This declaration struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves of disbelief among the onlookers. Tua Po abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with incredulity, their former dullness transformed into brilliant stars. What? He didn't die? Tua Po's voice trembled slightly with shock. He could scarcely believe his ears. How could anyone possibly survive such a cataclysmic assault from Jiren? Tiz Pua and the others were equally stunned, their expressions of pride frozen in place. They vividly recalled the moment. Jiren's fist had struck Lu Yu's chest with terrifying force, a power capable of tearing apart stars and shattering the void. The air still crackled with the lingering energy of that blow, faint arcs of electricity snapping in the ether. Stardust drifted around them, as if silently witnessing this unforeseen turn of events. Sensing the confusion and astonishment on their faces, Jiren calmly continued, his voice deep and serene, as if stating the most mundane fact. In the final moment, he forcibly retracted the energy wave he was about to unleash, forming a barrier that barely withstood a portion of my power. He paused, scanning the crowd, and added, however, although he narrowly escaped immediate death, he has now utterly lost the capacity to fight. In truth, Jiren was aware that he had not genuinely intended to kill. That punch was merely a manifestation of 70 to 80% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full might, even if Lu Yu had managed to retract the energy wave and convert it into a barrier at the critical moment, survival would have been impossible. So that's how it is, Tua Po murmured, disbelief etched across his face. To be able to instantaneously retract nearly uncontrollable energy and reconstruct it into a defensive barrier at such an extreme moment, this fellow truly defied expectations. His voice carried an unmistakable tone of astonishment. It was known that Jiren's speed of attack was as swift as lightning, leaving ordinary individuals without even a moment to react. Yet Lu Yu had managed to execute such an exquisite countermeasure at the brink of death. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, Jiren's figure suddenly flickered, darting towards Lu Yu's location like a streak of light. Tua Po, Tiz Pua, and the others hastily followed, not daring to delay even for a moment. Where they passed, the earth seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible force, a massive chasm stretching for miles before them, a sight to behold. The edges of the chasm were littered with upheaved earth and stones, shrouded in dust, as though having just endured a cataclysmic disaster. At the chasm's end, a heap of disordered rubble rose high, resembling a hastily constructed tomb. Lu Yu's body lay deeply buried beneath the debris, nowhere to be seen. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, a deafening roar erupted, sending stones flying and dust spiraling skyward. With a thunderous crash, the pile of rubble exploded as if detonated by explosives, countless sharp fragments soaring outward, tracing gray-white arcs in the air. Lu Yu's figure burst forth from the debris like a leopard freed from its bonds, his movements swift and resolute, as if casting aside all pain and resentment. However, upon landing, the exhaustion and pain of his body could no longer be concealed by sheer will. He knelt on one knee, his heavy breaths resonating clearly across the silent battlefield. Sweat mingled with dust trickled from his brow, splattering onto the cracked ground. Instantly absorbed by the parched soil, his fingers dug deep into the earth, knuckles whitening from the strain, as if he were trying to support his nearly collapsing form. Jiren stood a short distance away, his gaze fixed steadily upon Lu Yu. His stature was as upright as a pine, emanating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. He spoke slowly, his voice low and clear, as though each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. "It is over, Lu Yu." There was no trace of disdain in his tone, but rather a subtle hint of unperceivable admiration. "You truly are a formidable opponent, forcing me to exert 70% of my strength. No one has accomplished that in many years." Despite the calmness of Jiren's voice, a discerning ear could still detect the respect and acknowledgement it contained. Such sentiments were rare from someone of his stature, yet they pierced Lu Yu's heart all the more. Lu Yu gradually lifted his head, veins protruding on his forehead like serpents writhing beneath his skin. His eyes burned with a crimson intensity, akin to a raging flame, embodying an almost frenzied obsession. His voice trembled yet remained undeniably resolute. "Do you think I feel pride or honor from this?" A bitter smile twisted his lips, his gaze flashing with an indomitable spirit. "My goal is not your admiration. I aim to defeat you." He inhaled deeply, as if channeling all his pain and fatigue into strength. "The battle is not yet over, Jiren." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yu surged to his feet. His movements were no longer unsteady but filled with a resolve akin to a last stand. He raised his arms, unleashing a cry that reverberated like thunder tearing the heavens as it shook the entire battlefield. "I will not lose to you." With his roar, the sky abruptly darkened. The once gray clouds swirled as if stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly coalescing into an unfathomable vortex. Bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the vortex like swords wielded by the gods, instantly piercing the earth. Amidst the flashes, the battlefield was illuminated as if it were midday, the air thick with a searing tension, as if even the heavens and earth trembled at the prospect of this clash. Lu Yu's figure appeared even more imposing against the backdrop of the lightning, his eyes ablaze with an unyielding flame, as if he intended to incinerate every obstacle in his path. The battle had only just begun. The deafening thunder tore through the vast sky, as if the entire planet was lamenting in agony. Amidst the pitch-black clouds, countless crimson lightning bolts danced like frenzied serpents, fracturing the dim heavens into disarray. The earth trembled violently, deep fissures spreading like a spider's web, while molten lava churned in the depths, releasing suffocating waves of heat. How could this be? That individual was gravely wounded. How could he still possess such terrifying power? DC dodged desperately from the colossal bolts of lightning raining down, each strike creating charred craters several meters wide upon impact. His golden armor was already riddled with minute cracks, and the sweat on his brow evaporated into mist in the intense heat. "Be careful," Tuop exclaimed as he pulled his companion, who had nearly been struck by lightning, to safety. "That being, he is breaking through." Tuopo's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yu in the distance, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his sharp eyes. Just moments ago, he had believed this young man to be doomed by Jiren's lethal attack, yet now Lu Yu seemed to have shed his shackles, surrounded by a menacing whirlpool of energy. Chapter 40, Super Saiyan Awakening. Even more unsettling was the energy storm centered around Lu Yu, which voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity. Shattered rocks were swept into the air, reduced to dust amidst the chaotic energy currents. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, and each pulse of energy triggered new cosmic anomalies. He truly utilized me to achieve his breakthrough. Jiren stood on the edge of the storm, his typically composed demeanor betraying a rare crack. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the exhilaration that surged within him. A warrior's resolve awakened by the prospect of a worthy opponent. He could distinctly sense the power awakening within Lu Yu, akin to a dormant volcano ready to erupt, radiating blinding light from every inch of his skin. At that moment, Lu Yu hovered midair, silver energy swirling around him as if it were tangible. His previously tattered battle attire was visibly mending at an astonishing rate, ancient runes emerging upon the newly formed fabric. As his eyes slowly opened, the left burned with a golden flame while the right shimmered with an abyssal blue. "Come on," Lu Yu's whisper pierced through the thunder, resonating clearly in every ear. "Let us commence the second round." The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense, with everyone feeling that this battle, which would determine the fate of the universe, had only just begun. The sky seemed to rip apart as dense black clouds rolled like boiling ink. A palpable tension filled the air, as if even the earth trembled slightly. Lu Yu stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, fragments of stone and dust levitating in the wake of an invisible force. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed ahead, as if aspiring to encompass the entire world within his grasp. It seemed that today, he could unleash his full potential and engage in a true battle. Lu Yu murmured softly, his voice tinged with an irrepressible excitement and determination. His body leaned slightly forward. Fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the exertion. The air around him felt thick, and even the distant sound of the wind became acutely clear. Suddenly, a piercing, rending sound echoed from the sky. Crackle. Thunderbolts as thick as a bowl poured down from the clouds like an enraged serpent. Streaks of electricity split the heavens, illuminating the battlefield and casting Lu Yu's figure as if it were a divine apparition. The lightning struck the ground, igniting sparks and dust, filling the air with a charred scent, as if the very earth trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. In that instant, Lu Yu suddenly let out a skyward roar, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. His body erupted with dazzling golden flames, resembling a newly risen sun, enveloping the entire battlefield in searing light. The golden flames coiled around him as if they were colossal dragons, roaring in fury. With the explosion of golden energy, Lu Yu's form began to undergo astonishing transformations. His muscles bulged like steel, his skin adorned with faint golden patterns that shimmered like ancient runes. His hair stood upright without wind, dancing like flames in the air. His eyes became twin burning golden stars, igniting the very air around him. All-powerful Super Saiyan 4, Lu Yu bellowed, his voice brimming with unparalleled strength and confidence. Tua Pa and the others stared, wide-eyed, at Lu Yu's transformation, disbelief etched across their faces. Tua Pa furrowed his brow and murmured, "Although there has been a significant change in energy, his appearance seems unchanged this time." His voice carried a hint of confusion as he sought to comprehend the incredible scene before him. However, just as Tua Pa's words fell, Jiren interjected, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. "No, he has not yet completed the transformation." Jiren's gaze was firmly locked onto Lu Yu, as if anticipating something even more astonishing. Indeed, just as Jiren's words echoed, Lu Yu unleashed another earth-shattering roar. This roar seemed to harbor a deeper, more profound power, filled with long-suppressed fury and eruption. The golden flames surrounding Lu Yu suddenly expanded, erupting skyward like a volcanic explosion, dyeing the entire sky in gold. His body began to display even more intricate patterns, as if some ancient force was awakening. A subtle rustling sound filled the air, as if invisible forces flowed through it. A faint golden halo began to form around Lu Yu, where countless tiny sparks of electricity flickered and danced. His aura grew increasingly tempestuous, reminiscent of an ancient beast poised to break free from its restraints, ready to tear apart everything before him. The atmosphere on the battlefield intensified, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Lu Yu, enveloped in golden flames, appeared colossal and majestic, resembling a war god descending to earth, prepared to reshape the outcome of this battle with his might. A deep, resonant roar shattered the air, akin to an ancient giant awakening from slumber. The golden flames enveloping Lu Yu surged violently, swirling like molten lava, then transforming into countless blinding golden beams that shot forth in all directions. These golden rays were not gentle streams of light, but carried a force capable of tearing everything apart, saturating the sky in resplendent gold. Amidst the surging energy waves, vivid golden dragons coalesced from the light, roaring and spiraling upward, leaving brilliant trails across the heavens. What power is this? Tua Pa and the others instinctively stepped back, their pupils constricting in astonishment. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary surge of energy. The overwhelming pressure rendered their breaths momentarily suspended. The golden light spread like a tide, enveloping the entire planet in a sacred yet terrifying energy field. The earth quaked, the air ignited, and even the distant mountains trembled under the impact of the energy. "Grant me this breakthrough." Lu Yu's roar reverberated through the clouds, as his body began to undergo astonishing changes. The originally dark tresses faded visibly, transforming into a lustrous silver gray reminiscent of moonlight. The long hair cascaded like a waterfall down to his waist, wild and free in the chaotic gusts of wind. The crimson body hair also shifted in unison, becoming a harmonious silver gray. His golden pupils gradually took on a dark red hue, akin to flames burning in an abyss, exuding a disconcerting brilliance. A strand of silver-gray bangs fluttered gently in the tempestuous air, as if narrating the extraordinary nature of this transformation. Most striking was the agile silver tail behind him, each flick producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air, leaving shimmering traces in its wake. Even more astonishing was the instantaneous disappearance of the numerous scars left from the previous battle, as though they had never existed. His aura not only fully restored but surged to an unprecedented pinnacle, the overwhelming energy waves causing the surrounding air to visibly distort. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan 5? Liu Yu gazed down at his newly transformed body, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. He could distinctly feel the power surging within him, every cell rejoicing, every nerve trembling in response to this metamorphosis. To his astonishment, the life-and-death battle with Jiren had indeed allowed him to break the shackles of Super Saiyan 4 and step into this legendary realm. Chapter 41. Breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly after 7 years of waiting, 7 years of arduous training, 7 years of lingering on the edge of life and death. It all finally materialized into reality. Liu Yu let out a long howl towards the heavens, his silver-gray hair dancing wildly in the energy storm. His dark red eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. In that moment, he felt as if he resonated with the heavens and the earth, in perfect harmony with the universe. The entire galaxy trembling for his breakthrough. As he clenched his fists, he could hear each muscle in his body emitting a deep, resonant hum. The vast power, akin to the Milky Way, surged through his limbs and bones, converging like countless golden streams into a roaring river, ultimately transforming into an endless sea of energy. He slowly raised his arm, and where his fingertips grazed, the air seemed to ignite, rippling in visible waves. This power felt as though he held the entire universe in his palm. He murmured to himself, his voice laced with disbelief. The golden aura, alive and vibrant, coiled around him, at times coalescing into a spiraling dragon, at others dispersing like stardust. Wherever the aura extended, shattered stones from the arena began to levitate, as if lifted by an unseen force. In the distance, some weaker warriors had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming energy waves, their robes flapping wildly in the tempest. "This is impossible." Tor broke into a cold sweat, his thick fingers unconsciously tightening. In mere moments, he sensed such a qualitative change in Liu Yu's aura. Beside him, Kazral's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, and then to ashen. The mocking words he had spoken earlier now felt like invisible slaps across his face. He gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white, even the metal handrail beginning to warp under his pressure. Jiren stood at the center of the energy storm, his red cloak billowing like flames in the gusts. His profound gaze pierced through layers of golden light, landing upon the figure enveloped in energy. The battle intent that had lain dormant for years surged within him like a volcano awakening. "Utilizing my ultimate move to achieve this breakthrough." Jiren's deep voice trembled with rare emotion. Such talent indeed deserved to be my opponent. The golden light surrounding Liu Yu gradually receded, eventually condensing into 2 flickering flames deep within his pupils. He stepped forward, shattering the crystals beneath his feet into dust. When he spoke, his voice rang clear like the clash of metal. "I shall remember the favor of this punch." A sudden smile graced his lips, one that conveyed both gratitude and provocation. As he raised his hand in a feigned grasp, the myriad golden points that had been scattered suddenly converged, forming a radiant energy sword in his palm. Where the blade pointed, even space began to subtly distort. "Now, it is time for my return gift." Not long ago, Liu Yu had nearly succumbed to despair regarding his breakthrough. Jiren's heavy punch had struck like a meteor, shattering his defenses and nearly taking his life. In that moment, excruciating pain washed over him like a tide, his bones feeling as if they were fracturing, even his breath laced with a metallic taste. He knelt on one knee, his vision blurring, with only the sound of his racing heartbeat and Jiren's indifferent footsteps echoing in his ears. However, in that critical moment between life and death, no one could have anticipated that punch would become the key to breaking his limits. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him, like a slumbering volcano suddenly awakened, flooding through his limbs and bones. It was as though a thunderbolt had cleaved through chaos, and Liu Yu felt his meridians open up as if the legendary Run and Du meridians had been instantaneously unblocked. Breaking and then standing anew, he had transcended. Super Saiyan 5. This was no longer the violent yet limited form of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Liu Yu was enveloped in a dazzling golden aura. The energy waves churning as if he contained an inexhaustible ocean of power within. Every muscle brimmed with explosive strength, his golden hair billowing without wind, his eyes sparkling like stars. To break through, that was your fortune, and it had nothing to do with me. Jiren's voice remained as cold as iron. Standing nearby with arms crossed, his expression unwavering. Even though Liu Yu's aura had grown several times stronger, in Jiren's eyes, it was still far from sufficient. However, do not think that merely changing forms will allow you to contend with me. If you truly believe that, you are gravely mistaken. His tone exuded an undeniable confidence, as if stating an irrefutable fact. Is that so? Liu Yu scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. If you think that, you are also gravely mistaken. Jiren. Before he could finish his words, Liu Yu's figure suddenly blurred, and in a heartbeat, he had become a streak of golden lightning, tearing through the air. Whoosh! The sharp sound of his movement sliced through the silence, and the spectators barely had time to blink before Liu Yu vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Immediately thereafter, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Clouds of dust billowed skyward, and debris rained down like a storm. As the dust slowly settled, the onlookers were astonished to discover that a vast crater, several dozen meters in diameter, had formed where the ground had once been level, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Even more shocking was the sight of Jiren lying at the bottom of the crater, the rocks beneath him crumbling inch by inch. He propped himself up with one hand, his eyes reflecting disbelief for the first time. Meanwhile, Liu Yu stood calmly at the position where Jiren had once been. The golden aura blazed fiercely around him, his cold gaze looking down imperiously at his opponent in the pit. Shattered star fragments floated like raindrops in the boundless universe, and the residual energy waves painted the void with brilliant auroras. On this battlefield, once resplendent, now enveloped in a suffocating silence. Impossible! A hoarse shout pierced the air. The warriors of the proud team frozen in place, their pupils dilating in shock. Their gazes were fixed on the distant figure, slowly retracting his fist, as if witnessing a nightmare that should not exist in this world. Jiren was defeated in an instant? This is absolutely impossible. His voice trembled, instinctively taking a half-step back, crushing a floating shard of meteorite beneath his feet. His usually composed visage was now contorted in an unsettling manner, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, glimmering with a desperate luster under the starlight. The entire squad was engulfed in a deathly silence, the only sounds being their labored breaths. The warriors exchanged glances, reading only shock, fear, and profound disbelief in each other's eyes. One individual unconsciously clenched their trembling fist, the nails digging deep into the palm, with blood seeping and forming crimson orbs that floated slowly into the void in the weightlessness of space. That was Jiren, whispered Kungsi, his voice so soft it seemed to be swallowed by the cosmic vacuum. His gaze followed the figure that had been struck away, watching as the once invincible warrior traced a sorrowful arc in the air, ultimately crashing into a small asteroid, raising clouds of dust. Chapter 42. Reluctance. Boone struggled to swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing. He recalled Jiren's past valiant battles, the perpetually straightened back, the eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat, the body imbued with the power to annihilate. Yet now, the man hailed as the god of war was unable to withstand even a single blow. We are not even in the same dimension. Torpo bitterly tugged at the corner of his mouth, a self-deprecating smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. He gazed down at his calloused hands, once a source of pride, now appearing so pale and powerless. Memories surged like a tide, countless days and nights of rigorous training, sweating profusely in the gravity chamber, pushing past limits on the brink of life and death, all rendered absurd in the face of the entity known as Liu Yu. I once naively believed that with relentless training, I could one day confront him again. Torpo's voice dwindled to a sigh. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears that had seeped from his eyes unbeknownst to him, the droplet crystallizing into a glistening icicle as it drifted into the distance. Kakat bit down hard on her lower lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the figure standing defiantly in the void. Liu Yu's garments fluttered gently in the energy aftershocks, his demeanor calm as if merely performing a trivial task. In his profound eyes, the devastation of the battlefield was reflected, yet there was not a hint of disturbance. Even Jiren had been struck away in an instant. Tispo's voice quivered with a hint of tears, Even if we trained for a millennium, perhaps. His words remained unspoken, but everyone understood the unvoiced conclusion. Despair crept in like a cold tide, gradually eroding the hearts of all present. Some began to tremble uncontrollably. Others sank to their knees, and many could not suppress their sobs. In this desolate starry sky, only the gentle ripples of energy created by Lu Yu's retraction of his fist persisted, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, yet stirring up colossal waves within each heart. Could it be that even Jiren was not his match? Boon's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper rubbing together. Kungsi shook his head with difficulty, unable to divert his gaze from that unfathomable figure. This being was truly a monster among monsters. At the edge of their line of sight, the small asteroid upon which Jiren had fallen was slowly crumbling, debris scattering like fireworks. Amidst that splendid scene of destruction, Lu Yu slowly turned, his calm gaze sweeping across the battlefield. In that moment, all who met his eyes involuntarily shivered, as if pierced by an invisible blade that penetrated their souls. The myth of the universe's strongest was utterly shattered at this instant. A new legend was being inscribed in the most brutal of manners. Rise, Jiren. The deep, tranquil voice resonated across the desolate battlefield, imbued with an undeniable penetrating force. Lu Yu stood at the edge of the pit, his gaze fierce, looking down upon the figure buried beneath the dust and rubble. His long black hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, the corners of his garments snapping, as if merging with the desolate earth. No need to pretend. That level of power cannot defeat you. Lu Yu's tone remained placid, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. He slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he could see through the layers of dust, perceiving the immense power within Jiren that had yet to be fully unleashed. The strike just now had utilized less than 20% of his strength, akin to a mere probing touch rather than a full-force assault. He understood that Jiren was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Indeed, as Lu Yu's words fell, the rubble in the pit began to tremble slightly. Jiren slowly rose from the depths, his movements steady and powerful, akin to a long-dormant beast finally awakening. Dust cascaded from his robust form, revealing his signature battle attire. Albeit slightly disheveled, yet it did not diminish his majesty. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced suddenly erupted, and Jiren's figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing before Lu Yu in the next moment. His speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, leaving only an afterimage that gradually dissipated in the air. Jiren rolled his neck, the bones cracking crisply, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Lu Yu. I must admit, your strength just now was formidable. Jiren's voice was deep and filled with power, each word seemingly bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. I felt the pain. There was a rare note of admiration in his tone, yet it concealed an even stronger fighting spirit. His fists tightened slightly, muscles tensing, as if ready to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. However, this kind of thing will absolutely not happen next time. Jiren's voice grew increasingly cold, the surrounding air seeming to solidify in response. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if announcing that a far more intense battle was on the horizon. Is that so? Lu Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. His gaze sparkled like the stars, as if able to pierce through all illusions. You are no longer my equal, Jiren. His tone was calm and resolute, as if stating an irrefutable fact. Do bear in mind, Lu Yu had been stagnating at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 for 6 or 7 years. During this extensive period, he did not rush to break through his limits, but instead devoted all his energy to solidifying his foundation. His body had become more resilient through countless trials, his aura more substantial through daily cultivation. Though he had not transcended his realm, his foundational combat power had already reached an unimaginable height. At this moment, he resembled a volcano poised to erupt, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash earth-shattering might. The gazes of the two collided in the air, akin to two bolts of lightning striking together, igniting intangible sparks. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by their momentum, beginning to flow slowly, forming faint whirlpools. The debris and dust on the battlefield trembled slightly under the influence of their auras, as if shuddering in anticipation of the impending climactic confrontation. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, with only their breaths echoing clearly across the vast battlefield. A more intense, more brutal battle was about to unfold. Indeed, he possessed the astonishing talent of tenfold cultivation speed, each breath seemingly drawing in the essence of the universe, growing at a pace surpassing ordinary beings with every passing moment. This talent made every breakthrough akin to a volcanic eruption, the amassed power churning within him, as if ready to shatter the bounds of limitation at any moment. The enhancement of foundational combat power was akin to forging an indestructible divine weapon, each honing, making his strength more solid and formidable. As he ascended into the form of the omnipotent Super Saiyan 4, the eruption of power was akin to stars plummeting from the heavens, radiating brilliance and overwhelming pressure. His strength had long surpassed that of the omnipotent Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, rendering even the 20-fold Super Blue Sun Wukong pale in comparison, like a firefly unable to compete with the resplendence of the full moon. Yet, Jiren, gritting his teeth, felt a flicker of resentment and indignation in his eyes. His body surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, cracking the ground beneath him into a myriad of fine fissures, as if even space trembled before his might. He charged towards Lu Yu with a speed that seemed to tear through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. In the next moment, Jiren's onslaught descended like a tempest, each punch and kick imbued with enough force to devastate mountains. His attacks were relentless and ferocious, as if intent on engulfing the entire battlefield in a cataclysmic storm. Wherever his strikes landed, space contorted violently, light refracting into eerie ripples, as though time itself slowed down in that instant. However, Lu Yu's form flickered like a specter amidst the barrage, his movements graceful and precise. Each evasion executed with impeccable timing, as if he had already anticipated Jiren's every strike. His silhouette danced in the distorted space, an elusive phantom that eluded Jiren's relentless assault. I told you, you can never hope to match me now. Our disparity is insurmountable. Lu Yu evaded Jiren's attacks effortlessly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His tone laced with a blend of pride and composure. His voice resonated clearly amidst the fierce battle, like a sharp blade piercing Jiren's core. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Yu was still basking in the exhilaration brought forth by his recent breakthrough. He had never imagined that upon entering the realm of Super Saiyan 5, his power would undergo such a monumental transformation. The surge of strength felt akin to flowing from a stream into an ocean, transcending the mundane to touch the divine. Compared to Super Saiyan 4, his power had increased by more than 100-fold. It was a qualitative leap, a complete metamorphosis from quantitative change. He could even distinctly feel that his strength had surpassed that of the Sun Wukong, who had mastered the ultimate Ultra Instinct during the power tournament. That confidence, towering above all else, blazed within him like an unquenchable flame. In that moment, he stood at the pinnacle of power, surveying all challengers beneath him. He recalled how, during that gripping power tournament, Sun Wukong, upon comprehending the perfect Ultra Instinct, overshadowed Jiren with an overwhelming presence. At that time, Sun Wukong moved like the wind, his actions akin to lightning, each technique seamlessly merging with the cosmos, rendering Jiren's once terrifying onslaught feeble and impotent before the ultimate Ultra Instinct. Had it not been for the poignant memories buried deep within Jiren, which sparked an unprecedented surge of power at the last moment, he would have surely succumbed to Sun Wukong's flawless Ultra Instinct. Despite his valiant efforts, Jiren could not reverse the tide of battle. Now, Lu Yu was acutely aware that his strength had long eclipsed that of the Sun Wukong, who had once wielded the ultimate Ultra Instinct. Standing upon the arena, he felt the tumultuous energy coursing through him, as if every muscle contained the potential to obliterate the world. To him, Jiren was merely a former rival who had barely held his ground against Sun Wukong. How could he possibly be a match for Lu Yu now? Do not let pride cloud your judgment. I cannot lose. I absolutely will not lose. Jiren's voice trembled imperceptibly, his breath quickening as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The unprecedented sense of defeat from hundreds of failed attacks surged within him, igniting an uncontrollable anxiety. In recent years, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary, nor had he ever faced such a dire predicament. Each strike felt as though it landed in the void, never even grazing the opponent's clothing. With another fierce punch slicing through the air, Jiren's fist, imbued with searing energy, seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. He poured every ounce of strength into this blow, the speed and force capable of altering landscapes. Yet, at the moment his fist was about to connect with Lu Yu's chest, a soft snap resonated through the air as Lu Yu effortlessly caught Jiren's unstoppable strike with a single hand. The motion appeared so casual, so effortless, as if he were merely catching a feather drifting down from the sky rather than a blow powerful enough to shatter stars. What? Impossible. Jillian's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting as shock and horror washed over his face. The strike he had meticulously prepared, harnessing all his strength, was dismissed so lightly? This utterly shattered his understanding of power. Just as Jillian's mind reeled from the shock, Lu Yu's wrist flexed, an irresistible force instantaneously pulling Jillian forward. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's right knee shot upward like lightning, crashing into Jillian's abdomen with a deafening roar, as if time itself had frozen. Jillian felt an overwhelming force surge from his core, as if his very organs were on the brink of shattering. A dull impact echoed through the air as Lu Yu's fist struck Jillian's abdomen like a meteorite crashing down. In that moment, Jillian's body arched violently, as though pierced by an invisible giant force, causing him to stagger uncontrollably backward. The ground beneath him fractured into a spiderweb of cracks, stones and dust scattering in the fierce winds. Jillian, still reeling from the shock, felt a surge of burning bile uncontrollably erupt from his mouth, splattering onto the scorched earth with a sizzling sound. His features contorted in agony, the once stoic lines of his face twisted into a grimace. Veins bulging on his forehead as sweat mingled with dirt streamed down his cheeks, leaving behind a disheveled trail. Lu Yu's expression remained impassive, as though that formidable strike had been merely an afterthought. He slowly released Jillian's fist, spinning like a wraith, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip, accompanied by a piercing howl as it accurately struck Jillian's cheek. A sharp crack reverberated through the expansive valley as Jillian was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings. His body traced a chaotic arc through the air, crashing through several towering peaks, rocks crumbling and dust billowing, as though the very earth were splitting apart. Ultimately, he landed heavily, carving a deep trench several dozen meters long in the scorched earth, shards of stone and soil flying about, before he finally came to a halt. Damn it! How could this happen? Jillian struggled to prop himself up, a crimson streak of blood at the corner of his mouth starkly contrasting against his pale visage. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air as the earth trembled beneath him. His once keen, eagle-like eyes now brimmed with disbelief and humiliation. Deep within his pupils burned a flame of defiance. He could not accept the reality that mere moments ago, he had regarded Lu Yu as insignificant, his heart filled with contempt and arrogance. Yet in an instant, the tables had turned, and he found himself crushed beneath an overwhelming force. Despite his inner resistance, he had no choice but to concede to a harsh truth. Lu Yu's strength had not only surpassed his, but had done so by an unfathomable margin. Amidst the shattered arena, smoke and dust lingered, with countless fragments suspended in midair, as if time had momentarily frozen. Lu Yu stood suspended, his silver hair dancing wildly in the energy aftermath, enveloped in a faint golden aura, akin to a deity descended upon the mortal realm. With a glance downward at the disheveled figure below, a subtle smile played upon his lips. It seemed that in a state of tranquility, Jiren could not possibly contend with my Super Saiyan 5 form. Lu Yu mused inwardly, his silver pupils reflecting his opponent's unwilling silhouette. He could distinctly feel the surging power within him, every inch of muscle brimming with cataclysmic energy, an exhilarating sensation that transcended limits. In the distance, gasps erupted from the audience. Kings and angels from countless universes held their breath, captivated by this epic battle. Shattered stars drifted slowly through the cosmos, illuminating this transcendent confrontation. Chapter 44. Ferocity. Jiren knelt in the center of a massive pit over 100 meters in diameter, his crimson battle armor riddled with cracks. He breathed heavily, each exhale releasing a scorching white mist. The once calm gaze of his eyes now burned with fierce rage, his tightly clenched fists showcasing bulging veins. However, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, sensing the tumultuous energy within him. His purpose in the 11th universe had been accomplished. The breakthrough to Super Saiyan 5 had allowed him to touch a new realm. He raised a hand slightly, silver sparks dancing at his fingertips. Realizing that awakening Jiren's potential now would be premature. Reflecting on the formidable Jiren from the Tournament of Power, Lu Yu couldn't help but adopt a grave expression. That Jiren was indeed terrifyingly powerful, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Sun Wukong, who had mastered the Ultra Instinct. To awaken that creature now would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen consequences. It was time to conclude this battle, Liu Yu resolved. He noticed subtle shifts in Jiren's energy, the signs of a potential breakthrough sparking his caution. Suddenly, Jiren let out a thunderous roar, his fists crashing down onto the ground. In an instant, the entire arena trembled violently, the already fractured surface splintering once more. Web-like fissures rapidly spread from his center, and an abyssal chasm erupted with torrents of fiery energy. Jiren slowly rose, shards of his broken armor cascading down him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes, ablaze with battle intent, locked onto Liu Yu in the air. A visible red energy wave began to coalesce around him, bubbling like molten lava. Today, I will defeat you. Jiren's voice thundered, each word laden with overwhelming fighting spirit. The ground beneath him began to melt, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Liu Yu squinted slightly, sensing the signs of his opponent surpassing his limits. He gently raised his hand, gathering the silver aura in his palm, prepared to deliver the final blow. This cosmic confrontation was ready for its denouement. Shattered stars twinkled in the universe, bearing witness to this pinnacle duel destined for the annals of history. The silhouettes of the two warriors, illuminated by starlight, resembled two immortal deities. Fragments of cracked rock lay scattered upon the charred earth, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and dust. Jiren's fist sank deep into the fissured ground, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He slowly raised his head, his crimson pupils ablaze with indomitable flames. Every word painfully squeezed from his lips. I once vowed beneath the starry sky. From that moment on, I shall never, and will never, be defeated by anyone. The edges of his shattered armor glimmered faintly, sweat trickling down his taut jawline, splattering tiny droplets upon the cracked ground. His once resolute gaze was now bloodshot, the humiliation of defeat gnawing at his pride like a venomous serpent. Liu Yu remained poised 10 paces away, his silver hair gently swaying in the energy ripples. He regarded the collapsing warrior with a voice as calm as a still pond. Face reality, Jiren. His words echoed across the silent battlefield, the cosmos vast and limitless, inhabited by beings far more formidable than either of them. To remain eternally undefeated is but a fleeting illusion. A soft breeze swirled around Liu Yu, stirring up fine dust that danced around him. He recalled the celestial beings standing atop the universe, their gentle yet distant smiles, the enigmatic might of the Grand Minister, the world-shattering power of Dragon God Zalama, the terrifying abilities of the demon gods that could rend dimensions, and the absolute authority of Zeno, capable of erasing universes. Even though he brimmed with the overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 5 at this moment, his silver aura swirling around him, in human form he was indeed at his peak. Yet Liu Yu knew all too well that in the presence of those true supreme beings, he remained as insignificant as dust. I must defeat you. Jiren's roar rent the air, a torrent of energy erupting from within him, reducing the surrounding debris to dust. He transformed into a red comet, charging forward, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. However, the loss of rationality did not enhance his power. Rather, it rendered his onslaught chaotic and unrestrained. Though his strikes were fierce, they lacked the precision and restraint of before, each blow born of desperation, tracing erratic energy paths through the air. Liu Yu nimbly sidestepped a ground-shattering shockwave, observing Jiren stumble from overexertion, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This battle had transcended mere victory or defeat, evolving into a clash of beliefs and obsessions. With a whoosh, the wind of Jiren's fists sliced through the air, producing sharp howls. His figure moved rapidly across the arena, each punch resembling a flash of crimson lightning, each kick delivered with tremendous force. His attacks fell like torrential rain, akin to a machine gun's relentless barrage, each strike resonating through the air, as if even space quivered slightly. Yet, Liu Yu's form remained elusive, as if a specter. He sidestepped, leaned back, and subtly angled away. Every evasion perfectly timed, astonishingly precise. Jiren's fists and feet grazed his clothing, barely missing, yet never truly landing a blow. A calm glint sparkled in Liu Yu's gaze, as if he had already deciphered every one of Jiren's movements. Why is this happening? Why can I never hit him? Jiren's eyes grew increasingly crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat trailing down his cheeks. His breathing quickened, murmuring to himself, his voice filled with frustration and fury. He couldn't comprehend why his all-out attacks failed to even graze the opponent's garments. Dust swirled around the arena, debris flying. Each of Jiren's heavy strikes left profound cracks in the ground, while Liu Yu's feet remained as light as a feather, seemingly untouched by a speck of dust. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two figures, fearful of missing a single moment. Liu Yu thought to himself, this cannot continue. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing the flow of energy within him. The state of Super Saiyan 5 endowed him with nearly limitless power, the golden aura blazing around him like the sun. However, this power was not without its price. He could feel the immense strain his body was enduring. The consumption of Super Saiyan 5 was greater than he had anticipated. Liu Yu took a deep breath, the energy within him surging like a tide, yet it felt like a double-edged sword, continuously eroding his stamina. In merely a matter of minutes, his muscles began to tremble slightly, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Although the golden aura remained fierce, he could sense that his body, which bore this immense power, was gradually approaching its limits. The thought crossed Liu Yu's mind that if this turned into a protracted battle and his stamina faltered, he might very well face defeat. He was acutely aware that the might of Super Saiyan 5 necessitated a body robust enough to bear it. Yet, at this moment, his physique evidently had not reached that realm. Each surge of energy felt as though it were depleting his life force. On the arena, Jiren's onslaught became ever more frenzied. His fists and feet rained down upon Liu Yu like a tempest, yet Liu Yu continued to evade danger time and again, thanks to his extraordinary reflexes and agility. His gaze radiated unwavering determination, as if to convey to Jiren, "You shall never defeat me." Suddenly, Jiren let out a furious roar, and his entire being erupted with a crimson blaze, engulfing the arena in its glow. His speed surged once more, the force of his fists sharpening, as if intent on utterly obliterating Liu Yu. Liu Yu's pupils constricted slightly. He could feel Jiren's power reaching a new pinnacle in an instant. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he met the challenge head-on. Their figures danced across the arena, fists and feet colliding, producing a cacophony of thunderous echoes. Waves of energy surged and dust swirled, causing the very arena to tremble amidst their fierce exchange. Following this battle, Liu Yu silently vowed to enhance his physical training. Super Saiyan 5 was by no means his terminus. He needed to lay a more solid foundation for the future. Only with a sufficiently powerful body could he truly wield this cataclysmic force. The battle raged on, their silhouettes like twin bolts of lightning, colliding and separating upon the arena. Jiren's roars intertwined with Liu Yu's labored breaths, composing a symphony of intense combat. Yet, in this life-and-death struggle, the ultimate victor remained uncertain. In this critical moment, Jiren's thunderous roar once more rent the air. The entirety of his strength seemed to coalesce within his clenched fist, unleashing a devastating momentum akin to a flaming meteor hurtling towards Liu Yu. "It is over, Jiren." Liu Yu's voice resonated with a calmness akin to a still pond, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiren's gaze turned icy, as if frozen in time. His right fist shot forth like a bolt of lightning, so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The air itself howled in protest. However, just as Jiren's fist was about to make contact with Liu Yu's body, an indescribable force erupted suddenly. With a resounding boom, Jiren was sent flying backward as if a marionette with severed strings. A distinct imprint of a fist appeared on his chest, the surrounding muscles and bones visibly caving in, as if struck by an invisible hammer. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from Jiren's mouth, painting a hauntingly beautiful arc in the air, reminiscent of blood-red fireworks blooming in the night sky, evoking a disquieting beauty. Blood droplets splattered upon the cold ground, instantly staining it crimson. With a thud, Jiren's body crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. His breath dwindled to a mere whisper, his once formidable physique now appearing exceedingly frail, as if it might dissipate into the ether at any moment. His eyes shut tightly, his complexion pale as parchment. Only a faint breath betrayed his lingering existence. Tuwa jolted awake from his shock, his pupils constricting in disbelief at the scene before him. Without hesitation, he leaped forth, akin to a streak of lightning, to Jiren's side. Trembling hands carefully lifted Jiren, feeling the coldness and weakness of his body. A surge of indescribable panic welled within him. "Are you all right, Jiren?" Tuapo's voice quavered, his grip on Jiren tightening, as if fearing that a mere loosening of his hold would result in losing this dear friend. Yet, Jiren had completely lost consciousness. his body limp in Tuo Po's embrace, offering no response. Only the faint breath and the distinct imprint of a fist on his chest silently recounted the harrowing blow just delivered. Tuo Po's brow furrowed tightly. His gaze fixated on the fallen Jiren, filled with worry and unease. His clenched fists trembled slightly, clearly distressed by his companion's state. Lu Yue stood nearby, his calm gaze sweeping over Tuo Po, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke with gentle yet unassailable confidence. Rest assured, Jiren has merely fainted. I only exerted 60% of my strength in that last strike. His life is not in jeopardy. At Lu Yue's words, Tuo Po's tense body relaxed somewhat. Though the shock in his eyes intensified, he gazed at Lu Yue incredulously, his voice tinged with disbelief. 60%? Merely 60% of your power. And you could so easily defeat Jiren? He murmured, as if attempting to digest this staggering truth. Then, with a rueful smile, he shook his head and self-deprecatingly remarked, I had thought there might be a chance for a rematch with you. Now it seems the chasm between us is akin to heaven and earth. Lu Yue chuckled softly, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. He approached Tuo Po, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder, and said in a light-hearted tone, a contest can take place at any time. Who says a match must yield a victor? What matters is the journey, is it not? His words carried an air of openness and understanding, as if to soothe Tuo Po's inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. However, just as Tuo Po lifted his head, seemingly ready to respond, Lu Yue suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His body swayed slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The immense energy within him surged, yet it seemed to surpass the limits of his body, inducing an ineffable fatigue and pressure. In this brief silence, two figures materialized like phantoms before the crowd. One was clad in a vibrant clown costume, his face adorned with exaggerated makeup, a smirk playing on his lips as if ever poised to stage an absurd spectacle. Beside him stood a girl with twin ponytails, her gaze sharp and clear, delicately toying with a trinket that shimmered with a soft glow, silently asserting her presence. Tuo Po and Lu Yue's attention converged upon these unexpected guests, the air thick with tension and a subtle unease. In the profound void of the universe, the realm of Universe 11 was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. Fragments of shattered stars drifted in the void like scattered tears, reflecting the once glorious battlefield. The clownish Wei Mei floated in midair, his painted visage ablaze with fury and murderous intent, his twisted features seemingly ready to tear apart the very air around him. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yue, a hatred emanating from his eyes that threatened to consume him whole, dimming the surrounding starlight. Wei Mei's attention slowly shifted towards the unconscious Jiren cradled in Tuo Po's arms. In that moment, his expression darkened like the clouds before a storm, heavy and foreboding. Jiren's body lay limp and powerless, blood seeping from his wounds, staining Tuo Po's battle armor. This strongest human of Universe 11 now resembled a shattered doll, devoid of vitality. Wei Mei's lips trembled slightly, ultimately transforming into a scornful whisper. The strongest human in the 11th universe, a worthless being. Although the voice was faint, it bore a chilling coldness, as if even the void had been frozen by those words. Tuo Po and the other proud team members immediately knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in reverence as they collectively uttered, "We pay our respects to Lord Wei Mei Day." Their voices echoed in the void, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Tuo Po's hands tightly embraced Julian, his knuckles turning white from the force, as if trying to convey a modicum of strength to his comrade in arms. Chapter 46. Fury Wei Mei Day coldly waved his hand, signaling them to rise, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lu Yue. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice shattering the air like splintering ice. "Spare me, a proud team that cannot even defeat a single individual. How utterly disgraceful." This remark pierced through the dignity of every team member like a sharp blade, their faces etched with shame and resentment. Wei Mei Day's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Makalita, that elegant and enigmatic angel. Her figure flickered in the starlight, seemingly belonging to another realm entirely. Wei Mei Day's voice carried an undeniable command: "Heal Jillian's wounds." Makalita nodded slightly, a soft glow emanating from her hands, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn, gently enveloping Jillian. Then, Wei Mei Day's gaze locked onto Lu Yue once more, the fire of his fury nearly igniting the void. His voice was low and threatening, akin to a roar from the abyss. Humans from the 7th universe dare to wreak havoc in the 11th universe? You must be tired of living. Each word was spat out with a fierce intent, laden with murderous intent. Wei Mayday's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers and transforming into crimson starlight in the void. He longed to charge forward and tear Liyue to pieces, making this arrogant individual pay for his insolence. However, a sense of powerlessness crept into his heart. Wei Mayday was acutely aware that in terms of sheer strength, he was not even a match for Jiren, while the human before him from the 7th universe had managed to inflict such severe wounds on Jiren. This realization was like a venomous thorn, deeply embedded in his heart, mingling his fury with an indescribable apprehension. In the void, the stars flickered, as if silently observing the imminent conflict. Wei Mayday's figure appeared particularly solitary and fierce under the starlight, his rage akin to a storm in the dark night, poised to sweep everything away. On the cosmic arena, energy ripples spread like ripples across the void. Shattered fragments of stars floated gently in the weightlessness, reflecting the pale light of distant stars. Liyue stood at the center of the devastated battlefield, his black combat suit stained with mottled dust, the residual energy from his recent battle with Jiren still crackling in the air. This seemingly ordinary individual held Wei Mayday's crimson pupils narrowing slightly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the purple gem embedded in his scepter, astonished by how easily he had defeated someone as formidable as Jiren. Liyue casually shook his somewhat numb right hand, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Tilting his head, his silvery hair fluttered gently in the cosmic breeze, and his deep-set eyes reflected the furious visage of the destroyer god. I have traversed countless galaxies, going wherever I please, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words pierced Wei Mayday's ears like a venomous blade. You, a painted fool, dare to inquire about my whereabouts. This statement stirred invisible ripples in the silent universe. The members of the proud team collectively gasped in shock, with Tuopo instinctively clenching his fists. They had never witnessed anyone daring to treat a destroyer god with such contempt. Veins throbbed at Wei Mayday's temples as the gem on his scepter began to emanate an ominous purple glow. He recalled the rumors he had heard at the Gods' Council, that there indeed existed human warriors in the 11th universe who surpassed destroyer gods, particularly that eternally masked Jiren. And now, the one who had defeated Jiren stood before him, regarding him with the disdain reserved for mere insects. Arrogance. The voice of the destroyer god thundered like a lightning strike, as purple destructive energy coalesced into crackling arcs around him. You, ignorant creature, are as revolting as Beerus. Liyue casually brushed off the dust from his shoulder, an action that caused Wei Mayday's pupils to contract suddenly. Yet beneath this seemingly relaxed facade, Liyue's muscles had already tensed. He could feel the ebbing of his strength, akin to sand slipping through an hourglass. The recent battle with Jiren had drained nearly 70% of his stamina, and every passing moment intensified his fatigue. Just you? Liyue elongated his tone deliberately, pointing casually at the poised destroyer god. It's not that I look down upon you. I could easily handle 10 or 8 of your kind. He feigned ease with a shrug, a movement that tugged at his subtly painful wounds. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking the inner lining of his combat suit. Wei Mayday clearly sensed something amiss, a cruel smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. The air was thick with a scent of destruction, as purple mist formed by destructive energy gradually spread, warping the space it traversed. Liyue discreetly adjusted his breathing, striving to regain as much strength as possible in the least amount of time. He understood that every second ahead could determine life or death. At this moment, the power surging within Liyue had long since dimmed from its former glory, barely reaching half of the Super Saiyan 5's peak state. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to overcome the destroyer god Wei Mayday before him. However, a lingering worry persisted. If struck directly by that destructive energy, even a mere graze could result in instant annihilation, leaving not even remnants behind. Insignificant insect, vanished completely. Wei Mayday's visage was shrouded in profound shadows, as though the very colors of the surrounding space had been devoured by the oppressive force he radiated. He slowly raised his arms, intertwining them in a bizarre posture before unleashing a heart-stopping purple radiance from his fingertips. This light rapidly coalesced into energy cards edged with dangerous ripples, their surfaces adorned with patterns that seemed to emanate from the abyss. With a swift whoosh, the sound of cards slicing through the air echoed, those cards imbued with destructive power transforming into streams of light that shot toward Liyue at an incomprehensible speed. Each card traced a distorted trajectory in the air, leaving behind minute cracks in the fabric of space, as if even the laws of the universe trembled before them. Liyue's pupils contracted sharply, relying on his battle instincts. He sensed the lethal threat contained within those cards. They were not merely pure energy impacts, but carried a destructive essence that touched upon the very fabric of existence, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In a moment of dire urgency, Liyue unleashed a thunderous roar. A resplendent golden aura erupted from his being, akin to a blazing sun that suddenly illuminated the battlefield. The furious energy transformed into tangible shockwaves, sweeping outward in all directions from his center. The earth groaned in agony under the impact of this force. The surface soil violently uprooted, and the ground within 1,000 meters collapsed instantaneously, forming a massive pit several meters deep. The swiftly approaching purple cards, upon meeting the onslaught of the golden tempest, collided with an invisible wall, their trajectories veering off course. Some cards burst in the air, transforming into countless points of violet light that dissipate into nothingness. Others embed deeply into the surrounding distorted spatial rifts, triggering a series of small-scale spatial collapses. In this fleeting moment, Liyue's figure suddenly became indistinct. First, he employed instantaneous movement, his form morphing into an elusive stream of golden light, and then, at the moment of his strike, activated his time-bending technique, an extraordinary skill capable of momentarily interfering with the flow of time, in the time interval imperceptible to ordinary beings. His silhouette had already appeared behind Waymeda. Chapter 47, Endless Fury. With a shriek that tore through the air, his right leg was raised high, the muscles taut to their utmost limit, while golden flames coalesced into a tangible energy blade along his leg. This whip kick contained the might to shatter mountains and split stones, striking fiercely at Waymeda's nape in a perfect arc. The crisp sound of bone meeting flesh rang out amidst the explosive energy, followed by a deafening roar akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. The shockwaves generated by their confrontation spread anew, further rending the already devastated ground, sending countless fragments soaring into the air, only to be ground into dust by the relentless energy storm. In that instant, Waymeda's body plummeted like a meteor, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air, crashing violently against the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled violently, as if the entire planet were mourning. Dust billowed into the sky, stones scattered, and the ground split open, revealing a seemingly bottomless pit over 100 feet wide, its cracked edges resembling a sprawling spider's web, with faint wisps of black smoke rising from the depths. Tuapu and the others stood dumbfounded, their pupils constricted in shock, mouths agape, but unable to produce any sound. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The lofty and powerful Waymeda, the master of destruction, had been so thoroughly humiliated by an obscure opponent. Was he truly sent flying by just a single kick? Who exactly was this Liyue? In their eyes, Liyue now resembled a battle god, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Golden flames blazed around him, his hair stood upright like lightning, and his muscular form seemed to harbor the power to annihilate worlds. However, unbeknownst to them, that last strike had completely depleted Liyue's physical strength. At this moment, he was barely maintaining the form of Super Saiyan 5. Beads of sweat trickling from his brow, his breathing rapid and irregular, every muscle crying out in agony. Useless fools, Liyue forced out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse yet laced with disdain. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your pitiful life. His gaze swept over the incapacitated Waymeda, then shot a meaningful glance at the distant Makalita. That expression was complex and fleeting, as if it contained 1,000 unspoken words, only to vanish in an instant. Before anyone could react, Liyue's figure began to blur, the surrounding space rippling like disturbed water. In the next moment, he had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint golden aura that slowly dissipated into the air. It was not until Liyue had completely departed that Waymeda, with great difficulty, began to rise from the pit. Though he had not sustained severe injuries, he appeared utterly disheveled. His once regal battle robe was soiled with dust and torn in several places, hair disarrayed against his forehead, and his usually imposing face now displayed a spectrum of colors shifting from pale to flush, akin to an overturned palette. Were someone to dip a brush into the hues adorning his face at that moment, they could compose a masterful piece of calligraphy on paper. Tuapa and the others exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. The air was thick with embarrassment and astonishment, punctuated only by the distant sound of the wind, as if it were softly singing a requiem for this earth-shattering duel. Deep within the cosmos, the god of destruction Wei Meda stood amidst the starry sea, his body trembling with rage. Surrounded by drifting stardust and shattered meteorites, a distant star slowly burned, casting its golden light upon him, yet failing to dispel the darkness within his heart. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood oozing through his fingers and dissipating into the void as faint crimson lights. Yet, Wei Meda remained oblivious, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated ahead. A group of useless fools, he hissed, his voice heavy with suppressed fury, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of the universe. For countless eons, since he ascended to the rank of god of destruction, he had never felt such humiliation, save in the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. And today, this humiliation was inflicted upon him by that detestable human from Universe 7. This damned ant, Lu Yu. Tell me quickly, where has that damned ant gone? Wei Meda's voice thundered like a tempest, sending the surrounding stardust scattering in all directions. He turned to Ma Ka Ta, a raging inferno igniting in his eyes. As if he intended to consume her whole, Ma Ka Ta stood beside a swirling vortex of radiant energy, her figure illuminated by the starlight, appearing exceptionally graceful. She gently caressed the staff in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if Wei Meda's wrath were merely a trivial farce. He has already traveled to another planet, dear, she replied, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, yet resolute. Tuapa and the other warriors stood at a distance, trembling in fear of Wei Meda's fury. They lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the god of destruction, feeling the crushing weight of his presence. The air was thick with tension, as if a cataclysmic conflict could erupt at any moment. Just then, a brilliant light flashed from afar, and Jiren's figure gradually materialized. He had just recovered from severe injuries, still bearing a semblance of weakness, yet his gaze remained as frosty as ever, standing atop a shattered ring of stars. The cosmos behind him seemed to deepen in his presence. Ma Ka Ta, take me and Jiren there at once. Wei Meda gritted his teeth, his voice laced with an undeniable command. Together, Jiren and I will surely eliminate that damned human from Universe 7. However, Jiren merely cast a cold glance at Wei Meda, his voice piercing as ice. I'm sorry. Defeating Lu Yu is something I must do, but I will not ally with you. Before the words had fully left his lips, his body leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the endless depths of the cosmos. Wei Meda stood rooted in place, his fury nearly consuming his sanity. He gazed into the direction Jiren had vanished. His fists clenched once more, blood dripping from his palms. In the starry sky, only his solitary figure remained, alongside the unquenchable rage that surged within him. Chapter 48, The Calm Before the Storm. This guy, Tuapa murmured softly, his brow furrowed. Jiren's departure had been so abrupt, leaving not even a trace behind, as though he had never acknowledged Wei Meda's existence. A sense of unease welled up within Tuapa. He understood that Jiren's attitude would only further infuriate Wei Meda. The atmosphere within the hall grew oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Wei Meda stood still, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable fury. His face was shrouded in dark clouds, his eyes ablaze like two fiery orbs, hot and perilous. The air around him seemed to warp under the weight of his wrath, an invisible pressure enveloping the room, making it difficult for Tuapa to breathe. Damnable fools. Wei Meda's voice was low and frigid, each word forced through gritted teeth. Imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, his gaze was fixed on the spot where Jiren had disappeared, as if he intended to tear that space asunder. His voice gradually escalated, eventually transforming into a near roar. The walls of the hall seemed to tremble under his furious outburst, with dust cascading from the ceiling. Wei Meda's rage erupted like a volcanic eruption, the searing magma churning within his chest, almost consuming him entirely. He yearned to tear Ji Lian to shreds. Yet reason reminded him that Ji Lian's power was formidable, even he could not easily obliterate it. This sense of impotence intensified Wei Meda's fury. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping toward Tawapa. Tawapa instinctively took a step back, sensing the murderous intent in Wei Meidei's eyes, an oppressive force that seemed capable of crushing him. Tawapa. Wei Meidei's voice thundered, echoing through the hall. We shall pursue that scoundrel immediately. You know what to do if necessary. Tawapa's body stiffened slightly. He understood Wei Meidei's implication. As a candidate for the destruction god, he was obliged to obey Wei Meidei's commands, even if it meant forsaking the justice he had long upheld. His heart wrestled with the blurring lines between righteousness and destruction. Yet, he had no choice but to nod reluctantly, his voice low and hoarse. Understood, Lord Wei Meidei. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wei Meidei's lips, as if he found satisfaction in Tawapa's compliance. However, his gaze remained frigid, devoid of warmth. He turned sharply to the ever-stoic Ma Kali Ta, barking, Ma Kali Ta? Hurry and lead us to that wretch. Today, I shall ensure he remains in the 11th universe forever. Ma Kali Ta nodded slightly, her figure moving like a phantom as she waved her hands gently. A brilliant light erupting from her palms, enveloping the three of them in an instant. Within the radiance, the fabric of space began to warp, as if an invisible door had been opened. A mad glint flickered in Wei Meidei's eyes. He was eager to witness Lu Yuan kneeling in supplication. Let us go. Wei Meidei growled, and the trio transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the hall, leaving behind an empty space thick with the scent of impending bloodshed. As if foreshadowing the storm to come, Wei Meidei's voice resonated from the abyss, deep and chilling, each word crystallized with millennia of ice, exuding a suffocating pressure. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing his palms, veins bulging like coiled dragons on his arms. The recent humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Unless he utterly crushed that scoundrel, the fire of his wrath would never be quelled. The wind howled past his ears, and Lu Yu's figure flitted like a specter through the cosmic seams. When he finally halted, he found himself back in the familiar confines of his home in the 11th universe. As he pushed the door open, a wave of gentle warmth washed over him. Yet Lu Yu's steps faltered. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, his breath quick and erratic, as if he had just extricated himself from a life-and-death struggle. You're back. 18's voice trembled slightly as she rushed out from within, her eyes brimming with concern. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu, noting his pale complexion and trembling hands. Her heart tightened. What happened? You look so exhausted. She reached out to steady his arm, sensing his frailty, her tone laden with urgency and anxiety. Lu Yu managed a faint smile, gently patting the back of 18's hand, signaling her not to worry excessively. It's nothing. I just exhausted too much energy during the battle. His voice was hoarse, as if every word required immense effort. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turbulent energy within, yet that sense of weakness clung to him like a persistent shadow. We cannot remain in the 11th universe. We must leave this place. Though Lu Yu's tone was soft, it bore an undeniable firmness. He raised his hand, gently massaging 18's shoulder, his gesture tender and reassuring. His gaze swept over the familiar furnishings of their home, a complex wave of emotions swelling within him, yet reason dictated that this place was no longer safe. Now, 18's voice quivered with hesitation and reluctance. Her eyes roamed slowly over every corner of the room, which held 4 years of cherished memories with Lu Yu. The photographs on the walls captured their laughter, the potted plants on the windowsill were the fruits of her diligent care, and even the air was imbued with a profound familiarity. This place was not merely a residence, but her true home. The sudden prospect of departure gripped her heart tightly, a surge of sorrow washing over her. Lu Yu noticed her reluctance, gently taking her hand in his, whispering, I know you are reluctant, but we must go. His eyes brimmed with resolve and determination, as if conveying that this was their only option. 18 bit her lip, ultimately nodding. A glimmer of tears in her eyes quickly replaced by steadfastness. She understood that regardless of what lay ahead, she would unhesitatingly follow Lu Yu. Humans are, after all, creatures of intricate emotions, easily swayed by subtle memories. Yes, let us leave now. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his voice low and resolute. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The earlier battle with Jiren had nearly drained his strength, compounded by the tremendous effort of delivering a heavy blow to Wei Meidei. At that moment, he felt as if his limbs were leaden, and even his breath carried a weary heat. The energy within him was like a well run dry, the remaining trickle slowly recovering. If Wei Meidei and Ji Lian were to join forces and pursue him now, the situation would undoubtedly become exceedingly precarious. All right, I will prepare momentarily. 18 observed Lu Yu's taut profile and slightly pale lips, her heart tightening as she eagerly nodded in agreement. She turned and swiftly entered the house. Her steps light, yet tinged with urgency. The room was bathed in a warm, dim light as she approached the bedside table, carefully pulling open the drawer to retrieve a stack of somewhat aged photographs. As her fingers brushed over the image of the two of them smiling side by side, those cherished moments seemed to flow through her fingertips. She carefully tucked the photographs into her pocket, deeming the other belongings mere material possessions, lacking any real significance. Just as she finished tidying up and prepared to turn away, a series of piercing sounds abruptly shattered the silence. 3 figures descended like phantoms from the sky, landing firmly in the courtyard center. The swirling dust had yet to settle when Wei Meidei, Ma Kali Ta, and Tuapa formed a triangular formation, enclosing Lu Yue and 18. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Oh, quite swift, I see. Lu Yue raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. He appeared to dust off his clothing nonchalantly, yet every muscle in his body was already taut, secretly adjusting his breathing rhythm, striving to regain some semblance of strength in the briefest time possible. Damn ants, I will destroy you now. Wei Meidei's eyes were bloodshot, his fury erupting like a volcano. He abruptly raised his right arm, a massive purple sphere of destructive energy coalescing in his palm. The surface of the energy sphere crackled with arcs of electricity, emitting a disquieting hum, the surrounding air warping due to the intense heat. Even the debris on the ground began to tremble slightly. I do not wish to fight now. If you want to continue the chase, then hurry up and follow me. Lu Yue let out a derisive laugh, suddenly wrapping his arms around the waist of number 18, and with a surge of power beneath his feet, they shot into the sky like arrows released from a bow, leaving behind only a dissipating shadow and a cloud of swirling dust. Farewell. The taunting lilt of his voice drifted in the wind, as Wei Meidei's furious roar echoed, shaking the surrounding trees. The long-accumulated sphere of destructive energy crashed into the ground, instantly creating a scorched pit several meters in diameter, the searing shockwave lifting Makalita's cloak, causing it to flutter. Pursue. Wei Meidei gritted his teeth and spat out the word, as 3 figures transformed into streaks of light, hot on their heels. Thus commenced a life-and-death chase set against the backdrop of the setting sun. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth, and a glint of provocation sparkled in his eyes as he waved dismissively at the distant, enraged Wei Meidei, as if bidding farewell to an inconsequential opponent. In the next moment, he grasped number 18's slender wrist tightly, their forms blurring in the void, like wisps of smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Wei Meidei watched helplessly as the figure he had just caught evaporated before his eyes, the fury within him erupting like a volcano. He felt like a wild dog toyed with, futilely chasing after an elusive shadow. The profound humiliation surged within him, compelling him to roar at the heavens, his voice resonating so powerfully that the very fabric of space trembled. A tempest of violet destructive energy gathered frantically in his palm, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent that tore through the starry sky. Wherever the energy passed, 2 planets situated along its trajectory shattered like fragile glass beads, their fiery cores erupting in a brilliant and lethal display of cosmic fireworks. The shockwave of the explosion swept outward, shattering nearby asteroid belts into fragments. Lord Wei Meidei, please, calm yourself. Tuapa, furrowing his brow, stepped forward, his alloy boots creating subtle ripples in the void. This warrior, who held justice as his creed, gazed with barely concealed concern at his superior, who was recklessly unleashing destructive power. Though the god of destruction indeed possessed the authority to determine the fate of stars, such impulsive annihilation had strayed far from the original intent of maintaining cosmic balance. Makalita, Wei Meidei completely disregarded his subordinate's counsel, his blood-red pupils fixated on the direction of the angel, his teeth grinding together. Lock onto that bastard's coordinates. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of time and space, I will tear him to shreds with my own hands. His clenched fists turned white, uncontrollable divine power radiating outward, distorting the very air around him. Since assuming control over the 11th universe, no one had dared to trample upon his authority in such a manner. What made it even more intolerable was that this profound humiliation originated from an inconspicuous human in the 7th universe. It might be futile now, Lord Waymeda. Makalita gently stroked her staff, shaking her head slightly, her angelic wings radiating a soft halo behind her. That human named Lu Yue had already mastered the essence of instantaneous movement. Even if I could track the remnants of spatial fluctuations, each attempt to locate him would require time that would allow him to traverse countless star systems. She lifted her gaze to the void of deep space, her tone carrying an uncommon gravity. Even if we are fortunate enough to intercept him, the moment he exerts his will, he can effortlessly disengage from the battlefield. More importantly, the angel's voice echoed softly in the silence. According to the feedback from the cosmic laws, he has long since departed from the domain of the 11th universe. This revelation struck Waymeda like a bucket of ice water, freezing his furious expression in place. He stared intently at the energy marker retreating on the star map, a low growl escaping his throat like a caged beast. At this moment, he realized clearly that this hunt may have only just begun, and that cunning human had already drawn the flames of conflict to a much broader stage. Makalita's voice, as gentle as a feather, floated in the vast temple, each syllable resonating with a unique rhythm, as if soothing the deepest restlessness of the soul. She slightly tilted her head, her eyes glimmering with wisdom, quietly observing Waymeda, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of her lips. As he heard Makalita's words, Waymeda tightly shut his eyes, his head held high, as if seeking some form of release from the void. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the effort, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His chest heaved violently, each breath laden with heavy exhalations, as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration and rage within him. He struggled to calm the turmoil inside, but the oppressive emotions surged like a relentless tide, battering against the dam of his reason. As a god of destruction renowned for his composure and calm demeanor, Waymeda rarely exhibited such a loss of control. He was accustomed to mastery over all, to looking down upon all beings from a lofty perch. Yet at this moment, that insignificant creature from the 7th universe had ignited within him an unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger. The intensity of this emotion was so profound that he had to summon all his strength merely to maintain a facade of tranquility. Time ticked away, and in the temple, only Waymeda's heavy breathing echoed. The gemstones embedded in the walls emitted a cold glow, elongating his shadow on the polished floor into a distorted silhouette. After an entire minute passed, Waymeda finally slowly opened his eyes. The once mighty gaze was now bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. That insect has left the 11th universe and returned to the 7th universe? His voice was low and hoarse, as though forced from between his teeth. Makalita gently shook her head, tapping the ground lightly with her staff, producing a clear sound. No, her voice remained calm. He has not returned to the 7th universe. He has gone to the 6th universe. What? Waymeda suddenly lifted his head, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. That insect has gone to the 6th universe? His voice rose sharply, filled with incredulous shock. But in the next instant, a sharp glint shot from his eyes, blazing with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the entire temple. A sinister smirk crept onto Waymeda's lips, growing ever more pronounced, finally erupting into a low, delighted laughter. He actually fled to the 6th universe, he murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the armrests of his throne. How splendid! Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and a brilliant plan quickly began to take shape. Chapter 50, The Cosmic Chessboard. The god of destruction of the 6th universe, Xiangpa, and the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Virus, although brothers born of the same mother, shared a remarkably strained relationship. These two deities, with their starkly contrasting personalities, had always been at odds, engaging in verbal sparring and even physical confrontations whenever they met. Now, the audacious insect from the 7th universe had foolishly ventured into the 6th universe. This was akin to walking into a trap. If he merely reached out to Xiangpa, given that gluttonous and irritable god of destruction's nature, he would undoubtedly act against that human without hesitation. At that point, not only could Waymeda rid himself of this persistent threat, but he might also exacerbate the rift between Virus and Xiangpa. With this thought, Waymeda's smile deepened, his eyes glinting with the light of a successful scheme. He slowly rose from his throne and strolled to the window, gazing out at the vast starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled in the darkness, akin to the nefarious plot brewing in his mind, radiating a dangerous and captivating glow. Makalita turned around, his voice laced with barely concealed excitement, as he prepared to establish contact with the sixth universe. I believe it is time for a thorough conversation with that fellow Shangpa. In the realm of destruction of the 11th universe, Waimide stood upon the floating terrace of the divine temple, his crimson cloak billowing in the cosmic winds. His elongated fingers gently tapped the railing adorned with fragments of stars, his gaze piercing through layers of nebulae as if he could directly glimpse into a corner of the 7th universe. Makalita. He turned to the angel standing silently beside him, his voice imbued with a distinctive magnetism, requesting to connect with the destroyer of the 6th universe, Xiangpa. Makalita slightly inclined her body, and her staff emanated a soft glow. With her slender fingers, she delicately touched the crystal orb atop the staff, and countless starlights converged from all directions, forming a resplendent halo around her. Very well, dear. Her sweet voice echoed through the vast temple as the crystal began to rotate, projecting ripples of communication that traversed the universe. Waimede observed this scene, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Although he could no longer crush the audacious ant that dared to provoke him, employing another's hand to do so was indeed a more elegant choice. More importantly, if he could seize this opportunity to instigate a conflict between Byleth and Xiangpa, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as his long fingers unconsciously stroked his chin. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet within the 7th universe, swirling dust clouds were whipped up by fierce winds, forming vortices of sand in the air. Xiangpa languidly sat atop a massive rock, his corpulent figure nearly collapsing it. As he gnawed on delicacies scavenged from other planets, he grumbled in dissatisfaction. What a wretched place, not even a decent restaurant. Suddenly, the staff in the hands of the angel Bados emitted a series of beeping sounds. The black gemstone at the top began to flicker with a deep light, standing out vividly against the yellow dust. Bados gracefully lifted her staff, the gemstone reflecting the ripples of communication that spanned the cosmos. Lord Xiangpa, she said softly, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. It is a communication request from Lord Waimede of the 11th universe. Shall I connect? Xiangpa abruptly stuffed the food in his mouth, wiping his greasy claws on his clothing. TCH. He spat disdainfully, his chubby cheeks quivering as he chewed. That treacherous fellow always had ulterior motives when he reached out. He stood up, his rotund belly nearly colliding with the nearby rock. Xiangpa squinted, recalling his past dealings with Waimede. While other destroyers varied in personality, at least they were somewhat straightforward. Only Waimede always wore a hypocritical smile while engaging in unsavory schemes behind the scenes. Connected, Xiangpa finally waved his hand impatiently. I want to see what trick he is up to this time. She nodded slightly, a subtle hint of amusement flickering in her eyes, and softly replied, very well. Lord Xiangpa. With a gentle tap of her finger, ripples spread across the space before her, and a beam of light shot forth from her staff, coalescing into a clear projection. In the projection, Waimede's figure gradually became distinct. He was adorned in opulent attire, a seemingly gentle smile gracing his face. Yet it concealed a hint of cunning. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if scrutinizing Xiangpa's every move. It has been a while, Xiangpa. How have you been? His voice was warm and inviting, yet it made Xiangpa feel a wave of discomfort. Xiangpa snorted coldly, crossing his arms over his chest, his corpulent body leaning back slightly in disdain. He glared at Waimede's projection, a flicker of disdain dancing in his eyes. Get to the point, speak quickly, I'm busy. His voice was icy and crisp, like a sharp blade piercing Waimede's eardrums. Yet, beneath his exterior, Xiangpa's mind was anything but tranquil. At this moment, he was in the 7th universe, boldly acquiring the Super Dragon Balls. This matter must not be discovered by Byleth. The consequences would be dire. His gaze swept around, as if anticipating an interruption to his plans from the shadows. Thus, he felt particularly irritable about Waimede's sudden communication, wishing only to hasten the conclusion of this dialogue. Waimede, incensed by Xiangpa's attitude, felt his previously warm smile stiffen, his lips twitching slightly. He had just endured a frustrating situation in the 11th universe and sought to converse with Xiangpa to alleviate his mood. Yet he was met with such rudeness from the outset. His teeth nearly ground together in rage, but due to his status and the occasion, he forced himself to suppress his anger, maintaining a facade of calm. It is like this, Xiangpa. Waimede inhaled deeply, striving to make his voice sound steady. There is a human from the 7th universe who has just left the 11th universe and is now headed to the 6th universe. His words carried an air of urgency, as if the matter pertained to the balance of the entire universe. While Xiangpa feigned impatience, inwardly he began to ponder the implications of this statement. Wymead gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning slightly pale from the pressure. He stood within the temple of the 11th universe, surrounded by shimmering energy crystals that reflected his anxious and serious expression. He took a deep breath, his voice imbued with undeniable urgency. Xiangpa, that dangerous individual has already injured many elite warriors of our 11th universe, and now he has escaped to the 6th universe. You must be cautious. However, the other end of the communicator was filled with a cacophony of background noise. Xiangpa lounged languidly in a plush cloud chair, munching on snacks while nonchalantly swinging his corpulent feet. "Bados, look over there," Xiangpa suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pointed at a distant planet radiating an enticing glow. "Isn't that the one we've been searching for?" Bados tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It does resemble it, indeed, Lord Xiangpa." Quick, quick! Xiangpa sprang up from the cloud chair, his ample flesh jiggling violently. "We must hurry. If someone from another universe gets there first, we will lose out." Wymead remained anxiously awaiting a response on the communicator, only to hear Xiangpa's impatient voice. All right, Wymead. I'm busy here. If it's not important, don't bother me. Goodbye." Before he could finish his sentence, the communication was abruptly severed. Wymead stood frozen, the communicator in his hand cracking slightly from his excessive grip. His handsome features contorted in anger, veins bulging at his temples. The energy crystals within the temple seemed to sense his fury, beginning to flicker uneasily. "That damned fat pig," Wymead growled through gritted teeth. "I kindly offered a warning, and he dares to dismiss it so casually." He slammed his fist against the nearby crystal pillar, the immense force causing the entire column to tremble slightly. "He never listened to me from the start. This is nothing short of an insult to me and the entire 11th universe." Meanwhile, in the distant 7th universe, Xiangpa was exuberantly dancing with joy. His rotund body swiftly maneuvered through the starry expanse, while Bados followed leisurely behind. "We finally found the 5th Super Dragon Ball," Xiangpa exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he reached out his pudgy hand to gently caress the enormous Dragon Ball before him, larger than a planet. The surface of the Dragon Ball shimmered with a mysterious golden light, reflecting the exhilaration that flushed his face. "As long as I find the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls," the gluttonous Xiangpa, rubbing his hands together with a glimmer of greed in his eyes, "will be able to wish for the most delectable food in the entire universe. The mere thought of it makes my mouth water." Bados gracefully waved her staff, drawing an elegant arc in the starry sky. "Lord Xiangpa, please mind your demeanor. However, indeed, you are one step closer to realizing your culinary dreams." Xiangpa was completely immersed in his delightful fantasies, having long dismissed the warnings about the exquisite food. His mind was filled with an array of delicacies, as if he could already smell the mouth-watering aroma. "When the time comes, I must let that fellow Beerus know what true culinary despair is. Hehe, just imagining that guy's expression of defeat fills me with excitement." As he spoke, the destroyer god Xiangpa could not help but let out a sharp and piercing laugh, reminiscent of a mouse gnawing on something hard, echoing throughout the vast temple. His corpulent body shook slightly with laughter, his ample robes billowing, his face brimming with pride and anticipation, as if he had already envisioned Beerus being conquered by the food. "Lord Xiangpa, your laughter is truly off-putting." Bados stood nearby, elegantly holding her staff, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. She gently turned her head, her gaze coldly sweeping over Xiangpa, her tone tinged with a mixture of helplessness and annoyance, as if dealing with an unruly child. "Tch, that annoying fellow." Upon hearing Bados's contempt, Xiangpa's laughter abruptly ceased. He pouted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, yet he dared not voice any further complaints. He silently grumbled, "This person, always finding fault with me. Even though I am the destroyer god, she still manages to keep me in check. By the way, Bados, what did Waymeda just say?" It was only then that Xiangpa suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Waymeda. He scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered, as if the previous excitement had completely overshadowed other crucial information. He struggled to remember, vague fragments flashing in his mind, seemingly related to the 7th universe. It seemed that a human from the 7th universe had injured many warriors from their 11th universe and had now gone to the 6th universe. Bato sighed softly, her staff gently turning, her gaze calm, her tone indifferent, as if stating the most ordinary of matters. She slightly shifted her body, looking into the distance, as if contemplating the potential ramifications of this event. What? A human from the 7th universe has actually gone to the 11th universe and harmed others? Upon hearing this, Xiang Pa's eyes widened in shock, his previously smug expression instantly replaced by astonishment. His hefty body leaned forward slightly, his hands instinctively clenching, as if he had heard some unbelievable news. He had been so focused on searching for the Super Dragon Balls and indulging in fantasies of future feasts that he had not truly listened to Wei Meida's words. Now reflecting on it, he realized the gravity of the situation. The fact that Lord Wei Meida personally contacted him via video call was absolutely unusual. Xiang Pa squinted, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cold patterns on his staff. To have that arrogant destroyer god lower himself to make contact, the individual in question was certainly no ordinary being. Even more shocking was that this mysterious figure had not only caused chaos in the 11th universe, but had also emerged unscathed. In Xiang Pa's mind, he could not help but conjure up the image of Wei Meida's twisted face, filled with fury. With that vengeful character, how could he possibly let the one who offended him go unpunished? There must be some hidden secret behind this. Bato's floated gracefully in midair, the crystal atop her staff radiating a gentle blue light. She nodded slightly, her silver hair shimmering softly under the starlight. Yes, that human has indeed arrived in our 6th universe. Her voice, as calm as ever, rendered the surrounding air almost palpable. TCH. Xiang Pa suddenly clenched his fists, an overwhelming energy of destruction emanating from him. Purple light danced around his corpulent form, causing fragments of meteorite beneath him to scatter. Though he did not know what schemes Wei Meida was concocting, the audacity of a human from the 7th universe daring to intrude upon their 6th universe would not go unpunished. He angrily stomped his foot, causing the entire small planet to tremble violently. It must be noted that without the guidance of angels and destroyers, ordinary humans could not possibly traverse the barriers of the universe. This mysterious visitor not only accomplished this feat, but also dared to act recklessly across the various universes, which was a blatant affront to the authority of the destroyers. Batos elegantly twirled her staff, casting a gentle light screen before them, illuminating the star map of the 6th universe. Shall we return to the 6th universe now? She inquired, tilting her head with a hint of subtle significance in her eyes. Xiang Pa snorted coldly, his stout arms waving through the air, creating ripples of energy. Not yet. He squinted, gazing toward the distant twinkling stars, his voice dripping with disdain. How much chaos can a single human truly unleash? Despite his dismissive words, the tension in his jaw betrayed his inner doubts. With one Super Dragon Ball still in the 7th universe, Xiang Pa licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with greed. Let's find it first before we head back. He could almost envision Beerus's drooling figure in the face of unparalleled delicacies, a smug smile appearing on his rotund face. In his mind, no matter how formidable a human might be, they could never escape the grasp of a destroyer god. If he so desired, he could obliterate this ignorant being with a mere snap of his fingers. The utmost priority was to gather the Super Dragon Balls swiftly when the time came. He would ensure that scoundrel Beerus would taste the bitterness of being left in the dust. With this thought, Xiang Pa could not help but swallow hard. As if he could already see the dawn of victory, he tightened his grip on the staff, silently resolving. Once he dealt with this reckless human, he would wish for all the finest delicacies in the universe to be his. I truly cannot comprehend Lord Xiang Pa's line of thought. Wasting so much time searching for the Super Dragon Balls merely to flaunt a bowl of noodles before Lord Beerus. Batos stood on the steps of the temple, gently swaying her staff, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. In her deep, profound eyes, a glimmer of helplessness and mockery flickered. Indeed, the thoughts of these two brothers are beyond the understanding of a normal person. Lord Beerus is somewhat more reasonable. At least he understands the importance of enjoying life amidst destruction. As for Lord Xiang Pa, it is difficult to articulate. He would traverse universes for the sake of food, even going so far as to wield divine power to seek out the legendary Super Dragon Balls, merely to boast about a seemingly ordinary bowl of noodles before Beerus. This almost childish obsession left Batos shaking her head in exasperation. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, Liu Yu had not arrived here haphazardly. He had long devised a meticulous plan, every step carefully considered. With a twist in space, Liu Yu, accompanied by Android 18, instantly teleported to a seemingly underdeveloped planet. The air was infused with a mixture of dust and metal, while the distant sounds of machinery echoed. Of course, this environment merely appeared backward when compared to the highly advanced technology of the 11th universe. In reality, the planet before them was adorned with towering skyscrapers, concrete structures reaching for the clouds, resembling a forest of steel. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, and flying vehicles buzzed overhead, creating a constant hum. However, there was no picturesque natural scenery of green mountains and clear waters here. The sky was shrouded in a layer of gray industrial smog, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the clouds, casting its glow upon the weathered edifices. On the ground, discarded mechanical parts lay scattered, and a few resilient weeds occasionally emerged from the crevices. Liu Yu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding atmosphere. Indeed, there were several strong fluctuations of energy on this planet. If his estimation was correct, the highest combat power likely hovered around 1 to 2 million. Such formidable individuals, however, were few and far between, numbering no more than 5 or 6. The energy fluctuations of others were quite feeble, akin to fireflies in the presence of a full moon. Are we back in the 7th universe? 18 glanced around, her brow slightly furrowed. She brushed aside her golden hair, which had been blown onto her face by the wind, her blue eyes reflecting her confusion. The architectural style and street layout here starkly contrasted with the futuristic silver cities of the 11th universe. The dust-laden air instinctively made her hold her breath. Not yet. We have arrived in the 6th universe, Liu Yu replied, turning around, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. He raised a hand, gesturing toward a towering structure that pierced the clouds, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Liu Yu slowly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp and penetrating as an eagle's, sweeping across this unfamiliar land. He squinted slightly, feeling the soft earth beneath him and the faint scent of grass in the air. In the distance, several low, dome-shaped buildings glinted with a rough metallic sheen under the sunlight, and he caught sight of a few Scions, clad in simple linen garments, hurrying past. Is this the planet of the Scions in the 6th universe? Liu Yu's voice trembled with incredulity. He brushed aside the black hair that had been tousled by the gentle breeze, his gaze landing on the rudimentary farming tools and primitive handcarts. It appeared somewhat backward. He murmured, disappointment evident in his tone. As he expressed his thoughts, memories of the Scions of the 7th universe surfaced in his mind, those towering metallic edifices, the ceaseless flow of hovering vehicles, and the ever-aggressive gazes of his compatriots. In the 7th universe, Scions were inherently driven by an ingrained desire for conquest and combat. He distinctly recalled how, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, his brethren brazenly occupied the planet of the Tsufels, claiming the bountiful land as their own. This history was the very catalyst for the bloody vengeance of Baby against the Scions in Dragon Ball GT. Yet, the Scion world of the 6th universe presented a starkly different image. Here, the Scions exhibited no signs of aggression. Instead, a tranquil aura permeated the surroundings. He observed a few Scion children frolicking on a nearby patch of grass, their laughter bright and melodious, devoid of the innate combative desire characteristic of their 7th universe counterparts. More surprisingly, the adult Scions here primarily engaged in occupations that involved protecting others and combating malevolent forces. I never expected the Scion planet of the 6th universe to be so underdeveloped. Liu Yu unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the effort. At that moment, 18 gracefully approached his side, her silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. She tilted her head, her azure eyes filled with perplexity. The 6th universe? What are we doing here? Is there an opponent you wish to challenge in the 6th universe? Her voice chimed like a clear bell, resonating distinctly in the quiet air. Liu Yu turned to meet 18's questioning gaze, a mysterious smile curving his lips. Not exactly, but I do have something rather important to attend to, and I will inform you in due time. He deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. How stingy. 18 immediately turned away, her pink lips pouting slightly, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. If you don't want to say, then I don't want to hear it, she muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, embodying a typical tsundere demeanor. In the midst of their conversation, a jarring siren suddenly pierced the tranquility. The sound approached rapidly, accompanied by an urgent rhythm, as if an alarm system had been triggered. Liu Yu keenly observed that the Saiyans who had been laboring in the fields halted their tasks, collectively lifting their gazes toward the source of the noise. An air of tension instantly enveloped the atmosphere. Even the gentle breeze seemed to freeze in that moment. Listen up. You have illegally trespassed into the airspace of planet Salada. Immediately declare your intentions. A coarse warning echoed through the skies, accompanied by the shrill sound of alarms. Almost instantaneously, several silver-gray combat spacecraft dove down from the clouds, their engines roaring, creating a strong gust of wind. The surface of the ships reflected the light of the stars, and beneath their wings, flickering energy cannon ports were faintly visible as they circled swiftly above Liu Yu and 18, forming a tight encirclement. What an annoying sound. 18 frowned slightly, raising her hand to rub her ears. The shrill alarm and the continuous hum of the spacecraft engines were disconcerting. Her slender fingers gradually spread open, gathering a dazzling energy sphere in her palm. The surface of the energy sphere crackled with dangerous blue arcs, emitting a soft popping sound. She lifted her arm, her gaze fixed on the nearest spacecraft, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Wait! Liu Yu suddenly reached out, grasping 18's wrist tightly. The energy sphere trembled violently, just a few centimeters from his fingertips, before gradually dissipating. They are mere ordinary individuals, and cannot withstand such a strike. He looked up at the circling ships, acutely sensing the weak auras emanating from the cockpits. The combat power of these Saiyan soldiers barely exceeded a few thousand. Should 18's energy sphere, potent enough to obliterate a small asteroid, strike them, both the soldiers and their ships would likely be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. Though they found themselves on an unfamiliar planet, Liu Yu remained steadfast in his principle of avoiding the needless slaughter of innocents. TCH, not even for a bit of fun. How terribly dull. 18 pouted in dissatisfaction, retracting her hand. She flicked her golden hair and crossed her arms over her chest, a hint of disappointment flashing in her azure eyes. Liu Yu chuckled softly, reaching out to tousle her hair. Do not worry. I will ensure you have ample opportunity to enjoy yourself soon. His gaze shifted toward the sky as he raised his voice to address the spacecraft. Please be informed that I am a friend of Captain Gabe from your raised defense force. A friend of Gabe? The leading Saiyan pilot repeated through the communicator, a note of skepticism evident in his tone. He scrutinized the two figures below, suddenly recalling that Gabe was indeed an elite member of the raised defense force, frequently traversing various star systems on missions. This explanation seemed plausible. However, he remained vigilant, ordering the fleet to maintain a combat formation with energy cannons at the ready. Chapter 53. Gabe. The shadow of the spacecraft slowly moved across the ground, the engine's roar reverberating through the air. Liu Yu could feel dozens of gazes fixed intently upon them through the portholes, while 18 impatiently tapped her shoe on the ground, seemingly calculating how much longer she would have to endure. In the vastness of space, countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Amidst this boundless interstellar expanse, a sleek, metallic-hued combat spacecraft hovered silently. The ship's surface reflected the distant star's light, tracing an elegant arc through the vacuum. Please hold on for a moment. I will notify Deputy Captain Gabe immediately. A Scion clad in standard combat attire nodded slightly at Liu Yu, his energy indicator glowing with a ghostly blue light. As he spoke, his fingers deftly maneuvered over the communicator on his wrist, eliciting a series of subtle energy fluctuations. The waiting time seemed to stretch interminably. Liu Yue and Shiba Hao floated side by side in the vastness of space, their figures appearing particularly majestic under the shimmering starlight. Shiba Hao's silvery white hair floated gently in the weightlessness, occasionally catching glimmers of starlight at the tips. Liu Yue's gaze swept across the distant nebula, a magnificent purple swirl slowly rotating, with meteors occasionally streaking through, trailing slender tails of light. Amidst this serene tableau, a sudden cacophony of piercing sounds echoed from afar. For silhouettes tore through the void at astonishing speed, leaving distorted energy trails in their wake. Their flight posture exuded a palpable sense of power, with each acceleration generating rippling waves of pale blue energy behind them. The piercing sounds grew closer in mere seconds, and the four figures came to a steady halt before Liu Yue. The leader was none other than Jiao Bei, his crimson battle suit vividly contrasting with the starlight, the intricate patterns on his shoulder armor reflecting a faint glow. The three Scions behind him formed a triangular formation, 2 men and 1 woman. all maintaining a heightened state of vigilance, muscles taut and ready to respond to any sudden developments. Vice Captain Jiabe, this gentleman is said to be your friend. Please confirm. Reported the Scions aboard the spacecraft through the external communication system. Their voices transmitted accurately through the energy field to each ear in the vacuum. Jiabe's gaze swept over Lu Yue and Shiba Hao, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, but softened slightly upon meeting Lu Yue's gaze. All right, leave the rest to me. You may return for now. His voice was steady and magnetic, and as he spoke, his right hand made a subtle gesture. The three Scions behind him relaxed slightly, though their vigilance remained intact. Understood, Vice Captain, they replied respectfully. Suddenly, the spaceship's engine illuminated with a dazzling blue light. The vessel slowly adjusted its course before accelerating abruptly, vanishing into the horizon like a streak of light, leaving behind only dissipating energy ripples. Once the spaceship had completely disappeared from view, Jiabe gently descended to a position parallel to Lu Yue. The three Scions behind him shifted accordingly, maintaining their impeccable protective formation. One female Scion tilted her head slightly, her energy detector emitting faint ticking sounds. Jiabe scrutinized Lu Yue, his brow furrowing slightly, as if searching his memory. Sir, if I am not mistaken, we have not met before, have we? His voice remained polite, but bore an unmistakable edge of scrutiny. May I inquire as to why you seek me? His question reverberated in the vacuum of space, prompting the three Scions behind him to unconsciously lean forward, creating an implicit sense of pressure. Meanwhile, Shiba Hao discreetly moved to Lu Yue's side, her fingertips subtly radiating energy. Lu Yue's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, his gaze piercing Jiabe like a blade. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, as if weighing some intangible burden. The dust at the edge of the training ground swirled around him, caught in an unseen current. Seeing how weak your Scions from the sixth universe are, his voice suddenly dropped, resonating with a metallic quality in the air. I have intentionally traversed star systems to seek you out, to help elevate your strength to a level befitting the title of warrior race. Jiabe's pupils constricted sharply as he noted Lu Yue's combat stance, feet shoulder-width apart, a posture forged through countless life and death battles. More alarmingly, the aura surrounding Lu Yue was both palpable and elusive, akin to the oppressive clouds before a storm. What? Help us enhance our strength? Before Jiabe could respond, a towering Scion behind him stepped forward with heavy strides. The sound of his military boots echoed loudly against the metallic floor, his battle suit visibly rising and falling with his rapid breaths. You seem to misunderstand the situation. Our Vice Captain Jiabe has consistently ranked among the top 8 in the Interstellar Combat Tournament for 3 consecutive years. Just last week, he single-handedly eradicated a marauding band of interstellar pirates terrorizing the southern galaxy. Do we need guidance from some unknown individual? Preposterous. The muscular Scion, named Tusai, spoke with bulging veins in his neck and clenched fists that cracked ominously. The other team members nodded in agreement, whispers circulating in the training ground. Tusai. Jiabe abruptly turned, his cloak slicing through the air with a fierce arc. His piercing gaze caused Tusai to instinctively take a step back. Mind your attitude. Jiabe's attention returned to Lu Yue, keenly observing the fleeting approval in his eyes. The golden-haired woman beside this stranger maintained an elegant stance, yet her icy blue eyes concealed a menacing aura. Jiabe, a languid voice laced with mockery floated from the back of the group. A female Scion with short purple hair sauntered forward, arms crossed, her fingers rhythmically tapping against her arms. If you ask me, these two have arrived under suspicious circumstances. Could they be spies sent by those we have defeated? She tilted her head, appraising Shiba Hao with a provocative smirk. Especially this lady. She appears delicate and does not seem like a seasoned warrior. As if responding to her challenge, Shiba Hao's golden hair floated without wind as she stepped forward. The metallic floor beneath her feet appeared to sink slightly, emitting a disconcerting crunch. I suggest you. Her voice was as frigid as a gale sweeping across an icy expanse. Cherish your tongue while you still can. Her slender fingers brushed against her hair, a seemingly casual gesture that caused Jiabe to tense instinctively. A seasoned warrior, he was all too familiar with the posture that appeared relaxed yet was poised to erupt at any moment. The atmosphere in the training ground grew tense, resembling the stillness before a tempest. In the distance, mechanical targets used for simulated combat continued their relentless movements, emitting a rhythmic buzzing that starkly contrasted with the charged silence of this area. Ah, such audacity I have yet to encounter. I am eager to see what abilities you two possess. As her words hung in the air, the scion named Fena abruptly lowered her arms, exuding a fierce momentum. Her long fingers curled slightly, knuckles whitening, clearly incensed by the previous remarks. As her arms fell, the fabric of her fitted long sleeves tightened, accentuating her muscular definition. Liu Yue found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her, suddenly aware of the deep purple low-cut bodysuit she wore, which clung tightly to her athletic form. Her proud curves subtly rising and falling with each breath. Chapter 54, Phantom. The fullness of her silhouette cast gentle shadows under the training ground's lights, trembling with every nuanced movement she made. This remarkable stature certainly surpassed that of Princess Caulifla and Princess Kyur combined, Liu Yue mused, realizing that the two of them together would not measure up to this formidable female scion. Shiba House's icy gaze swept over Fena, a flicker of displeasure glinting in her sapphire-like eyes. Her slender fingers instinctively tightened, her nails digging deep into her palm. As a woman of extraordinary confidence in her own appearance, she had to concede that Fena possessed certain advantages. Number 18 tilted her body slightly, allowing the training ground's lights to accentuate her graceful curves. Despite her unwavering belief that her beauty surpassed that of her opponent and her overall proportions were equally commendable, she felt slightly inferior in the bust area. This realization caused her lips to form a cold, straight line. Fena, as a guest, please refrain from speaking too much. Gaby stepped forward, attempting to mediate. He reached out to place a hand on Fena's shoulder, but she evaded him with a deft turn. The ground echoed with the faint sound of Fena's boots as dust danced in the light. Gaby, you have no authority to command me. Fena's red lips curled into a mocking smile, entirely unlike the obedient demeanor of the tall scion beside her. She walked with a feline grace, her high heels striking a crisp rhythm on the metallic floor, swaying towards number 18. With each step, her long hair billowed slightly behind her, the muscles beneath her form-fitting attire subtly revealed. When she stood just a step away from number 18, Fena abruptly halted, her long legs parting slightly as she assumed an aggressive stance. She deliberately arched her chest, accentuating her proud curves, and lifted her chin, speaking with disdain. Now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? This was the customary scion approach to resolving conflicts, through sheer strength. After uttering these words, Fena's gaze lingered provocatively on number 18's chest, her amber eyes sparkling with unabashed challenge. She even leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them to where they could almost feel each other's breath. The training ground's lights cast a long shadow behind her, enveloping number 18 completely. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with other scions holding their breath, awaiting number 18's response. The distant hum of training equipment faded into obscurity, leaving only the unspoken tension between the two women. Ugh, Liu Yu mumbled, instinctively stepping back, his gaze darting between number 18 and Fena. He could clearly sense the palpable tension in the air, as if even the atmosphere had solidified. A dangerous glint flickered in number 18's icy blue eyes, her fingers tightening slightly, knuckles whitening with the force, and an aura emanated from her like a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling fear. Looks like you're in trouble, Liu Yu murmured with a hint of resignation and sympathy. He shook his head, turning his gaze to Fena as if observing prey stepping into a trap. His voice, though soft, carried a clear warning to Fena. Yet she maintained her haughty demeanor, a smirk of disdain curling at her lips. Straightening her back, her long black hair swayed gently in the breeze, a few strands casually tucked behind her ear with an elegant ease. Her eyes brimmed with self-assurance, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. Is that so? Perhaps you should worry about your woman instead. Fena's voice was cold and resolute, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Her gaze remained fixed on number 18, as if daring her to cross a line. On planet Chalada, Fena was among the elite of female scions. Apart from the notorious bandit leader, Caulifla, who could barely rival her, she had never regarded anyone as a worthy opponent. Her pride and strength had accustomed her to a position of superiority, and in her eyes, number 18 was merely an ignorant challenger. Liu Yu sighed helplessly, retreating a few steps to widen the distance between them. His movements were cautious, fearful of being caught in the impending conflict. Concern filled his gaze, as if he could foresee the brutal scene that was about to unfold. I hope you don't get killed. Liu Yu's tone carried a hint of mockery, but more so, a sense of inevitability. He understood that this clash could not be avoided, and Fina's arrogance might cost her dearly. The tall scion behind Gaby could no longer contain himself, asking urgently, "Captain Gaby, what should we do now? Should we stop them?" His voice held a note of anxiety as he glanced back and forth between Gaby and Fina, searching for a solution. Gaby shook his head, his expression grave and serious. His eyes remained fixed on the two women, as if assessing the situation's escalation. "No, it seems we cannot stop it now," he replied in a low, firm voice. "That Fina is likely to hit a wall." As Gaby finished speaking, the atmosphere in the space became even more tense. Fina's lips still held that smirk of disdain, while number 18's gaze sharpened, as if ready to strike at any moment. "There's no need to glare at me with such resentment. I know I am more beautiful than you." Fina's voice dripped with arrogance, her eyes sweeping over number 18 as if relishing her fury. Her movements were flippant and proud, her black hair once again swept back, revealing her exquisite and frosty visage. Number 18's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking with the strain. A glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, as if she were on the brink of tearing Fina apart. "I hope you can maintain that confidence in a moment." Number 18's voice was icy, each word seeming to emerge from the abyss, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. The atmosphere was primed for an explosion, as if an earth-shattering battle was imminent. The very air around them felt heavy under the weight of their standoff. Even the distant sounds of wind fell silent, leaving only their silent confrontation. A faint smile curled at the corner of number 18's lips, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her cold eyes. She lightly tapped her toes on the ground, causing the gravel beneath to crack, and then she shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a faint afterimage in her wake. How fast? Gaby's pupils constricted suddenly, feeling as if the world had blurred, with number 18 transforming into a hazy white flash. He instinctively took a half step back, beads of sweat forming at his brow. This speed exceeded his comprehension, swift enough that even her afterimage was difficult to capture. In the moment Gaby was lost in thought, number 18 approached Fina like a phantom. Fina's expression changed drastically, instinctively raising her arm to block. But her arm had barely risen halfway when, smack, a resounding slap echoed as a powerful blow struck her left cheek. The force was staggering. Fina felt as though half her face had been seared by a red-hot iron, a searing pain radiating throughout her body. Thud! Her body flew uncontrollably backward, crashing violently against a massive rock behind her. The hard surface crumpled under the impact, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards from where she landed. Fina's left cheek swelled visibly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, glistening under the sunlight. Impossible! How could her speed be so fast? Fina gasped, disbelief clouding her eyes. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the dizziness in her mind, thinking she must have been too careless. "Yeah!" Fina shouted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy, shattering the rocks behind her in a violent explosion, debris flying. Yet in the midst of the swirling dust, a white figure had silently appeared beside her. Chapter 55. Duel strikes. The long hair of Shiba Haoyu danced gently in the gusts of wind as she expressionlessly extended her right hand, deftly grasping the collar of Fina's garment. The fabric emitted a faint tearing sound beneath her fingertips. A series of sharp slaps echoed in the vast arena. Shiba Haoyu struck with both hands, her palms creating fleeting shadows, each slap accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Fina's face rapidly swelled and reddened as blood dripped from the corner of her split lip, blooming like glaring red plums against the dust. Shiba Haoyu's movements were fluid and graceful, each turn and strike imbued with a breathtaking beauty, yet harboring immense destructive power. Her silhouette flickered in the sunlight, resembling a meticulously choreographed dance of death. A clear gulp reverberated through the still air, and Lu Yu, along with Jabe and others, widened their eyes in unison, fixated on the astonishing scene before them. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief, as if witnessing an event beyond comprehension. How could Shiba Haoyu suddenly become so fierce? Jabe murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Yu felt a profound incredulity. He had never seen Shiba Haoyu display such ferocity. In his memory, she was always calm and elegant, occasionally carrying a hint of arrogance, but never like this, like an enraged cheetah pouncing mercilessly on its prey. With a dull thud, Shiba Haoyu's knee struck Fina's chest forcefully. In that instant, it felt as though Fina had been struck by an overwhelming force, staggering backward before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Her face was marred with bruises, and blood oozed from her lips. Her once exquisite features now twisted and grotesque, a pitiful sight akin to a swine's visage after a beating. Shiba Haoyu looked down at the fallen Fina from a commanding height, her gaze devoid of any compassion. She flicked her golden hair, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, as if declaring her victory. Her voice, cold and clear, articulated each word. I despise two types of people, those who are large-breasted yet mindless, and those who dare to compare their beauty with mine. She paused, a sarcastic smile curling her lips, and continued, how unfortunate for you. You embody both. With that, she gracefully crouched down, gently lifting Fina's disheveled hair, her eyes glinting with mockery. Fina groaned in pain, attempting to struggle, but finding herself devoid of the strength even to raise her hand. Shiba Haoyu stood and elegantly walked towards Lu Yu, her movements serene and composed, as if the fierce battle had never transpired. Upon reaching Lu Yu, she exhaled softly, a relieved smile gracing her face. Ah, this feels much better. Her voice softened significantly, a stark contrast to her previous cold demeanor. She turned to Lu Yu, flashing a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as if awaiting his response. Lu Yu paused momentarily, then snapped back to reality, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Indeed. His voice faltered slightly, clearly still recovering from the earlier shock. He stole a glance at the fallen Fina, feeling astonished by Shiba Haoyu's combat prowess. Jabe and the others stood rooted, their throats involuntarily constricting as the sound of swallowed breaths echoed starkly in the silence. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Shiba Haoyu, their pupils constricting in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Moments ago, they had witnessed Fina being effortlessly dispatched by this woman, with no chance to resist. That woman is overwhelmingly powerful. Shiba Haoyu nonchalantly adjusted her cuffs, as if she had merely brushed away some dust. She lifted her gaze, her ice-blue eyes sweeping over the crowd, causing Jabe and the others to feel a chill run down their spines, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Jabe, Lu Yu, his voice shattered the frozen atmosphere. He stepped forward calmly, his black coat billowing gently in the breeze. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as her, lead me to your king. His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Jabe noticed that as Lu Yu spoke, Shiba Haoyu naturally took half a step back, completely ceding control to the man. This subtle gesture weighed heavily on Jabe's heart. Even such a formidable woman showed such respect to this man, suggesting his strength was even more unfathomable. I believe you should understand, Lu Yu continued, his gaze sweeping over the vigilant Saiyan warriors. My reason for not forcing my way through is to avoid harming the innocent. His eyes finally settled on Jabe, who felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. As an elite warrior of Planet Salad, he had never encountered such a suffocating aura. Not even in the presence of their king had he felt such oppression. Taking a deep breath, Jabe endeavored to calm his racing heart. He noticed that as Lu Yu spoke, the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly. This power exceeded his comprehension. Although he did not grasp the intentions of these two mysterious powerhouses, he knew clearly that the cost of refusal was one they could not afford. All right. Jabe nodded with difficulty, his voice quivering imperceptibly. He signaled the surrounding warriors to lower their combat stances, a decision that brought a collective sigh of relief. As he turned to lead the way, he could not help but glance once more at the fallen Fina. She was among their strongest warriors, yet had been effortlessly subdued by that golden-haired woman. Jabe's intuition told him that the man was the truly formidable presence. Despite having yet to make a move, the aura radiating from him was far more disquieting than that woman's fierce assault. As they traversed the expansive square, the Saiyan warriors cast curious glances their way. Upon seeing Jabe personally guiding two unfamiliar visitors, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. What perplexed them further was Jabe's demeanor, which appeared particularly cautious, even somewhat tentative. Lu Yu surveyed the Saiyan-themed city, where towering buildings exhibited unique, streamlined designs. Training grounds dotted the landscape, with young Saiyans diligently honing their skills. A contemplative glimmer passed through his eyes. Indeed, he required assistance from the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe, and it was of utmost importance. Otherwise, given the current strength of the Saiyans in this universe, he would not have made the trip. Shiba Haoyu followed quietly at Lu Yu's side, her gaze occasionally scanning the architectural layouts and defensive capabilities, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles, as if assessing the planet's defensive strength. She noticed that while the warriors of this planet were generally not powerful, the entire city exuded a vibrant vitality, starkly contrasting with the Saiyans of the seventh universe. As Jabe led the way, he discreetly observed the two behind him. Their poise was unhurried, utterly devoid of the tension typically felt on a foreign planet. This ease only added to their air of mystery. Jabe couldn't help but speculate. What could they possibly want with the king, given their strength? They could have easily stormed the palace. Why opt for this relatively gentle approach? Navigating through several heavily guarded corridors, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Salad Palace. The majestic palace shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, flanked by 2 rows of elite guards. When Jabe presented the pass, the guards found their attention irresistibly drawn to Lu Yu and Shiba Haoyu, their presence emanating an aura unlike any formidable warrior they had previously encountered. Jabe inhaled deeply and pushed open the heavy doors of the royal palace. Uncertain whether bringing these 2 enigmatic powerhouses was a mistake, he realized he had no alternative in the face of such overwhelming strength. All he could do now was pray that these unexpected guests truly came with peaceful intentions. Chapter 56. The Golden Aura within the Grand Hall of the Shalata planet. Beneath a resplendent dome, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Towering stone pillars adorned with the totems of countless Saiyan battles stood sentinel, while sunlight streamed through high windows, casting mottled shadows across the floor. King Shalata sat majestically upon his jeweled throne, clad in splendid battle robes that amplified his regal presence. His gaze was piercing, exuding an undeniable aura of dominion. What do you mean? Are you asking me to summon all the righteous-hearted Saiyans? King Shalata's voice reverberated through the hall, tinged with mockery and disdain. Who are you to command me? I am the ruler of Shalata planet. He leaned slightly forward, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. His sharp eyes fixating on Lu Yue, the audacious stranger who had invaded his sanctum and dared to issue such a challenge, a blatant affront to his authority. A surge of fury welled up within King Shalata, yet years of ruling tempered his emotions, compelling him to question with a steely tone. Lu Yue stood resolutely in the center of the hall, his stature unwavering in the face of the king's oppressive presence. A cold smile crept upon his lips, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. You ask me on what grounds? His voice was deep, yet imbued with an undeniable power. Allow me to elucidate. Before the words faded, Lu Yue clenched his fists, his muscles tautening instantaneously. An indescribable energy surged within him, as if the air itself were being torn apart by an invisible force, emitting a piercing hum. In an instant, his hair transformed into a radiant gold. Standing upright like flames licking the sky, his pupils shifted to a vivid green, and a dazzling golden aura erupted around him. A tempestuous force that swept through the entire hall. The terrifying pressure radiated from Lu Yue, sending shockwaves outward, causing those within the hall to stagger back in alarm. The weaker guards were caught unprepared, as if struck by an unseen giant hand, crashing against the walls with a dull thud. The totems carved into the stone walls seemed to tremble, dust cascading down in response to the cataclysmic energy. Jabe, who stood closest to Lu Yue, was swept off his feet by the overwhelming gust, unable to assume a defensive stance. He tumbled through the air, managing to regain his footing on the ground. Yet he stumbled back several paces, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. What? Such terrifying energy, a guard exclaimed, his voice trembling, the armor creaking under the pressure. That fellow just amplified his power exponentially in an instant, cried another elder Saiyan commander, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no discomfort. All eyes were riveted on Lu Yue, filled with awe and trepidation. Lu Yue, engulfed in golden flames, resembled a god of war descending upon them, and each step he took made the ground tremble slightly beneath him. He slowly raised his head, his emerald gaze sweeping across every individual present, finally resting on the astonished face of King Shalata. Do you comprehend now? Lu Yue's voice was calm, yet saturated with an oppressive force. This is my qualification. With hair ablaze like infernos, surrounded by an ever-exploding golden aura, Lu Yue hovered in midair, the stone beneath him cracking under the strain of his might, small fragments of stone defying gravity to form a swirling vortex around him. King Shalata stumbled backward, the throne collapsing behind him. His trembling finger pointed at Lu Yue, his voice a mix of disbelief and terror. This is impossible. Lu Yue descended gradually, each step leaving profound imprints on the solid ground. His golden pupils reflected the fearful visage of King Shalada. His tone as frigid as the polar winds. I intended to negotiate with you peacefully, but your hospitality on Shalada planet has proven to be profoundly disappointing. As he spoke, Lu Yue casually raised his right hand, conjuring a swirling sphere of energy that pulsated ominously with crackling arcs of electricity, producing a disconcerting hum. The air within the hall began to warp, decorative hangings falling from the walls, and guards in the distance were compelled to retreat under the weight of the dreadful pressure. Wait. King Shalada's voice had turned pleading. We can converse amicably. Before he could finish, Lu Yue unleashed the energy sphere, a blinding white light engulfing half the hall. The thunderous explosion rendering everyone momentarily deaf. As the brilliance faded, the once grand hall lay in ruins, with only remnants of walls remaining. Through the shattered dome, the unique twin moons of Shalada hung in the sky. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lu Yue's golden aura stood out starkly against the night. He surveyed the terrified Scions around him, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. I grant you 2 hours to summon all the righteous-hearted Scions on this planet. Or, his gaze swept over the remnants of the hall, the implications unspoken yet clear. King Shalada collapsed to the ground, his crown askew upon his head. He gazed upon this godlike Scion before him, finally grasping how laughable his own pride and power was when faced with such might. Trembling, he commanded the captain of his guards beside him, Jiabe, do as he says. Immediately summon all the Scions. Jiabe knelt, a worried glance cast towards the king, then a respectful one towards Lu Yue, ultimately bowing his head in submission. As you wish. Lu Yue turned his gaze toward the palace's exterior, the night breeze tousling his golden locks. He had indeed wished to engage with his kin peacefully, yet all he encountered was suspicion and hostility. In a world where strength reigned supreme, being a good person seemed more arduous than annihilating a planet. King Shalada remained seated upon his throne, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the ancient carvings along the armrest. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently as he sought to quell the tempest of emotions within. When he finally lifted his gaze to Jiabe, the regal authority that once sparkled in his eyes now flickered with unmistakable uncertainty. Jiabe, his voice trembled imperceptibly, yet he forced himself to regain his composure in that moment. Though the pride of being a Scion king screamed within him to never bow down. Thoughts of the young warriors sweating on the training grounds, the children playing in the residential areas, and the countless homes flickering with light across Shalada planet, made his clenched fist slowly relax. I understand. Those 4 words seemed to deplete all his energy, leaving 5 deep impressions on the armrest. Jiabe knelt, a sigh of relief escaping him. He noticed the portraits of past kings hanging behind the throne, their stern visages seemingly watching over this arduous decision. As you command. He rose immediately, his cloak slicing through the air with precision as he turned. Exiting the palace, he could not help but glance back at King Shalada, who sat alone in the vast hall, the setting sun casting mottled shadows through the stained glass, rendering his silhouette strikingly aged. Jiabe quickened his pace down the corridor, the clink of his armor and sword echoing crisply in the silence. He summoned the guards with swift and decisive gestures, his voice echoing throughout the palace. Gather all Scion warriors immediately. Chapter 57, Full Sight. Observing the hurried figures of the guards departing, he could not help but envision the catastrophic consequences if the king refused to compromise. The formidable warrior named Lu Yue unleashing an energy wave that would rend the atmosphere, transforming this sacred land that nurtured Scion civilization into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the 6th universe, Full Sight's palace was steeped in a sinister ambience. This edifice, constructed from dark matter, soared to a height of 100 meters, its walls adorned with luminescent crystals casting a chilling azure glow. Dozens of bizarre extraterrestrials stood in solemn formation along the sides of the hall, some possessing compound eyes and others adorned with scales, resembling a horde of dormant monsters in the dim light. Seated elegantly upon his obsidian throne, Full Sight crossed his legs with poise, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. His visage, strikingly similar to that of Frisia, bore a gentle smile, yet the glint of coldness in his eyes instilled a sense of dread. 3 Cosmic Peace Award trophies were displayed in a crystal cabinet beside the throne, reflecting a mocking radiance under the dim light. Lord Full Sight, a diminutive extraterrestrial with antennae, took a cautious step forward, its tendrils involuntarily curling with anxiety. Have you truly resolved to attack the planet Shalata? Fuyuasite leaned slightly forward, causing the energy field around the throne to ripple. He lifted a wine glass, the crimson liquid swaying gently within. My dear friend, his voice was sweet yet chilling. Sometimes, the sacrifices necessary to uphold peace in the universe are unavoidable. His fingertips caressed the rim of the glass, his gaze drifting into the distance as if envisioning the planet Shalata engulfed in flames of war. Have I not already stated? Fuyuasite languidly reclined in his expansive command chair, his elongated fingers gently swirling the dark red liquid in the goblet. The crimson wine left serpentine trails upon the glass, glaring like blood. His effeminate voice reverberated within the spacious command room, imbued with a disquieting gentleness. The extraterrestrial before him fidgeted with its tentacle-like fingers, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. Carefully organizing its words, the voice quivered slightly with tension. But my lord, the combat prowess of those Scions cannot be underestimated. Especially that Gabii, his strength is unfathomable. Even if we could conquer the planet Shalata, we would likely pay a heavy price. Taking a deep breath, it continued, the planet Shalata is akin to a tough bone to chew. Each Scion possesses astonishing combat abilities, not to mention that monster Gabii. According to reports from frontline scouts, he single-handedly obliterated 3 of our warships last time. The extraterrestrial wiped the sweat from its brow, its tone growing increasingly grave. Moreover, the environment of Shalata is exceedingly harsh. The pervasive yellow sands, barren land, and thin atmosphere render such a primitive planet virtually worthless in the market. I truly fail to comprehend why my lord insists on conquering such a valueless world. Fuyuasite slowly rose, his crimson robe shimmering with an eerie luster under the light. He paced to the enormous viewport, gazing into the vast expanse of stars beyond. Suddenly, he whirled around, shattering the wine glass in his hand, the dark red liquid splattering onto the polished floor like blooming crimson flowers. Those bothersome Scions. A fierce killing intent ignited in Fuyuasite's eyes, his voice icy enough to freeze the air. This time, I shall personally crush their bones. He gradually raised his hand, observing the wine stains left in his palm, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I covet that garbage planet? No, you are mistaken. Fuyuasite's voice suddenly escalated, reverberating within the command room. It is that damned Gabii. It is he who leads the Lay's defense team. Last time in the Qualuo star system, it was they who rescued the indigenous people who were meant to be enslaved. In the Mobius star region, they disrupted the traps we had meticulously set. He slammed his fist onto the console, the metallic surface instantly caving in. These self-righteous agents of justice have repeatedly thwarted my plans. This time, I will reduce the entire planet Shalata to ashes, ensuring those laughable Scions vanish forever from the cosmos. Fuyuasite's figure appeared particularly menacing under the starlight. His deep voice laced with unyielding resolve. Relay the order, assemble all battleships. I wish to witness Gabii kneeling before me, begging for mercy, while the planet Shalata is reduced to cosmic dust. Splendid. Lord Fuyuasite is willing to take matters into his own hands. Those Scions will undoubtedly be no match. Upon hearing Fuyuasite's decree, the short extraterrestrial trembled with excitement, its wrinkled gray skin flushed with an unnatural hue. Clenching its 3-fingered hand tightly, the joints whitened from the pressure. As the lowest-ranking scout of Fuyuasite's legion, it was acutely aware of the terrifying might of the Scions. Just last week, it had witnessed an entire patrol team reduced to ashes in a green energy wave. I shall prepare the spacecraft at once. The extraterrestrial stammered, nearly tumbling out of the grand hall. Its heavy metallic boots screeched against the polished floor, and as it passed through the 10-meter-high alloy gate, it did not forget to bow to the guards flanking either side. Watching his subordinate flee in a panic, Fuyuasite elegantly swirled the crystal goblet in his hand. The dark red liquid left lingering traces upon the glass, reflecting his increasingly somber countenance. He strolled towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside lay an expansive galaxy, with countless battleships traversing the spaceport. Interfering Scions, he murmured softly, suddenly tightening his fingers, causing the crystal cup to shatter. The scarlet liquid dripped through his fingers, blossoming into blood-red flowers upon the white marble floor. This time, I shall make you pay a price. Simultaneously, on the planet Shalata in the 6th universe, the midday sun pierced through the thin atmosphere, illuminating the Scion Palace with radiant brilliance. In the square, spanning several square kilometers in front of the palace, hundreds of Saiyans stood in orderly formation, their iconic black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Mr. Liyue, aside from the 12 small teams on external missions, all the Saiyans remaining on the planet are here. Gabi slightly bowed, placing his right hand over his chest in a standard Saiyan gesture. This young Saiyan, with his short blue hair, donned standard battle attire, the power level detector at his waist emitting faint ticking sounds. 3 days ago, he had witnessed Liyue effortlessly absorb an energy cannon under tenfold gravity, and at this moment, his demeanor radiated genuine reverence. Liyue surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing. He noted that the Saiyan warriors in the front row were all muscular, with their battle suits still stained with fresh blood, evidently having just returned from training. In the rear of the formation, a few young Saiyan children stood on tiptoe, curiously gazing at this legendary guest. Begin the selection. Liyue's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the square. Choose those warriors who possess a sense of justice. Gabi immediately turned, the badge on his chest reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. With resolute steps, he approached the ranks, beginning to scrutinize his compatriots with whom he shared his days. When he paused before a scarred veteran, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Captain Tua Ma recently faced interstellar pirates alone to protect the civilian district. It is said that his son perished while eliminating the Dark Mercenary Corps. Lu Yu silently observed these events, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the reason he traversed vast distances to arrive at this remote ancient planet. Following the near extinction of the Saiyans in the 7th universe, the warriors of the 6th universe, who still uphold honor and justice, represent the last hope for awakening the power of the Super Saiyan God. A gentle breeze stirred the dust in the square, while the distant training grounds reverberated with the sounds of energy clashes. In Lu Yu's profound gaze, the last glory of this ancient race reflected vividly. He stood at the center of the training grounds, sweat cascading down his chiseled cheeks, pooling on the cracked floor beneath. The remnants of battle lingered in the air, accompanied by a faint scent of char. Gradually, he raised his hands, attuning to the surging power within him, a golden aura flickering around his form. He recalled the legends from Dragon Ball Super, where Sun Wukong transcended his limits by channeling the heart's energy of 5 righteous Saiyans into another virtuous Saiyan, transforming into the Super Saiyan God. This sacred ritual required 6 pure hearts to resonate, enveloping the inheritor in golden light, culminating in the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan God radiating divine essence. At this moment, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Logically, he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5, enveloped in a silvery aura, his hair gleaming like moonlight. In such a state, he had no need to pursue the power of the Super Saiyan God, for aside from sensing divine energy, this form did not significantly augment his combat prowess. However, a flash of sharpness ignited in Lu Yu's eyes. He recalled a passage from an ancient Saiyan tome. The Super Saiyan God was not merely an advanced transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. Instead, it represented a Saiyan state imbued with divine energy. This implied that the Super Saiyan God was merely a starting point, a foundational form capable of further evolution. Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God 2, Super Saiyan God 3, Lu Yu murmured, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. He envisioned the moment when divine energy fused with the power of Super Saiyan 5, causing his heart to race with anticipation. It would be an unprecedented strength, capable of shaking the very cosmos. The energy lamps surrounding the training grounds flickered ominously, seemingly vibrating in response to this notion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu began to summon the energy within him. Golden waves of energy radiated outward from his center, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently, debris floating mid-air. Although he could not yet contend with beings like Zeno or the Grand Priest, a confident smile curled on his lips, for he believed he was more than capable of facing angels. His fists clenched tightly as the silvery aura intertwined with the ethereal divine essence, igniting a tempest of energy within the training grounds. The monitoring devices on the walls emitted piercing alarms, numbers fluctuating wildly, ultimately surpassing previous limits. In that instant, Lu Yu envisioned his future self, silver hair aglow with sacred red light, each strand pulsating with apocalyptic power. This was the perfect fusion of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 5, an ultimate form that would send shockwaves through time and space. Let it begin. Lu Yu closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in this unprecedented transformation. Energy surged through his veins, roaring like a multitude of awakened beasts. Outside the training grounds, dark clouds began to gather, thunder rumbling as if heralding the birth of a legend. Standing on the training grounds of the 6th universe's Shalata planet, Lu Yu gazed into the distance with profound contemplation. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling his dark hair. While the distant mountains appeared shrouded in the warm glow of the setting sun, he instinctively tightened his fists, memories of the 7th universe flooding his mind. Initially, he had indeed contemplated returning to the 7th universe. In his imagination, he could see Sun Wukong training vigorously on Baozi Mountain, Vegeta gritting his teeth in the gravity chamber, and Sun Wufan diligently attending class at Orange Star High. He believed that if he reached out to them, those former comrades would undoubtedly channel their energy into him without hesitation. The transformation process from Golden Aura to the Super Saiyan God vividly played out in his mind. Yet, he soon shook his head, dismissing that thought. The dust on the training grounds swirled around his feet, stirred by the wind. First and foremost, an indescribable sense of discomfort lingered within him at the thought of relying on his former comrades to attain the state of Super Saiyan God. It felt as if he would owe an unrepayable debt. This notion involuntarily furrowed his brow. Secondly, the complexities of the timeline weighed heavily on his mind. He clearly remembered that, at this moment, Sun Wufan in the 7th universe was still a young high school student, yet to forge a bond with Biddy Li. Without the involvement of this fated couple, gathering 5 righteous Scions seemed utterly implausible. With a sigh, he shifted his gaze to the bustling Scions of the 6th universe around him. As he pondered, Jia Bei approached briskly, his orange battle suit standing out vividly in the sunlight. The young Scion captain wore a confident smile, flanked by 20 meticulously selected warriors. Each stood tall, their eyes shimmering with determination. "Mr. Lu Yu, we are ready," Jia Bei declared, his voice clear and resonant, gesturing towards the warriors behind him. "These 20 individuals possess unwavering righteous hearts. They have fought alongside me for years, and I know each of their characters intimately." Lu Yu scrutinized the warriors before him. Some bore scars from past battles, while others exhibited a calmness born of experience, yet all radiated pure righteousness. Their synchronized stance seemed to silently affirm Jia Bei's words. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded slowly, a hint of approval gracing his smile. "If I succeed in transforming, I shall teach you how to become a Super Saiyan." Jia Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took a step forward, his voice trembling with anticipation. "You mean like the golden aura you displayed earlier?" Lu Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed towards the distant horizon. The sunset painted the clouds in vibrant hues of orange and red. A flock of birds soaring above the training grounds. He could feel Jia Bei's eager gaze and the hopeful sentiments of the 20 warriors behind him. At that moment, he was even more convinced that choosing the Scions of the 6th universe was the right decision. They were fundamentally different from their 7th universe counterparts, embodying a purer essence and greater trustworthiness. The breeze swept through once more, lifting the fine sand from the training grounds. Lu Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing the essence of this unfamiliar universe. The challenges ahead might prove more arduous than anticipated, yet they were equally filled with promise. The desire to grow stronger blazed within him like a fierce fire, nearly consuming him. He yearned not merely for power itself, but for the strength to safeguard more planets and lives. Whenever he thought of the innocents struggling amidst the chaos of war, an uncontrollable impulse surged within him to grow stronger, persistently striving until he could uphold a peaceful sky. Yes, Lu Yu's voice resonated with conviction, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Scions with intensity. He gestured for others to withdraw, leaving only the 20 carefully chosen warriors selected by Jia Bei. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as if even the wind held its breath. Lu Yue understood deeply that the essence of becoming a Super Saiyan God did not lie in the number of participants, but rather in the purity and steadfastness of a righteous heart. He spoke gently, his voice echoing like distant mountains. "Next, select 5 individuals. The 5 you are most confident in." Jia Bei inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. He scrutinized the 20 Scions before him, their expressions ranging from resolute to fervent. Yet only 5 souls could truly bear that sacred power. With a subtle wave of his hand, as if plucking invisible strings, 15 warriors silently stepped back, leaving 5 who seemed destined standing as an unbreakable line of defense. Chapter 59, Hand in Hand. Now, you five hold hands. Lu Yu's voice resonated like the tolling of a bell in the vast training ground. I need you to unreservedly channel the strength of your righteous hearts into my body. Without a moment's hesitation, the five Saiyans extended their hands, gripping each other tightly as if to intertwine their very souls. The warriors at either end gently placed their palms against Lu Yu's broad back. A warm and potent energy began to flow between them. Suddenly, the six bodies were enveloped in a radiant golden light, the brilliance surging like tumultuous waves, illuminating the entire space as if it were a sacred hall. For a fleeting second, the golden glow intensified, seemingly intent on dispelling all darkness. For 2 seconds, the energy surged fervently among the six, akin to a cascade of stars converging into an unstoppable torrent. Lu Yu held his breath, his body taut in anticipation of the legendary divine power that was said to shake the heavens and earth. However, as time ticked away, a full minute passed, and he felt no discernible change. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. What is happening? Why do I feel nothing? Lu Yu subconsciously clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. His brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion and frustration crossing his profound gaze. Logically, every step he had taken adhered to the legends, without deviation. 5 Saiyans, each possessing a pure heart of righteousness, should naturally instill their intentions into another righteous heart. Could it be that among these 5, one lacked a true righteous heart? Or perhaps a more dreadful thought crossed his mind. Did he himself not possess a completely righteous heart? This notion weighed heavily on Lu Yu's spirit. It was crucial to become a Super Saiyan god that all 6 Saiyans must possess an untainted righteous heart. Any wavering within one would render the entire ritual futile. Just as he fell into contemplation, the 5 Saiyans surrounding him reached their limits. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads. Their legs trembled incessantly, until they could no longer sustain themselves, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. What happened, Mr. Lu Yu? Did we fail? Jia Bei rushed forward, concern etched in his clear eyes. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Lu Yu's grave expression and the fatigue of the others suggested that the ritual had indeed not succeeded. Lu Yu seemed to disregard Jia Bei's inquiry, his entire being engulfed in the failure that had just transpired. He inhaled deeply, preparing to regroup and try once more. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Enormous spaceships descended upon the planet Shalada like colossal beasts, casting a stifling aura over the land. The ships, clad in black, glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the sun, densely suspended in the air, resembling a moving forest of steel. The low rumble of the ship engines reverberated through the earth, stirring dust that tainted the once bright sky into a murky gray. Lu Yu abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting. This unforeseen turn of events intensified the already taut atmosphere. Captain Jia Bei, this is bad. The cosmic thieves have arrived. A young Saiyan warrior stumbled into the royal plaza. His armor caked in dust, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead. He knelt on one knee, his labored breaths causing his chest armor to rise and fall dramatically. His voice trembling noticeably. Jia Bei spun around, golden energy flickering around him. His brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. What did you say? Cosmic thieves? Yes. The Saiyan warriors appeared suddenly at the eastern spaceport and have breached our first line of defense. The Saiyan soldier struggled to swallow, his words laden with urgency. Those lawless scoundrels. Jia Bei's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and his aura surged violently, causing the stones beneath him to crack. They dared to extend their claws toward planet Shalada. Fury surged within Jia Bei. For years, he had battled these villains across the cosmos, safeguarding countless vulnerable planets. To think they would dare to directly invade the Saiyan homeworld was an open provocation to the entire Saiyan race. At that moment, a chilling and powerful presence enveloped the royal plaza. Lu Yu keenly lifted his head, his golden pupils narrowing. This aura exuded a nauseating malevolence, reminiscent of a coldness from the abyss, causing every Saiyan present to feel a shiver of dread. This presence is formidable, Lu Yu muttered under his breath, his brow slightly furrowed. So evil and powerful, could it be Felucita? He recalled the rumors surrounding this mysterious entity, an adversary entangled with the cosmic thieves, whose strength was unfathomable. The appearance of such a figure at this juncture undoubtedly complicated the situation further. Bei swiftly made his decision. He turned to the 5 elite Saiyan warriors beside Lu Yue, issuing a low command. So Lu, you 5 remain here and follow Mr. Lu Yue's orders. The rest of you, follow me and prepare to engage. Suo Lu and the others immediately straightened, their right fists placed firmly against their chests. Performing a standard Saiyan salute, as you command, Bei cast a resolute glance at Lu Yue and the king of Shalada, giving a slight nod. With that, he leaped into the air, his golden aura trailing behind him like a radiant comet, dozens of Saiyan warriors following in his wake, streaking through the sky towards the spaceport. The plaza was left filled with the howling wind and a grave atmosphere. Suo Lu and the others stood ready, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lu Yue remained in place, attuned to the intensifying malevolence in the distance, his gaze sharpening. This sudden crisis was likely more perilous than anticipated. As Bei's figure gradually faded at the end of the training ground, only the faintest ripple of energy remained in the air. Lu Yue stood resolutely, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles pale from exertion, his brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with frustration and confusion. Once more, he whispered to himself. As the energy within him began to surge wildly, the golden aura erupted from his body, sending shards of stone scattering in all directions. Yet, just as the energy seemed poised to coalesce, that power was abruptly thwarted by an invisible barrier, dissipating in an instant. Lu Yue's body swayed slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his breathing quickening. The third attempt yielded the same result. Lu Yue took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within. He gazed up at the sky, the sunset casting an orange hue over the clouds, the distant mountains fading into the twilight. The ground of the training field, cracked by his energy, seemed to mock his failure in silence. Is it true that I lack a righteous heart? Lu Yue murmured to himself, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his tone. He reminisced about his journey into this world. Despite possessing the physique of a Saiyan, his soul hailed from another realm. Could this peculiarity be the unyielding shackle that impeded his transcendence? At that moment, a soft footfall interrupted his reverie. Shibahao approached slowly, her silhouette distinctly illuminated by the setting sun. Clad in a simple combat outfit, her golden short hair danced gently in the breeze, and her blue eyes reflected concern. Have you not succeeded? She inquired softly, moving beside Lu Yue to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her gentle and natural gesture allowed his taut nerves to ease slightly. Lu Yue shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I have attempted thrice, yet to no avail. His voice bore the unmistakable weight of fatigue. Shibahao remained silent, merely gazing at him, her eyes filled with trust and support. Perhaps it is because my soul does not belong to this world. Chapter 60. Success. A radiant halo swiftly expanded, warping the metallic shell as if it were mere parchment, the engines emitting a piercing wail. 4 or 5 spacecraft trembled violently in the blinding light, their shields shattering like bubbles. The hulls were torn and compressed by an invisible force, ultimately disintegrating into countless metallic fragments, devoured by the surging energy. Bei stood frozen, his brown pupils dilating in shock. The Scions behind him instinctively took a step back. Some covered their mouths in disbelief, while others clenched their fists. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt metal, remnants vaporized by the intense heat. A young Scion named Fuluasi muttered in disbelief, his voice trembling. This name represented absolute intimidation across the cosmos. Aside from the legendary assassin Shita, none could rival him. Yet now, this once mighty figure and his band of ruthless cosmic marauders had vanished in an instant. Bei inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He stepped forward, the gravel beneath his feet crackling softly. His voice, laced with excitement, stuttered, Mr. Lu Yue, I am truly, truly grateful. His hands trembled involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the exertion. Just moments ago, they had been cornered. Fuluasi's sinister laughter echoed in their ears, the ominous hum of energy weapons inciting dread. Everyone had braced for death, yet Lu Yue had merely raised his hand, causing their formidable foes to dissipate like dust. Other Scions knelt on one knee, right hands pressed to their chests, a gesture signifying the utmost respect. Their gazes brimmed with reverence and awe, some even moved to tears. Lu Yue, however, merely cast them a fleeting glance. His earlier action had been a spontaneous outburst. At that moment, his emotions mirrored the devastation that had recently unfolded in this starry domain, filled with an ineffable restlessness. That strike, rather than a rescue, felt more like a release of pent-up negativity. Lu Yue, look. Shibahao suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her voice imbued with astonishment. Her delicate fingers pointed towards the gathering of Saiyans, her light golden hair fluttering in the cosmic breeze. Lu Yue followed her gaze, squinting slightly. Before him, the bodies of hundreds of Saiyans began to radiate a peculiar golden glow. This luminescence flowed like a living entity, at times hazy like mist, at others viscous like liquid. The halos rippled outward, weaving intricate patterns in the void, as if countless golden butterflies were engaged in a graceful dance. Strikingly, despite the brilliance, there were no signs of heightened energies among these Saiyans. The radiance existed in its purest form, neither scalding nor frigid, imbued with an ineffable sense of mystery. Lu Yue pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. He turned to Jia Bei, his voice clear and resolute. Jia Bei, have everyone hold hands, maintaining the previous posture, and channel your collective energies into my being. His words reverberated through the silent cosmos, the golden light seemingly intensifying in response, as if answering an ancient call. Lu Yue's breath quickened, excitement flashing in his eyes. He spoke with trembling fervor. We may indeed succeed. The surrounding air felt as though it had solidified. The sky above Shalada planet cloaked in oppressive gloom. Just moments ago, Lu Yue had repelled the sudden onslaught of cosmic pirates with astonishing might, saving all the Saiyans present. Now, each Saiyant's gaze was filled with profound gratitude and trust. They obeyed Lu Yue's command without hesitation. Jia Bei and another stout Saiyan warrior stepped forward, their hands firmly pressing against Lu Yue's back. A wave of warm, potent energy surged from their palms into Lu Yue, flooding him like a tidal wave. A low, resonant hum echoed within him, every cell quaking as if awakened by an unseen force. The energy surged and collided within him, creating a delicate and dense rustling sound, akin to countless leaves brushing against one another in the wind. Suddenly, a blinding golden beam erupted from Lu Yue's body. Soaring skyward, the beam, resembling a colossal dragon, tore through the somber sky, instantaneously connecting with distant stars. Golden light flooded the earth, illuminating Shalada planet as if it were daylight. Lightning crackled, weaving a vast web in the atmosphere, silver serpents darting wildly through the clouds. The howling winds stirred up dust and gravel. Torrential rain poured down, and large raindrops pelted the ground, splashing into countless droplets. The entire planet began to tremble violently, fissures forming in the earth as if doomsday had arrived. The clouds above were dyed a resplendent golden hue, flowing like molten gold. This breathtaking spectacle persisted for a full 5 minutes before the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the golden beams slowly dissipating, and the thunder and rain gradually ceased. Jia Bei and the Saiyans behind him had exhausted all their strength, collapsing onto the ground, their combat suits soaked in sweat, chests heaving, lacking even the energy to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Lu Yue found himself enveloped in a radiant aura akin to a blazing sun. This energy was not a mere flame, yet it emanated an oppressive heat and brilliance. His hair transformed into a vivid flame red, each strand appearing to dance with fervor. His pupils turned into deep crimson, resembling two molten gemstones, radiating a piercing and commanding gaze. In the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, when Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan God, aside from the change in hair and pupil color, his overall form remains largely unaltered. However, Lu Yue's transformation was starkly different. His physique became more defined, muscles sharply delineated, and the surrounding aura coalesced into an ethereal flame-like armor, reminiscent of a war deity emerging from ancient myth. The dazzling radiance engulfed the entire battlefield like a solar explosion, the potent energy waves distorting the very air. Jia Bei had to cross his arms to shield his eyes, squinting to peer towards the source of the brilliance. His combat suit rustled amidst the energy storm, the debris beneath his feet swirling in chaotic motion. I can no longer perceive Mr. Lu Yue's presence. What on earth is happening? Jia Bei's voice sounded particularly anxious amidst the howling energy tempest. He vividly recalled that just moments ago, Lu Yue's immense aura was as palpable as a towering mountain, yet now it seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. This abrupt change caused his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily, and beads of perspiration formed upon his forehead. The golden locks of Shibahao danced wildly amidst the energy storm, prompting her to instinctively take a half-step back, her slender fingers clenching unconsciously. The piercing brilliance reflected in her azure eyes, her pupils constricting slightly as she gazed in disbelief at the indistinct figure at the center of the radiance. "Has he reverted to Super Saiyan 4? She murmured, her voice barely audible over the howling energy tempest. In her line of sight, the figure's outline gradually sharpened, revealing a robust physique adorned with vibrant red hair, a thick crimson tail swaying gently behind him. Everything bore an uncanny resemblance to Super Saiyan 4, yet carried an indescribable difference. No, Shibahao suddenly shook her head, her golden strands swaying lightly with emotion. This was not Super Saiyan 4, as both hair and eyes had turned crimson. Her voice held a note of hesitation, intermingled with undeniable astonishment. Chapter 61, A Quantum Leap Indeed. The form before her displayed a stark contrast to Super Saiyan 4. The fiery red hair billowed freely within the energy storm, and the scarlet pupils seemed to harbor an eternal flame. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Yue appeared remarkably youthful in this form, his chiseled visage radiating an indescribable vigor, while an aura both fierce and graceful enveloped him. Just as the crowd stood in bewildered uncertainty, the fiery aura surrounding Lu Yue began to gradually retract. The dazzling light receded like a tide, and the tumultuous energy fluctuations subsided. His body slowly descended from the air, and as his feet lightly touched the ground, the gravel beneath him emitted a faint cracking sound. The once all-encompassing red aura had completely withdrawn, leaving only the tips of his hair shimmering with residual energy, like a flickering star. Lu Yue slowly raised his right hand, his fingers gradually curling into a fist. The knuckles whitened slightly from exertion, and the robust muscles of his arm were clearly defined. He felt the unceasing flow of newfound strength within him, and an involuntary smile of excitement graced his lips. "Have I finally succeeded?" he whispered, his voice tinged with uncontainable elation. The energy coursing through him had undergone a qualitative leap, every cell rejoicing in response to this new power. He could distinctly sense that his physical strength had reached an unprecedented realm, his bones more resilient, muscles denser, and even his breath resonated with the rhythm of power. The air still carried the scorched scent of energy collisions, while the ground around him bore cracks from the recent eruption of energy. In the distance, several massive boulders continued to roll down, producing a dull thud. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the mournful sound of wind sweeping through the ruins, as if bearing witness to this astonishing transformation. Standing at the center of the training ground, Lu Yue was enveloped in a blazing red aura, which leaped like a burning flame, yet exuded a sacred and majestic presence. He lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the unprecedented power surging through his veins, boiling within him. His eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief, as if confirming that this was not a dream. "It appears quite different from the Super Saiyan God form that Suin Wukong transformed into," he mused, his voice laced with contemplation. Suin Wukong seemed to have transcended directly from his normal state into the divine realm, his aura pure and tranquil. He slowly raised his arm, the red aura swirling about as if alive, entwining around his fingertips. "And now he paused, sensing the familiar yet foreign power within him. A radiant divinity infused upon the ferocity and wildness of Super Saiyan 4. Two distinctly different forces intertwined and fused within him, like a collision of darkness and light, ultimately achieving a delicate balance. Lu Yue inhaled deeply, the surrounding air quivering with his breath. He could clearly perceive that while this nascent power might not possess the cataclysmic ferocity of Super Saiyan 5, it was nonetheless deeper and more restrained. Akin to an infinite ocean, calm on the surface, yet brimming with immeasurable energy beneath. This power, though not as formidable as Super Saiyan 5, was certainly not significantly weaker. He swallowed hard with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. He gently clenched his fist, and the red aura instantly contracted, coalescing in his palm as if a miniature star was igniting. As the power surged, he felt his muscles infused with renewed vitality, every inch of his skin brimming with elasticity and resilience. Moreover, his physical stamina was greatly enhanced, and his recovery ability was significantly improved, he murmured, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. In future battles in the form of Super Saiyan God, he would no longer need to worry about exhausting his stamina and falling into peril as he had when transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Reflecting on his previous fierce battle with Fuyuasite, A complex smile crept across Lu Yue's lips. At that time, he had been compelled to absorb a massive amount of energy from other Saiyans, filled with justice and conviction, perhaps even intertwined with some elements he could not fully comprehend. This sensation was simply magnificent. He softly sighed, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if piercing through time and space to witness his former self. Initially, I had lost hope of transforming into Super Saiyan God, yet unexpectedly, full Yuesite inadvertently aided me greatly. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Despite full Yuesite being an adversary, his presence had inadvertently become the catalyst for Lu Yue's breakthrough. Perhaps this is the design of fate, Lu Yue thought, allowing me to discover new possibilities in the face of despair. He gradually released his clenched fists, the red aura surrounding him dissipating like the receding tide, returning to tranquility. The Super Saiyan God form quietly faded, yet the residual warmth of divine energy lingered within him. Although he had successfully transformed, his mastery over divine energy was still not sufficiently refined. He contemplated. He needed to comprehend it thoroughly to truly command this form, integrating it into his strength. At that moment, a light footfall interrupted his reverie. Shibahao approached from the edge of the training ground, her silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. Her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. "You seem quite joyful. Have you completed it?" she remarked with a smile, her voice tinged with subtle reassurance. Lu Yue turned to her, his face radiating unrestrained joy. "Yes, I have succeeded," he nodded confidently. "I have transformed into Super Saiyan God." He raised his hand, a faint red glow emanating from his palm, as if to showcase this hard-earned achievement to Shibahao. "It seems this journey to the sixth universe has proven quite rewarding." She chuckled lightly, her gaze filled with approval. Lu Yue chuckled in return, feeling the flow of his newfound power coursing within him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, yet he had already taken the most crucial step. Lu Yue's chest heaved with intensity, the golden aura swirling around him like a consuming flame. He lowered his gaze to his tightly clenched fists, feeling the surging power within him, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. As if every cell were rejoicing, he could not help but let out a roar towards the heavens, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. If it were merely the typical Super Saiyan God, perhaps it would not have driven him to such a state of fervor. At this moment, the strength he exhibited had evidently transcended the levels attained by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A faint crimson aura subtly flowed within the golden fiery energy that enveloped him, and the oppressive force radiating from his being rendered the surrounding air almost palpable. Lu Yu could distinctly sense the chasm that separated him from an ordinary Super Saiyan God, akin to the vast expanse of the cosmos juxtaposed with a mere flickering firefly. He gradually raised his right hand, palm upward, as a sphere of golden energy swiftly coalesced. The surface of the energy sphere shimmered with fine electric sparks, producing a crackling sound. As he focused his mind, the energy sphere suddenly expanded and then contracted rapidly, causing the air around him to ripple with this formidable force. Turning his gaze toward the nearby Jabe, Lu Yu's golden eyes gradually softened. He stepped forward, and the ground beneath him trembled slightly in the wake of the energy's residual waves. Upon reaching Jabe, Lu Yu gently patted his shoulder and earnestly remarked, "I truly owe you a debt of gratitude, Jabe. Without your assistance, I would never have obtained such formidable power." Still reeling from the previous spectacle, Jabe snapped back to reality, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you saying I can also transform into a Super Saiyan?" Lu Yu nodded slightly, his golden locks dancing in the remnants of energy. Chapter 62. The Catalyst. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the training grounds, now in disarray from the energy shockwaves, and slowly spoke. "Every Saiyan possesses the latent potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. With your current strength, you have already met the foundational requirements for this transformation. What remains is merely a pivotal catalyst." "A catalyst?" Jabe furrowed his brow in confusion, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Indeed, Lu Yu's tone suddenly turned grave as he took a step forward, his aura intensifying. "The most critical aspect of transforming into a Super Saiyan is to ignite the deep-seated rage within. This rage is not mere anger. It is a powerful emotional eruption capable of shattering the shackles of reason." As he spoke, Lu Yu raised his hand and conjured an energy sphere, hurling it toward a distant training dummy. The energy sphere traced a brilliant arc through the air, followed by a deafening explosion as the dummy was obliterated into dust. Just like that, Lu Yu turned to face Jabe, his golden pupils shimmering with profound light. When you experience a rage potent enough to make you lose your sanity, the dormant power within you will awaken. At that moment, a golden aura will envelop your entire being. Your hair will transform into a dazzling gold, and your pupils will become an emerald green. This marks the awakening of a Super Saiyan. Jabe listened intently, unconsciously mimicking Lu Yu's earlier actions, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes sparkling with desire and anticipation. Lu Yu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the distant, undulating mountain range, and began to explain. In the vast expanse of the 6th universe, the Saiyan race is distinctly different from their counterparts in the 7th universe. They revere peace, and their bloodline flows with a purer source of power. He lifted his hand slightly, gathering a gentle golden radiance in his palm. As a result, the S cells within them are not only abundant, but also highly active. This unique condition allows them to traverse the path to awakening as Super Saiyans far more smoothly than their counterparts in the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Jabe instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He felt the surging power within him seemingly respond to Lu Yu's words, causing the air around them to quiver. "I understand," he declared, his voice trembling yet resolute as he bowed deeply to Lu Yu. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lu Yu. If I can truly break through this barrier, I shall use this power to protect those in need and sow the seeds of peace throughout the universe." Lu Yu smiled faintly, his cloak billowing in the wind as he turned. "No need for thanks." He raised his hand, brushing against the energy detector hovering in the air, which immediately projected a holographic image of Planet Salad. "You assist me in gathering energy data, and I shall help you resolve the planetary crisis. This arrangement is quite equitable." The image displayed a city under reconstruction, with countless Saiyan warriors bustling amidst the ruins. "Until we meet again," he concluded, nodding toward the ever-stoic number 18. The silver-haired woman understood and activated the time-space device, a brilliant blue beam suddenly rending the heavens. Under the awestruck gaze of Jabe and others, the two figures gradually transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the swirling vortex of time and space. The journey across the stars was far from over. When Lu Yu set foot on solid ground once more, he was met with a lush, verdant spectacle. This was indeed Namek of the 6th universe. 7 orange-hued dragon balls glimmered at his feet, and as ancient incantations were chanted, the colossal green dragon Purunga tore through the clouds, its roar echoing across the land. Let Jabe and his kin forget all memories of the Super Saiyan god. Lu Yu's voice resonated clearly amidst the howling winds. The dragon's crimson eyes emitted a piercing light, and countless fragments of memory converged like stardust from all directions, only to dissipate into oblivion under the dragon's might. Once this was accomplished, Lu Yu stood atop a steep cliff, the wind entwined with the fragrance of flora swirling around him. He understood well that although he had imparted the transformation method to Jabe, he could not allow the power of the Super Saiyan god to run rampant in the 6th universe. Such a force, potent enough to disrupt the cosmic balance, must be meticulously restrained. On the distant horizon, 3 stars of varying hues slowly intermingled, casting a long shadow of Lu Yu. He decided against returning to the 7th universe for the time being. Instead, he sought to discover the most suitable realm for cultivation within this unfamiliar star domain. The energy of the Super Saiyan god surged through his veins like a wild beast awaiting taming. He required a period of rigorous training until he could master this divine power, wielding it at will. Under the witness of countless stars, a new chapter of cultivation was about to commence. Lu Yu closed his eyes, allowing the divine aura to circulate around him, gradually merging with the vast twilight, as if he had transformed into the most profound enigma of this boundless universe. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and a month had quietly elapsed. During this seemingly brief yet interminable period, amidst the expansive starry skies of the 7th universe, 2 figures traversed through countless star systems. These were Xiang Pa and the Angel Bados, on their quest for the Super Dragon Balls. At this moment, they hovered at the edge of a resplendent nebula, a colossal orange sphere floating before them, its surface adorned with star patterns, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. This marked the 6th Super Dragon Ball they had discovered. "Finally, we have secured the 6th one." Xiang Pa wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile spreading across his ample face. He extended his short, stout fingers to gently touch the smooth surface of the Dragon Ball, feeling the immense energy contained within. Battles floated gracefully beside him, her divine staff glimmering with a faint light. Lord Xiangpa, it is time for us to return to the 6th universe. The energy fluctuations of this Dragon Ball are far too intense. Remaining in the 7th universe may attract unwanted attention. With a light tap of Bato's staff, a brilliant radiance enveloped the two, and in the next moment, they vanished into the dazzling starry sky. In the 6th universe, the realm of the god of destruction was a sacred domain suspended among the clouds, adorned with exotic flora and fauna. In the distance, waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way, with droplets refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Xiangpa was seated before a dining table exquisitely carved from white jade, indulging heartily in a sumptuous lunch. The table was laden with an array of delicacies: golden, juicy cosmic fowl, tantalizing starry fungi, and crystalline goblets filled with divine nectar. As Xiangpa voraciously devoured his meal, he mumbled a question. Batos, did Wei Maiden not mention a month ago that a human from the 7th universe had arrived in the 6th universe? Batos stood gracefully beside the fountain in the courtyard, her silvery hair shimmering like moonlight in the gentle breeze. She turned, lightly tapping her divine staff on the ground, creating ripples of light. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa, she replied with a slight nod, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. This human from the 7th universe is named Lu Yu. Surprisingly, he remains in the 6th universe. Xiangpa set down his food, wiping his greasy fingers on a napkin, a contemplative expression crossing his round face. Hasn't he returned in such a long time? It seems this human is quite intrigued by our 6th universe. Batos gracefully approached the edge of the terrace, gazing down at the billowing sea of clouds below. From my observations, he seems to be communicating with the Saiyans, including Gabe. However, she paused, a glimmer of significance flashing in her eyes. With his current strength, Gabe and the others likely lack the qualification to be his opponents. Meanwhile, far across the 6th universe, Lu Yu stood atop a towering peak, golden hair swept by the fierce winds, exuding a fiery aura of red and blue, a testament to the perfect fusion of Super Saiyan god form and divine energy. He surveyed the sprawling mountains beneath him, feeling the surge of power within. In a distant training ground, Gabe and other Saiyans were diligently honing their skills, drenched in sweat as they continually pushed their limits, unaware that their efforts seemed like futile struggles in the eyes of a certain being. Within a magnificent palace suspended in the void, Xiangpa lounged lazily on a throne crafted from star fragments, his corpulent form nearly engulfing the entire seat. His stubby fingers adeptly manipulated silver utensils, bringing a mountain of delicacies to his mouth. Crystal clear honey dripped from his rounded chin, blooming sweetly on the gem-studded floor. Is he returning to the 7th universe or still lingering in the 6th? Xiangpa mumbled through his food. He absent-mindedly wiggled his plump toes, the gems nestled between them glimmering lazily under the starlight of the temple. Though he felt little interest in a mere human, the fact that a visitor from the 7th universe under Beerus's jurisdiction warranted some attention. Batos stood poised in the center of the temple, her silvery hair fluttering like a waterfall. Her slender fingers caressed the staff, her emerald eyes shimmering with insight. He is still in the 6th universe. Her voice cool as a spring, yet tinged with a hint of jest. In this past month, he has certainly stirred quite a commotion. Just as Xiangpa was about to bring a golden pastry to his mouth, it halted midair. He squinted his already narrow eyes, his heavy eyelids nearly obscuring his pupils. Caused a commotion? His voice suddenly rose, laced with irritation. Quickly, tell me what happened. Batos's lips curled into a slight smile, her staff elegantly tracing a silver arc in the air. Instantly, ripples spread through the space of the temple, and a vast light screen slowly unfolded before them. The image revealed Lu Yu, shrouded in swirling dust, surrounded by searing energy waves. Each of his strikes seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space. Frost and others were retreating before him, the shock waves from their energy collisions flattening the surrounding mountains. What? That damned brat dares to kill in my domain. Xiangpa erupted, rising abruptly, his corpulent body trembling with rage. The silver utensils in his grasp disintegrated into powder amidst the violent energy waves, fine metallic particles cascading down. His round face flushed crimson with fury, the previously languid gaze now ablaze with wrath. The scene continued on the light screen. Lu Yu's final strike bore catastrophic might, obliterating Frost and his companions in a blinding flash. This sight ignited Xiangpa's fury to its zenith, dark purple destructive energy surging around him, causing the entire temple to emit a strained hum under his oppressive presence. His mere presence in the sixth universe irks me enough. But now he dares to kill my people. Xiangpa's roar reverberated, shaking the stars in the temple's dome. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. This brat seems to be courting death. The dark purple energy coalesced around him into tangible flames, casting his portly figure in a hellish light. The air in the temple felt as though it had solidified. Time seemingly halted in that moment. Xiangpa reclined lazily against the resplendent crystalline throne of the god of destruction, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a crisp sound. He squinted his eyes, glinting with danger, gazing through the floating energy orbs as if reminiscing. Suddenly, a meaningful smile graced his lips as he spoke slowly. Batos, I recall we have a fellow named Hit in the sixth universe, a rather formidable assassin, correct? He gently swirled the crimson liquid in his goblet. To kill a mere mortal from the seventh universe. There is no need for this esteemed god of destruction to intervene personally. That would be a disgrace to my status. Batos, floating in midair while arranging the gems on her staff, tilted her head slightly at his words. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall. A flicker of understanding gleamed in her emerald eyes as her lips curved gracefully. Are you suggesting we call upon the esteemed assassin Hit to deal with Lu Yu? Lord Xiangpa? Precisely. Xiangpa sat upright, the throne vibrating in response. His eyes glinted coldly, voice turning frigid. Send word to Hit immediately. Within 3 days. I demand to see the corpse of that human from the seventh universe. If he fails, his fingers slowly curled, the space in his palm beginning to twist and tear. I shall ensure he is utterly erased from this universe. Reclining back against the throne, he scoffed disdainfully. Just an insignificant human. For me, the god of destruction. To intervene personally would be an overestimation of his importance. Let Hit handle it. Though he is known as the foremost assassin, should he dare defy my will, he shall be reduced to ashes with a mere snap of my fingers. This is the insurmountable chasm between mortals and gods of destruction. Batos inclined her body slightly, her staff tapping the ground, sending ripples through the air. As you wish, Lord Xiangpa. Her figure gradually transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating within the temple enveloped in purple mist. At dawn the following day, the morning light cascaded through the clouds, illuminating the mountain peaks. Lu Yu stood at the cliff's edge, inhaling the dew-kissed air, slowly stretching his body. Every joint emitted a crisp sound, a faint red aura shimmering around him. He opened his eyes, golden lights swirling within his pupils. For an entire month, he had murmured to himself, feeling the divine power surging within. As he raised his hand, arcs of crimson lightning danced at his fingertips, the surrounding air beginning to tremble slightly. Finally, a smile of relief emerged on his face. He had fully mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. The mountain winds tousled his red hair, his garments fluttering dramatically. The sea of clouds beneath him surged, seemingly resonating with the awakening power within him. Standing amidst a desolate expanse of rocky terrain, with shattered gravel underfoot and distant, undulating gray mountains on the horizon. The sky shimmered in a faint lavender hue, as if shrouded by an enigmatic energy. He gently brushed the dust from his body. His black combat suit, though somewhat tattered, remained snug against his muscular frame. Chapter 64, Majin Buu. He inhaled deeply, sensing the faint energy fluctuations that permeated the air, as if confirming the last vestiges of life in this unfamiliar universe. It seemed that tidying up would soon allow him to return to the seventh universe. Liu Yu murmured to himself, his voice echoing across the vast wilderness, tinged with a hint of exhaustion and anticipation. His gaze turned towards the distance, as if he could pierce through layers of space to glimpse the homeland he had departed from 4 long years ago. For a warrior of his caliber, 4 years was neither excessively long nor unduly brief. Each moment had been spent honing his skills and enhancing his strength in this strange cosmos. Now, the time had come for his return. He gently closed his eyes, and visions of the seventh universe filled his mind, the blue planet, familiar faces, and that terrifying presence sealed deep within. Calculating the time, it seemed that Majin Buu should soon be unsealed and resurrected. He murmured, his tone heavy with gravity. The resurrection of Majin Buu signified that the seventh universe would once again plunge into turmoil. and he must hasten his return to confront this impending crisis that could engulf the entire universe. Just as his thoughts drifted, Liu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within his pupils. A powerful aura surged from the distance, rushing towards him like a tempest, causing every muscle in his body to tense instantly. This presence was more formidable than any adversary he had previously encountered, surpassing even Frost and his subordinates. What alarmed him further was the palpable malice intertwined within this energy, frigid and piercing, as if it could freeze one's very soul. This power far exceeded that of Frost and his ilk, and the intense killing intent. Could it be Hit? Liu Yu pondered quietly, his right hand instinctively tightening around the weapon at his waist. His gaze firmly fixed upon the source of the aura, every sense within him heightened to its utmost. In the 6th universe, human warriors were a rare sight, and the only one capable of radiating such a terrifying aura, aside from the legendary assassin Hit, was beyond his imagination. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air rang out, akin to a blade cleaving through the sky. Liu Yu quickly looked up, witnessing a violet figure streaking towards him at an astonishing speed, almost appearing before him in the blink of an eye. The newcomer possessed a tall and imposing stature, their purple skin shimmering with an eerie glow in the dim light, clad in a purple trench coat that billowed in the wind, hands casually tucked into pockets. Their expression as cold as eternal ice. Their arrival seemed to freeze the surrounding air, an oppressive killing intent enveloping Liu Yu, rendering him nearly breathless. Liu Yu's pupils contracted slightly, an intense sense of danger washing over him. This person was all too familiar, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe, Hit. Slowly, Hit raised his head, his icy gaze piercing like a sword towards Liu Yu, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Are you Liu Yu?" A faint smile graced Hit's lips, hinting at something profound. His eyes, sharp as blades, cut through the air, landing squarely on the figure dressed in a deep purple combat suit across from him. A gentle breeze stirred up the sand and dust of the training ground, forming an almost imperceptible barrier between the two. "Indeed, that is I." Liu Yu's voice resonated in the expansive training ground, laced with a hint of playful amusement. "I've long heard of your illustrious name, the premier assassin of the 6th universe." Hit's eyes, concealed behind goggles, narrowed slightly, the metal edges reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight. His hands clenched unconsciously, knuckles whitening from the tension. The towering metallic walls surrounding the training ground cast long shadows, slicing their figures into a play of light and darkness. "He knows me?" Hit mused inwardly, a chill creeping down his spine. As a veteran assassin who thrived in the shadows, he was accustomed to scrutinizing his targets from the dark. Yet now he felt as though he were the one being examined. The distant hum of training equipment accentuated the suffocating silence between them. Hit could distinctly hear his own slightly rapid breaths, a rarity in his line of work. He forced himself to regain composure, reassessing the opponent before him. "Is this the target that the god of destruction Kampa assigned me to eliminate?" Hit's gaze swept across Liu Yu's entire form, searching for any sign of vulnerability. Yet Liu Yu stood casually, arms relaxed by his sides, appearing utterly unguarded, which only intensified the pressure Hit felt. Sweat trickled down Hit's forehead, splashing onto the dry ground of the training ground, instantly absorbed by the earth. Unconsciously, he adjusted his stance, shifting his weight slightly back, a reflexive defensive posture when confronted by a formidable foe. "It's like staring into an unfathomable abyss," Hit silently reflected, his throat involuntarily tightening. Despite the seemingly ordinary presence, his assassin's instincts screamed that this individual was extremely dangerous. When their gazes met in the air, Hit felt a jolt of pain, as if a tangible electric current erupted at the intersection of their stares. He furrowed his brow tightly, fine lines appearing on his forehead. The overhead lights of the training ground flickered suddenly, casting an unpredictable dance of shadows across Liu Yu's face. As someone who had danced on the precipice of life and death for years, Hit's sensitivity to danger was finely honed. At that moment, every cell in his body was issuing warnings, alerting him to the terrifying power concealed within this seemingly affable adversary. What unsettled Hit further was the confident smile adorning Liu Yu's face. It was neither a facade of bravado nor a pretense of calmness. Rather, it emanated from a place of genuine self-assuredness and poise. This kind of composure was something Hit had only witnessed in those who truly stood at the pinnacle of power. "Are you here to kill me?" Liu Yu's voice shattered the frozen atmosphere, his gaze lingering on Hit's slightly raised brow, as if sensing the turmoil within. He gently flexed his fingers, the joints emitting faint, crisp sounds that resonated clearly in the stillness of the training ground. He took a deep breath, the frigid air filling his lungs, granting him a modicum of calm. He noted that as Liu Yu spoke, the surrounding air seemed to ripple ever so slightly, a subtle mastery of energy that further solidified his assessment. Yes, there are those who wish for me to eliminate you, He admitted in a tone deeper than usual, nodding honestly, an action that caused the muscles in his neck to tense slightly. Throughout their exchange, his gaze remained fixed on Liu Yu's hands, ever vigilant for any sudden attack. The distant crash of a metallic door closing reverberated, yet neither moved, as if the entire world had shrunk to encompass only the two of them. Hit paused, feeling the sweat pooling in his palms, and continued, "However, it appears that given my current abilities, I may not be capable of doing so." The moment those words left his lips, Hit was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. His voice trembled unnaturally, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. As the premier assassin of the Sixth Universe, he had always exuded confidence in his prowess, yet now, he found himself willingly showing weakness before an opponent with whom he had yet to engage. The wind on the training ground suddenly intensified, stirring up more sand and dust to dance in the air. Zaitan could feel his heart racing, each pulse resonating throughout his body. This was the first time in his career that he had uttered such unconvincing words, and notably without even engaging in combat. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's smile deepened with an enigmatic charm. He slowly raised his right hand, casually brushing off the dust from his shoulder. A simple gesture that instantly tensed every muscle in Zaitan's body. "You seem to possess a modicum of self-awareness." Chapter 65. Zaitan Liu's voice carried a hint of approval, yet it was underscored by an undeniable dominance. "Given your capabilities, you could never be my match." This statement struck Zaitan like a heavy hammer, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back, the sand beneath his feet emitting a faint sound of friction. The lights above the training ground flickered once more, elongating the figures of the two men in confrontation, intertwining their silhouettes on the metallic floor into a tapestry of hidden currents. Standing atop a chaotic ruin, Liu Yu's movements caused the debris beneath him to whisper softly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Zaitan with unwavering intensity. The breeze gently tousled a few strands of hair across his forehead, yet it did nothing to diminish the chill in his eyes. He gradually spoke, his voice deep and clear, as if every word bore an irrefutable power. "I ask you, did Frost's remnants send you to kill me?" Zaitan stood a short distance away, his posture erect, yet at this moment, his gaze flickered slightly, clearly caught off guard by the question. After a brief silence, he finally replied, his tone laced with incredulity, "Did you kill Frost?" Liu Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, a subtle, mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he found amusement in Zaitan's astonishment. Zaitan's expression grew increasingly complex, the treacherous visage of Frost surfacing in his mind. He understood better than anyone the treachery, the conspiracies, and the countless innocents turned to ashes by Frost's hand. He had even contemplated that if someone offered him a mere bun to eliminate Frost, he would accept the task without hesitation. However, it was not Frost's remnants. Zaitan shook his head, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. He had never uttered a word to his targets during missions, yet today, faced with this unfathomable adversary, he found himself involuntarily revealing his thoughts. Perhaps it was Liu Yu's overwhelming presence that instilled within him an unprecedented pressure. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds, as if he could see beyond the horizon. A provocative smile spread across his face, and his eyes shimmered with unabashed combativeness. "Not the minions of Frost. Then it must be that gluttonous destroyer, Xiangpa." His voice echoed through the desolate ruins, imbued with an almost arrogant confidence. Liu Yu was aware that the angels possessed the ability to monitor the entire universe. At this moment, Xiangpa and Bardos were likely observing every move here through some unseen means. He deliberately raised his voice, as if declaring war against an invisible foe. In the distant sky, the clouds rolled ominously, as if some intangible force was stirring beneath the surface. Liu Yu's smile grew ever more brazen as he raised one hand, clenching it into a fist, as if issuing a challenge to that unseen presence. "Come, let me see what other tricks you possess," he murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In the Sixth Universe, the realm of destroyers, the sky exhibited an almost eerie dark purple hue, with distorted streams of light slithering through the clouds like serpents. The distant remnants of shattered stars emitted a faint glow, casting an increasingly mysterious illumination across this divine domain. The air was thick with a stifling atmosphere, as if even time had slowed and weighed heavily here. Xiangpa's massive form was ensconced within a throne sculpted from stardust, his stubby fingers gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. His complexion shifted from a ghastly pale to an ominous dark hue, ultimately resembling the grim appearance of liver boiled for 3 days and nights. Veins bulged at his temples, pulsing in sync with his labored breaths, as if they might burst at any moment. The words gluttonous destroyer Xiangpa, which echoed from the distant cosmos, struck him like a poisoned arrow, piercing through his eardrums with precision. Xiangpa's teeth clenched audibly, his jaw muscles rigid as iron, causing his entire corpulent body to tremble slightly. He slammed his fist onto the armrest, causing the indestructible starlit throne to fissure with spiderweb-like cracks, scattering glimmers of energy from the crevices. A series of crisp, melodious laughter shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Bardos sat gracefully upon her floating staff, her slender fingers gently covering her lips. Her silver hair flowed elegantly with the currents of energy, and her eyes sparkled with a cunning light. I did not expect that mortal to possess such discerning vision, truly impressive for a subject of Lord Byrus's universe. Even Xiangpa's evaluation aligns perfectly with that of Lord Byrus. As she spoke, the crystal atop her staff glimmered faintly, reflecting Xiangpa's increasingly grotesque countenance. Flecks of light danced around her, resonating in a wondrous harmony with the energy field of this divine realm. Silence. Xiangpa abruptly sprang from his throne, his hefty form creating a gust of wind. With a darkened expression, he pointed at Bardos, his voice hoarse with rage. "Speak another word, and I shall shatter your wretched staff into two." His labored breaths echoed clearly in the stillness of the divine realm, the flesh upon his chest heaving violently. Were it not for the knowledge that he was no match for this angel, he would have already pinned her to the ground countless times. The words "that damned ant" seeped from Xiangpa's lips, his eyes flashing with menacing fury. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling as if he had seized an invisible throat. "I had planned to spare you a moment longer, but since you seek your own demise..." He abruptly turned, his corpulent form stirring a tempest of energy. Broken stardust swirled beneath his feet, and the dark purple sky seemed to resonate with his fury, beginning to twist and ripple violently. "Bardos!" Xiangpa's roar reverberated through the divine realm, causing it to tremble slightly. "Take me to that planet at once. I shall personally twist the neck of that insect." Bardos lightly waved her staff, a stream of light coiling around her fingertips. She tilted her head, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "It will take 10 minutes to reach that remote planet. Does Lord Xiangpa truly wish to go in person? You typically complain for half a day, even about walking from your throne to the dining hall." Her tone carried a hint of teasing as her staff traced a graceful arc in the air, speckled starlight cascading down. 10 minutes? Even if it takes 10 hours. I must go? Xiangpa bellowed, his massive form trembling with agitation. He stomped furiously, causing the starry ground beneath him to fracture with spiderweb-like patterns. "I will make that audacious mortal understand the price of insulting a destroyer." His crimson eyes burned with a violent flame, and the air around him began to coalesce with suffocating destructive energy. Dark purple energy ripples expanded outward from him, warping the very fabric of space itself. Bardos sighed softly, the crystal atop her staff suddenly bursting forth with blinding radiance. A portal traversing the stars slowly unfurled in the void, revealing countless projections of celestial bodies within. "As you wish, Lord Xiangpa," she murmured softly, a glint of profound meaning passing through her eyes. "Hoping this journey will not disappoint you." Bardos sighed gently, lowering her gaze slightly, her slender fingers unconsciously tracing the exquisite patterns on her staff. Chapter 66. The Tender Trick. She nodded gently. The crystal orb atop her staff emanated a soft white light, which spread across the ground like ripples as she lightly tapped it, enveloping the figures of both individuals in a warm embrace. The white glow intensified, akin to the dawn breaking through clouds, illuminating the entire temple with brilliance. The outlines of the two gradually blurred within the radiance, ultimately transforming into specks of stardust that silently dissipated into the air of the destruction god realm. Only a gentle breeze caressed the stone pillars of the temple, lifting a few fallen leaves into a graceful dance. Meanwhile, on the desolate surface of a distant planet. Shiti's crimson pupils constricted slightly, a rare flicker of disturbance appearing on his usually icy visage. His slender fingers instinctively tightened, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Jagged rocks looming around cast distorted shadows under the pale moonlight, and the air was thick with an eerie stillness. "You actually know about the destruction god Xiangpa?" His voice remained cold, yet a barely perceptible tremor lingered at its end. Throughout millennia of battle, he had never encountered such an unfathomable adversary. The human before him appeared to stand casually amidst the debris, yet exuded an aura that was disquieting. Lu Yu casually kicked aside a stone at his feet, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. His long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, his eyes gleaming with insight. "If I did not know him, do you think he would send you to kill me?" He spoke leisurely, yet his gaze remained fixed on Shite, as if admiring a fascinating piece of art. He took a step forward, crushing a sharp-edged rock beneath his foot, the sound of it shattering clear and crisp. "So what now? Do you still wish to kill me?" Shite fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere around him subtly shifting. He could sense the dangerous aura permeating the air, akin to the eerie calm before a storm. In the distance, a meteor streaked across the pitch-black sky, casting a fleeting shadow between the two. "With my strength, I could never kill you. I relinquish this task." His tone remained flat, yet the tautness of his muscles betrayed his inner vigilance. Centuries of combat instinct told him that this human harbored unimaginable power within. What displeased him further was Xiangpa's lofty demeanor, as though all should bow before him. Nevertheless, Shite slowly raised his right hand, a faint purple energy beginning to coalesce in his palm. "Yet I still wish to gauge your strength." The energy pulsed in his hand, illuminating the sharp contours of his profile. The surrounding debris began to tremble slightly, the air thick with oppressive energy fluctuations. "Because you are the first human to make me feel a sense of danger." Lu Yu nodded lightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He gradually raised his right hand, palm upward, as a swirl of golden energy began to gather, emitting a subtle hum. The energy waves caused the ground beneath him to crack, tiny stones defying gravity to hover in the air. "Very well, I shall oblige you." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, the forceful energy creating tremors across the landscape for miles around. Shite squinted, millennia of combat experience propelling him into the optimal battle stance. The two formidable beings stood facing each other, energy clashing violently in the air, producing explosive crackles. The entire wasteland seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Yet, the primal thirst for battle, long sealed deep within their bloodlines, lay dormant like a slumbering volcano, waiting for the moment to erupt. As Lu Yu's agreement echoed, a rare flicker of emotion crossed Shiti's typically stern features. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a long-suppressed flame igniting in the depths of his eyes. It was an excitement that had been stifled for far too long, a longing to unleash his power at last. He inhaled subtly, his chest rising and falling, as if recalibrating the rhythm of battle that had lain dormant for years. It seemed an eternity since he had fought with such exhilaration. Shite mused internally, his voice low yet full of strength. At that moment, Lu Yu let out a thunderous howl, the sound reverberating like thunder, causing the surrounding air to quiver. As he roared, a fiery aura, as fervent as molten lava, erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. This flame was no ordinary fire. It shimmered like flowing gold, leaping and rolling, illuminating Lu Yu's form as though a deity had descended. Within the flames, Lu Yu's figure underwent a remarkable transformation at an observable pace. His hair shifted from black to red, as if dyed by the evening glow, standing erect like burning flames. His body hair transformed into a deep crimson, and beneath his skin, a lava-like sheen pulsed. Most striking were his eyes, which had transformed into profound crimson orbs, seemingly brimming with boundless battle intent and divine majesty. What? Is this a transformation? A gasp escaped one of the onlookers, disbelief etched in their voice. Shiti's gaze froze, fixated on the fiery Lu Yu, his mind roiling with tumultuous waves. I can no longer sense his aura. Is this the legendary divine realm? He murmured, each word laden with gravity. Millennia had allowed him to witness secrets inaccessible to ordinary beings, legends of destruction gods and angels, now manifesting before him in such a staggering manner. Though Lu Yu's presence had entirely coalesced, as if merging with the heavens and earth, Shite could still acutely feel the imminent threat emanating from him. It was an instinctive alertness, as though facing not merely a man, but an ancient deity poised to awaken. Before him, Lu Yu was indeed powerful beyond imagination. Shite silently acknowledged this, conceding that abandoning the mission might be the wisest choice. As the flames gradually dissipated, Linge was slowly lifted his head. The crimson pupils locking onto Shite. A slight smile graced his lips, tinged with provocation and anticipation, as he beckoned Shite with a gentle wave. Come, Shite, let me witness your strength. Taking a deep breath, Shite finally withdrew his hands from his pockets, which had remained there throughout. His movements appeared composed, yet every muscle was on high alert. Clenching his fists tightly, he assumed a defensive stance, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Given the circumstances, I shall also treat this with the seriousness it deserves, Shite declared, his voice tinged with a barely discernible excitement. He quickly calculated in his mind, would the flash technique still be effective against an opponent of this caliber? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Lu Yu's form vanished like a specter. The next instant, two sharp sounds pierced the air, swish, swish. It was as if some invisible force was tearing through space at speeds that transcended the limits of sight, and Shite was ready to meet whatever came his way. At that moment, Shite's silhouette darted forward like a flash of dark purple lightning, the ground beneath him cracking with explosive force. Every muscle in his body was taut, each inch of skin radiating a fierce battle intent, as he hurled a fist directly towards Lu Yu's heart. In the blink of an eye, in a mere fraction of a second, the overwhelming aura surrounding Shite suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. The entire space fell into an eerie silence. Even the dust suspended in the air frozen in time. The flash technique, you say? Lu Yu's lips curled into a bemused smirk, his dark golden pupils shimmering with a knowing light. He stood calmly in place, his garments motionless in the stagnant flow of time and space, resembling an observer transcending the torrents of time. In his eyes, the fleeting skill that Zeit took pride in was merely a juvenile trick. The latter could only leap across a minuscule temporal rift of merely 0.1 seconds, whereas he had long mastered the secret of traversing half a second in time. Even at this moment, deliberately suppressing his power, his temporal dimension had already left Zeit far behind. The sharp edge of Zeit's fist suddenly tore through the temporal barrier, enveloped by spiraling energy waves aimed directly at Lu Yu's heart. This strike embodied all his combat wisdom, with the wind generated by his punch distorting the very light around it. The sound of air being rent apart echoed in his ears. Yet Zeit felt a peculiar emptiness in the sensation of his fist. His arm passed straight through that residual shadow, dark energy rippling through the void like undulating waves. The gradually dissipating illusion maintained a composed smile, as if mocking his futile efforts. A residual shadow. Zeit's pupils constricted violently, a chill running down his spine. He abruptly twisted his waist, his shoes screeching against the charred ground. To his astonishment, Lu Yu had appeared 5 meters away amidst the ruins. His arms leisurely crossed over his chest, while fragments of stone floated ominously around him. Impossible! Zeit's throat tightened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The opponent's speed had long surpassed the constraints of temporal rules. His painstakingly studied fleeting skill appeared clumsy, akin to a child learning to walk before the true master of time. Nevertheless, the instincts of a warrior propelled him to swiftly suppress his astonishment. Zeit resumed his battle stance, dark purple energy surging around him. The debris beneath his feet began to defy gravity and hover. Engaging such a formidable adversary was an extraordinary opportunity. He must seize every fleeting moment in this encounter. With a swish, shadows surged once more, Zeit's figure splitting into 3 afterimages, launching a new wave of ferocious attacks from various angles. Time and space beneath his feet groaned under the strain. This battle, transcending reason, had only just begun. Zeit's form flickered like a specter, instantly tearing through the air, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in his wake. His fleeting skill had been activated. Time seemed to stagnate around him, allowing only him to traverse freely amidst this suspended realm. The sounds of air being sliced through continued unabated as Zeit transformed into multiple streaks of light, converging from all directions toward Lu Yu. His fists moved with the swiftness of lightning, each strike imbued with the power to rend space itself. However, this time, Lu Yu chose not to evade. He calmly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, tracing a perfect arc before him. Bang! For afterimages appeared simultaneously. Zeit's onslaught resembling a torrential storm, with fist shadows intertwining to form an impenetrable net. Each of his punches precisely targeted Lu Yu's vital points: the temple, throat, heart, and dantian. Yet astonishingly, Lu Yu constructed an invisible barrier with a single hand before him. Each block was impeccably timed, and the clash of fists and palms erupted in blinding sparks. This is impossible, Zeit thought in disbelief, his brow furrowing tighter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite exerting all his strength, every attack felt as though it were striking an invisible wall. Lu Yu's defense was watertight, and even amidst the intervals of blocking, he would effortlessly deflect Zeit's lethal blows with a mere flick of his fingertips. Over 100 exchanges transpired in the blink of an eye. Zeit's breath began to falter, while Lu Yu remained composed. This disparity left Zeit feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. Lu Yu. Zeit could no longer contain his frustration, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Please, fight seriously. Let me witness your true strength. He could not accept such one-sided dominance. It made him feel like a child being toyed with. Hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. It is the first time I've heard such a request. Before his words could fully dissipate, Lu Yu's figure blurred. It was neither an afterimage nor a teleportation, but pure speed that eclipsed the limits of visual perception. The air left behind only a faint ripple, a testament to the space being violently torn apart. Bang! A heavy punch landed solidly against Zeit's chest. This blow, seemingly unremarkable, concealed the cataclysmic force within. Zeit felt his internal organs shift in that instant, the excruciating pain causing him to involuntarily open his mouth, bitter gastric fluid mixed with blood erupting forth. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through dozens of towering structures. Steel and concrete crumbled under such impacts as if they were mere paper. And amidst the billowing dust, Zeit carved a deep trench several meters wide and hundreds of meters long along the street. Ultimately, he was heavily embedded within the crumbling remnants of a skyscraper, his body riddled with fractures, utterly immobilized. As the dust settled, glimmering with golden light in the twilight, Lu Yu stood at a distance, slowly retracting his fist, his gaze calmly directed toward the ruins as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Zeit's body trembled violently. He struggled to rise, but felt as if his very bones had been shattered. As he barely managed to lift his upper body, a wave of metallic warmth surged uncontrollably to his throat. With a cough, blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, tracing a brilliant crimson arc through the air, splattering upon the cold ground and blooming into shocking crimson flowers. His body could no longer bear the strain, collapsing forward onto his knees. His form once again sprawled on the ground. Intense pain surged like a tide, and Zeit curled up, clutching his abdomen tightly. His knuckles turned white from the pressure, cold sweat beading on his forehead and sliding down his resolute cheeks. His brow furrowed tightly, his lips trembling from pain, and disbelief filled his usually calm eyes. Just one punch, Zeit gasped, each word forced through clenched teeth, has injured me to such a degree. What level of strength does this guy possess? Recalling that previous strike, Zeit's pupils involuntarily constricted. That blow had been as swift as lightning, heavy as a mountain, carrying a devastating force that directly pierced through his defenses. He had not even caught a glimpse of the opponent's movement, only feeling an overwhelming force shatter his protective energy and strike at his innards. Waves of turmoil surged within Zeit's heart, elevating his evaluation of Lu Yu to unprecedented heights. He clearly recognized that the gap between them was no longer a mere disparity in strength, but a chasm of immeasurable proportions. Like fireflies against the full moon, streams against oceans, they existed on entirely different planes. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, splattering upon the frigid ground. He silently rejoiced at having abandoned the task earlier. Otherwise, given the strength displayed by his opponent, Zeit could have easily lost his life in an instant. That overwhelming power left him devoid of any thought of resistance. What provided him with slight solace was that this mission had been a directive from the god of destruction, Xiangpa, rather than a contract for assassination. Abandoning the execution did not constitute a breach of his principles as a killer. This thought granted him a moment of relief amidst the agony, preserving at least a semblance of dignity as a professional assassin. Just as his thoughts spiraled chaotically, a brilliant white light unexpectedly appeared before him. The radiance was pure and sacred, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding ruin. The light intensified, gradually coalescing into a vague human silhouette, emanating a pulsating energy that sent shivers down his spine. Badwasi Xiangpa. A deep and authoritative voice resonated through the air, echoing like thunder across the cosmos. Lu Yue gradually lifted his head, his gaze penetrating through layers of void, fixated on the distant horizon. Before him, two figures slowly materialized. One was tall and imposing, exuding a disquieting aura of power, the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Beside him, the angel Bados floated gracefully, her staff emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Have they finally arrived? A subtle smile graced Lu Yue's lips, hinting at profound meaning. He could distinctly sense the divine energy rushing towards him, akin to a surging tide. Yet in his eyes, this power appeared utterly insignificant. Chapter 68. The showdown. He gently flexed his fingers, the joints emitting a crisp sound, as a faint golden halo began to shimmer around him. With his current strength, beings like Xiangpa no longer posed a threat. Lu Yue could even perceive the flow of divine energy within his opponent. Every minute fluctuation under his control. He stood at ease, his garments billowing gently amidst the energy waves. At that moment, the usually silent Zeit suddenly gasped. His brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the foremost assassin of the sixth universe, he understood more than anyone the terror that was Xiangpa. Witnessing the god of destruction in person, even he, who had faced countless life-and-death battles, felt a shiver of trepidation. Instinctively, Zeit took a half-step back, his right hand clenching into a fist. He felt Xiangpa's gaze upon him, a palpable weight that was suffocating. Useless trash. Xiangpa's voice was icy and piercing. As his corpulent form leaned forward slightly, his small eyes glinting with a menacing ferocity, he extended a thick finger, pointing directly at Zeit's nose. You still dare to call yourself the #1 assassin of the sixth universe? Pathetic. You bring shame to our realm. As he spoke, terrifying waves of energy erupted from Xiangpa, distorting the surrounding void. He glared fiercely at Zeit, his eyes brimming with unabashed disdain and wrath. Wait until I deal with that ant from the seventh universe, then I shall attend to you properly. His voice grew colder, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. He slowly turned his massive form towards the composed Lu Yue, his small eyes narrowing, radiating a perilous glimmer. At this moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. Bados maintained her elegant posture, the gem atop her staff shimmering with mysterious light. Zeit tensed, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, Lu Yue wore a faint, enigmatic smile, as though everything unfolding before him was merely an amusing spectacle. In the profound void of the universe, stars scattered like shattered diamonds against the endless darkness, occasionally illuminated by fleeting lights, reminiscent of the universe's sigh. Amidst this vast expanse, Zeit stood upon a floating meteorite, his body trembling slightly, his eyes flickering with fear and defiance. He clenched his jaw, his teeth nearly shattering. Yet he dared not utter a single word of dissent. The massive form of the god of destruction, Xiangpa, hovered nearby, his skin a deep purple, shrouded in shadows. With cold murderous intent blazing in his eyes like two supernovae on the verge of eruption. This wretched being, not only slaughtering at will within his own universe, dares to insult me as a fat pig. His words echoed through the void, laden with an oppressive force. The surrounding stars seemed to tremble under his fury, their light dimming. Xiangpa squinted, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing the soul. He slowly raised his hand, a dark red energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips, its surface twisting as if consuming the surrounding light. Absolutely unforgivable. Xiangpa's voice turned even colder, fissures emerging around his body, a sign of the space beginning to crumble under his wrath. Zeit felt an invisible force pressing against his chest, nearly suffocating him. He realized that the god of destruction could obliterate him in an instant, as effortlessly as one crushes a speck of dust. Zeit involuntarily stepped back, the meteorite beneath him cracking softly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, glistening faintly under the starlight. Prepare to die, you damned fool. Xiangpa's voice suddenly surged, booming through the void like thunder. His body swelled, muscles bulging, intricate patterns appearing on his purple skin, as if ancient runes were awakening. In his mind, Xiangpa recalled his long existence. The last time he yearned to annihilate someone so fiercely was during ancient wars when he had torn apart countless star systems, plunging the universe into chaos. You wish to kill me? With you, a mere trash god of destruction? Lu Yue stood upon another floating rock, his figure appearing diminutive against the starlight, yet radiating an air of unmatched arrogance. Clad in a tattered battle suit, marred with cracks and stains, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. A sneer gracing his lips, Lu Yue waved casually at Xiangpa, a gesture both nonchalant and provocative, as if beckoning a trivial pet. His fingers danced lightly, playing a mocking rhythm, as if conducting a prelude to death. This dismissive demeanor ignited Xiangpa's fury even further. A blinding surge of energy erupted around him, dark red light flooding outward like a tide, staining nearby stars in crimson. Xiangpa's breathing grew labored, each exhalation radiating heat, as if capable of igniting the void itself. This arrogant fool dares to brazenly insult me. Xiangpa's fist tightened, knuckles cracking, as if harnessing the power to obliterate everything. Yet, Lu Yue remained unfazed, maintaining his relaxed stance, even bouncing lightly, causing the rock beneath him to tremble. Come and try. His voice rang clear and bold, reverberating through the void, filled with a fearless challenge. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes, as if relishing the impending clash. The stars around began to flicker violently, sensing the ominous prelude to this confrontation. Energy fluctuations in the void intensified, forming swirling vortices that seemed intent on swallowing everything. Xiangpa's fury reached its zenith. As he lunged forward, the void beneath him tearing apart with an ear-splitting roar. It seems you are truly tired of living, he bellowed, his body transforming into a purple lightning bolt, hurtling towards Lu Yue. Wherever he passed, stars shattered, space warped, as if the entire universe trembled in response to his wrath. Lu Yue merely smiled faintly, slowly raising his hands, bracing for this cataclysmic confrontation. Zite's pupils dilated in disbelief, staring at the audacious youth before him. Lu Yue's upright figure stood out starkly under the celestial light, his sharp gaze gleaming with a heart-stopping intensity. This fellow is utterly outrageous. Zite mused inwardly, instinctively swallowing hard. He observed Lu Yue, fearlessly locking eyes with Xiangpa, his demeanor akin to overlooking a trivial existence. How dare he publicly insult Lord Xiangpa as trash? Does he truly possess the strength to disdain the god of destruction? His fingertips inadvertently embedded themselves into his palm, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware of the terrifying presence of Xiangpa, the god of destruction who commanded the life and death of the universe. Capable of causing stars to fall with a mere thought and obliterating civilizations with a snap of his fingers. To annihilate a human was, for him, as effortless as breathing. At that moment, Lu Yue suddenly stepped forward, the soles of his shoes striking the polished floor of the temple with a crisp sound. This simple action caused the surrounding air to freeze, as if time itself paused in reverence. Badosi gently caressed her staff, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. A magnificent duel was about to unfold. She elegantly raised her staff, emerald light swirling at its tip, preparing to shield this beautiful planet from destruction. Chapter 69, slightly distorted. The staff traced a graceful arc, and the verdant energy rippled outward like waves. Where the light reached, a transparent energy barrier slowly ascended, enveloping a radius of 5,000 zhang completely. Mysterious light patterns flowed across the surface of the barrier, as if countless stars flickered within. This arena should suffice for you to unleash your full potential. Badosi lightly descended, her gown trailing behind her. After all, a battle of god-level destruction could easily reduce an entire star system to ashes with the slightest misstep. Xiangpa's corpulent form trembled with rage, his round face swelling to a deep purple hue. He fixed his gaze on the flickering purple energy waves surrounding Lu Yue, his teeth grinding audibly. Damn it! Xiangpa managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, his stubby fingers tightly balled into fists. The destructive energy emanating from this individual was indeed real. The energy surrounding Lu Yue intensified, purple lightning dancing around him, casting his figure in the light of a deity descending to the mortal realm. He slightly raised his chin, a provocative smile gracing his lips as if he awaited a long-anticipated confrontation. The atmosphere within the temple had become taut to the breaking point, the air thick with a suffocating pressure. Hit unconsciously took a half-step back, sensing the clash of two terrifying energies, with even the starlit sky beyond the barrier beginning to warp. Come on, Lu Yue finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Let me witness if the so-called god of destruction truly merits such a title. The battlefield was ensnared in a stifling stalemate. The air felt as if it had solidified. Debris and scorched earth scattered about, while distant craggy peaks trembled in the aftermath of energy waves. Xiangpa gasped heavily, sweat mingling with dirt trickling down his brow. He realized with clarity that his strength paled in comparison to this human before him. More troubling was the fact that his opponent also commanded that elusive, flickering destructive energy. Xiangpa clenched his trembling fists, knuckles whitening under the strain. He attempted to summon the remnants of divine power within him, only to feel the energy slip through his fingertips like sand. The recent cataclysmic explosion had not only left scorch marks across his chest, but had further exacerbated his already exhausted stamina from prolonged combat. At this moment, he could barely muster 50% of his strength, despair seeping into his limbs like icy water. It seems your destructive energy is nothing extraordinary. Lu Yu's voice sliced through the silence like a poisoned blade. He hovered in midair, dark purple energy coiling around him like a living entity, causing his black robe to billow ominously. His cold, piercing eyes narrowed as he looked down upon the staggering god of destruction. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them, Xiangpa. Damn you. Xiangpa growled between clenched teeth, his face contorting with rage. Flames of humiliation burned in his golden eyes as he stomped on the rocky ground, sending flying debris scattering like raindrops. There should be a limit to arrogance. Limit? Lu Yu suddenly chuckled, the energy around him surging dramatically. A dark purple halo coalesced in his palm, forming a swirling energy sphere that distorted light as it passed. What a pity. I have never learned how to write those two characters. No sooner had he spoken than his form blurred, the space where he had stood exploding with sonic booms, transforming him into a streak of purple lightning that tore through the air. Xiangpa's pupils dilated, and in a frantic rush, he crossed his arms to defend himself. Yet Lu Yu's punch, imbued with destructive energy, crashed towards him with devastating force. This blow not only carried a physical impact, but also bore the dark waves that eroded the soul. Two divergent, yet originating destructive energies collided violently. The resulting shockwave upheaving the earth within a 100-meter radius, scorching gusts instantly vaporizing distant broken trees. Pathetic god of destruction. Lu Yu's cold laughter was unmistakable amidst the explosions, and the force behind his punch surged once more. Stay down. Xiangpa's defensive barrier shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through 3 jagged boulders before crashing heavily into the rock wall. Web-like cracks radiated from the point of impact, and blood mixed with stone dust gushed from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to rise, but found Lu Yu's boot pressed against his chest. The gaze from above filled with a darkness more terrifying than destructive energy. With a thunderous roar, Lu Yu's figure streaked through the air like a golden lightning bolt. His body burned with a blazing golden aura, every muscle taut as steel, containing enough power to shake the very stars. Xiangpa's already battered form had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Yu's fist, enveloped in destructive energy, crashed into his chest like a falling meteor. A dull thud reverberated across the shattered battlefield, and Xiangpa's corpulent body was hurled backward as if cast by a catapult. He collided with the already cracked energy barrier, the fissures rapidly spreading upon impact, emitting a nauseating crunch before shattering into a myriad of light points. Xiangpa's body skidded along the scorched earth, carving a deep trench several meters long, debris and dust flying up to form a murky cloud. He slid for hundreds of zhong before finally crashing into a towering boulder, accompanied by the roar of shattered rock as he came to a halt. A mouthful of dark red blood spewed from Xiangpa's lips, splattering the scorched earth in a vivid crimson. Yet astonishingly, this god of destruction exhibited an unnerving resilience. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, he managed to support himself with trembling arms and stagger back to his feet, though the violet flames enveloping him had dimmed considerably, and his breathing grew heavy and erratic. The wild spirit of battle still burned in his bloodshot eyes. "Ah, damn you. I will tear you apart." Xiangpa howled like a beast, his face twisted in rage. He had completely lost his sanity, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood and sweat mingling together. He staggered forward, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground, charging recklessly towards Lu Yu. From a distance, Hit narrowed his eyes, his hands instinctively forming fists. He could clearly see that Xiangpa's movements had become slow and clumsy, every strike lacking the finesse and swiftness of the past. Xiangpa's speed has diminished significantly, Hit murmured, his voice tinged with undeniable shock. Now even I can easily discern the trajectory of his every move. It appears that this formidable deity of destruction is truly no match for the creature known as Lu Yu. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Yu stands silently amidst the swirling dust, his golden hair dancing wildly in the turbulence. He gazes steadily at the staggering figure of Xiangpa, his eyes shimmering with a radiant divine light, while an overwhelming pressure emanates from him, rendering the very air around them stagnant. Lu Yu privately rejoices, recognizing that his earlier decisive choice was indeed the correct one. In the blink of an eye, Xiangpa's massive form closes in, generating a violent gust that seems poised to tear the surrounding space asunder. With a sudden, forceful swing, his powerful arm strikes out, delivering a punch imbued with destructive force straight toward Lu Yu's face. Yet, Lu Yu's reaction is astonishingly swift. His body sidesteps like a wraith, deftly evading the lethal blow. In the same instant, his right knee shoots upward like a coiled serpent, crashing forcefully into Xiangpa's abdomen. A dull thud reverberates as Xiangpa's body shudders violently. His complexion pales instantly, and he involuntarily expels a stream of bile, as if all strength has been drained from him. But this is merely the beginning. Chapter 70. Flowing like clouds and water, Lu Yu's movements are fluid and unhesitating. His right fist strikes out like lightning, delivering a brutal hook that connects with Xiangpa's face. The sound of shattering bones is unmistakable as Xiangpa's body is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact creates a deep trench, scattering dust and debris into the air. The edges of the trench are marked with cracks, as if the very earth trembles from the force of the blow. As the dust begins to settle, Lu Yu's silhouette reappears before Xiangpa. A smirk of disdain curls at the corners of his mouth as he looks down at the pitifully sprawled Xiangpa, his tone dripping with mockery. A deity of destruction so feeble, and you think you can kill me? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own pathetic state. Xiangpa's voice trembles with rage and indignation. His body shakes violently with fury, struggling to rise once more. However, the successive blows have sapped him of most of his combat strength, rendering his movements exceedingly laborious. Damn you! I will not let you escape. No matter what, I will kill you, Xiangpa shrieks, his voice filled with despair and madness. Yet, his body betrays his will, collapsing helplessly to the ground as Lu Yu gazes down upon him, as if observing a defeat that was fated from the start. Is that so? The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curve into a cold arc, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, as if they were crystallized frost from millennia past. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your end. His voice is deep and foreboding, each word squeezed out with an unmistakable intent to kill. The air around him seems to freeze with this murderous intent, and even the wind comes to a halt. Hearing Xiangpa's arrogant provocation ignites Lu Yu's fury, akin to a volcano erupting. Since this scoundrel wishes to see him dead, how could he possibly show mercy? What does it matter that he is a deity of destruction? Can a being of such lofty status act with impunity? Even if he were to kill Xiangpa, it is unlikely that the king or the high priest would intervene. After all, in the future timeline, Zama's slaughtered countless deities without their interference. This thought coils around Lu Yu's heart like a venomous serpent, solidifying his resolve. Before his words fade, Lu Yu's figure suddenly erupts into motion, his fist igniting with a blazing spiritual energy, the scorching waves distorting the surrounding air. His speed is akin to lightning, transforming into a crimson streak as he lunges towards Xiangpa's chest. At this moment, Xiangpa is already at his wit's end, battered and bruised, nearly devoid of strength to stand. Faced with this thunderous strike, he is utterly unable to evade, forced to watch helplessly as the flaming fist approaches. With a resounding boom, Lu Yu's fist makes solid contact with Xiangpa's chest. The violent force erupts like a deluge breaking through a dam. Xiangpa's body is sent hurtling backward, crashing through dozens of towering structures. Stones shatter, dust billows, and the edifices collapse behind him, his figure retreating until he is flung over 1,000 miles away, crashing heavily to the ground and sending debris flying into the air. Xiangpa lies amidst the ruins, drenched in blood. Yet, Lu Yu shows no sign of stopping. The cold light in his eyes remains unyielding as he raises his right hand, summoning a purple energy sword from thin air. This sword, forged from pure destructive energy, glimmers with a perilous violet hue, causing the very fabric of space around it to tremble. Since Xiangpa insists on seeking his life, why should he show mercy? Regardless of his identity, today, even a deity must succumb to his blade. The purple energy sword slices through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Xiangpa's throat. Lu Yu vanishes like a bolt of lightning, and in the next instant, he soars into the air like an arrow released from its bow. Enveloped by deep violet energy waves, his robes billowing in the tempest. The destructive energy sword emits a sharp hum, the space around it warping as it radiates a chilling aura of annihilation. With a slicing sound, the energy sword tears through the atmosphere, poised to cleave down upon the fallen Xiangpa. Just as the moment hangs in the balance, a sharp metallic clash resonates. A staff inlaid with crystals deftly intercepts the descending energy sword, the crystal at its apex radiating a soft, rainbow-hued glow. Two distinctly different energies collide violently, erupting into dazzling sparks that illuminate the sky with flashes of light and shadow. Lu Yu's pupils constrict as he follows the staff upwards, his gaze landing upon the serene visage of Bajuos. She hovers in midair, her silver hair flowing gently amid the energy storm, her violet eyes tranquil as a still pond. Chapter 71. Terror. Lu Yu's aura is now even more terrifying than when he faced Xiangpa, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening. Every inch of his being exuding a sense of destruction. With a primal roar, the ground beneath him fractures, debris swirling into the air as if time itself has come to a standstill. A searing wave of heat radiates outward, igniting the air with crackling sounds. In the distance, Shita watches in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back, his throat dry and nearly voiceless. What have I done? He murmurs, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I foolishly asked Lu Yu to fight me with all his strength. If he truly unleashed his full power with a single punch, I doubt I would have been left in one piece. He swallows hard, a wave of unprecedented helplessness washing over him. As the top assassin of the sixth universe, he had once brimmed with confidence, believing his time manipulation abilities could handle any formidable foe. Yet, at this moment, confronted by Lu Yu's almost universe-rending pressure, he feels as insignificant as dust. Merely a spectator in awe, lacking even the qualification to intervene. This former king of assassins has now become a mere fish out of water, left to exclaim in admiration without further action. This clash is indeed formidable. It has exceeded my expectations. Before her, Bajuos furrowed her brows slightly, her crimson lips parting with a hint of helplessness and astonishment. Her delicate fingers gently brushed against the translucent energy barrier before her, revealing cracks that spread like a spider's web, as if they would shatter completely at any moment. A faint luminescent shield enveloped her, and even amidst the cataclysmic explosion moments ago, she remained unblemished, not a strand of hair out of place. On the other side, Xiangpa's countenance had turned a ghastly shade reminiscent of pig liver, dark and foreboding. His robust arms trembled slightly, and his chest heaved violently, clearly indicating the immense expenditure of energy from the previous clash. He glared intently at Lu Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. How infuriating! That bastard was unexpectedly powerful. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a mix of resentment and desperation. He had initially believed that his status and strength as a god of destruction would suffice to crush this ignorant human, only to discover that not only was his opponent extraordinarily formidable, but he also wielded destructive energy with remarkable finesse. The battlefield lay in ruins, the ground fissured with countless bottomless chasms, while the air was thick with the scent of charred remains and annihilation. Distantly, the shattered peaks collapsed under the aftershocks, debris raining down like a torrential downpour, and the dust billowed as if the very world trembled from this monumental confrontation. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Unleash whatever abilities you possess, Xiangpa. Lu Yu's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiangpa, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He stood tall and proud as a pine tree, surrounded by a faint dark violet energy, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. That damned bastard. There must be limits to his arrogance. Xiangpa trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. The energy within him had been severely depleted from the earlier exchange, compounded by the injuries from the explosion. leaving him barely able to muster half of his strength. Faced with Liu Yu's frigid stare, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and humiliation. I apologize. I truly do not comprehend what limits are. Liu Yu's voice was as cold as shattering ice, imbued with a disconcerting detachment. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved, transforming into a dark violet streak of light, tearing through the air like lightning, hurtling toward Xiangpa. His movements were so swift they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Wherever he passed, the ground was rent asunder, debris and dust swirling behind him as if he were a ferocious beast awakened, charging towards its prey with annihilation in its wake. Pathetic god of destruction, bow down. Liu Yu's chilling voice echoed through the air, reminiscent of the whispers of death itself. His right fist was clenched tightly, dark violet energy coalescing into a radiant orb upon his knuckles, akin to a star on the verge of eruption, carrying with it the power to obliterate. And he struck fiercely toward Xiangpa's chest. Xiangpa's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, only to realize he had already been ensnared by that terrifying aura, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as that destructive energy surged towards him, a wave of unprecedented despair washing over him. A thunderous explosion erupted, as if the very air had been torn apart. Liu Yu's figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning, too swift to be perceived. Xiangpa, already injured, found his reaction sluggish. His pupils dilated, but he had no time to mount any defensive maneuver. Liu Yu's fist, propelled by a tempestuous force, crashed into Xiangpa's chest like a meteor, producing a bone-chilling thud. Xiangpa's body was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, tracing a chaotic arc in the air. He struggled to regain his balance, but the force was overwhelming, leaving him entirely out of control. Crack! The previously fissured energy barrier shattered upon impact with Xiangpa's body, countless shards scattering like ice crystals, glimmering ominously in the dim light. Xiangpa crashed heavily to the ground, skidding across the unforgiving rock for several hundred feet, carving a deep trench in his wake, dust swirling and debris scattering. Ultimately, he crashed into a massive broken wall, finally coming to a halt. Cough! Xiangpa spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid arcing through the air, splattering onto the charred earth. Astonishingly, despite such severe injuries, Xiangpa's vitality remained remarkably robust. He staggered to his feet, his chest heaving, blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet the fury in his eyes showed no sign of waning. Though his breath was evidently weakening and the energy surrounding him had become erratic, he had not yet completely lost his fighting spirit. Damn it! I will surely kill you. Xiangpa roared like a beast, his voice brimming with rage and defiance. His eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly consumed by fury, completely devoid of reason. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain, unleashing his final reserves of strength in a reckless charge towards Liu Yu. With each step, the ground trembled, and stones were ground to dust beneath his feet. Xiangpa's speed had diminished significantly. Even I could now perceive his movements clearly. It appears that the god of destruction, Xiangpa, truly cannot contend with Liu Yu. That fellow is indeed a monstrous entity. Shita stood at a distance, his expression grave, whispering to himself. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Reflecting on his previous decision, he silently rejoiced at having avoided a direct confrontation with Liu Yu. The scene before him made it abundantly clear that Liu Yu's power far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Xiangpa had closed the distance to Liu Yu. He unleashed a full-force strike, his fist slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Liu Yu's face. However, Liu Yu's reaction was swifter still. In the nick of time, he slightly tilted his body, moving with the grace of the wind, perfectly evading this lethal blow. Simultaneously, his right knee shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, crashing into Xiangpa's abdomen with tremendous force. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed, as Xiangpa's body suffered yet another devastating blow, stumbling backwards, pain etched across his face. Crash! Liu Yu's knee, as unyielding as steel, struck Xiangpa's soft belly, distorting the very air in that instant. Chapter 72. A howling arrival. Xiangpa's corpulent form arched sharply, acidic fluid spewing from his mouth, glimmering under the sunlight, splattering onto the cracked earth, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. A glint of cold light flickered in Liu's eyes. Without allowing Xiangpa a moment's respite, his right fist surged forward like a tempest. This swinging punch, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, landed squarely on Xiangpa's contorted face from the agony. The sound of shattering bones resonated sharply across the desolate battlefield as Xiangpa's entire being was sent flying, his rotund body gouging a terrifying trench several meters deep into the ground, extending for thousands of feet, turning the nearby rocks to dust and sending clouds of dust skyward. Whoosh! Before the echoes of the air-splitting sound faded, Liu's figure materialized at the edge of the trench like a phantom. He looked down from his elevated position at Xiangpa, who lay amidst the rubble, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Sunlight streamed from behind him, outlining his elongated silhouette in the haze, the contempt in his eyes nearly palpable. A god of destruction, incapable of withstanding a single blow. Liu's voice dripped with mockery as he casually kicked aside the debris at his feet. Is this pitiful state truly worthy of my life? Perhaps you should first gaze into a mirror to behold your own wretchedness. How infuriating! Xiangpa trembled violently, not from pain, but from the rage of being humiliated by an insignificant insect. He struggled to rise, yet his arms felt as heavy as lead. The divine power he had just gathered surged chaotically within him, each breath eliciting excruciating pain from his very core. As he finally managed to rise to his knees, the blood continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth bloomed like crimson plum blossoms upon the dust. Damn filthy insect! Xiangpa roared, lifting his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Liu. I swear by the name of the god of destruction that even if I must chase you to the ends of time, I will tear you to shreds. Is that so? The last vestige of warmth in Liu's gaze abruptly froze. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate, and small fragments of stone began to defy gravity, floating upwards. Since you insist on seeking death, before the words could finish, a searing energy erupted from Liu like molten lava, coalescing around his right fist into a swirling vortex of flames. This fire was no ordinary flame. It pulsed with the terrifying energy of collapsing stars, tinting the clouds within 100 miles of bloody hue. So be it. Accompanied by this cold declaration, his fist, imbued with the force of annihilation, surged forth. Wherever it passed, the space shattered inch by inch, and the scorching waves of heat melted the ground into crimson lava. This strike transcended time in its speed and broke the rules with its ferocity, heading straight for Xiangpa's violently heaving chest. At that moment, Xiangpa was already at the end of his strength, his body marred with grotesque scars, blood dripping from his mouth like pearls from a broken string. His massive form trembled violently, his legs felt as heavy as lead, making it exceedingly difficult to stand. The once formidable aura had dissipated entirely, replaced by the labored breaths of a dying beast. Faced with Liu's lightning-fast assault, he lacked even the strength to raise an arm in defense. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted in the air as Liu's fist, carrying the weight of destructive energy, struck solidly against Xiangpa's chest. This blow contained a force akin to a landslide. The gust of his punch distorted the very fabric of space. Boom, boom, boom. Xiangpa's colossal body was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, tracing a tragic arc through the air. He crashed through dozens of towering edifices, the sturdy walls crumbling before him as if made of paper. Debris and dust rained down like a torrential storm, enveloping the entire sky in a cloud of chaos. His body continued on, carving a deep trench into the ground, only coming to a halt miles away after demolishing the last palace. In his wake, the earth was fractured, flora and fauna obliterated, leaving behind a harrowing trail of destruction. As the dust began to settle, Xiangpa lay collapsed in the deep pit, his garments tattered, blood staining the earth beneath him a dark crimson. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. He had clearly lost consciousness entirely. Yet, there was not a trace of compassion in Liu's gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, a violet light swirling in his palm. As destructive energy surged and coalesced into a fearsome purple energy sword. The space around the sword trembled slightly, as if unable to bear the weight of such terrifying power. Since Xiangpa had previously sought his life without mercy, Liu would not show him any pity in return. Regardless of whether he was a god of destruction or held some esteemed status, in Liu's eyes, those who sought his life must pay the ultimate price. With a flicker, Liu's figure left behind an afterimage, and in the next instant, he was soaring high above. Gripping the energy sword tightly, his aura surged dramatically. his garments billowing in the fierce wind. The purple energy blazed around him like flames, casting an eerie hue across the sky. "Prepare to meet your end," Lu Yu shouted in fury, bringing the energy sword down with devastating might upon the unconscious Xiang Pa in the pit. Clang! Just as the energy sword was within a mere meter of Xiang Pa, a gentle yet unyielding radiance suddenly manifested, precisely blocking this lethal strike. The shockwave from the collision of their powers spread outward visibly, reducing nearby debris to dust. Lu Yu's brow furrowed as he looked up to see Battles once again positioned before Xiang Pa. The staff in her hand emanated a warm glow, seemingly effortlessly deflecting his energy sword. Yet beneath that gentle light lay unfathomable strength. "That is enough, Mr. Lu Yu," she spoke, her voice as soothing as jade, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The staff rotated slightly, dissipating the force of the energy sword, her movements elegant as if strumming the strings of a lute. A mocking smile curled at Lu Yu's lips, the cold light in his eyes sharpening with intensity. "Enough? How absurd. If I were the one lying on the ground, would you extend the same counsel to Xiang Pa?" He advanced a step, his energy pulsating violently. "Is it that the god of destruction can act with impunity while others are forbidden even the right to defend themselves?" Battles gently shook her head, her staff drawing a graceful arc in the air, forcing Lu Yu back a half step. "It is my duty to protect Lord Xiang Pa." She cast a glance at the unconscious Xiang Pa, her tone remaining calm and unwavering. The previous exchange was sufficiently exhilarating. "Since Lord Xiang Pa has lost consciousness and you have not suffered, it would be best to cease hostilities here." She slightly raised her gaze, a note of solemnity entering her voice. The fall of a god of destruction would signify a catastrophic imbalance in the cosmic order. As a servant angel, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. The crystal atop her staff suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forming an invisible barrier slowly unfurling between them. Battles' silver hair flowed without wind, and a faint golden holy energy began to circulate around her. "If you insist on battling," her voice remained gentle, yet carried an unprecedented gravity, "then I shall oblige you with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, should the sixth universe be utterly destroyed, Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister would not be lenient. Such an event must never occur." Battles' voice was cold yet resolute, her staff gently rotating as a soft silver light enveloped her, as if she were merging with the very laws of the universe. "It seems, indeed, that only the officials are permitted to set fires while the common folk are forbidden even to light a lamp." Lu Yu's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. The cold light in his gaze solidified gradually, resembling a frozen lake, unfathomably deep. He slowly raised his right hand. The destructive energy sword that had been coalescing in his palm began to dissipate, transforming into flecks of dark purple light dust, drifting into the void. However, the energy surrounding him did not wane. Rather, it surged with even greater ferocity, akin to a ferocious beast on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. "Then let me experience the might of an angel." Since Battles insisted on obstructing him, he was determined to witness the astounding power of this angel, hailed as the protector of cosmic order. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Yu abruptly shook his arms, unleashing a torrent of divine energy akin to a volcanic eruption. The scarlet energy shot skyward, enveloping the entire planet in a searing glow. The ground trembled violently. The sky turned a blood-red hue, and even the distant stars appeared to quiver. She furrowed her brow slightly, as ripples radiated from the crystal atop her staff. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiang Pa's limp form. Should the god of destruction fall here, her responsibilities as an angel would be irrevocably concluded. The wrath of Lord Zeno and the penalties from the Grand Minister were consequences she could not bear. "Ah, this is indeed the consistent demeanor of the heavenly realm." Lu Yu's cold smile solidified, transforming into a blade-like sharpness. He slowly retracted the destructive energy sword he had gathered in his palm. The blade, formed of pure annihilation energy, emitted a sound akin to shattering glass as it dissipated. Yet in the next moment, a tempest of flames erupted around him. "Huh!" Lu Yu's arms spread wide, and the crimson-golden energy surged upwards like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 73. Bajuosi. The searing waves of energy erupted from him, radiating outward and transforming the entire celestial dome of the planet into a blaze of crimson twilight. The previously suspended debris instantaneously vaporized under this immense pressure. Distant mountains began to crumble, and the earth fractured like fragile eggshells. A divine aura, more terrifying than that encountered during his battle with Xiangpa, swept across the land. And the air was thick with the acrid scent of ionized ozone. Lu Yu's pupils had completely transformed into molten gold, and his hair danced wildly in the energy storm, each strand entwined with flickering arcs of electricity. Shite staggered back a few steps, mechanically raising his hand to shield himself from the oncoming heat wave. The foremost assassin of the sixth universe appeared pale, his throat bobbing violently. How naive I was to demand he fight me with all his might. Had he unleashed such a punch then, I would likely have been reduced to mere atoms. Once a proud killer, he now stood rigid at the edge of the ruins, watching helplessly as two divine presences clashed, igniting sparks that tore through dimensions. Lu Yu stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to instantaneously sink into a colossal pit. He gazed upward at the ever-composed Bajuosi, his fighting spirit raging like wildfire. Since your excellency the angel insists on intervening, let me personally experience the splendor of the so-called supreme celestial realm. In the depths of the universe, shattered starlight drifted like dust, the brilliance of distant stars illuminating Bajuosi's serene visage. She gently raised her divine staff, the tip shimmering with a soft silver glow, as if it contained the power of countless stars. An intriguing young man, it seems you are quite aware of my identity. Yet you dare to challenge me despite that knowledge. Bajuosi's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. She mused, although this fellow is strong, having defeated Lord Xiangpa, he still lacks the capability to contend with me. To defeat Lord Xiangpa, I would require but a fleeting moment. Before her thoughts could fully form, the aura surrounding Lu Yu surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Golden energy enveloped him, resembling a mighty dragon roaring through the void. His eyes blazed with fervent combativeness, and the very space beneath his feet appeared to warp under his imposing presence. Huh! Lu Yu let out a furious roar, his form suddenly transforming into a streak of light, dashing towards Bajuosi at speed surpassing that of light itself. The air split with a sharp sound, as if time itself were frozen before his velocity. Whoosh! Lu Yu moved like lightning, while Shite, standing at a distance, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He could barely catch a glimpse of a golden flash racing through the void, yet could not discern Lu Yu's precise movements. Where the light passed, space seemed to tear apart, leaving behind delicate fissures. Swish! In the next moment, Lu Yu's fist, imbued with destructive power, surged towards Bajuosi's chest. However, just as the wind from his punch was about to reach her, Bajuosi's form shifted slightly, like a wisp of smoke. Lu Yu's fist brushed against the hem of her garment, a mere 5 centimeters apart, yet it felt as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Bajuosi maintained her smile, gently tapping her staff against the ground, as if she were observing an inconsequential performance. Her movements were elegant and unhurried, as though she had foreseen each of Lu Yu's attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yu did not relent. His form erupted once more with even greater energy. His fists fell like a torrential downpour, each strike carrying the power to shatter stars. Golden fist shadows wove together in the void, attempting to envelop Bajuosi entirely. Yet, Bajuosi moved like a specter, gliding gracefully between the gaps of the onslaught. Her steps appeared languid, yet she always managed to evade Lu Yu's attacks at the last moment. Each dodge resembled a dance of elegance, while Lu Yu's fierce assault never managed to touch her in the slightest. In the void, the collision of energies sparked countless flares. Fragments of stars reduced to dust under Lu Yu's might. All the while, Bajuosi remained unscathed, as if to convey to Lu Yu, the power of an angel is far beyond what he can aspire to reach. Lu Yu's fists rained down like a tempest, each strike capable of rending the very fabric of stars. His form fragmented into countless afterimages in the void, golden flames consuming him, illuminating the space as if it were midday. Yet Bajuosi maintained her graceful demeanor, her slender figure deftly dodging the relentless barrage, her staff twirling in her hand as if she were performing a refined waltz. Is this the might of integrating the Decisive skill into the norm? Lu Yu's pupils narrowed slightly, watching as his fist brushed past the hem of Bajuosi's garment, yet he could never land a single hit. Her silvery hair fluttered gently in the energy currents, and the angel's calm expression weighed heavily on his heart. He understood clearly that angels like Bajuosi and Weiss had long since mastered the Decisive skill to an unparalleled level. This level was not merely about executing techniques. It was about seamlessly integrating this divine skill into every action of daily life. They did not require conscious effort to activate it. Their bodies instinctively responded to danger, as naturally as breathing. What was more terrifying was that, in this state, the Decisive skill did not deplete energy as it did for Sun Wukong. Instead, it flowed like an innate instinct. Lu Yu's brow furrowed deeper, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He recalled his battle with Xiangpa, where in his Super Saiyan form, he had held an absolute advantage. But now, facing Bajuosi, he truly comprehended the vast chasm between them. Dozens of attacks, hundreds of exchanges. Not only had he failed to wound her, but he hadn't even grazed the edge of her angelic uniform. This disparity had transcended what mere effort could bridge. Please cease. Mr. Lu Yu. Bajuosi's voice remained tranquil as she lightly tapped her staff on the ground, sending ripples of silver cascading outward. With your current strength, it is indeed impossible for you to harm Lord Xiangpa before me. She slightly turned aside, evading a sudden wave of energy, her skirt swaying gently in the aftermath. Gazing at the human before her, Bajuosi's eyes flickered with admiration. To cultivate to such a level with a mortal body, even defeating a god of destruction, is a miracle in the annals of the universe's history. However, the chasm between angels and mortals is not so easily crossed. Even if she could only use a fraction of her power now. You want me to cease? Lu Yu's lips curled into a defiant smirk. The flames of energy surrounding him suddenly swelling, blood-red patterns beginning to manifest within the golden glow. Let me first consult my Super Saiyan 5 whether he agrees. A violent surge of energy erupted from him, shaking the very fabric of space. Dark red waves intertwined with golden light, forming a terrifying vortex of energy around him. The earth moaned, the sky trembled, and even the distant Xiangpa involuntarily took a half-step back. Yet Bajuosi remained steadfast in her position. The crystal atop her staff radiating a gentle halo, erecting an invisible barrier around her. When the ferocious energy impact reached this barrier, it was as if ocean waves crashed against rocks, scattering helplessly in all directions. It seems I require even more power. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. Suddenly, a chilling smile crept across Lu Yu's face, a blend of disdain and resoluteness. The crimson flames of Super Saiyan around him abruptly dissipated, as if an invisible force had instantaneously withdrawn them. He slowly lowered his arms, yet in the next moment, his fists tightened fiercely, knuckles turning white from the strain. As he spread his arms wide, a formidable combat stance took shape. His muscles taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Chapter 74, 18's. A thunderous roar rent the air, and a golden wave of energy erupted from him, creating a tempest that swept outward. This wave, as tangible as reality itself, stirred up clouds of dust, forcing even the distant observer, Zeit, to shield his face from the oncoming gale. More astonishingly, Lu Yu had bypassed the first 4 transformation stages, with energy surging wildly around him, instantly breaking through to an entirely new realm, Super Saiyan 5. His once shoulder-length black hair now surged and transformed into flowing, iridescent silver locks that cascaded down to his waist. Unlike the shoulder-length hair of Super Saiyan 4, this silver mane danced wildly in the wind, while strands of bangs fluttered as if alive. Even more remarkable was the fine silver fur that covered every inch of his skin, glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. His eyes manifested an enigmatic silver and purple hue, the left shimmering with a silver light like lightning, while the right glowed with a deep purple, as if harboring 2 entirely different universes. The golden flames no longer merely encircled him. They transformed into 9 ferocious dragons of energy, clawing and thrashing as they erupted outward. Wherever these energy dragons passed, the ground was carved into deep ravines, and the air resonated with an acrid hum of energy. The battlefield trembled violently under the might of this power, and the distant mountains began to crumble, sending rocks tumbling down. What? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, their voices distorted by sheer astonishment. They fixated on the figure at the center of the battlefield, silver hair billowing, scarcely able to believe their eyes. This young man harbored such terrifying power within him. This was a blatant violation of the laws of energy conservation. As he sensed the geometric surge in energy readings from Lu Yu's new form, he was rendered pale with shock. This earthling from the 7th universe continuously redefined his understanding of life's potential. To refine life energy to such an extraordinary level within a mortal vessel was a rarity, even in the vast cosmos. If given sufficient time to develop, the observer murmured, his voice trembling with barely concealed trepidation, perhaps even the angels would be left behind. Meanwhile, Zeit, who had remained silent, was now completely transformed into a statue of stone. He stood frozen, his usually calm eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Before encountering Lu Yu, he had always believed himself to be the pinnacle of human martial might. Yet now, witnessing this extraordinary transformation, the cognitive framework he had built over the years was collapsing piece by piece. His throat constricted, yet no sound emerged. For any words at this moment felt woefully inadequate. It seemed that the gap between himself and the angels was even greater than he had imagined. Surrounded by a dazzling golden aura, Lu Yu's silvery hair danced in the energy's fluctuations, and the contours of his muscles appeared even more defined in this transformed state. He floated in midair, the ground beneath him cracking under the weight of his power, as debris and dust were swept up into a chaotic vortex. "Are you shocked, Bados?" Lu Yu's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling edge, reminiscent of the crisp sound of ice shattering. He lifted his chin slightly, and beneath his silvery brows, his crimson pupils glowed like burning stars, fixated intently on Bados. Bados lightly waved her staff, a half-smile gracing her elegant features. She exhibited no hint of panic at Lu Yu's transformation. Rather, she tilted her head gracefully, as if appreciating a meticulously choreographed performance. Indeed, it is somewhat surprising. A human capable of becoming so powerful, you must be the first. Before her words could fade, Lu Yu's aura surged dramatically, the golden radiance illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. The collapsing mountains continued to disintegrate amidst the energy fluctuations, with debris raining down like droplets, creating deep craters upon impact. However, if you wish to slay a god of destruction, you still have some distance to cover. Bados tapped her staff lightly, conjuring an invisible barrier before her that deflected the flying debris. While her lips retained their confident curve, her gaze now bore a hint of seriousness. "Just how far off are you? You will know once you try." Lu Yu spoke no further, his form suddenly blurring. The space where he once stood warped and twisted, a sonic boom erupting in his wake. He shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, compressing the air in his path to create visible ripples. His fist, imbued with cataclysmic power, coalesced a ball of energy at its tip. This strike was swifter than reason could comprehend, as if even light had been devoured by it. "Oh, it seems I have indeed enhanced my strength considerably." Bados traced a graceful arc with her staff, retreating with the lightness of a feather. The ground where she had stood collapsed instantly, forming a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, cleaving distant mountains in half. Ultimately, Lu Yu's fist struck nothing but emptiness. However, the residual force surged forth, hurtling into the distance. A golden beam pierced through the heavens, exploding into a mushroom cloud at the farthest horizon, the intense heat causing moisture in the air to vaporize instantly. It appears that even as Super Saiyan 5, there remains a considerable gap between me and the angels. Bados's voice rang out from another direction. She had somehow appeared in midair, the tip of her staff shimmering with a faint purple light. The surrounding time and space seemed to stagnate around her, even the swirling dust frozen in place. Lu Yu slowly retracted his fist, his silver hair slightly swaying in the residual energy waves. In his crimson pupils, Bados's composed figure was reflected, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. This confrontation was proving far more arduous than he had anticipated. The strength of the angels was indeed much greater than Lu Yu had envisioned. Bados's unflappable demeanor silently proclaimed the insurmountable chasm between gods and mortals. Her staff emanated a subtle glow, surrounded by an ethereal aura of divine power that rendered the entire space motionless. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Since ordinary attacks could not budge her, he would have to resort to that technique, the forbidden art he had yet to fully master. If that is the case, let me try my strongest attack. If this fails, then today must come to an end. His voice was soft, yet resolutely unwavering. The moment his words fell, Lu Yu's aura transformed dramatically. The previously stable energy surged violently, as if invisible flames were igniting around him. With a low chant, Lu Yu's figure abruptly blurred, and in the next instant, he vanished from the air like a reflection in water, leaving no trace behind. Batos's usually languid eyes widened slightly, and her fingers tightened around her staff involuntarily. This fellow has mastered the ability to leap through time? Her voice betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. The laws of time are a realm even the gods struggle to grasp. This seemingly ordinary human possesses such forbidden power. It is truly astonishing. Just as Batos's mind was reeling, Liu Yu's figure materialized behind her like a phantom. His fist, imbued with the power to rend space itself, struck out with a deafening crack. This punch encapsulated all of his strength, the wind from his fist distorting light itself. The sharp sound of the punch echoed hauntingly in the silent space. In a moment of dire peril, Bajuos abruptly turned, her staff tracing a graceful arc before her. Instantly, a barrier shimmering with a myriad of colors unfurled, standing resolutely like the most resplendent crystal before the force of a punch. The instant their fists collided, a piercing hum resonated, sending vibrations that caused the very air to tremble. A crisp crack echoed, and on the seemingly indomitable barrier, spiderweb-like fissures began to spread from Liu's punch. In the next heartbeat, the barrier shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into specks of starlight that faded into the atmosphere. Although Liu's momentum was significantly diminished, he pressed on with unwavering determination. Bajuos was compelled to retreat several steps, finally dissipating the residual force of the attack. At that moment, the casual indifference in her gaze towards Liu was replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Liu's fist, imbued with a cataclysmic force, descended upon the seemingly unbreakable energy barrier like a meteorite. As his fist cut through the air, it tore apart the atmosphere with a deafening crack. Upon contact with the barrier, a brilliant white light erupted, and countless cracks spread like a spider's web, accompanied by a sharp shatter. The energy barrier transformed into myriad stars that dissolved into the air. Liu's punch, undeterred, struck heavily against the staff held by Bajuos, which emanated an ethereal glow. The collision of their powers released shockwaves that rippled outward, stirring up clouds of dust and sending debris flying. In that moment, Bajuos's elegant form quivered slightly. Her delicate hand, gripping the staff, trembled imperceptibly. Though she remained as poised as a pine tree, the ground beneath her yielded to the overwhelming force, sinking a full centimeter deep. Fine cracks radiated from her feet like a spider's web. Had the attack succeeded? Liu's gaze was fixed on the sunken ground beneath Bajuos, excitement flickering in his golden eyes. Sweat trickled down his forehead, shimmering in the sunlight. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically, yet his face radiated uncontainable exhilaration. Though the damage was negligible, it marked a significant breakthrough. It was worth noting that he stood before the exalted angel Bajuos, and causing even the slightest tremor beneath her feet was an extraordinary accomplishment. This little fellow possesses such formidable strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Bajuos's emerald eyes. She gently rotated her staff, sensing the residual vibrations. Although she had only exerted a minuscule fraction of divine power to maintain the barrier, the ability to shatter it with sheer brute force exceeded her expectations. This seemingly youthful scion harbored astonishing energy within. Once more, Liu inhaled deeply, the golden aura surrounding him swelling dramatically. His muscles tensed, veins bulging as he resembled a poised cheetah ready to pounce. With a powerful push off the ground, a deep crater erupted beneath him as he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek as he lunged once again at Bajuos. What a persistent little creature. I have no time to play. Bajuos gently shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. She elegantly raised her delicate hand, the staff carving a beautiful arc through the air. As her soft words fell, her figure began to blur, as if melding with the air, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled his ears just as Liu, unable to halt his forward momentum, sensed a pulse of disquieting energy behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to find Bajuos had appeared behind him, her emerald gaze glinting with playful intrigue. Snap! A crisp sound echoed clearly across the silent battlefield. Bajuos's figure flickered like a specter, her long arm tracing an elegant arc through the air. Her fingertips coalesced with a faint silver glow, akin to the gentlest star in the night sky. Before Liu could react, that seemingly weightless hand blade silently pressed against his neck. A suppressed cry escaped Liu's throat as he trembled violently, as if his strength had been completely siphoned away. The golden aura that once enveloped him flickered wildly before extinguishing entirely. Once the dazzling light faded, the pallor of his face was exposed to the air. His golden hair, damp with sweat, fell listlessly, swaying gently in the breeze. Thud! The heavy sound of his body hitting the ground resonated in the quiet training ground. Liyue knelt on one knee, his right arm quaking as it bore his weight, every muscle crying out in agony. Sweat dripped from his chin, staining the dry earth with darkened splotches. He panted heavily, his chest heaving as if he had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. Is this the true power of an angel? He struggled to lift his head, his pupils reflecting Bajuo's composed figure. In that fleeting moment, he had been utterly unable to capture her movements. As consciousness began to return, an unparalleled shockwave surged through his mind. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, believing that his Super Saiyan 5th level form would suffice to contend with an angel. Yet, with a mere flick of her wrist, she had shattered all his pride. The strength of an angel truly is unfathomable, like the depths of the universe. Liyue bitterly smiled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the energy within him nearly depleted. Even having transcended to the legendary Super Saiyan 5th level, he remained as fragile as an infant before these true exalted beings. If even an angel could so easily defeat him, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the distant horizon, as if attempting to penetrate layers of time and space to glimpse those who reside at the pinnacle of the universe. What then of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, who wield dominion over all realms? This realization clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. The path of cultivation indeed has no end. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Zeit stood frozen in place, his customary mask of indifference shattered completely, shock etched plainly across his face. He had always perceived the blue-haired woman wielding the staff merely as a subordinate of the god of destruction, simply a messenger and caretaker. It was only at this moment, witnessing the overwhelmingly lopsided confrontation, that he recognized this perpetually smiling woman as the most formidable presence in the universe. Zeit unconsciously retreated a step, his throat constricting. He looked at the still elegant blue-haired angel, and then at the disheveled Liyue on one knee, a chill racing up his spine. The powerful Super Saiyan, who once inspired awe, could not withstand even a single blow from an angel. This was no longer a mere gap in strength. It was a chasm of existential difference. A gentle breeze swept through the training ground, stirring a few fallen leaves. Bajuo's delicately adjusted her slightly disheveled sleeves, her staff refracting a dreamlike glow in the sunlight. She gazed at Liyue, who struggled to support himself, her lips still curled with that inscrutable smile. "Do you wish to continue?" she inquired softly, her voice like the most melodious wind chime. Liyue gritted his teeth, his trembling legs barely holding him upright. Although every cell in his body protested, a more fervent flame ignited in his eyes. This devastating defeat, paradoxically, illuminated the path ahead. How formidable she must be, with merely a casual strike. She rendered Liyue utterly defenseless, and even before he could react, that overwhelming force had thoroughly subdued him. The silhouette of Bajuo's appeared particularly graceful amidst the ravaged battlefield. With a gentle wave of her hand, she effortlessly lifted the massive Xiangpa, as if merely picking up a feather. Her gaze, indifferent, swept across the surroundings, and then, with the unconscious Xiangpa in tow, her form flickered and vanished, leaving only a faint ripple of energy in the air that gradually dissipated. "Are you all right?" The voice of Zeit shattered the post-battle silence as he approached Liyue with measured steps, his brows slightly furrowed and a hint of concern glimmering in his eyes. Each deliberate stride crunched upon the fractured ground, producing soft, cracking sounds. The battlefield lay in disarray, blackened craters and scattered debris, silently narrating the ferocity of the recent conflict. Liyue inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous energy within, and gradually rose to his feet. He shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the direction in which Bajuo's had disappeared, as if he could still feel the residual pressure she had left behind. "I'm fine," he replied softly, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet dominated by astonishment over the earlier scene. The strength of Bajuo's far exceeded his expectations. She had not even struck him directly. Yet her mere aura had instantaneously stripped him of his combat capabilities. Nevertheless, she seemed to have refrained from inflicting severe harm, merely incapacitating him temporarily. His body was gradually regaining sensation and strength. "I didn't expect your power to be so formidable," Zeit remarked, interrupting Liyue's thoughts, curiosity evident in his tone. "But did you just use the time flash technique?" Zeit's gaze was piercing, as if he could penetrate Lu Yu's innermost thoughts. At the moment Lu Yu engaged with Bajuos, he had sensed a fleeting familiarity in the temporal fluctuations, but the sensation vanished too swiftly for him to ascertain its certainty. Lu Yu tilted his head slightly, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips, yet he refrained from directly responding to Zite's inquiry. "This matter does not concern you," he stated nonchalantly, then placed a reassuring hand on Zite's shoulder, his touch gentle, yet imbued with undeniable gravity. "You should contemplate how to deal with Xiangpa." His tone carried a hint of jest, yet his expression was earnest. Zite remained silent for a moment, acutely aware of Xiangpa's volatile temperament. The failure of this mission, compounded by Lu Yu rendering him unconscious, would undoubtedly provoke Xiangpa's wrath upon awakening. With his petty nature, he would not easily forgive those who failed in their duties. Zite clenched his fists, a shadow of gravity crossing his features. Lu Yu chose not to elaborate further, turning away to depart from the scarred battlefield. His silhouette elongated in the twilight, the gravel beneath his feet crunching softly with each step. In the distance, the mountains emerged faintly in the dusk, as if silently observing the land that had just endured a cataclysmic battle. After a moment, Lu Yu returned to his dwelling. It was a modest cabin concealed within the depths of the mountains, encircled by dense woods, the air infused with the refreshing scent of earth and grass. He pushed open the wooden door and entered, the simple yet tidy furnishings allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the darkening sky, yet the memory of his encounter with Bajuos lingered in his mind. Her power and composure served as constant reminders that this world was far broader and more intricate than he had ever imagined. Zhe, with a body that appeared somewhat fatigued, gradually descended upon the rooftop of the hotel. He raised his right hand, gathering a faint golden energy in his palm, and with a gentle wave, that energy spread like ripples across water, swiftly forming an immense transparent barrier enveloping the entire hotel. The surface of the barrier shimmered with minute light patterns, as if countless stars flickered within, emanating a reassuring wave of energy. He stood at the edge of the barrier, his gaze gravely fixed on the horizon. Not long prior, that very sky had erupted with cataclysmic energy. Had it not been for Bajuos' timely intervention, this planet might have been reduced to cosmic dust. Reflecting on this, Lu Yu instinctively clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. As he pushed open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, warm light spilled onto the carpeted floor. Number 18 stood by the window, her slender fingers lightly brushing against the quivering glass. She turned to face him, her silver hair glistening softly under the light, and her azure eyes carried a trace of worry. "You're back?" she inquired softly, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible tension. Recalling how the entire planet had trembled violently moments before, even toppling the water cup on the table. "Was it you again?" Lu Yu took a seat on the sofa. Exhaling deeply, he accepted the cup of water 18 offered, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other, her touch cool against his. The warm water soothed his taut nerves slightly. "Yes, more or less," he nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. Sunlight filtered through the curtain cracks, casting mottled shadows on his slightly pallid face. 18 settled beside him, carefully scrutinizing his features. She noticed the fine beads of sweat forming at his temples, and how his usually vibrant eyes appeared dimmed. "Are you all right? You look unwell," she gently inquired, concern evident in her tone. Lu Yu placed the cup on the coffee table, the glass clinking against the wooden surface. He rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the relentless replay of the battle scene in his mind. Bajuos' seemingly effortless strike, the overwhelming disparity in strength. "I'm fine," he managed to force a smile. "Let's tidy up and return to the 7th universe shortly." As he spoke, he stood and moved toward the window, peering through the barrier at the lingering energy remnants that had yet to settle. The shattered mountains and desiccated riverbeds spoke volumes of the ferocity of the recent battle. He clenched his fists, feeling the energy within him still simmering. The thought of becoming stronger grew increasingly vivid in his mind. If he could perfectly merge the intense divine power of the Super Saiyan God with the ferocious energy of Super Saiyan 5, his gaze steadily hardened. "Are we heading back?" 18's voice pulled him from his reverie. She had begun to pack her belongings with swift precision. "I'll finish up shortly." Watching her diligent movements, warmth surged in Lu Yu's heart. In this perilous universe, there were still people worth protecting. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the 7th universe, as if he could already envision the mysterious structure that could alter the flow of time awaiting him. he was poised to embark on a new path of training. 18. Upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of urgency in her eyes, nodding without hesitation, her slender fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her clothing. For long years had passed without seeing her brother, number 17. The yearning surged like a tidal wave, nearly rendering her breathless. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her excited heart. Observing her expression, Lu Yu's lips curled into a gentle smile. He extended his hand, lightly patting her shoulder, signaling her to ease her tension. The two quickly organized their belongings, and Lu Yu summoned the energy within him, a dazzling light enveloping them in an instant. With a slight sensation of dizziness, they traversed time and space, returning to the Earth of the seventh universe. However, the scene before them left them momentarily speechless. The Earth is no longer the vibrant and beautiful home of memory. Instead, it has been replaced by a scene of desolation and decay. Once towering skyscrapers have now crumbled into ruins, the remains stretching endlessly like an infinite wasteland. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and distant haunting bird calls add a layer of sorrow to the atmosphere. Suddenly, two figures appear in midair, their feet hovering above the ravaged ground. Shiba gazes around in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Slowly, she turns her body, scanning every shattered corner as if searching for a trace of familiarity. What has happened? Her voice trembles slightly, filled with confusion and helplessness. How could the Earth have transformed into this? Have we come to the wrong place? She instinctively rubs her eyes, as if trying to confirm whether this is merely a nightmare. Lu Yu furrows his brow, his gaze sharp as it sweeps across the horizon. He keenly senses two formidable presences clashing fiercely in the west. One is familiar and warm, Sun Wukong, while the other is filled with wrath and malevolence, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 77, Returning Home. It seems that the demon Bu has broken free from his seal, Lu Yu states gravely, a hint of seriousness in his tone. At this moment, besides him, no other adversary should possess the power to wreak such widespread destruction. Turning to Shiba, he sees her still in shock and gently takes her hand, offering a semblance of comfort. Let us go and see. Lu Yu's voice is firm and steady, as if igniting a lantern in the darkness. Shiba nods, the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by determination. In a flash, the two figures transform into streaks of light, racing towards the west. With a swift motion, the two figures tear through the sky like lightning, Lu Yu and Shiba suddenly appearing above a city reduced to ruins. Below them lies a landscape of broken walls and twisted steel, the charred rebar protruding menacingly from the concrete. Thick smoke coils upward like a giant serpent, deepening the already gray sky. The wind stirs up dust, carrying the pungent scent of gunpowder, permeating the still air. Above the ruins, two familiar silhouettes hover in midair. One is none other than the demon Bu, who has absorbed Sun Wukong's son, his rotund form clad in Sun Wukong's orange martial arts uniform, a twisted, arrogant smile plastered across his face. The other figure is Sun Wukong, his expression grave, adorned with a patera earring that glimmers with mysterious light, as if accumulating some unknown power. Lu Yu's gaze is sharp as a blade, sweeping over Bu's martial arts uniform, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. Have Sun Wukong and the others already been absorbed? His tone bears no fluctuation, as if stating a fact he had anticipated long ago. Sun Wukong suddenly looks up, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Such strong energy, who could it be? He murmurs, then realizes with a start, it's Lu Yu's energy. He hadn't expected that after 4 years, Lu Yu's power would undergo such a monumental transformation. Shock spreads across his face as he clenches his fists, feeling Lu Yu's energy pulsating with a force capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. 4 years ago, when Lu Yu departed, he had already attained a form covered in red fur, a level that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta had ever reached. Now, his energy feels even deeper and more ferocious, reminiscent of a dormant beast poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Sun Wukong ponders. This fellow's strength has likely far surpassed even the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Bu stretches his mouth wide, releasing a piercing laugh. Another warrior with formidable energy has appeared, but they could never be a match for me, Bu. He swings his robust arm, a dark purple energy coalescing in his palm, as if ready to devour the entire sky. Lu Yu steps forward expressionlessly. The air beneath him seems to solidify, and an invisible pressure expands outward like a tidal wave. Shiba stands silently behind him, her gaze icy, awaiting an inevitable confrontation. The clouds above begin to churn, lightning flickering ominously within, as if heralding the prologue to a climactic showdown. Bu's massive pink form slowly turns atop the ruins, casting a heavy sense of oppression over the entire land. His crimson eyes fixate on Lu Yu, a grotesque grin spreading across his face, revealing his stark white teeth. It seems yet another fool has come forth, Bu taunts, his pink fingers stroking his chin, but unfortunately, I have already absorbed Sun Wukong's son. I am now the most powerful being in this world. Just as the words leave his mouth, the air around Bu violently warps, a suffocating wave of energy radiating outward from him. The rubble on the ground begins to lift into the air under this force, while the surrounding remnants groan under the strain. At that critical moment, a golden light pierces the sky, descending with a sharp sound. Sun Wukong's figure appears before Lu Yu like a bolt of lightning, encircled by golden flames. His blue martial arts uniform rustling in the energy's wake. Long time no see, Lu Yu. Sun Wukong turns, a familiar bright smile on his face. But his eyes are sharper than before. I can feel that your energy has grown significantly stronger. Lu Yu nods slightly, his gaze sweeping over the devastation around them. The once prosperous city has now become a wasteland. Broken buildings lean like snapped branches, and the ground is littered with bottomless chasms. The air thick with the sense of smoke and dust. You have also grown considerably stronger, Lu Yu replies calmly, though his eyes reflect gravity. However, judging by the state of devastation, it seems the earth has endured a cataclysm. Sun Wukong's smile gradually fades, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He clenches his fists tightly, the golden flames flickering around him. When Bu first appeared, I could barely cope, but now his voice drops. He has absorbed Wukong's son, Piccolo, and Goten, and his strength has surged to an unimaginable level. At this point, surviving even 10 rounds against him would be a daunting challenge. Suddenly, Sun Wukong lifts his head, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. It seems he has recalled something significant, and with excitement, he claps his hands. That's right. I was just searching for a suitable fusion partner. He gestures towards the trembling Dondi in the distance. I was almost about to fuse with Dondi. But now, Sun Wukong's gaze returns to Lu Yu, his eyes ablaze with the fire of hope. Since you are here, with our combined strength, if we can fuse, we will undoubtedly create an unprecedentedly powerful warrior. In the distance, Bu seems to sense their intentions, letting out a deafening roar. Dark red energy gathers in his palm, the surrounding air quaking violently, as if the very space trembles before this terrifying power. Red energy waves surge through the sky, Bu's pink form flickering between the clouds. Emitting a chilling laugh, Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, his blue martial arts uniform tattered, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, urgently retrieves a pair of patera earrings from his pocket. Without hesitation, he throws one towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu, quickly. Sun Wukong's voice is filled with urgency amidst the raging wind. Put this on your right ear. We must fuse to defeat Bu. The earring arcs gracefully through the air, shimmering with mysterious light in the dusky glow of the sunset. Lu Yu effortlessly catches the flying earring, his fingertips brushing against its cool metallic surface. He lifted his gaze towards the distant destruction wrought by the demon Majin Buu, a subtle, enigmatic smirk gracing his lips. Fusion? Lu Yu's voice was chillingly calm, starkly contrasting with the cataclysmic scene surrounding him. Son Goku, are you jesting with me? He slowly turned, his black hair swirling in the chaotic air currents. Chapter 78, Impudence. For 3 years, although he had lived in seclusion on Earth, he had maintained a distance from these so-called warriors. He never anticipated that their first formal encounter would involve such a brazen demand. Son Goku stumbled forward, the gravel beneath his feet crunching audibly. What did you say? The demon Majin Buu was formidable enough that even my Super Saiyan 3 form could not match him. In my eyes, Lu Yu interrupted, casually toying with an earring between his fingers. That pink abomination is but an annoying fly. In the distance, Majin Buu unleashed a devastating energy blast, a blinding light illuminating the sky as if it were daylight. The shockwave from the explosion surged towards them, causing their garments to flutter violently. Yet Lu Yu did not even blink, as if the approaching force was merely a gentle summer breeze. Son Goku's pupils constricted sharply. He could distinctly sense the extraordinarily serene aura emanating from Lu Yu. This mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared on Earth 3 years ago was harboring astonishing power. However, before Son Goku could articulate his thoughts, Lu Yu raised a hand to halt him. "Watch closely," he said, gently lifting his right hand as a faint orb of energy began to coalesce in his palm. "Let me demonstrate what true power is." Red flames surged around Lu Yu, his silver hair defying gravity. He hovered in midair, the energy radiating from him causing the ground beneath to crack. After 7 years of arduous training, coupled with a tenfold increase in his cultivation speed, the power surging within him resembled a vast galaxy. Every inch of his muscle contained world-shattering energy, and even the air was thick with an overwhelming pressure. Standing opposite him, Son Goku's orange martial arts uniform fluttered in the wake of Lu Yu's might. His brow furrowed tightly, fists clenching instinctively. Having faced Jiren in a life-and-death struggle, witnessed the majesty of the god of destruction's realm, and grasped the power of the god of destruction under the tutelage of Zampa and Beerus, Lu Yu, at this moment, undoubtedly possessed the merit to be proud. "Majin Buu?" Lu Yu sneered, a silver arc of electricity dancing at his fingertips. "In my eyes, he is not even worthy of a warm-up." Son Goku inhaled deeply, memories of his arduous battles against Majin Buu flashing through his mind. The terrifying power displayed by that pink monster after absorbing Gohan still haunted him. "Lu Yu," Son Goku exclaimed, his gaze resolute. "I know you have grown stronger, but Majin Buu and Cell are on completely different levels, especially after he absorbed Gohan." His voice betrayed a palpable anxiety. The current Majin Buu might very well be the strongest being in this universe. Lu Yu nonchalantly raised his hand, conjuring a small energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Though diminutive, it pulsed with a heart-stopping energy, warping the very fabric of space around it. "The strongest?" Lu Yu scoffed, tossing the energy sphere into the air. It detonated, showering the heavens with brilliant light. "That pink gummy is no match for me." At that moment, far away in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin abruptly opened his eyes, his staff trembling slightly in his grasp. The young Kaioshin, East Kaioshin, rushed forward to support him. "Ancestor, what is wrong?" The old Kaioshin gazed into the distance, his voice trembling with disbelief. "That lad Lu Yu has returned. His aura has grown so powerful that even I cannot fathom its depths." Simultaneously, on the opposite end of Earth, Majin Buu seemed to sense something, his plump body involuntarily shivering. He curiously rubbed his round belly, then continued his gluttonous feast. "Fusion Lu Yu," Son Goku persisted, assuming the stance for their fusion technique. "For the safety of Earth, this is our best option." Lu Yu gradually descended to the ground, his silver hair reverting to black. He patted Son Goku on the shoulder, a flicker of complexity in his gaze. "Kakarot, you underestimate me far too much." The demon's fingers suddenly released a fine stream of energy, instantaneously vaporizing a fly that ventured too close. "Just like that fly, I can dispose of him effortlessly." Son Goku stared, stunned, at the fleeting display of power. Finally realizing that Lu Yu had ascended to a height he could scarcely comprehend, the twilight sun cast long shadows over the two figures. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan were hastening towards them, while Vegeta stood at a greater distance, arms crossed, his expression rife with disbelief and indignation. This impending battle might conclude far swifter than they had anticipated. Jebet, trembling, cradled the shimmering crystal orb in his hands, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He fixated on the upright figure within, his voice faltering with excitement. If only he could fuse with Goku, harnessing the power of the Patera earrings. They would surely annihilate that Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin's forehead, lined with wrinkles, suddenly bulged with veins. He whirled around, his voluminous robe slicing through the air with a sharp arc, his bony fingers nearly poking Jebet in the nose. "Utterly foolish," he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the vast temple. "Now that Lu Yu has returned, why would he need external assistance? When will you rid yourself of that blockheadness?" What? Jebet staggered back 2 steps, nearly dropping the crystal orb. He stared in disbelief at the composed figure within, his throat tightening. Could it be that Lu Yu's words were not mere bravado? Could he truly contend against the cataclysmic might of the demon? Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking the collar of his robe. The terrifying scenes of Majin Buu rampaging through the universe 4 years prior still loomed vividly in his mind. That suffocating aura of malevolence lingering within him. The old Kaioshin slowly paced to the center of the temple, his murky eyes narrowing. He gently caressed the surface of the crystal orb, the swirling light within reflecting his grave countenance. "It appears," he murmured, his voice tinged with tremors. "He has not only mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan, but has also touched upon a terrifying realm." Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy swept through the temple, causing the old Kaioshin's white beard to stir without wind. His aged hands involuntarily clenched, joints cracking softly. "This aura," he murmured, "is both familiar and strange, as if it hails from the abyss of antiquity." Liu Yu within the crystal orb lifted his gaze, golden flames swirling around him as if tangible. His piercing stare penetrated through layers of space, causing both gods to experience a moment of trepidation. The old Kaioshin instinctively took a half-step back, the hem of his robe brushing against the polished floor with a soft rustle. Even 4 years ago, when Liu Yu sought to defeat Majin Buu, it was merely child's play. His voice gradually regained steadiness, yet the astonishment in his eyes lingered. The star patterns surrounding the temple flickered erratically, and the shadows cast by the crystal orb around Liu Yu created ripples in the air. The old Kaioshin scrutinized the indistinct energy waves, the corners of his aged mouth twitching slightly. The 4th level of Super Saiyan is a realm far beyond what Goku can reach. Each energy particle harbors the potential to obliterate the very heavens and the earth, yet it is wielded with such grace and control. Jebite Shun gazed intently at the crystal sphere, witnessing as the fiery aura surrounding Liu Yu gradually coalesced into a tangible golden armor, with countless tiny electric serpents dancing upon its surface. Though separated by the crystal, the overwhelming energy still rendered him breathless. Could it truly be? Jebite Shun abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting sharply, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chapter 79, Inconceivable. He instinctively took a step back, his hands clenching involuntarily, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. For years ago, Liu Yu was capable of defeating the demon Majin Buu? This thought thundered through his mind, sending shivers down his spine. If that were the case, how terrifying must that individual's power be? Now, for years later, his strength had likely ascended to unfathomable heights. Even more unsettling was the implication in the ancestors' words that Liu Yu had mastered an even more formidable Saiyan transformation. The old Kaioshin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his gaze. He gently caressed the staff in his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Though Majin Buu is formidable, before Liu Yu, he is but a mere insect that could be crushed at will. He paused, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, producing a crisp sound. "Watch closely. This battle will reveal to you what true power is." Jebite Shun nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The ancestors' high regard for Liu Yu compelled him to believe. He clenched his fists tightly, a mixture of trepidation and anticipation swirling within him. If the ancestors' words held truth, perhaps the entire universe could indeed be spared from this calamity. Meanwhile, in the skies above Earth, Majin Buu had just absorbed Piccolo, his pink form slightly swelling, radiating an even more perilous aura. His crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, keen hearing capturing every word of the conversation between Liu Yu and Sun Wukong. "Huh." Majin Buu let out a low, rumbling laugh, the flesh on his face quivering with emotion. He slowly ascended, dark red energy waves beginning to coalesce around him. "Hey!" Majin Buu's figure abruptly appeared before Liu Yu and Sun Wukong, stirring a fierce gust of wind. He crossed his arms, his pink body glistening under the sunlight. A smile of extreme confidence plastered across his face. "You arrogant fool." Majin Buu tilted his head, his scarlet eyes fixated on Liu Yu with mockery in his tone. "From your words, it seems you believe you can easily defeat me?" He slowly raised his right hand, a swirling mass of dark energy forming in his palm, the surrounding air beginning to warp as debris was drawn upward, spinning wildly in the air. "Let me see." Majin Buu's grin grew more sinister. "What makes you think you have the right to be so arrogant? Of course, with just a single finger, I could erase you from this world." Liu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling with playful mockery, as if savoring a splendid performance about to unfold. He gently raised his right hand, casually pointing his index finger in the air, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were directing the course of history, yet emanating an aura of chilling authority. A soft breeze swept by, lifting a wisp of dust from his garments, and the air around him seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, even the light subtly distorting at his fingertips. Majin Buu's previously gaping mouth momentarily froze before erupting into a deafening cackle. His corpulent body shook violently with laughter, waves rippling across his pink skin. What? You think you can defeat me with just a finger? He clutched his round belly, laughing uncontrollably, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Ha! You truly crack me up, just a mere human. Tears of mirth glistened at the corners of his eyes. You clearly have no idea how powerful I am now. Liu Yu maintained his air of nonchalance, his stance unchanged. Only the most observant would notice the faint purplish aura that enveloped him, a silent flow of destructive energy. Indeed, with but a thought, uttering the word destruction toward Majin Buu, this seemingly invincible demon would be completely erased at the level of fundamental loss, leaving not even the tiniest particle behind. Even though Majin Buu boasted of an indomitable regenerative ability, it would be futile against the absolute might of destruction's loss. Go ahead and laugh. Liu Yu's voice was as calm as a deep pool, yet it carried a chilling certainty, for soon, you shall find no reason to smile. Majin Buu's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a snarl of fury. His hefty form tensed, pink muscles bulging. Arrogant thing. Your energy indeed smells unique. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. If you turned to chocolate, I bet you'd taste exquisite. Hardly had the words left his mouth when Majin Buu's figure suddenly blurred. The ground beneath where he stood exploded, debris scattering, as his true form transformed into a pink lightning bolt, screaming through the air toward Liu Yu. The ground was carved into deep trenches in his wake, and the violent shockwave sent nearby ruins flying. Sun Wukong, who had been watching from the sidelines, paled, hastily teleporting behind a massive boulder 100 meters away. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the recent encounter with Majin Buu still vivid in his memory. This creature had reached an unfathomable level of power after absorbing Gohan. Feeling the suffocating energy clash at the center of the battlefield, Wukong couldn't help but worry for Liu Yu. Just as Majin Buu was about to make contact with Liu Yu, time seemed to come to a standstill. A profound purple-black light rapidly gathered at the tip of Liu Yu's slowly raised finger, the surrounding space starting to emit a mournful cry of strain. Buu's pink form raced across the devastated earth, each step raising clouds of dust. His signature malevolent grin appeared even more ferocious, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. The air was thick with the scent of charred matter, and distant rumblings of collapsing buildings echoed through the chaos. Swish! The sharp sound of slicing air pierced the sky as Majin Buu's figure moved with such speed that he nearly became a pink flash of lightning. His fists, imbued with destructive energy, left scorching trails in the air with each swing. This tremendous force even caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. The power derived from Gohan's absorption was indeed astonishing. Originally surpassing Super Saiyan 3, it had reached an unprecedented height after merging with Majin Buu's attributes. Now Majin Buu, enveloped in dark red flames, left deep fissures in the ground with each movement. At this critical moment, Liu Yu subtly shifted his body. His actions appeared casual, yet were executed with an astonishing precision. Majin Buu's fist, capable of shattering mountains, whistled past him, narrowly missing his garment. The fierce wind from the punch sent Liu Yu's black hair swirling, yet he remained unscathed. TCH, you managed to dodge that. Majin Buu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, his brow furrowing. For the first time, a serious expression crossed his round face. Clearly, this seemingly ordinary human was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Swish! Majin Buu's figure vanished once more, reappearing at Liu Yu's left side in the blink of an eye. His arms transformed into countless afterimages, a torrential barrage of attacks raining down like a tempest. Every strike from Majin Buu emanates with devastating power, causing the ground to shatter and stones to scatter in its wake. Yet, Liu Yu moves like a leaf dancing in a tempest, deftly evading attacks with the slightest of movements at the most perilous moments. His form shifts from side to side and leans back at just the right angles, each motion executed with the precision of a meticulously calculated maneuver. Even more astonishing is that in the instant of his evasions, his presence dissipates entirely, as though he melds into the void itself. How is this possible? Sun Wukong's eyes widen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He clenches his fists tightly, his voice trembling with disbelief. Without any transformation, he can so effortlessly evade Majin Buu's onslaught. Vegeta, standing nearby with arms crossed over his chest, wears a similarly grave expression. In that moment of evasion, it was as though he vanished entirely from this world. Not only was there no visible trace, But even his energy was entirely undetectable. At the center of the battlefield, Majin Buu's attacks grow increasingly ferocious. He unleashes a barrage of pink energy waves with his fists, rending the surrounding earth into a pockmarked wasteland. Nevertheless, Lu Yue maintains an air of calm. His steps light and assured as he weaves effortlessly through the relentless onslaught. Occasionally, one of Majin Buu's energy waves grazes the edge of Lu Yue's garments, scorching the fabric with charred marks. However, that is the extent of it. Lu Yue's countenance remains serene, as if this life-and-death duel were merely a casual game for him. Damn it! Majin Buu roars, his aura surging violently. His physique begins to swell, muscles rippling with visible intensity. Clearly, being toyed with by an ostensibly ordinary human has utterly enraged this malevolent entity. Yet, Lu Yue merely raises an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, Majin Buu's fury only reveals more vulnerabilities. The colossal fists of Majin Buu, enveloped in a dark crimson energy storm, come crashing down. However, Lu Yue simply sidesteps, allowing the cataclysmic attack to brush past the edge of his clothing, the wind pressure sending his stray locks into a wild dance. Too slow. A faint smile plays upon Lu Yue's lips, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his deep-set eyes. He slowly raises his right hand, his index finger lightly tapping toward Majin Buu's brow. This gesture appears languid, yet it leaves several afterimages in the air. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Majin Buu's corpulent form is sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. In that split second, Lu Yue's figure seems to dissolve into the air, leaving behind a gradually fading blue halo. As the onlookers finally catch sight of him again, he stands 100 meters away, his garments billowing, untouched by dust. Majin Buu crashes heavily to the ground, the tremendous impact tearing the desolate expanse apart. Spiderweb-like fissures radiate from the point of impact, and the dust clouds rise like a tsunami. Once the debris settles, a crater over 100 meters in diameter emerges, revealing Majin Buu struggling to move his pink body at the bottom. How can this be? Sun Wukong involuntarily takes a step forward, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He fixates on the calm figure at the center of the battlefield, his voice quaking with disbelief. Not only was it his speed, but in that moment, Lu Yue's presence vanished completely. Piccolo's tightly clenched fists turned pale, his green visage etched with seriousness. This is no mere instantaneous movement. At the moment of attack, he seemed to transform into a whisper of wind, imperceptible even to the faintest energy fluctuations. Master Roshi adjusts his glasses, his ancient voice tinged with awe. This level of agility transcends the realm of martial arts. It seems that over the past 4 years, Lu Yue has reached heights we can scarcely imagine. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Yue gradually retracts his energy. He gazes down at his palm, a faint blue arc of electricity dancing between his fingers. The boy who once struggled to contend with Super Saiyans 4 years ago now stands at an entirely new pinnacle. Shall we continue? His voice is soft, yet it resonates clearly across the battlefield. A gentle breeze rustles his black combat attire, the wear and tear from years of training evident in the tattered edges. Sunlight bathes his upright figure, casting a long shadow upon the ground. Majin Buu strains to rise from the deep pit, angry patterns emerging across his pink form. Yet this time, he refrains from launching an immediate counterattack. A flicker of hesitation evident in his small eyes. Lu Yue tilts his head slightly, gazing at the clouds drifting in the sky. The trials of 4 years are vividly recalled. The clashes with legendary warriors in the rifts of time and space, the relentless training on the gravity planet, and the profound insights gained within the room of spirit and time. All the hardships coalesce into a serene composure at this moment. It seems, he murmurs softly, his gaze returning to Majin Buu, it is time to conclude this battle. A thunderous roar rends the air, and the earth shatters in response. Countless fragments are propelled skyward amidst swirling dust, resembling a torrential downpour. The cracked ground fractures at a staggering pace, and from the depths of the unfathomable chasms, a searing white mist rises. In the midst of this chaos, a dark red figure bursts forth. Majin Buu's muscles swell dramatically, bizarre markings appearing across his skin, veins bulging ominously. Damnable insect, how dare you ambush me? Majin Buu's roar reverberates, shaking the clouds within a 100-mile radius, his twisted visage morphing into a grotesque form. A dark purple aura surges from his being, transforming into a tangible vortex of energy that pulverizes the stones into dust. A terrifying wave of energy cascades outward, lowering the ground by 3 feet wherever it passes. Ambush. A clear voice pierces through the swirling dust. Lu Yu's figure flickering in and out of sight amidst the energy currents. Against a foe of your caliber, would I require an ambush? Before the words finish, Lu Yu's previous position detonates with a sonic boom, his entire being morphing into a streak of light that rends the heavens. Majin Buu's crimson pupils dilate in shock, and before he can raise his hand to defend, a knee strike imbued with a golden cyclone collides forcefully with his chin. Bang! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoes as Majin Buu's massive form is sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 towering peaks. The sky rains down debris, accumulating into chaotic mounds in the trench he leaves behind. In the observation area, Sun Wukong unconsciously clenches his fists, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I still cannot see. I can only catch a glimpse of his afterimage at the moment of impact. Number 18 stands nearby, arms crossed, her cerulean eyes reflecting the turbulent energy in the distance. She lightly flings her platinum locks, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Quite normal. Lu Yu's current level has long surpassed your understanding. In the distance, Majin Buu struggles to rise from the ruins, his shattered jaw visibly healing at an astonishing rate. He wipes away the purple blood trickling from his lips. Dark energy begins to coalesce around him, suffocating the atmosphere of the battlefield. The tension hangs thick, akin to the suffocating silence before a storm. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpens, briefly lingering on number 18 before shifting back to Majin Buu and Lu Yu. His tightly clenched fists tremble slightly, knuckles whitening from exertion. The air is saturated with a heavy aura of hostility, even the surrounding stones vibrating subtly. Sun Wukong can acutely sense the immense power radiating from Lu Yu, an unfathomable strength that causes him to grit his teeth involuntarily. Perhaps that is indeed the case, Sun Wukong murmured softly, his disheveled bangs tousled by the gusts of energy. He could sense the energy within Lu Yu, akin to a vast starry river, far surpassing his own limits. This realization caused his heart to plunge, yet it ignited a fiercer battle spirit within his eyes. You bastard! You've truly angered me this time. The roar of Majin Buu was deafening. He swung his robust arms violently, stirring up a gust of foul wind. The veins on his pink skin bulged, and his crimson eyes fixated intensely on Lu Yu. I will make you understand that the angrier you make me, the more excruciating your demise will be. Majin Buu lifted a hand to wipe away the blood from his nose, the viscous liquid leaving a dark red trail on the back of his hand. Although he appeared to be teetering on the brink of madness, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. After absorbing Sun Wukong's son and Piccolo, his thoughts had become exceptionally clear, as if a bright light had illuminated the chaos in his mind. Chapter 81. Unfathomable depths. He was acutely aware of the situation before him. This suddenly appearing human strength was unfathomable. The series of attacks just now had been so swift that he barely managed to catch a glimpse of a few afterimages. Majin Buu silently calculated, his pink form slightly hunched like a beast poised to pounce. The notion of absorbing Sun Wukong fervently grew in his mind. He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong not far away while cautiously maneuvering a hidden tendril. This pink tendril slithered through the rubble like a venomous serpent, inching ever closer to Sun Wukong's back. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Sun Wukong, his sharp battle instincts prompting him to whirl around. But in that fleeting moment, the tendril shot forth like a released arrow. Be careful, Sun Wukong. Number 18's alarmed cry pierced the air. Her golden hair danced wildly in the gusts. Her blue eyes filled with terror. Yet, it was too late. The pink tendril coiled around Sun Wukong's body like a living vine, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Sun Wukong struggled fiercely, a dazzling golden aura erupting around him, causing the ground to crack open with numerous fissures. But the tendril tightened its grip, ultimately engulfing him entirely. Ha ha! Majin Buu laughed maniacally, shaking the very battlefield with his mirth. He opened his gaping maw, his pink body quivering with excitement. At last it is within my grasp. Number 18 watched in despair, her slender fingers digging into her palms. She sensed a suffocating energy gathering within Majin Buu, a horrific fusion of Sun Wukong's powerful essence and Buu's original strength. The clouds above began to swirl chaotically, forming a massive vortex. The ground was tossed with flying stones. Countless fragments lifted into the air by the overwhelming energy. Majin Buu's form began to transform, as if magma flowed beneath his pink skin, emanating a chilling wave of energy. Then, Majin Buu slowly turned toward Lu Yu, his newly acquired power resonating in his voice. Now it is your turn. What a forgetful fool you are. A twisted, contemptuous grin spread across Buu's grotesque face, the purple viscous substance swirling around him like a living entity. Knowing my abilities, yet you make no attempt at defense, utterly foolish. You deserve to be completely absorbed. His thoughts racing, he clenched his right hand in midair. The mass enveloping Sun Wukong suddenly contracted as if pulled by an invisible force, tearing through the air and swiftly merging back into Buu's body. The viscous substance emitted a nauseating gurgling sound, as if life were struggling within. As the last trace of purple integrated into Buu's form, he stretched contentedly, a sinister dark purple glow enveloping him, as if digesting the newfound power. Mr. Wukong has been absorbed. The god of destruction dandy, hidden amidst the rubble, trembled violently, his hands gripping a broken stone pillar until his knuckles turned white. He gazed upwards at the terrifying figure in the sky, his voice quivering with sheer terror. In the distance, the battlefield lay in ruins, Majin Buu's sinister laughter echoing like a death knell. Memories of Piccolo and Gohan's fates flashed through Dandy's mind, and now, even his final hope, Sun Wukong, had vanished from sight. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he struggled to swallow, his voice nearly choking. I never thought even Mr. Wukong would fall. All hope must now rest upon Mr. Lu Yu. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the gods of destruction, the image reflected in the crystal ball jolted Jebet God from his seat. How can this be? He exclaimed, his hands trembling uncontrollably, nearly toppling the crystal goblet filled with divine nectar beside him. He paced anxiously in the temple, the gem-studded boots echoing crisply against the polished floor. Knowing full well that Majin Buu possessed the ability to absorb others, and witnessing Piccolo and Gohan's fates, how could Mr. Wukong be so careless? His voice heightened in urgency, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What are we to do now? Having absorbed so many powerful beings, Buu's strength must have escalated to unimaginable heights. Calm down, the old Kai god rebuked, his staff striking the ground heavily, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly. His murky yet piercing eyes fixed intently on the crystal ball, his white beard quivering with agitation. When will you learn to temper your reckless nature? Look closely. He pointed with a bony finger at Buu's figure within the crystal ball. After absorbing Wukong, has that monster exhibited any changes? Jebet God paused, suppressing his inner turmoil to scrutinize the scene. Indeed, aside from the purple glow that enveloped Majin Buu upon absorption, there was no significant enhancement in his form or aura. Rather, it seemed he was adapting to something. The old Kai god stroked his long beard, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. Wukong can be somewhat reckless at times, but during battle, he is sharper than anyone. Knowing Buu's capabilities, he would never be unprepared. I suspect he intentionally allowed himself to be absorbed. Given his nature, he must be devising something. We shall merely observe and await the outcome. The temple fell into silence, with only the restless figure of Majin Buu within the crystal ball flickering, heralding an impending cataclysm. After absorbing Sun Wukong, Buu's energy surged, yet he remained blissfully unaware of any outward change. His crimson eyes locked onto Lu Yu, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. If even Sun Wukong has become my sustenance, now it is your turn. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Buu's corpulent body transformed into a bolt of pink lightning. The ground cracked beneath him, debris swept into the air by the violent gusts, forging a path of destruction aimed directly at Lu Yu. So be it. Lu Yu sighed softly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. As he clenched his fists, crimson energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, sending waves of intense energy that distorted the air around him, the ground beneath melting into boiling magma. When the energy reached its zenith, his silver hair billowed, and his pupils transformed into glimmering ruby gems, perfectly embodying the Super Saiyan god form. Buu's fist, imbued with power capable of tearing through space, thundered toward him but halted mere inches from Lu Yu's face. Slowly, Lu Yu raised his right hand, his index finger lightly tapping the void. In an instant, half of Buu's head was as if struck by an invisible hammer, fragments of skull and brain matter scattering in all directions. Purple blood spewed from his orifices, hissing in the scorching air as it evaporated. Ugh! Buu's remaining jaw let out a wretched wail. Although his regenerative abilities allowed his skull to heal at a visibly rapid pace, each inch of newly formed flesh brought excruciating pain. At this moment, he realized that while absorbing human power, his once nearly invincible regeneration was declining, and his pain receptors had become exceedingly sensitive. Far away in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin was abruptly stirred from his throne, his frail hands gripping the crystal ball tightly. The divine energy emanating from the sphere made him tremble, his silver beard swaying without wind. So that's why it felt familiar upon our first encounter, he murmured, cold sweat beading on his wrinkled forehead. A Saiyan had actually transcended the shackles of mortality and stepped into the realm of the divine. The massacre on the battlefield continued unabated. Lu Yu transformed into a streak of crimson light, each appearance leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on Buu. A swift chop severed Buu's right arm at the shoulder. A kick penetrated his chest, exposing his beating heart. An energy blast struck his back, creating a half-meter-wide gaping wound. Purple blood poured down like a torrential rain, staining the scorched earth a bizarre, dark violet. Buu staggered, attempting to retaliate, but his newly formed arm was shattered once more before it could fully take shape. His damaged vocal cords emitted discordant shrieks, and his regeneration speed was clearly unable to keep pace with the destruction. Chapter 82. Without a fighting chance, the once fearsome demon now resembled a disassembled puppet, utterly powerless against divine strength. The remnants of the setting sun cast this hellish landscape in a hue reminiscent of a blood-soaked abyss. Lu Yu hovered in midair, coldly observing the continuously regenerating flesh beneath him. The aura of Super Saiyan formed a crimson vortex, dyeing the clouds above in a splendid red reminiscent of twilight. Lu Yu's brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on the writhing figure of Buu in the distance. He could distinctly sense the atmosphere around him diminishing at an alarming rate, as if an invisible force had drained the battlefield of its vitality. The air was thick with anxiety and unease, with even the wind seemingly stilled, leaving only a heavy silence. What on earth is Goku doing? Why hasn't he brought anyone out yet? Lu Yu muttered to himself, his tone laced with barely perceptible impatience. His fingers unconsciously stroked the weapon at his waist, his eyes sharp as blades, as if attempting to pierce through Buu's massive form. Others might assume that Goku had been swallowed by Buu and was in dire straits. But Lu Yu was well aware that this was all part of Goku's meticulously crafted performance. He had intentionally allowed himself to be consumed by Buu to rescue the trapped Son Gohan, Piccolo, Son Goten, and Trunks amidst the chaos. Just as Lu Yu's words faded, Buu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound was akin to a wail from the depths of hell, causing the surrounding air to shudder. Soon after, a torrent of white gas erupted from the small hole atop Buu's head, billowing like steam and enveloping his upper body in a hazy cloud. He clutched his head tightly, his body twisting violently as if enduring unspeakable agony. The white mist thickened, nearly consuming Buu's entire figure. His body began to convulse uncontrollably, each spasm causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if even the earth quaked in sympathy for his suffering. At that moment, a golden light suddenly burst forth from within Buu, like the first ray of dawn piercing through the gloom of the battlefield. Goku's silhouette appeared in midair, arms outstretched, firmly grasping the collars of Son Gohan, Piccolo, Son Goten, and Trunks. Their bodies hung limply, clearly having endured considerable torment within Buu. Finally out, Goku surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the four he held, a relieved smile breaking across his face. His plan had succeeded. Not only had he rescued all of his trapped companions, but he had also thoroughly weakened Buu's power. In this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. Goku gracefully descended before Lu Yu, gently placing the four on the ground. "Thank you, Lu Yu," he said sincerely, gratitude shining in his eyes. "If it weren't for you holding Buu at bay and buying me precious time, I fear I wouldn't have been able to rescue Gohan and the others so smoothly." Lu Yu cast a calm glance at Goku, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Now that they are safe, step aside," he replied, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Buu is too weak. I have grown somewhat impatient." With that, he slowly raised his hand, gathering a brilliant orb of light in his palm, as if heralding that the forthcoming battle would hold no suspense. The atmosphere around them grew tense once more. A new storm was on the horizon. To be frank, the battle with Buu had become rather tedious. His attacks were monotonous. Although powerful, they lacked the finesse and variety to ignite any enthusiasm. Lu Yu hovered in the air, his gaze calmly sweeping over the shattered ground below, his decision already made. It was time to conclude this battle. It's time to end this, Lu Yu stated lightly, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach Goku's ears from afar. What? You don't need our help? Goku was taken aback, his brow furrowing in surprise at Lu Yu's decision. Beside him, Vegeta shot a sharp look, seemingly unsatisfied with Lu Yu's confidence. No need. Lu Yu replied with a gentle shake of his head, his tone resolute. His gaze returned to Buu, as if declaring the end of this confrontation. Just then, Buu seemed to sense Lu Yu's disdain and roared in fury. His body began to twist violently, the once pink skin gradually peeling away to reveal the primal and savage form of Buu. He pounded his chest violently, emitting a thunderous sound, as if venting endless rage. Yeah. The primal Buu let out a piercing howl, his form shooting forth like lightning, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. His fist coalesced with destructive energy, charging toward Lu Yu's face with such speed it seemed to tear the air. Yet, Lu Yu remained unmoved, standing his ground with an expression devoid of any fluctuation. He slowly lifted his right hand, his fingertips twitching slightly, as a deep purple energy sphere quietly formed. The surface of this energy sphere shimmered with a peculiar glow, as if containing the power to obliterate everything. Destruction, Lu Yu uttered softly, his voice as calm as still water. The purple energy sphere shot forth in a flash, its speed too swift for the eye to comprehend. It pierced through the primal Buu's body with pinpoint accuracy, raising not a single ripple, as if merely brushing past. The forward motion of primal Buu abruptly halted. He looked down at his chest, where a small hole had appeared. Following that, his body began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace, countless purple light points spreading from the hole like dust blown by the wind. Ah! The demon Buu let out a chilling scream, his voice filled with terror and reluctance. His form gradually vanished under the onslaught of the purple light points, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the echo of his scream lingering in the air, as if lamenting the end of this brief yet desperate struggle. Lu Yu slowly retracted his hand, his gaze calm as he looked into the distance, as though everything that had just transpired was merely an inconsequential interlude. In the expanse of the world, it seemed as if only that heart-wrenching scream remained. The pink form of Demon Buu disintegrated rapidly under the tremendous energy impact, akin to a piece of paper ignited by flame. The violet luminescence emanated from his body, resembling a multitude of fireflies dancing in the night sky, yet imbued with a disquieting aura of annihilation. No, it's impossible, Buu's voice distorted in the air, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief and despair. He attempted to extend his hands to grasp his dissipating form, only to discover that his fingers too were gradually transforming into shimmering motes of light. The purple radiance intensified, enveloping him entirely like a colossal cocoon. A faint, crackling sound resonated through the air, the last remnants of his cells collapsing under the strain of energy. His massive figure trembled violently within the violet glow, as if enduring unimaginable agony. Ultimately, after a blinding flash, the silhouette that once made the entire universe tremble disintegrated into a flurry of purple luminescent dust, carried away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Gulps echoed as Sun Wukong unconsciously swallowed, the sound of his atoms apple moving distinctly audible in the silent battlefield. He instinctively raised a hand to wipe non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes wide as saucers. Beside him, the deity Dandi collapsed to the ground, his cat ears twitching involuntarily, and his tail coiling tightly against his side. Is it over? Dandi's voice quivered, his eyes rubbing in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Chapter 83. Disappearance. Sun Wukong mechanically nodded, his lips parting slightly, yet no sound emerged. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where Buu had vanished, now only a gaping pit several hundred meters in diameter, with wisps of green smoke still rising from its edges. The terrifying entity that had left warriors across the earth helpless, the one that had devoured countless strong beings, and nearly brought the Kaishin realm to ruin, had simply vanished. Moreover, it was in such an almost humiliating manner. Just moments ago, they had been at their wits' end on how to confront Buu. This pink demon possessed nearly limitless regenerative abilities and grew increasingly powerful through the consumption of Piccolo, Gohan, and others. The earth lay in ruins under its rampage, cities reduced to rubble, mountains flattened. Yet, at the moment when despair gripped everyone, the ever-composed youth, Lu Yue, casually lifted his right hand. Sun Wukong still vividly recalled that moment. Lu Yue didn't even assume a fighting stance. He merely extended his index finger, and a slender golden beam, almost imperceptible, erupted from his fingertip. The beam appeared slow but was, in fact, faster than the limits of visual perception, tracing an elegant arc through the air, striking Buu squarely in the chest. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no world-shattering energy fluctuations. It was as if a pin had punctured a balloon, and Buu's seemingly hopeless regenerative capabilities faltered before this seemingly trivial attack, unable to withstand even a second. How can this be? Sun Wukong murmured, his fists clenching unconsciously, nails digging into his palms. This was the very Buu that even my Kamehameha had been helpless against. He recalled a previous conversation with Lu Yue, where Lu Yue had nonchalantly stated his intention to handle Buu alone. Sun Wukong had thought him overly presumptuous, even suggesting a fusion strategy. In retrospect, he felt like a fool. He was telling the truth, Sun Wukong said with a bitter smile, shaking his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. To him, Buu had seemed no more than a little bug that could be squashed at will. Dondi finally regained some composure from his shock, trembling as he stood, gazing around. The sky, once shrouded by Buu's malevolent aura, had returned to its former azure brilliance. Sunlight cascaded through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the scorched earth below. "This is wonderful," Dandy's voice choked with emotion, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his eyes. The earth has finally been saved. Everyone can be resurrected." He looked toward the distance, where the ruins of cities lay devastated by Buu. Yet now, the light of hope shimmered anew upon this land. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the ground, as if softly singing for this hard-won victory. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, finally revealing a relieved smile. He gazed upward at the sky. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet he found it to be the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. "It's over," he whispered, his voice imbued with conviction. Dondi was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leapt from his spot, fists clenched, eyes sparkling with incredulity, as if he'd suddenly seen the dawn of hope amidst darkness. His voice trembled, thick with emotion, as he seemed to release the fears and despair that had accumulated within him. Just moments ago, when Gohan and Uncle Piccolo were consumed by Buu's twisted, dark energy, Dandy's heart had plummeted to the depths of despair, believing the Earth's fate was sealed. That an endless darkness would engulf everything, and the shadow of annihilation would, like a monstrous beast, devour the entire world. However, Mr. Lu Yue's emergence had been like lightning slicing through the night sky, that overwhelming power rekindling the flame of hope within Dondi amidst despair. Meanwhile, in the distant Kaioshin realm, in a tranquil and sacred space, the frail figure of the old Kaioshin suddenly trembled violently. He clutched his robe tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, as if struggling to restrain a storm of emotions within. His wrinkled face was etched with incredulous fear, his murky eyes fixed on the distance, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space to witness that heart-stopping scene. He shook his head frantically, his white beard fluttering with his movements, murmuring in a hoarse, trembling voice, filled with unmistakable panic, "That purple energy from Lu Yue. It's impossible. Who besides Lord Beerus could possibly wield such energy? This defies the laws of the universe." Standing nearby, Jebbet was radiating excitement and joy, entirely oblivious to the tempest raging within the old Kaioshin. He waved his arms, his voice booming with vitality. "Ancestor, what is the matter? Majin Buu has been vanquished by Lu Yue. We should be celebrating. Speaking of which, Lu Yue is astonishingly powerful. Just that tiny bit of energy was enough to obliterate Majin Buu. That creature was an ancient demon. Even the 5 Kaioshins couldn't handle him and lost 4 to his counterattacks. Yet Lu Yue managed to resolve it so effortlessly. It's nothing short of miraculous." The old Kaioshin abruptly turned his head, his eyes flashing with intensity, glaring daggers at Jebbet, as if his gaze could pierce through him. His voice escalated sharply, laden with uncontrollable anger and anxiety. "Useless fool. Can you not sense that something was amiss with Lu Yue's energy just now?" His roar echoed through the sacred space, suffused with a palpable pressure. "How can you, such a worthless being, be a Kaioshin? You can't even detect such an obvious anomaly." Taken aback by the old Kaioshin's sudden outburst, Jebbet stepped back, his previously exuberant expression freezing, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. He stammered, "What's wrong?" His voice held a note of uncertainty, as if he were trying to recall the energy fluctuations from that moment. Yet he could not grasp the heart-stopping anomaly that the old Kaishin had sensed. Jebet instinctively raised a hand, his fingers raking through his dense blue hair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His golden eyes shimmered with a glimmer of confusion as his gaze wandered across the smooth floor of the temple, seemingly seeking answers within the ancient patterns. The energy he had just sensed was indeed powerful enough to instantaneously obliterate the demon Majin Buu, he murmured to himself, his voice echoing slightly in the vastness of the temple. But what was so remarkable about it? Were we not frequently exposed to various astonishing powers? The old Kai's frail fingers gently caressed the surface of the crystal ball, his murky eyes fixated on the images materializing within. Inside the crystal ball, the figure of Lu Yue was enveloped by a veil of translucent purple aura, which flowed around him like a living entity. The old Kai sighed deeply, his wrinkled face etched with concern. "Ignorant fools." His voice was hoarse and heavy, each word seemingly forced from deep within his chest. "What you see is not merely an ordinary energy fluctuation. It is the destructive force wielded solely by the gods of destruction. This energy embodies the fundamental laws of annihilation in the universe. Wherever it passes, even time and space will be utterly erased." Destructive energy? God Jibite blinked in confusion, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He attempted to rummage through the memories of his long divine career for relevant information, but found nothing. This completely unfamiliar concept left his mind blank, leaving him to gaze blankly at the old Kai. The old Kai shook his head helplessly, his grizzled beard trembling slightly with his movement. He raised his age-spotted hand and wearily rubbed his temples, observing the bewildered expression on Jibite's face. He ultimately closed his eyes heavily. Chapter 84. Divine Realms. Some truths perhaps should not yet be revealed to all. The images within the crystal ball continued to flow, while the old Kai's thoughts drifted toward the distant starry sky. A Saiyan, a race inherently skilled in combat, had unexpectedly grasped the exclusive power of a god of destruction. Was this a blessing of fate or a harbinger of calamity? He could not help but recall the ancient prophecies warning of the disruption of cosmic balance. The purple energy danced at Lu Yue's fingertips, its radiance both beautiful and perilous, as if narrating a future that even the deities could scarcely foresee. After Majin Buu was utterly consumed by that purple light, Earth finally welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Sun Wukong soared through the skies above the reconstructed city on his Kintown, while Dondi meticulously searched through the ruins for scattered Dragon Balls, utilizing the sensing abilities of the Namekians. When the 7 Dragon Balls converged in the glow of the setting sun, their golden light illuminated the entire horizon. The majestic dragon coiled amidst the clouds, its resonant voice echoing throughout the realm. Those warriors who had perished in battle reappeared one by one in familiar places, bearing a hint of confusion, but more so the joy of rebirth. Vegeta opened his eyes in the Capsule Corporation training room. Krillin awoke on the shores of Kame House. And even those who had faced death multiple times, Nappa and Raditz, were granted new life through the Namekian Dragon Balls. The once devastated Earth was revitalized, the destroyed cities rapidly regaining their former glory. The once fearful and restless cosmos gradually settled, and the guardians of various galaxies sensed the suffocating aura of evil dissipating. Meanwhile, the celestial temple basked in the warm morning light. The halls, constructed of white jade, emitted a gentle glow, and the fragrance of celestial herbs wafted through the breeze. Son Gohan stepped forward first, his youthful face radiating sincere gratitude. He bowed deeply, his orange martial arts uniform swaying gently in the wind. "Mr. Lu Yue." His voice trembled with excitement. "I truly do not know how to express our gratitude. You have not only saved all life on Earth, but also restored peace to the entire universe." Krillin wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, his shiny bald head glistening in the sunlight. Piccolo stood nearby, arms crossed. Though his green face retained its characteristic seriousness, respect flickered in his eyes. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu stood side by side, gratitude shining in their 3 eyes. Even the proud Vegeta nodded slightly from a distance, expressing his acknowledgement in his own unique manner. The gentle breeze swept through the temple, carrying the fragrance of flowers from the land of rebirth. The crowd gathered around Lu Yue, the sunlight casting long shadows upon them. In that moment, the relief of having survived the calamity and the hope for the future flowed quietly within each heart. The shattered remnants of planets drifted slowly in the void. Once vibrant Earth now lay barren, with only charred land and cracked rivers of lava remaining. Dark red dust filled the sky, and the once flourishing cities had turned into ruins, as if even the stars mourned this catastrophe. Lu Yue stood atop a heap of rubble, his black battle suit rustling in the wind. He wrapped an arm around the slender shoulder of number 18, her golden hair still shimmering under the dim sky. Number 18 slightly turned her head, her icy blue eyes reflecting the devastated land. There is no need for thanks. Lu Yue's voice was calm as water, but carried an undeniable strength. Eliminating Majin Buu was merely to ensure that we could live peacefully on this land. Despite his words, gratitude still welled in the eyes of the survivors. Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, stepped forward, his orange martial arts uniform tattered and torn. He recalled the scene he had witnessed within Buu's body. Lu Yue could have ended this disaster in an instant, yet he deliberately waited for him to rescue Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks. Mr. Lu Yue. Dondi sprinted across the debris, his green skin particularly striking in the dim light. He waved his hands excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion. You are now the savior of the entire Earth. The survivors below are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to thank you in person for your gift of rebirth. Memories from 7 years ago surfaced in everyone's minds, recalling how Lu Yue had already saved Earth once after defeating Cell. Now he stood atop the ruins, his gaze sweeping across the scarred Earth before finally landing on Dondi. Thank you face to face? Lu Yue scoffed lightly, his long fingers gently tapping on the energy controller at his waist. I have no time for such trivial ceremonies right now. He looked up towards the direction of the temple, his gaze sharp as a blade. Next, I intend to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. During this time, his voice suddenly turned cold. I do not wish to be disturbed. Once, the title of savior had been a coveted honor for him. But at this moment, standing amidst the shattered stars, Lu Yue found such empty accolades unappealing. What mattered to him now was to swiftly elevate his strength to at least the level capable of contending with the angels. In this brutal universe, only power remained the eternal truth. Slowly raising his head, he fixed his determined gaze on the horizon, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable light. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles whitening from the pressure. In this vast and boundless world, he understood that only by continually enhancing his strength could he hope to find a sliver of survival amidst the perils. Upon hearing this, Dondi immediately straightened his posture, hands crossed respectfully before his chest, performing a gesture unique to the Namekians. His eyes sparkled with sincerity, his voice resolute and powerful. Leave the matters of the hyperbolic time chamber to me. I guarantee in the name of the Grand Elder of Namek that no one will disturb Mr. Lu Yue's training. As he spoke, he raised his hand and traced an elegant arc in the air, a faint green energy barrier shimmering into existence around them. Sun Wukong leaped swiftly to stand before Lu Yue, his orange martial arts uniform fluttering gently in the breeze. He parted his lips to reveal his signature radiant smile, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. His hands instinctively assumed a fighting stance, and an aura began to subtly ripple around him. You, my friend, possess an unfathomable strength, he exclaimed with excitement, itching for a fierce battle at that very moment. Lu Yue, upon hearing this, gently shook his head, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. He raised a hand to smooth the wind-tousled collar of his attire, a barely perceptible energy aura swirling around him. You wish to challenge me? His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until you both attain the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. Sun Wukong's mouth fell open in astonishment, while Vegeta clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. This unfamiliar term detonated within their minds like a thunderclap, causing both Saiyan warriors to tense every muscle in their bodies. Sun Wukong stepped forward eagerly, crimson energy surging uncontrollably from within him. Is the Divine Realm the form you exhibited when you vanquished Majin Buu? His voice trembled with excitement, conjuring memories of that moment. Lu Yue hovering in the air, surrounded by an ominous energy aura, a presence so powerful that it seemed to defy comprehension, still etched vividly in his mind. Lu Yue nodded slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He caressed the faint energy patterns shimmering on his chest, speaking in a tranquil tone. That is indeed the essence of it. Though he spoke lightly, He understood that even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to reach the divine realm, the path to achieving his current level would demand unimaginable trials. After all, the blood coursing through him hailed from a higher dimension, a pinnacle beyond mortal grasp. Vegeta stood at a distance, arms crossed, his nails digging into the muscles of his arms. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the elusive energy waves surrounding Lu Yute. Every cell in his being clamoring for a mightier power. The air around them seemed to tremble slightly from the collision of their formidable auras, and the faint energy ripples sparkled with an unusual brilliance under the sunlight. How mundane, he muttered. In the training arena, sunlight filtered through wispy clouds, elongating the figures of those present. A faint scent of dust lingered in the air, accompanied by the distant hum of the gravity training chamber. Sun Wukong suddenly lunged forward, his eyes gleaming with near-manic fervor, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Can we also transform into that form? His voice quivered with eagerness, golden flames flickering around him. Before Lu Yute could respond, he pressed on. Tell me, how can we reach this divine realm? He nearly leaned into Lu Yute's space, his fiery gaze locked onto the other's indifferent eyes, as if seeking to excavate the secrets to supreme power from their depths. As a natural-born warrior, the Saiyan blood within him surged. Each time he sensed a greater realm of power, he found it impossible to restrain himself, akin to a shark detecting blood. His muscles tensed, every cell yearning to break through its limits. Meanwhile, Vegeta leaned against a pillar in the training area, arms crossed, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon his chiseled profile. His eyes, usually brimming with pride, now reflected a tumult of complex emotions. His fingertips unconsciously drummed against his arms, betraying his inner turmoil. The memory of his parting conversation with Lu Yute 7 years ago remained vivid. At that time, he stubbornly believed that his princely pride could shatter any barrier. Yet now, witnessing Kakarot once more dart ahead in pursuit of greater realms, an indescribable sense of urgency threatened to consume him. He clenched his jawline taut as if it might snap. Lu Yute observed all this keenly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely adjusted the cuffs of his combat uniform, his tone dripping with unmasked mockery. I've already informed you of the existence of the divine realm. Should I spoon-feed you the answers? He paused, casting a glance at Sun Wukong's face. Perhaps, during our next meal, I should chew your food for you? That's unnecessary, Sun Wukong replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, a lock of hair sticking up from his tousling. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, determination igniting within him. Now that I know the divine realm exists, I shall reach that level through my own strength. Lu Yute ceased his banter, turning to leave, his cloak slicing through the air with a graceful arc. He nodded slightly at the still figure of number 18, who promptly followed in his wake. The two walked towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, the automatic doors of the training area slowly closing behind them, sealing away the cacophony of the outside world. Let us proceed, Lu Yute's voice echoed in the empty corridor. The true training is only just beginning. Standing on the precipice of the heavenly palace, his gaze fell upon number 18, his brow furrowing slightly. Initially, he had not intended for her to accompany him into the hyperbolic time chamber. The environment there was exceedingly harsh, a vast expanse of gray and white, with time dragging on excruciatingly slow. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating, devoid of day and night, flora or fauna, only a realm of desolation and solitude. An ordinary person would find it unbearable within mere hours. He exhaled softly, fingers unconsciously brushing the fabric of his attire. However, upon reconsideration, he acknowledged that number 18's current strength was indeed insufficient. In the face of potential future crises, she would require greater power for her own protection. Perhaps, this arduous period of training could enable her to surpass her limits and gain the ability to safeguard herself. With that thought, he nodded slightly, having made his decision. Lu Yute and number 18 walked side by side towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, the heavy stone door creaking open, a gust of icy air rushing forth. Behind the door lay a warped space, light refracting oddly within, as if leading to another dimension. Number 18 took a deep breath, her gaze resolute, as she followed Lu Yute into the chamber. The stone door closed behind them with a muffled thud, sealing them off from the outside world. In that instant, Vegeta's figure darted across the central hall of the palace like a bolt of lightning. He stormed up to Sun Wukong, the stone floor vibrating slightly beneath his rapid approach. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fervor, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Moments ago, he had restrained himself in front of the others, but now, the pent-up emotion erupted forth. "Hey, Kakarot!" Vegeta's voice thundered like a storm, causing the very air around them to tremble. "What exactly was that divine realm you both mentioned?" His tone was laced with an undeniable challenge, every word forced through gritted teeth. This time, he was resolute. No matter what, he must stay ahead of Kakarot, never again allowing himself to fall behind. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's sudden intensity, quickly regained his characteristic bright smile. He scratched his head, the orange martial arts uniform fluttering gently in the breeze. Ah! As Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance, it seemed he recalled an exhilarating event, a transformation of tremendous power. During the battle with Majin Buu, Lu Yu had once exhibited such a state. Although one could not perceive his aura in the slightest, the strength he possessed was astonishing. While he spoke, he waved his arms vigorously, attempting to articulate the indescribable might. Sun Wukong has always been candid. He fervently seeks greater power, not to surpass others, but to safeguard this land and all those he cherishes. His gaze was clear and resolute, as if conveying a simple yet profound truth. However, that scoundrel did not reveal to us the path to reach such a realm. Vegeta's fists tightened, the knuckles cracking audibly. His voice carried a palpable sense of resentment and fury, with veins pulsating on his forehead. Knowing of the existence of the divine realm, but being oblivious to the means to attain, it was more tormenting than complete ignorance. It was akin to glimpsing a glimmer of light in the darkness, yet being unable to find the way towards it. Sun Wukong chuckled, patting Vegeta on the shoulder in an attempt to ease the tension. "You need not worry. We can inquire of the Shenlong. Even if the Earth's Shenlong is unaware, the Shenlong of planet Mecha certainly knows." Sun Wukong's tone brimmed with confidence, as if he already envisioned a glimmer of hope for resolution. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's anger subsided slightly, replaced by a determined glint in his eyes. He ceased his chatter and leaped back with a sudden motion, his actions sharp and decisive. With two swift sounds slicing through the air, his figure shot forth like an arrow, vanishing into the horizon of the heavenly temple, leaving behind only a few leaves swirling gently in the wind. "Hey, Vegeta, wait for me." Sun Wukong stood at the edge of the heavenly temple, watching Vegeta plunge downward like a streak of light, unable to resist ruffling his hair. The fierce wind lifted his orange martial arts gi, the hem fluttering in the gust. He squinted, yet a smile of excitement played upon his lips. This guy's speed is simply unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent his legs, and in an instant, a golden aura erupted around him. The stones beneath his feet cracked, and debris lifted into the air. Chapter 86, The Dream of Prophecy. In the next moment, he leaped down like an unleashed arrow, a golden trail slicing through the clouds, leaving a lingering glow upon the azure sky. Once Lu Yu and the others' auras completely vanished from sight, Sun Gohan approached the edge of the temple at a measured pace. He gazed at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Krillin patted his shoulder, sunlight glinting off his bald head with tiny golden sparkles. "Let us go, Gohan. Dandy will take care of things here. We should prepare for our upcoming training." Meanwhile, within the room of spirit and time, blinding white light surged from all directions. In the boundless expanse of pure white, Lu Yu's footsteps echoed in the void. He surveyed the realm devoid of day and night, sensing the peculiar energy flowing through the air. "Let us see if I can gradually merge Super Saiyan 5 with Super Saiyan God," Lu Yu murmured, his voice stirring subtle echoes in the emptiness. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing, each inhalation causing the surrounding white mist to ripple slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his irises had transformed into resplendent gold. "Huh!" A deafening roar shattered the silence. Silver-white hair erupted skyward, lightning crackling around him. His muscles expanded at a visible rate, veins coursing beneath his skin like coiling dragons. The surging energy unleashed a tempest, swirling debris into a spiraling vortex. "Let us attempt to slowly draw out the divine energy," Lu Yu uttered in a low voice, his hands forming a seal before his chest. Crimson mist seeped from his pores, intertwining with the silvery flames. The moment the two forces made contact, radiant sparks erupted, and the chaotic energy surged around him, fracturing the air with fine cracks. Just as the divine energy was on the verge of taking shape, The aura surrounding him trembled violently. His silver hair abruptly reverted to black, and the surrounding lightning receded like a tide. The powerful backlash hurled him forcefully to the ground, carving a deep trench into the pure white floor. Cough. Lu Yu knelt on one knee, raising a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He gazed at his still quivering hands, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It truly isn't as easy as I imagined. The remnants of shattered energy flickered in the air, resembling countless falling stars, casting his figure in a dance of light and shadow. He slowly withdrew his hand, energy remnants lingering faintly at his fingertips. Standing in the center of the gravity training room, sweat trickled down his forehead, splashing tiny droplets upon the cracked floor. Although his recent attempt had once again ended in failure, his gaze remained as calm as still water. It seems it's still not feasible, he murmured, wiping the sweat from his chin. The gravity device in the training room emitted a low hum, the air thick with the scent of ionized particles. He had long anticipated that the development of this new technique would be fraught with challenges, thus his heart was not greatly disturbed. After all, setbacks are commonplace on the path of martial arts cultivation. Turning towards the resting area in the corner of the training room, he casually grabbed a towel hanging on the wall to dry his sweat. Through the observation window, he could see number 18 completely engrossed in her training in the adjacent room. She hovered in midair, surrounded by a soft blue aura, her delicate features illuminated by the radiant energy, revealing her intense focus. Occasionally, a few strands of golden hair would be lifted by the energy fluctuations, gently swaying before her forehead. Time flowed ceaselessly. In the blink of an eye, a whole year had passed since Majin Buu's defeat. During this year, peace had returned to Earth. The cities that had once been ravaged were now rebuilt, and the lives of the people had returned to normalcy. Lu Yu maintained a regular training schedule, entering the room of spirit in time for a day of training each month. It was an isolated and peculiar space, an expanse of white nothingness, with only the cold stone beneath his feet reminding him that this was no illusion. Each moment spent training there felt exceptionally prolonged, the silence so profound that he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Sometimes, during breaks in training, he would sit at the edge of the time chamber, gazing blankly at the eternally unchanging sea of clouds in the distance, feeling time flow slowly through his fingertips. Meanwhile, in the distant sixth universe, the realm of the gods of destruction basked in a soft purple glow. Kampa paced anxiously before the temple, his rotund figure casting a wavering shadow on the polished floor. He occasionally looked up at the sky, his fingers impatiently tapping on the god of destruction emblem at his waist. "Vados," Kampa finally exclaimed, his voice echoing in the vast temple. The angel Vados gracefully descended from above, her staff shimmering with a gentle light. "Lord Kampa," she slightly bowed. "I have just received word that Lord Beerus has awakened. TCH, has this bag of bones finally roused from slumber?" Kampa scoffed, a disdainful expression crossing his face as the flesh on his cheeks quivered. He crossed his arms, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I've waited an entire year for this lazy bum." Kampa abruptly turned, his ample robe trailing behind him like a flowing arc. "Vados, contact Beerus immediately," he commanded, his fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. For an entire year, he had awaited this moment. "At once, Lord Kampa," Vados replied with a graceful nod, her staff beginning to radiate a soft glow. She closed her eyes in concentration, and the crystal orb atop her staff gradually revealed the star map of the seventh universe. Countless points of light flickering in the darkness like fireflies on a summer night. Under the radiant glow of the staff, a complex expression of anticipation and impatience flickered across Xiangpa's face. He gently tapped his foot, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball, awaiting the familiar figure to materialize within the unfolding image. The seventh universe, the realm of destruction gods. In this mysterious domain suspended amidst the vast cosmos, a soft shimmer of starlight particles filled the air, while distant violet energy crystals emitted a gentle luminescence. Beerus reclined lazily against his floating throne, his silver gray fur glimmering softly under the starlight. He slowly opened his drowsy eyes, elegantly licking his front paw like a true feline, then stifled a long yawn, exposing his sharp fangs. Wiss's voice, tinged with the raspiness of having just awakened, accompanied by a grand stretch, revealed his tall figure unfurling on the throne. "How long did I sleep this time?" Wiss floated nearby, holding a staff, gently stirring a cup of colorful drink that hovered before him. He turned, his blue skin appearing particularly soft in the starlight, his face always adorned with that enigmatic smile. 39 years, my Lord Beerus, Whis replied with his characteristic gentle tone, the crystal atop the staff twinkling slightly with his words. Upon hearing this, Beerus's cat ears twitched, a flicker of surprise dancing in his violet eyes. He rubbed his still heavy eyelids, grumbling in discontent. Only 39 years? No wonder I feel so off, as if I've consumed an undercooked planet. He wobbled as he stood from his throne, taking a few unsteady steps, nearly tripping over his own robe. Whis timely tapped his staff, a soft light enveloping Beerus's swaying form for support. Speaking of which, Whis tilted his head, the staff rotating gently at his fingertips. This time your slumber was indeed exceptionally brief. I recall the last time you napped. You slept for a full 120 years, and upon awakening, you complained about the brevity of time. Beerus irritably scratched his ear, his tail unconsciously swaying. He strolled to the floating window, gazing out at the swirling nebulae, his expression deepening in thought. Whis noticed his master's unusual demeanor and gently floated beside him, the crystal on his staff emanating a curious glow. What transpired? Whis inquired softly, concern lacing his voice. After a moment of silence, Beerus suddenly turned, his violet eyes ablaze with sharp intensity. An aura of faint purple energy began to emanate from him, the oppressive presence of the god of destruction causing the surrounding air to tremble. I had a prophetic dream, he declared, the tone of his voice dropping to a low and dangerous timbre. He slowly raised his hand, a pulsating mass of energy coalescing in his palm. In my dream, a formidable being appeared. He clenched his fist tightly, the energy erupting in a blinding flash. A rival capable of matching my strength. Whis's eyes widened in surprise, the crystal atop his staff illuminating instantly. He gently descended before Beerus, incredulity evident in his tone. A rival for you, my Lord Beerus? Then, suddenly, Whis burst into a series of light-hearted laughs. Ho ho ho, do you remember the last prophetic dream you had? You were adamant that an idol group would move next door, yet waited a century without even a galactic delivery. Beerus's expression darkened, his tail flicking in agitation, the floating crystals around him trembling slightly from his emotional upheaval. This time is different. He snapped, his teeth clenched. The presence and pressure of that figure felt more real than anything I've ever encountered in a dream. Whis's smile faded, and he gently tapped his staff against the ground, a soothing aura radiating to calm the restless energy. In that case, he said with a meaningful tone, would you care for some pudding to ease your mind? I just returned from the 10th universe with a batch of specially crafted nebula pudding. Beerus's ears perked up immediately, but he quickly forced himself to adopt a stern expression. Spare me the pleasantries. This time, I am serious. Despite his words, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the colorful drink Whis had just stirred, his throat instinctively swallowing. His slender fingers brushed against his brow, the purple fur glistening gently in the dim light. This time is different. Beerus's voice resonated low and magnetic, tinged with the remnants of sleep. This prophetic dream was strikingly vivid. Every detail was alarmingly clear. He slowly sat upright, his elongated form stretching on the expansive throne. A hint of destructive energy coalescing at his fingertips, purple lightning dancing between them. That individual Beerus's tone suddenly ignited with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. In the dream, their power was on par with mine. Each strike carried the weight of cataclysmic force. He clenched his fist tightly, the destructive energy exploding in his palm with a crackling sound. Recalling the dream's vivid imagery, a dangerous smirk crept upon Beerus's lips. Whis, do you realize how long it has been since we encountered a true adversary? Every time we train, you handle it effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the vast cosmos, nostalgia lacing his voice. The strength of Quatella from the 4th universe is indeed formidable, but the stakes in battles between gods of destruction are far too high. The survival of 2 universes is no trivial matter. Whis floated gracefully in midair, the staff in his hand radiating a gentle glow. He elegantly cradled his chin, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his azure eyes. My Lord Beerus. He gently swayed his staff, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Are you certain this is not merely a figment of your imagination induced by indulging in too much food before sleeping? Beerus abruptly turned, irritation flashing in his eyes. Whis, this is absolutely not a delusion. The energy of that being, their combat style, each detail was terrifyingly authentic. He recalled the dream's setting, on a desolate planet. he fiercely clashed with that mysterious opponent. Each collision of fists and feet sent ripples through space, shockwaves obliterating the surrounding mountains. The figure flickered amidst the swirling dust, golden flames reminiscent of a burning star. What was even more unsettling was that Beerus's voice dropped dangerously low. That being seems to be human. A human from the 7th universe. Whis raised an eyebrow slightly, the crystal atop his staff beginning to spin slowly, reflecting the myriad stars. A human who can rival a god of destruction? This is indeed unprecedented. My lord Beerus, do you recall their name? Whis inquired. Beerus squinted, striving to remember the dream's details. The name felt tantalizingly close, yet shrouded in a veil of fog. I cannot recall it, but I shall never forget their appearance or presence. He approached the edge of the temple, gazing down at the expansive universe below. The brilliant stars twinkled deep within the cosmos, seemingly witnessing the miracles of this long passage of time. Standing on the temple's terrace, Beerus placed his hands on his hips, his purple skin glimmering softly in the sunlight. He furrowed his brow, confusion and frustration evident in his gaze. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing a few strands of hair to flutter, amplifying his current restlessness. The name, is it? He murmured softly, uncertainty lacing his voice. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead, as if that simple action could summon the name he had forgotten. What was it again? Something like Super God. He elevated his voice, tinged with a hint of urgency. However, as the words left his lips, he shook his head, his expression growing increasingly vexed. Alas, I have forgotten. Forgotten. He waved his hand dismissively, the gesture appearing somewhat brusque, as if he sought to cast away this annoyance. Clearly, pondering such matters was not his forte. He was accustomed to resolving issues through sheer strength rather than racking his brain to recall a nebulous name. All he remembered was that this individual was his formidable rival, a worthy opponent capable of igniting both excitement and challenge within him. As for the name, he had not truly made an effort to remember it. At this moment, his mind was a chaotic whirl, the name cloaked in mist, elusive and perpetually out of reach. Hey, Weiss, hurry up and use your abilities to locate that fellow for me. He turned to Weiss, who stood leisurely by, savoring a cup of tea with an air of nonchalance, as if the affairs of the world bore no significance to him. Though there was a hint of command in Beerus' tone, it was laced with a touch of dependence. He understood that Weiss, as an angel, possessed far greater powers than himself. Perhaps he could assist in finding that elusive rival from his dreams. Weiss gently set down his teacup, lifted his gaze, and shot Beerus a significant eye roll. His expression bore a mix of exasperation and teasing, the corners of his mouth curving into a wry smile. What jest is this, Lord Beerus? You cannot even recall the name of your rival. How am I to assist you in locating him? His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable logic, though he possessed such capabilities. Not knowing the name was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. How could one possibly succeed? Decisive, you stingy fellow, Beerus retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Weiss. A note of discontent in his tone. He turned away, crossing his arms, and began to ponder seriously over the name of that individual. Chapter 88. Super Saiyan God, his brow furrowed, his eyes glimmering with the light of contemplation, as if he were striving to unearth fragments buried deep within his memory. What was it again? Super something God. He murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the railing of the terrace. Sunlight bathed him, casting a long shadow. The atmosphere around him grew heavy, as if the very air had solidified. Super Saiyan God, he finally uttered, uncertainty lacing his tone, yet there was an undercurrent of anticipation. Super Saiyan God. Beerus suddenly bolted upright from the lounge chair, veins popping on his forehead, hands gripping the armrests tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. He irritably scratched at his pointed ears with such force that it seemed he might tear them off. I cannot remember. He struck the armrest with a fist, causing the entire lounge chair to shake violently. The hazy figure in his mind rendered him restless, akin to countless ants gnawing at his nerves. Just the thought of that wretched fellow made him uneasy, as if a thorn were embedded in his heart, impossible to extract. At that moment, Weiss' staff emitted a sudden, urgent hum. The gem atop the staff flickered erratically, casting pale lavender light that danced across the dim room, further darkening Beerus' already grim expression. Oh, it's a call from Compa. Weiss elegantly twirled his staff, intricate patterns emerging in the gem. He tilted his head slightly, his silver hair shimmering softly in the light. It seems Lord Compa wishes to speak with you. Shall I connect the call, Lord Beerus? Weiss' tone remained composed, though a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Compa? Beerus sprang to his feet, his robe billowing as if caught in a breeze. He paced back and forth, each step thudding against the floor with palpable frustration. TCH. What does that fat pig want with me? It surely cannot be anything good. He halted, crossing his arms, his tail impatiently thumping against the ground. The thought of that rival, with whom he had shared a tumultuous history, stirred a churn in Beerus' stomach. The last encounter, a fierce clash that had reduced an entire planet to dust, played vividly in his mind. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint settling on Weiss. By the way, Weiss, how does that fat pig Compa know that I've awakened? Did you say something? He advanced towards Weiss, almost invading his personal space. Fury igniting in his violet irises. Ho ho ho! Weiss covered his mouth with a slender finger, letting out a unique laugh. He took a half-step back, twirling the staff elegantly in his hand. I merely mentioned it casually during our earlier conversation, inadvertently bringing it up. The gem's glow illuminated his smiling face, adding a layer of cunning to his demeanor. Meddlesome, Beerus spat the words through clenched teeth, turning to plop back into the lounge chair. He grabbed the nearby teacup and took a hefty gulp, the liquid spilling down the side of his mouth and soaking his attire. The atmosphere in the room grew dense, almost stifling, while the gem atop the staff continued to flicker tirelessly, heralding the unpleasant conversation that loomed ahead. Within the palace, Beerus lounged languidly against his floating throne, his long fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of impatience crossed his purple eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward with a hint of disdain. Connected. Let us see what scheme that Compa character is concocting now. With a casual wave of his hand, purple energy danced at his fingertips, a faint pressure saturating the air. Weiss nodded gracefully, his staff lightly tapping the ground. A dazzling light erupting from its apex. The luminous curtain unfurled slowly, revealing Compa's round visage, framed by the unique pink-purple cosmos of Universe 6. Countless stars twinkling in the distance. Hey, Beerus. Long time no see. Compa squinted his eyes, a sly grin plastered across his face. His plump fingers unconsciously stroking the gem on his seat. Beside him stood Vados, silently observing with a knowing smile. Beerus frowned deeply, a wave of disgust washing over him. Every time I see that piggish face of yours, my appetite vanishes. He shifted to a more comfortable position, impatience dripping from his tone. Spit it out. Make your point quickly. Rather than being offended, Compa beamed even more brightly, his facial fat jiggling with glee. He lowered his voice theatrically. Beerus, are you aware that an extraordinary human has emerged in your Universe 7? He paused deliberately, gauging Beerus' reaction. I've heard he claims he will defeat you and usurp your position as the new god of destruction for Universe 7. Upon finishing, Compa erupted into a series of sharp laughs, his shoulders shaking, causing the entire throne to quiver slightly. Beerus initially stared in shock before bursting into thunderous laughter. He doubled over, uncontrollable energy swirling around him, even causing the temple floor to tremble. That fat pig, have you consumed something foul again? You think a mere human could defeat me? Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, he declared, you must have been in Universe 6 too long. Your mind has surely rusted. Rising to his full height, he radiated an oppressive aura, his voice steeped in undeniable authority. The power of humans cannot possibly be compared to that of a god of destruction. Compa's rotund face twisted into a sly smile as his stubby fingers tapped impatiently on the communicator. His small, squinty eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards to reveal a row of uneven teeth. Believe it or not, Xiang Pa exclaimed, his voice tinged with a sense of triumph. When that fellow takes your place as the destroyer, don't come crying to me. I've done my duty as a brother by warning you. He paused deliberately, his rotund figure shifting restlessly in the chair as he continued. Oh, by the way, that guy, like us, wields destruction energy. A furious roar erupted from the communicator, but Xiang Pa eagerly pressed the hang-up button. The device emitted a series of busy signals that echoed through the vast hall. In the 6th universe, the realm of the destroyers, Xiang Pa tossed the communicator aside and sank comfortably into the plush seat, his ample belly jiggling with laughter. He let out a series of sharp, cackling laughs, excitedly clapping his hands on the armrests. You two can just fight it out. It would be delightful if Beerus could take that scoundrel down and teach him a lesson in the process. Just imagining that scene fills me with exhilaration. He laughed heartily, the chair protesting with squeaks beneath him, stirring a few divine birds perched outside the window. Standing nearby, Bados raised an eyebrow, gently tapping her staff against the ground. She elegantly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lord Xiangpa. She spoke softly, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. You seem to have become quite clever of late. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa straightened his back, a movement that only accentuated his protruding belly. He stroked his chin with feigned gravity, declaring, "Of course. When have I, Xiangpa, ever been otherwise? I've simply been concealing my brilliance." He rose and paced around the hall, his corpulent silhouette casting a distorted shadow on the polished floor. With each step, his flesh quivered slightly. Just think about it. He suddenly stopped, turning to face Bados with excitement sparkling in his eyes. The spectacle of those two arrogant fools battling each other to exhaustion. How thrilling. Chapter 89. Conspiracy in the Sixth Universe's realm of the Destroyers. Beneath a purplish-red sky, a majestic palace stood quietly among the clouds. Inside, massive crystal columns reflected dim light, illuminating Xiangpa's round and cunning face. He lounged lazily on a throne crafted from fragments of stars, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, producing a faint clicking sound. Bados stood beside him, her figure elegant and dignified, holding her signature staff. Her gaze rested on Xiangpa, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Lord Xiangpa, you seem to have grown quite astute," she remarked, her tone gentle yet teasing, like a soft breeze caressing every corner of the palace. Upon hearing her words, Xiangpa's sly grin widened. He squinted his eyes, his mouth stretching into a broad smile, revealing a row of neat teeth, reminiscent of a cunning cat eyeing its prey. "Naturally, I've always been quite clever." He proudly shook his head, his rotund form quivering with the movement, as if basking in the glory of his intellect. He strolled to the palace window, peering through the layers of mist as if he could directly observe the happenings in the seventh universe. "I can't wait to witness those two in a state of utter disarray," he murmured, excitement flashing in his eyes as he envisioned Beerus and Sun Wukong battered and bruised after their fierce battle. Turning back, he clasped his hands behind his back and returned to his throne, his footsteps steady and forceful, each step proclaiming the success of his schemes. "In that case, Bados, we shall pay a visit to the seventh universe." His voice brimmed with undeniable resolve. "I cannot miss such an exhilarating scene." Bados nodded slightly, her staff tapping gently against the ground, a soft glow emanating from its tip, enveloping both her and Xiangpa. "As you wish, Lord Xiangpa," she replied calmly, though a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes. As the light intensified, their figures blurred and eventually vanished from the palace, leaving the empty throne and the purplish-red sky behind, silently witnessing the impending conspiracy and chaos. In the seventh universe, the realm of the Destroyers, a mysterious domain floated in the void, suffused with a faint purple glow. Scattered fragments of stars glimmered softly in the distance, like jewels adorning the night sky. The air vibrated with subtle energy fluctuations, as if every inch of space whispered the laws of the universe. Beerus stood on a platform made of crystalline energy. Beneath him flowed patterns of starlight. He had just concluded a conversation with Xiangpa, the screen of his communicator dimmed, reflecting his increasingly somber expression. The corners of his mouth, which had been slightly upturned, fell completely, and a dangerous glint flickered in his feline eyes. He slowly raised his hand, lightly tracing the edge of the communicator, deep in thought. The surrounding energy field trembled slightly, resonating with his shifting emotions, producing a soft humming sound. "Whis." Beerus's voice was low and ominous as he turned, his purple robe billowing with the currents of energy. Did that fat pig Xiangpa speak the truth? The angel Whis floated nearby, holding a staff adorned with a mysterious gem. He tilted his head slightly, the crystal at the top of his staff shimmering with starlight as he moved. Upon hearing Beerus's question, he gracefully descended, the staff tapping crisply against the ground. "Well," Whis mused, lightly tapping his smooth chin with the staff, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. While Lord Xiangpa does tend to exaggerate, he rarely fabricates entirely. He approached Beerus, the staff trailing a soft glow behind him, especially regarding the matter of humans mastering destruction energy, which indeed warrants attention. Beerus scoffed, a fierce purple aura erupting around him. Destruction energy swirled around him, illuminating the starlight patterns on the platform. Whether true or not, he declared with undeniable authority, I must confirm it personally. He raised his hand, conjuring a swirling sphere of destruction energy, crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity. If such a presumptuous human truly exists, a glint of menace passed through Beerus's eyes. I would not hesitate to let him experience firsthand the true power of a destroyer. The energy field around him surged violently in response to his words. Even the distant star fragments began to tremble. Whis observed the scene quietly, the gem on his staff gleaming with meaningful light. Ah, is Lord Beerus finally getting serious? Whis's blue eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through stars, narrowed as a playful smile graced his lips. He elegantly twirled his staff, the crystal orb at its tip swirling with the essence of the universe. Countless nebulas blinking in and out of existence. However, the universe is vast and boundless, with known galaxies exceeding 12. Where shall we seek this potential formidable foe? Beerus did not respond immediately. He slowly closed his feline-like golden vertical pupils, surrounded by a faint purple aura. His elongated fingers traced the air, as if plucking an invisible string. The atmosphere in the realm of the destroyers seemed to freeze. Even the distant floating meteors ceased their rotation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in his pupils. Curiously, Beerus stroked his chin, his tail instinctively curling, as he sensed a peculiar essence. Faint as stardust, yet rich with a divine quality that could not be overlooked. More astonishingly, he paused, his tone laced with evident confusion. The source of this essence was actually on Earth? Earth? Weisu raised an eyebrow slightly, and a blue planet's image materialized in the crystal orb atop his staff. He observed the flowing aura on the sphere with keen interest. Was this indeed the planet that had repeatedly given birth to miracles? Not only had it birthed Super Saiyans, but it had also turned the tide numerous times during cosmic crises. It seems that this place is truly filled with surprises. Beerus snorted coldly, an astounding aura erupting from him. Purple energy blazed like flames around him, the ground beneath cracking as a suffocating pressure filled the air. Whatever miraculous place it may be. He flexed his neck, the joints cracking crisply. And if that fellow truly exists, I shall personally assess whether he deserves the title of fierce rival. Chapter 90. The light beam on Earth, in the Sendang. The ancient heavy door of the Jingshan Shigongwu slowly creaked open. Liyut and Tabahao emerged side by side, both emanating an aura characteristic of their training. Liyut's previously sharp aura was now completely contained, exuding a serene simplicity in his every gesture. He gently moved his wrist, the joints producing a crisp sound, and a faint golden aura could be seen flowing around him. Shibahao brushed her slightly disheveled golden hair, a hint of fatigue flickering in her azure eyes, though more prominently was the joy of her breakthrough. She glanced at her companion, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. At that moment, Liyut suddenly paused. A frown creased his brow as he slowly raised his gaze towards the azure sky, his expression sharpening to a razor's edge. His aura thickened involuntarily, and the stone slabs beneath him silently fissured. What's wrong? Shibahao keenly sensed his change and stepped forward, her right hand instinctively forming a fist. Following its line of sight, she saw only a few white clouds drifting lazily. Liyut inhaled deeply, his aura gradually rising. An extraordinarily powerful presence is approaching Earth. His voice was deep and grave. This presence harbors a pure will of destruction, far more dangerous than the previous Sangpa. It appears the destroyer god Bisu has awakened. Destroyer god? Surbahao's complexion paled instantly. She clearly remembered its description of that god who wielded the power of destruction, able to obliterate stars with a mere snap of his fingers. Even their previous encounter with Shangpa had cost them dearly to barely cope. Liyut turned to her, gently patting her shoulder, the warmth from his fingertips easing her taut nerves. Do not worry. A confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His eyes ablaze with eager combativeness. The arduous training was not in vain. This opportunity is perfect to validate our current strength. He looked up at the changing sky, his voice steady and resolute. That which is destined to come will ultimately arrive. The massive figure of Shangpa stood out strikingly against the starry sky of the sixth universe. Hands on his hips, his purple skin shimmering subtly under the starlight, excitement and anticipation evident on his face. He paced back and forth, energy ripples emanating from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding meteors to tremble slightly. Is it really appropriate for Shangpa to cause a stir in the seventh universe at this time? Banu floated gracefully in the air, her staff radiating a soft glow. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, yet her eyes revealed a trace of concern. What if the Ur discovers you? He might kill you again. She waved her staff lightly, a stream of light swirling at its tip, recalling how badly you were beaten last time. With several holes in your divine robe. Shangpa abruptly halted, his stout arms swinging through the air, stirring a gust of wind. Humph. It is precisely because of this that I must witness that fellow's fate. He gritted his teeth, his purple visage slightly flushed with anger. Just thinking about the humiliation inflicted by that scoundrel ignites a fire within me. Badu sighed, twirling her staff. Moreover, your relationship with Musu is hardly amicable. She deliberately elongated her tone, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Should you encounter him, it might lead to another clash. Enough of this nonsense. Shangpa impatiently stamped his foot, causing ripples to form in the space beneath him. I must see with my own eyes what fate befalls that arrogant human. Very well. Badizu shook her head in resignation, her long hair gently swaying in the starry sky. Since you are so determined, let us proceed. She secretly calculated. At worst, I'll just carry Shangpa back again. It's not the first time. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth around them. Shangpa's robust arms swept forward, tearing open a rift in space. Wild energy danced at the edges of the rift, emitting a crackling sound. Chapter 91. Baitu, Banalu lightly tapped her staff, enveloping the two in a gentle light curtain, which then transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the rift. Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyer god of the seventh universe, Boon lounged lazily on his floating throne, his long fingers lightly tapping the armrest. A faint purple mist enveloped the temple, ancient runes carved on the surrounding pillars occasionally flashing with light. Wait, what does Shangpa mean? Boon suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing through his crimson pupils. He sat upright, his feline ears twitching slightly. Has that being who wields the power of destruction really emerged in the seventh universe? Though he found it hard to believe that there exists another human in this universe capable of mastering destruction energy, curiosity compelled Binu to inquire. His tail swayed involuntarily, slicing through the air with subtle cracks. Weisu floated gracefully nearby, his staff exuding a tranquil blue light. Indeed, it is true. He inclined slightly, the familiar gentle smile gracing his face. Your sister mentioned it to me before you awoke. He waved his staff gently, and a light screen unfurled in the air, revealing blurred images of battle. There is indeed such a being in our seventh universe. Weisu's voice remained calm, but his gaze held a hint of gravity. There is a human named Dirt who defeated Shangpa with absolute power. Weisu's pupils constricted sharply, the space around his throne beginning to warp slightly. Intriguing, he mused softly. Gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy at his fingertips, the energy orb slowly rotating in his hand, emitting a dangerous hum. The atmosphere in the temple grew tense. Even the dust floating in the air seemed to freeze. Bunlu slowly rose, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. The brilliant stars in the temple's dome began to swirl slowly in his ears, resembling those of a cat, suddenly perked up, his purple fur bristling with the surge of divine energy. His once languorous form, sprawled upon the throne, suddenly stiffened, sharp claws embedding deeply into the starry mineral carvings of the armrest. Could you repeat that? The voice of Byrus resonated with a perilous tremor, dark violet energy of destruction beginning to swirl around him. This energy pulsated like a living entity between his fingers, scorching the air with intricate fissures. Has the seventh universe truly birthed such a being? The staff of Weiss tapped elegantly against the glassy floor, sending ripples of rainbow-hued light cascading outward. He gracefully sipped from the crystal goblet filled with exquisite nectar, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. That human is not only immune to Lord Shimpa's destructive energy, but can even rebound it during a clash. I recall how furious Lord Shimpa was when he crushed his beloved pudding. What a pity for those premium ingredients. Impossible. Byrus erupted in fury, rising abruptly as the star chart hovering behind the throne shattered into countless scintillating points. His sharp canines glinted coldly under the starlight. What have I missed during my slumber? A mere mortal can wield the authority of destruction? The crystal sphere atop the angel's staff suddenly projected a holographic image. A black-haired youth stood suspended in midair, effortlessly catching the full-force destructive energy sphere unleashed by Shimpa. That energy, capable of obliterating stars, flowed docilely within his palm, ultimately dissipating into the cosmic dust like fleeting fireflies. Lord Virus, Weiss remarked, lightly tapping the void with his staff, freezing the image on the youth's indifferent profile. During your 50 years of slumber, the landscape of the seventh universe has undergone a profound transformation. The violet pupils of the god of destruction constricted sharply. He beheld the image of that mortal tearing through the realm composed of destructive energy, Shimpa's disheveled figure crashing through 3 or 4 small asteroids. The splintered fragments ignited into a meteor shower within the vacuum, casting the youth's austere silhouette in a divine light. 50 years. And you choose now to inform me of such an earth-shattering event? His furious inquiry reverberated, causing starry flecks to tumble from the temple's pillars. Weiss nonchalantly swirled the nectar in his goblet. You awakened only to ponder dreams, neglecting even to savor the 1,000-year vintage newly arrived in the kitchen. He suddenly leaned closer to the enraged god of destruction, a mischievous glint flickering in his azure eyes. Moreover, are you certain you wish to seek out that individual for a spar immediately upon learning this news? Virus bared his teeth in a fierce grin, the destructive energy coalescing at the tip of his tail, scorching the ground with charred patterns. What? Do you think I would behave like that incompetent Shimpa? Before he could finish, he abruptly froze. At the moment the youth in the image glanced back, those eyes, capable of piercing through the void, seemed to resonate subtly with the present Virus. It appears he has already sensed our gaze. Weiss mused with a light chuckle, retracting the image, shattering the suffocating pressure with a tap of his staff. Shall we depart now, Lord Virus? The god of destruction's tumultuous energy gradually subsided, his tail restlessly thumping against the throne. He glared intensely at Weiss's ever-composed smile, finally managing to utter a cold snort. Lead the way. And be sure to preheat the healing pod to maximum level. Suddenly, Virus, who had been lazily leaning against the floating stone seat of the temple, jolted upright as if struck by an electric current. His long fingers unconsciously stroked his chin, a sharp glint flashing in his crimson eyes. The floating starlight in the temple swirled around him, casting his violet skin in alternating hues of light. Could that human be the formidable rival from my dreams? His voice echoed in the vast temple, tinged with uncertainty yet laced with an undeniable thrill. Just moments ago, during a brief respite, the figure that had lingered in his dreams remained vividly clear, a warrior radiating a sacred aura, enveloped in searing crimson flames, with eyes that seemed to penetrate the essence of all existence. I had just dreamt of a formidable adversary, and now such an individual has emerged in the seventh universe. This is too coincidental, as if fate is orchestrating everything from the shadows. Virus unconsciously clenched his fist, sharp claws digging into his palm. If these two figures truly align, perhaps they are one and the same. Is there such a possibility? Weiss floated gracefully in midair, the staff in his hand emanating a soft glow. He gently swirled the crystalline liquid in his goblet, maintaining that characteristic serene smile. Given Virus's sudden dream, I truly harbor little hope. After all, this god of destruction often experiences bizarre dreams, sometimes even awakening from dreams of culinary delights. Such coincidences abound. Perhaps there is a significant likelihood. Weiss, what is that human's name? Virus leaned forward impatiently, his long tail instinctively taut, tracing an agitated arc through the air. The nebulae surrounding the temple seemed to sense his urgency, beginning to swirl more rapidly. Perhaps knowing that individual's name could trigger a recollection of the name of the rival from his dream. My sister mentioned he is called Lu Yu, a scion, Weiss replied, delicately sipping from his drink. The crystal sphere atop his staff conjured a distant image. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling every detail from Bardas's message. However, he has already achieved the divine realm through his own power, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan God. Weiss's tone carried an uncommon note of astonishment as the staff traced an elegant arc in the air. The image within the crystal sphere sharpening into focus. A black-haired scion engulfed in sacred red flames, his eyes seemingly holding the mysteries of the universe. Super Saiyan God. Virus's pupils dilated sharply, as if struck by a sudden thunderbolt. Chapter 92. Incredulity. He slowly rose, the purple radiance surrounding him erupting uncontrollably, illuminating the entire temple in a dazzling spectacle. The gates of memory swung open at that moment, every detail from the dream becoming strikingly vivid. Indeed, that is the name. My formidable rival from my dreams is called Super Saiyan God. His voice trembled slightly, a blend of shock and uncontainable excitement. The figure with whom he had engaged in fierce battle within his dreams, the opponent who had rekindled the thrill of combat within him, finally bore a name. The name Super Saiyan God echoed repeatedly in his mind, imbued with a sense of destiny. Could it be? Is Lord Beerus's dream truly real? This is indeed hard to believe. Weiss, uncharacteristically, displayed a look of surprise, his staff momentarily pausing. He scrutinized the rare expression on Beerus's face, realizing that this moment might indeed be extraordinary. The starlight within the temple seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, beginning to swirl in more complex trajectories, weaving a magnificent star map around the two. A rare hint of astonishment appeared on Weiss's usually impassive face. His long fingers lightly stroked the crystal sphere atop his staff, its shimmering surface reflecting his slightly furrowed brow. The starlight flowing within the temple seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the distant nebula slowly rotating, casting ever-changing shadows on the mirror-like floor. "This is rather unexpected," Weiss murmured softly, his voice eliciting faint echoes in the cavernous temple. He lifted his gaze towards Beerus, seated upon the divine throne, noting the metallic sheen of Beerus's violet skin illuminated by the starlight. Beerus slowly opened his elongated eyes, the golden pupils flickering like two dancing flames in the dim light. His elongated fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the divine throne, each stroke creating subtle ripples in the surrounding air. The voice of Wei Si, by Lu Si, carried a distinctive rasp, imbued with an undeniable authority. "You ought to know where that scion is at present, do you not?" Wei Si observed the glint of Bai Lu Si's sharp teeth under the starlight as he spoke. Although this Lord of Destruction maintained a facade of composure, his slightly leaned posture and taut muscles betrayed an inner urgency. It was indeed ironic. Bai Lu Si narrowed his eyes, a flicker of violet destructive energy coalescing at his fingertips, the energy dancing like a living flame. "It was that fool Xiang Pa who conveyed this information to me." He suddenly rose, his magnificent divine robes stirring a gentle breeze. Bai Lu Si paced to the edge of the temple, gazing down at the vast sea of stars, his tail flicking restlessly. Yet why would Xiang Pa possess such precise knowledge? Has that scion already crossed paths with Xiang Pa? Wei Si elegantly bowed, his staff lightly tapping the ground, releasing a soft halo of light. "Indeed, Lord Bai Lu Si, according to the intelligence I have just acquired, Lu Yu is currently on a remote planet known as Di Chio, located in the northern galaxy of the 7th universe." He tilted his head slightly, recalling the profound smile of Ba Duo Si as she relayed the message. This information compelled him to momentarily set aside his confectionery endeavors and specifically investigate the distant planet through a crystal ball. "Di Chio of the northern galaxy?" Bai Lu Si slowly repeated the name, his elongated eyes narrowing into fine slits, a dangerous glint erupting from his golden pupils. A faint purple aura began to envelop him, an indication of the destructive energy leaking inadvertently. Since this scion could emerge as a formidable rival in his dreams, even drawing Xiang Pa's attention. The corners of Bai Lu Si's mouth curled into a cruel arc. He gently clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply, the surrounding air subtly distorting due to the energy fluctuations. "A human who wields destructive energy?" Bai Lu Si chuckled softly, his tail striking the throne with a sharp sound. "I hope he does not appear too feeble, lest he disappoint my expectations." He turned to face Wei Si, his robe rustling dramatically. "Prepare yourself. We shall now venture to the Di Chio of the northern galaxy to witness this so-called god of Super Saiyan's firsthand," Bai Lu Si declared, having long since shed any traces of drowsiness. The battle intent radiating from him dimmed the starlight within the temple. "At your command, Lord Bai Lu Si." Wei Si gracefully inclined, his staff lightly tapping the ground once more. "Please allow me to prepare some snacks for our journey. I have heard that a dessert called pudding on Di Chio is quite delectable." With that, Wei Si transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant at the temple's end. Bai Lu Si stood alone in the center of the temple, gazing at the vast starry river below, the purple energy swirling gently around him. He lightly moved his wrist, already anticipating the forthcoming battle. Half an hour later, two figures stood in the starry sky outside the temple. Wei Si held a delicate picnic basket, the aroma of sweets wafting from within. Bai Lu Si had already entered a state of readiness, surrounded by a faint purple aura. "Let us depart, Wei Si." Bai Lu Si's voice bore an undercurrent of suppressed excitement. Wei Si smiled and nodded, gesturing with his staff. In an instant, their figures transformed into two streaks of light, traversing the cosmos at a speed surpassing that of light itself. Stars trailed long, luminous ribbons behind them, while nebulae parted as if stirred by paint. Bai Lu Ci's crimson eyes fixated ahead, as though piercing through countless light years to lock onto the figure on that distant planet. Wei Ci's figure sped through the cosmic expanse, resembling a silver streak of light, causing the stars to tremble in its wake. His speed was astonishing, traversing several vividly colored planets within a mere breath. These planets boasted radiant auras, some crimson like flames, others deep blue like the abyss, and some shimmering with emerald green glimmers. Wei Ci moved with grace and elegance, as if performing a silent dance of the universe, each movement creating minute ripples in space. Bai Lu Ci floated nearby, his purple skin reflecting a soft sheen under the starlight. He crossed his arms, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes revealing hints of confusion and curiosity. Cosmic dust scattered around them like tiny diamonds, with occasional meteors streaking by, trailing long, luminous tails. By the way, Wei Ci. Bai Lu Ci's voice resonated clearly in the vacuum of silence, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. How does Xiang Pa know of the existence of the god of Super Saiyans? His tail swayed gently, as if pondering something of great significance. He paused, then added, "Could it be that he knows this Saiyan personally?" Bai Lu Ci's tone carried a note of incredulity. After all, no matter how powerful a human from the seventh universe might be, it was rather improbable that they would draw the attention of a god of destruction from the sixth universe. That pompous Xiang Pa, who always looked down on others. How could he possibly be so invested in the strength of a human? Wei Ci's figure momentarily hesitated, then turned, his staff lightly tapping the air, creating a gentle halo of light. His expression remained calm, as though recounting the most ordinary of matters. Because Lu Yu has been to the sixth universe. Wei Ci's voice was like a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface, soft yet undeniably affirmative. Moreover, it seems he even gave Lord Xiang Pa a thorough beating. The corners of Wei Ci's mouth lifted slightly, as if recalling an amusing scene. These details had been relayed to him by his sister Ba Duo Si, who described the event vividly, as though she had witnessed the earth-shattering battle firsthand. What? Bai Lu Ci's pupils constricted suddenly, as if struck by lightning. His body leaned forward slightly, his tail tensing instantly, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. That fat pig Xiang Pa was actually beaten by a human? His voice emerged almost through gritted teeth, laced with a mix of anger and incredulity. In an instant, Bai Lu Ci's mind conjured images of Xiang Pa's corpulent figure and his usual arrogant demeanor. He could hardly believe that a human could defeat a god of destruction like Xiang Pa. This utterly shattered his understanding of power. His fists clenched involuntarily, causing the surrounding cosmic energy to ripple slightly. A human could actually contend with a god of destruction? Bai Lu Ci mumbled to himself, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He felt both astonished and, in a peculiar way, a hint of excitement. Perhaps this individual named Lu Yu truly possessed something extraordinary. Indeed, Wei Ci tilted his head slightly, mischief glinting in his azure eyes. His long fingers lightly caressed the gem on his staff, which shimmered with a mysterious luster, his tone laced with playful intrigue. Lord Bai Lu Ci, you should see for yourself. The temple was suffused with a gentle starlight, countless stars swirling above in the dome. Wei Ci took an elegant step forward, his staff tracing a graceful arc in the void. This scion named Lu Yu indeed possesses surprising strength. His recent duel with Lord Xiang Pa was simply magnificent. Perhaps his power is already sufficient to stand alongside you. Huh, what nonsense. Bai Lu Ci abruptly stood from his throne, his purple robe glimmering under the starlight. His sharp nails scraped against the armrest, emitting a jarring sound, his face etched with disdain. If I were truly defeated by a mere human, I would immediately relinquish the position of destroyer. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Byrus's mouth, as a faint purple energy radiated from his form. The air within the temple seemed to solidify. Even the dust suspended in midair stood still. A dangerous glint flickered in his crimson eyes. That useless Xiang Pa can't even handle a human. How dare he compare himself to me? Weiss shook his head slightly, the gem atop his staff suddenly bursting forth with dazzling light. He presented the staff to Byrus, the surface of the gem beginning to ripple. In that case, Lord Byrus, why not witness this duel with your own eyes? Byrus impatiently accepted the staff, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the gem, it erupted in brilliant radiance. The light cast a vivid scene into the void, Amidst the vast starry sky, Lu Yu was engulfed in a blazing golden aura, the waves of energy rolling like tangible flames. His crimson hair danced wildly in the energy fluctuations, each strand seemingly imbued with world-destroying power. The contours of his muscles, wrapped in the fiery aura, were intermittently illuminated by crackling arcs of electricity. Indeed, this was the sight. Virus's pupils constricted suddenly, and his voice involuntarily deepened. He fixated on the imposing figure within the image, his sharp nails digging deeply into his palm, the crimson fur covering his body, the fiery red hair. They perfectly align with the figure from my dreams. Virus's breath quickened slightly, the hazy silhouette from his dream now vividly clear. The red figure that repeatedly appeared in his prophetic dreams was now manifesting right before his eyes. Every detail, every movement mirrored his dreams exactly. In the image, Lu Yu suddenly flashed a provocative smile toward Xiangpa. He slowly raised his right hand, contemptuously beckoning with his index finger. Is this the extent of the legendary destroyer? Xiangpa's corpulent body trembled violently with rage, as purple energy erupted around him, forming a towering beam of light. Countless stars were reduced to dust in the wake of this energy's impact, causing the entire star region to tremble. Seeking death, Xiangpa roared, his rotund form charging towards Lu Yu with astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, the space shattered, leaving a trail of darkness in its wake. Lu Yu stood his ground, his right fist gathering a brilliant golden glow. At the moment their fists collided, a blinding white light erupted, followed by a deafening roar. The energy shockwave expanded outward from their center, obliterating nearby meteors. Virus watched intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could distinctly feel the energy fluctuations emanating from the scene, far exceeding his expectations. This Saiyan, Virus murmured, a serious demeanor finally surfacing in his crimson eyes. This is indeed intriguing. The starlight within the temple seemed to dim slightly, yet the image cast by the staff continued to showcase the earth-shattering clash. Virus's grip on the staff tightened unconsciously, as a faint purple energy aura began to emanate around him. This seemingly impossible duel appeared to be heading in an unexpected direction, and Virus's previously indifferent attitude underwent a subtle transformation at that moment. The brilliant stars flowed quietly in the boundless universe, like countless diamonds scattered upon black velvet. The aftershocks of battle rippled through the space, stirring nearby nebulae as if they were boiling lava. This momentous clash persisted for a full half-hour, each second filled with the power of destruction colliding. Lu Yu's figure danced through the sea of stars, his movements elegant yet deadly, akin to an artist performing a solo on the cosmic stage. His fists, wielding the capacity to tear through the void, caused the surrounding stars to tremble with each strike. Meanwhile, Xiangpa resembled an enraged primordial beast, the turbulent energy around him coalescing into a dark purple storm. Yet, even so, under Lu Yu's fluid onslaught, Xiangpa found himself retreating step by step, ultimately being thoroughly defeated by a punch that pierced through the galaxy, his massive body plummeting like a severed kite into the distant star regions. That useless fat pig. Virus suddenly sprang from his throne. Uncontrollable purple energy erupted from his being, distorting the surrounding space into fine cracks. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly from exertion, his sharp nails deeply embedded in his palm. To think a mere human could bring such disgrace to the esteemed destroyer. It is a humiliation to all divine beings. Weiss floated quietly beside Virus, the crystal ball atop his staff still replaying the recent battle. He elegantly twirled the staff, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Lord Virus, what do you think your odds would be if you were to face Lu Yu? Virus snorted coldly, a suffocating pressure emanating from him. The dark purple energy coalesced around him like a tangible force, instantly reducing nearby meteors to dust. He is merely a fortunate human who has brushed against the realm of the gods. His voice was icy, the golden pupils aflame with battle intent. In my presence, he wouldn't last 3 minutes. Weiss shook his head gently, tracing a beautiful arc with his staff in the crystalline cosmos. I hope so. However, from my observations, it seems Lu Yu has yet to unleash his full potential in battle. If the two of you were to truly engage, the entire 7th universe may suffer. Virus scoffed dismissively, yet a hint of seriousness flickered in his gaze. Chapter 94. Uncommon. He could certainly discern that the human named Lu Yu was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the pride of being a destroyer compelled him to refuse to show weakness before a mere human. Let us depart. Virus finally spoke coldly. As the ripples of teleportation began to emanate from him, it is time for this arrogant human to witness the true majesty of a god. Weiss smiled slightly, lightly tapping the void with his staff. The two figures gradually transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the vast universe, leaving only the lingering aftershocks of their battle slowly rippling through the starry expanse. On Earth, in West City, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire city in warm shades of orange and red. Within Bulma's lavish estate, colorful decorations adorned the surroundings. Brightly colored balloons floated in the air, and a massive birthday banner gently swayed in the breeze. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering three-tiered birthday cake, its creamy frosting glistening alluringly in the sunset. The aroma of barbecued meat and sweet confections filled the air as waiters navigated among the guests with silver trays. Cheers! The crisp clinking of glasses resounded, as Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, standing amidst the crowd. He had just returned from North Kai's planet, still bearing the celestial aura from his training. Chi-Chi tugged on his arm, fearful that this training fanatic would find another excuse to slip away. Wukong, today is Bulma's birthday. You need to behave. Sun Wukong smiled wryly, nodding in agreement, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the delectable food on the table. Meanwhile, in the lofty divine palace, a different scene unfolded. The evening sun's rays pierced through the clouds, painting the white stone columns of the palace in golden hues. Android 18 leaned against the railing, her light golden hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. She gazed down at the lights of the mortal realm, her delicate profile appearing particularly soft in the twilight. Lu Yu. She turned around, the hem of her skirt tracing an elegant arc. Bulma's invitation explicitly requested our presence. I heard that tonight's raffle would feature a grand prize, the latest model of a spacecraft. Speaking of this, she produced a golden-edged invitation from her pocket. The invitation glimmered softly in the setting sun, with the names of the two of us embossed in gilded letters. Lu Yu was seated cross-legged in the center of the temple, a specially crafted feast by Mr. Bobo laid out before him. He picked up a glistening delicacy and savored it leisurely. The outer layer of the pastry was translucent, like crystal, enveloping a colorful fruit filling that refracted a dreamlike sheen in the sunset. There is no rush. He swallowed the morsel, dabbed at the corners of his mouth. For the main character always makes a grand entrance. His gaze drifted toward the distant sea of clouds, imbued with anticipation. He waited for the appearance of two pivotal figures. The evening breeze ruffled his black hair, carrying with it the cheerful strains of music from the mortal realm. Dandy fidgeted, approaching with a hint of unease. The Namekian's skin shimmered with a faint green hue in the twilight. Mr. Lu Yu hesitated, his fingers unconsciously entwined. Bulma had specially dispatched a flyer to fetch me. Gohan just informed me via communicator that they are all awaiting my arrival, Dandy remarked, gesturing toward the hovering vehicle stationed at the edge of the temple. The streamlined vehicle reflected the sunset's afterglow, its rooftop lights shifting in a kaleidoscope of colors. Number 18's eyes sparkled as she approached Lu Yu, leaning down. Her long hair almost brushed against his cheek. Since Dandy is going too, she suggested with a hint of persuasion, why don't I accompany him first? Surely, you wouldn't keep the birthday star waiting, would you? Lu Yu finally set down his chopsticks, lifting his gaze to number 18. The setting sun cast fragmented golden rays into his profound eyes. Very well, he conceded with a resigned smile. You may go ahead, I shall follow shortly. Remember, do not reveal my whereabouts. Number 18 straightened, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. She elegantly turned, her hair creating a dazzling arc behind her. Then you must be quick. She glanced back at Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I hear the grand prize spacecraft is a limited edition. With that, she gently took Dandy's hand, leading him toward the hovering vehicle. The evening breeze lifted her skirt, making her appear like a white butterfly taking flight in the dusk. Lu Yu watched their retreating figures, shaking his head gently. He picked up his chopsticks once more, grasping the last delicacy on his plate. In the distance, familiar auras seemed to be drawing near. The time is almost upon us, he murmured, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Time flowed slowly in the tranquility of the temple. The sunset's afterglow painted the clouds in hues of orange-red, as if the entire celestial realm was enveloped in a warm halo. Standing alone at the pinnacle of the temple's observation deck, Lu Yu rested his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering gently in the breeze. After about half an hour, The clouds in the sky suddenly began to roil restlessly. They are coming. Lu Yu abruptly lifted his head, a sharp glint flashing in his deep-set eyes. He murmured to himself, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable certainty. A colossal divine aura was approaching at an astonishing speed, pressing upon the surrounding air like a tangible force, causing the clouds around the temple to churn violently. Compared to the earlier encounter with Zampa, this presence was purer and more domineering, as if it harbored the will to annihilate everything. Lu Yu could distinctly sense that the divine energy belonging to the god of destruction, Beerus from Universe 7, had breached the boundary of the northern galaxy, hurtling towards Earth at a velocity surpassing light. At this rate, in no more than 3 to 5 minutes, this legendary god of destruction would descend upon Earth. It seems time has come to meet this most formidable god of destruction. A knowing smile played at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth, excitement flickering in his eyes. He was curious as to how much stronger this god of destruction, feared by all the deities, could possibly be compared to Zampa. Before he could finish his thought, his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the temple, leaving behind only a few lingering ripples of energy in the air. Meanwhile, aboard the luxurious cruise ship, the Blue Dream, Bulma's birthday celebration, was in full swing. This colossal 300-meter-long vessel was ablaze with lights, the deck adorned with an opulent red carpet, and the champagne tower shimmered enticingly under the brilliant illumination. Celebrities from around the globe donned exquisite attire, mingling and laughing to the soothing strains of jazz. Waiters navigated through the crowd with silver trays, serving guests delicate pastries and fine wines. "Hey Lu Yu, I didn't expect to see you here." As Lu Yu's figure emerged at the deck's edge, Sun Wukong rushed over in a single bound. Today, he was surprisingly clad in a fitted black suit. Though his tie was slightly askew, he appeared vigorous and sprightly. "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. He was indeed surprised to encounter this training enthusiast here. Typically, Sun Wukong would rather sweat it out in the gravity chamber than attend such social gatherings. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, the sleeves of his suit creasing slightly with the motion. "Bulma said if I didn't show up, she wouldn't let me use the gravity chamber next time." As he spoke, his gaze wandered involuntarily toward the buffet laden with gourmet food, clearly distracted by the exquisite dishes. The splendid lights danced in Bulma's garden, the air thick with the aroma of barbecued delicacies and joyful music. The crowd bustled with laughter and chatter, creating a vibrant scene. However, at the center of this revelry, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat out of place. He stood idly by a long table piled high with food, his fingers absent-mindedly drumming against the table's edge, his eyes darting restlessly, clearly lacking any interest in the grand gathering before him. Just then, Vegeta approached with a glass in hand, clad in a well-tailored black tuxedo that starkly contrasted with his usual combat attire. Noticing Sun Wukong's distracted demeanor, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. "I never expected to see you here," Vegeta remarked, gently swirling the amber liquid in his glass, his tone teasing. "I thought you were holed up somewhere remote training diligently." Sun Wukong turned at the sound of his voice, a radiant smile breaking across his face. He adjusted his signature black hair, speaking cheerfully. "To be honest, if it weren't for Chi-Chi and Bulma coaxing me here, I would undoubtedly be sweating it out in the gravity chamber right now." He surveyed the surroundings, relieved to see both Vegeta and Lu Yu present at the gathering. "Well, seeing you here does balance things out for me." At that moment, Lu Yu stepped out from the nearby shadows, dressed in a deep blue robe that billowed gently in the night breeze. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, contrasting sharply with the surrounding raucous atmosphere. "I did not come to partake in this tedious gathering." Lu Yu's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. His eyes traversing the noisy crowd, gazing towards the distant night sky. "I am waiting for someone." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, his face a canvas of confusion and curiosity. He instinctively took a step forward, inquiring, "Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Everyone is right here, aren't they?" His gaze swept over the familiar faces in the crowd. Bulma was chatting merrily with number 18, Krillin and Piccolo were indulging at the table, and even the usually stoic Lord Beerus was intently savoring the delicacies. Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. The night breeze caressed his deep blue hair, while the moonlight cast a silvery glow upon his shoulders. "Soon, you shall understand." His voice gradually lowered, his gaze still fixed on a distant point. as if awaiting the arrival of a pivotal moment. The music in the courtyard continued to flow joyfully, and the din of the crowd was ever present. Yet around Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the air seemed to freeze. Both sensed that this seemingly ordinary gathering was brewing something extraordinary. Sun Wukong could not suppress his curiosity. Who are we waiting for? Could it be a newly arrived powerhouse? His eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, banishing his previous boredom, replaced by a warrior's thrill and anticipation. He instinctively clenched his fists, the muscles of his body taut, as if poised for an exhilarating battle. Vegeta snorted coldly, placing his wine glass on the nearby dining table with a crisp clink. Whoever is coming better be worth my time waiting here. He crossed his arms over his chest, his sharp gaze following Lu Yu's direction into the distance, an almost imperceptible aura emanating from him that caused passing attendants to instinctively steer clear. Just then, a streak of light suddenly tore across the night sky, akin to a meteor rending the darkness, carrying an unsettling wave of energy. A flicker of understanding flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he gently adjusted his robe, his posture becoming more upright. He has arrived. The courtyard lights seemed to dim at that moment, the joyful music abruptly severed by an unseen force. The once boisterous crowd gradually quieted, all sensing the unusual waves permeating the air. Bulma set down her champagne, her brow furrowed. Beerus ceased his eating, his tail instinctively raised. Even Whis laid down his ever-present staff, his demeanor turning grave. The streak of light drew nearer, ultimately coalescing into a tall silhouette above the courtyard. The newcomer descended slowly, moonlight illuminating his silver hair and the profound depths of his eyes, which seemed to encompass the vastness of the cosmos. He landed soundlessly, yet the earth trembled beneath him. Sun Wukong held his breath, feeling the immense aura radiating from this individual, an energy level he had never encountered before. The Saiyan blood within him began to boil, every cell clamoring for battle. The stranger's gaze swept across the crowd, finally anchoring on Lu Yu. "I've kept you waiting," he said, his voice calm as water, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lu Yu nodded slightly. The timing is just right. The stars in the night sky appeared particularly luminous at that moment, and the atmosphere of the gathering had transformed entirely. An unexpected encounter was poised to unleash tumultuous waves on this ordinary night. Vegeta stood in the corner of Bulma's birthday party, a glass of champagne in hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. He slightly turned, his ears catching every whispered word exchanged between Lu Yu and Sun Wukong not far away. His brow instinctively knitted tighter, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Whoever could command Lu Yu to wait personally at the banquet hall door was certainly no ordinary figure. A rapid succession of potential guests flashed through Vegeta's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He inhaled deeply, downing the remainder of his champagne in one gulp. No matter what, he would not allow anyone to disrupt this meticulously prepared birthday party. Bulma's radiant smile briefly flickered in his mind, and Vegeta's resolve strengthened. Meanwhile, in the distant Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin paced anxiously within the temple. His hands were clasped tightly behind his back, his knuckles pale from strain. An unprecedented oppressive atmosphere permeated the temple. Even the usually twinkling starlight appeared dimmed. Beads of sweat formed on the old Kaishin's forehead, his lips quivering as he muttered, "It's over. It's truly over." He abruptly halted, casting his gaze toward the crystal dome at the temple's apex. Through the crystalline arch, he could clearly see Lord Beerus racing through the cosmos. That purple light sliced through the starry sky, bearing an overwhelming pressure, heading straight towards the northern galaxy. The old Kaishin's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms. Why now? His voice trembled with evident fear. Lord Beerus had been dormant for decades. Why choose this moment to awaken? A year prior, he had been observing the lower realms through the divine mirror when he witnessed Lu Yu unleash his destructive power. At that instant, the old Kaishin sensed impending doom. The power of destruction was the exclusive domain of God of Destruction Beerus, and now it was wielded by a mortal, an undeniable affront to divine authority. The old Kaishin staggered to the throne, heavily seated. He recalled the terrifying scene from Beerus's last awakening. Whole planets disintegrating at a snap, galaxies vanishing in an instant. The sheer force of annihilation still haunted him. And now, Lord Beerus was advancing towards Earth, his intentions unmistakable. Should this conflict erupt? The old Kaishin's voice barely rose above a whisper, fearing the universe would tremble at the consequences. Outside the temple, the once calm nebula began to roil violently, as if anticipating the impending storm. Chapter 96. Unruly. The old Kaioshin slowly closed his eyes, silently praying for a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. Yet, he understood better than anyone that when a god of destruction set his mind to something, no one could halt him. Should all of this come to pass, the entire universe would face an unprecedented catastrophe, a disaster unfathomable, stars falling, galaxies collapsing, all beings plunging into endless darkness and despair. Jebet God stood in the center of the temple, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the old Kaioshin's restless figure. The old Kaioshin was pacing back and forth, his hands alternating between clenched and relaxed, the floor beneath him seemingly polished by the friction of his steps. Soft light cascaded down from the dome, illuminating his aged, wrinkled face, his deep-set eyes betraying a palpable anxiety and unease. Old ancestor, what troubles you? Is there something occurring in the universe? Jebet God's voice trembled slightly as he took a step forward, attempting to approach the old Kaioshin, only to be deterred by the weighty aura emanating from him. If there were not some monumental event unfolding in the cosmos, the old ancestor would not exhibit such distress. At that moment, the old Kaioshin's expression evoked memories in Jebet God of the time Lu Yue first harnessed the power of destruction. A sense of impending doom enveloping the entire temple once more. Fool, can you truly not perceive it? The old Kaioshin suddenly halted, turning to face Jebet God, his icy gaze piercing like a sword. His voice was low yet suffused with pressure, each word carrying immense weight, causing the air to thicken. Jebet God took a step back, startled by this unexpected confrontation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He struggled to recall everything that had just transpired, attempting to detect any trace of abnormal energy, yet found nothing. Seeing Jebet God's bewildered expression, the old Kaioshin could not help but curse inwardly. This fool. How can he be so ignorant? He cannot even sense the presence of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? What? The voice of God Jibite emerged from his throat with great difficulty, his eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the old Kaioshin, his hands instinctively clenched, nails digging deep into his palms as if this could provide him with some semblance of calm. The old Kaioshin shook his head in resignation, letting out a deep sigh filled with disappointment and helplessness. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the distant void, as if he could see through the walls of the temple to that far-off and terrifying existence. It was truly a misfortune for the entire universe to have this individual as the Kaioshin. His voice carried a tinge of bitterness, as if he regretted his previous choices. Subsequently, the old Kaioshin's tone grew even more somber, almost as if he were whispering to himself. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has awakened. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Jibite's voice trembled even more violently, a flash of that immense divine aura racing through his mind. That aura surged forth like a tempest, then vanished without a trace. He swallowed hard, his throat parched to the point where he could barely utter a sound. Did I truly sense a divine aura just now? Could it be that the presence I felt was indeed Lord Beerus? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the temple's window, where the distant stars seemed to dim at that moment, as if the entire universe quivered in anticipation of the awakening of this long-slumbering god of destruction. The Kaioshin squinted, his sight piercing through layers of swirling nebulae to glimpse a distant, indistinct figure. His fingers unconsciously traced the ancient patterns on his staff, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The starlight flowing through the temple appeared to stagnate at that instant. Even the particles of divine energy floating in the air felt heavier. That direction, he murmured, his voice tinged with an unmistakable quiver. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, refracting fragments of light beneath the starlight. Memories from a year ago surged forth like a tidal wave, recalling the moment when the ancient ancestor leaned on his staff, his frail form appearing minuscule before the star map. Yet his voice resonated like thunder in Jibite's ears. Remember, when the purplish-black divine aura sweeps across the universe. It is the moment Lord Beerus awakens. The old Kaioshin's breath suddenly quickened. He vividly remembered every detail described by his ancestor. Lord Beerus's abyss-like purple eyes that, with a mere glance, could dim the stars, and those pointed ears that quivered, sending ripples through time and space. Even more terrifying was the destruction staff that could obliterate an entire galaxy with a single touch, leaving no chance for rebirth. Who else could it be but him? The old Kaioshin nearly spat this phrase through clenched teeth, the staff striking the ground with a heavy thud, causing the star map beneath to ripple. The veins on his thin hands bulged, as if he were struggling to suppress the surging fear within. Jibite anxiously rubbed his hands together, a faint divine light emanating from his fingertips. Cautiously, he approached the old Kaioshin, speaking softly as if afraid to disturb something. But isn't the god of destruction in a symbiotic relationship with the Kaioshin? I recall you mentioning that our lives are interconnected. His words abruptly halted as the old Kaioshin turned sharply, the fury in his eyes nearly scorching him. Fool! The old Kaioshin exclaimed, gripping Jibite's collar with surprising strength. Do you not sense it? That destructive aura spreading towards the North Galaxy. His other hand pointed to the starry sky, where his fingertip traced a path across the star map, causing lights to extinguish one after another. Look at Lord Beerus's trajectory. Every planet he passes emits a cry of anguish. Jibite was forced to tilt his head back, the distorted visage of the old Kaioshin reflecting in his pupils. Twisted by rage, he swallowed laboriously, his throat constricting. At that moment, an icy, bone-chilling divine power swept through the temple like a tsunami, causing Jibite's eyes to widen. His lips trembling uncontrollably. The Earth of the North Galaxy, he exclaimed in shock, his body involuntarily retreating until he collided with the celestial globe hovering nearby. The instrument emitted a piercing alarm, the projected galactic image shaking violently, with the point representing Earth flickering wildly, as if sending out a final distress signal. The old Kaioshin released his grip, slumping back onto his divine throne. He gazed at the ever-approaching path of destruction on the star map. His voice hoarse, prepare the most grand welcoming ceremony. Let us hope that this time, the Earth can escape catastrophe. The Kaioshin's fingers tightened around the crystal ball, a slight tremor coursing through them, as his eyes, having witnessed the passage of millennia, reflected the vast expanse of the stars. The surface of the crystal ball rippled with waves, revealing a purple streak of light traversing the nebulae at an astonishing speed. The veins on his thin hands bulged, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow, causing even the embroidered robe adorned with ancient runes to tremble slightly. That direction, he echoed, his voice resonating within the temple, laden with disbelief. The trajectories of the star tracks, the fluctuations of energy, this must undoubtedly be Earth. The starlight from the temple's dome seemed to dim further, and the artifacts floating around emitted anxious hums. The old Kaioshin abruptly rose, the gem-encrusted staff striking the ground with urgency. If so, his voice rose sharply. Lord Beerus is bound to encounter those reckless individuals like Liyue and Son Goku. In his mind's eye, he envisioned that familiar blue planet. Seeing Son Goku's eyes eternally ablaze with fighting spirit, hearing the Saiyan's trademark boisterous laughter. That group, led by Son Goku, the old Kaioshin gritted his teeth. Unconsciously clutching the hem of his robe, is nothing short of a calamity. Chapter 97. Unrestrained ignorance, especially that ever-unrestrained Saiyan, who cannot contain his desire to challenge every strong opponent he encounters. Before he could finish, the crystal ball in the center of the temple suddenly erupted with blinding light, illuminating his pale face. The old Kaioshin staggered backward, steadying himself against the intricately carved stone column adorned with dragon motifs. At that moment, that reckless Saiyan will undoubtedly utter something as foolish as "I want to have a match with Lord Beerus." His voice trembled with despair, as if he had already foreseen that catastrophic scene. The candle flames around the temple flickered violently, casting distorted, wavering shadows. The old Kaioshin took a deep breath, striving to steady his quaking voice. The prophecy of our ancestors clearly states that the god of destruction can never be defeated by mortals. He directed his gaze towards the ancient murals on the temple walls, depicting the terrifying scene of Beerus causing stars to fall with a mere snap of his fingers. With just a slight motion, the entire universe could be reduced to dust. Suddenly, a wave of disconcerting energy rippled through the crystal ball, causing the old Kaioshin to clutch his chest as if struck by an invisible force. If Lord Beerus is angered by those who do not know their place, his voice nearly turned into a whisper, should he unleash his wrath upon other planets, it would spell unprecedented catastrophe for the entire universe. The holy water cup in Jibite's hands fell to the ground with a loud clatter, the clear divine water spreading across the floor, reflecting his horrified face. This is 1,000 times more severe than the fall of all the Kaioshins. The old Kaioshin's voice echoed within the empty temple, each word laden with grave weight. He slowly approached the crystal ball, his trembling fingers caressing its surface, as if he could feel the distant destructive energy emanating from it. What I fear most, the old Kaioshin's voice was hoarse to the point of breaking, is that Lord Beerus is coming for Liyue. A vivid image of Earth materialized within the crystal sphere, revealing a tall figure atop a snow-capped mountain, his long black hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds. The old Kaioshin's pupils dilated sharply as he realized that Liyue had reached an unfathomable level of power, likely encroaching upon the realm of the destroyer gods. The temple began to tremble subtly, ancient runes on the walls igniting with blinding golden light. The old Kaioshin's voice rose in urgency. Should the two engage in battle, his divine robe would flutter without wind, radiating a dazzling golden glow. The mere aftermath of their clash could annihilate the entire universe. At that moment, Jebite stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve. This deity, often perceived as somewhat sluggish, now appeared as if enlightened. His voice firm and clear. The aura of Lord Beerus is rapidly approaching Earth. At this rate, he will arrive in no more than 3 or 4 minutes. He hastened to the old Kaioshin's side, swiftly tracing golden arcs across the sphere. We must act immediately. We must prevent Mr. Liyue from meeting Lord Beerus at all costs. The old Kaioshin, astonished, turned to Jebite, a glimmer of approval surfacing in his murky gaze. He nodded emphatically, his white beard quivering gently with emotion. Quite right. As long as they do not meet, this cataclysmic disaster on a cosmic scale may yet be averted. Outside the temple, the nebula began to whirl violently, heralding the impending doom. The old Kaioshin grasped Jebite's shoulder, speaking so rapidly that his words tumbled together. Quick! You must depart for Earth immediately. Do whatever it takes to ensure Liyue leaves that place. The farther, the better. Jebite nodded earnestly, golden light coalescing around him as he prepared for teleportation. As he was on the verge of vanishing, he heard the old Kaioshin's final admonition echoing within the temple. Remember, even if it requires binding him, bring him away from Earth. The sky of the Kaioshin realm glowed with a profound purplish-red hue. Wisps of clouds floated by like ribbons, and the colossal divine tree in the distance swayed gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows. The old Kaioshin stood at the center of the altar, his wrinkled face etched with gravity, his silver beard billowing softly in the wind, and his deep-set eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. He slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the distant azure planet, Earth, his voice low yet powerful, as though each word carried the weight of thunder. Jebite, listen closely, by any means necessary. Even if it involves employing forbidden techniques from the divine realm or invoking ancient time and space secrets, you must ensure Liyue departs from Earth, and the farther, the better. Ideally, banish him to the very edge of the universe, a place even the gods cannot reach. The urgency in the old Kaioshin's tone was rare, his body leaning slightly forward, as if the air itself trembled with his emotion. This matter concerns the life and death of the entire universe, the fate of countless galaxies, and the survival of billions of beings rests solely in your hands. You must grasp the gravity of this situation. Jebite stood before the old Kaioshin, his stature imposing yet unable to mask the turmoil within. Clad in a deep blue divine robe, its edges fluttered in the breeze, golden divine patterns shimmering in the sunlight. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to speak, yet he swallowed his words, ultimately exhaling a barely audible sigh. He murmured softly, his right hand instinctively tightening around the divine staff at his waist, his knuckles whitening with the effort. Thoughts raced through his mind. What manner of being is Liyue? That warrior who displayed power surpassing that of the gods on Earth, even drawing the attention of the destroyer god, Beerus. What could a mere Kaioshin like himself do to persuade him to willingly leave Earth? Was force necessary? Even Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 4th form might not stand a chance against Liyue. His gaze drifted longingly toward the horizon, as if he could pierce through layers of clouds to witness the unfolding events on the azure planet. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow, glimmering faintly in the unique light of the divine realm. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, as if resolving himself to a certain determination. Raising his head, a renewed glimmer of certainty ignited in his gaze. Very well. Ancestor, I shall do my utmost. He slowly knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed to his chest in a solemn gesture of reverence. The safety of the universe is at stake. I must devise a plan. I shall immediately set forth to the realm of time, seeking the aid of the Kaioshin of time, while also dispatching individuals to monitor every movement on Earth. If necessary, I will take matters into my own hands. A gentle breeze suddenly swirled around the altar, causing the garments of the two deities to ripple with a resonant sound. In the distance, the unique seven-colored divine birds of the Kaioshin realm soared in flocks, their crisp calls contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere. Chapter 98. Request. The old Kaioshin's aged fingers tapped lightly on the staff, his brow furrowed, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the layers of the cosmos. His deep voice resonated within the temple. It would be best to ensure that Son Goku and Vegeta also leave Earth. He paused, striking the ground with his staff, producing a sharp sound. Those two are each more trouble than the last. He slowly paced to the temple's edge, gazing down at the vast starry river below, his tone laden with deep concern. Or rather, none of those Saiyans are particularly reliable. Should Lord Beerus be provoked by them, the consequences would be dire. The old Kaioshin turned to Jebite, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, to err on the side of caution. The best course of action is to ensure they do not encounter Lord Beerus at all. Jebite, resigned, lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously entwined. He replied softly, "I will do my best." His voice was barely audible, almost drowned out by the winds within the temple. He pondered privately, those unruly Saiyans, each one arrogant and self-important. How could they possibly heed the advice of a mere Kaioshin? Perhaps only Mr. Goku might be receptive to a few words. As for Liu Yue and Vegeta, they might not even spare him a glance. Burdened by anxiety, Jebite inhaled deeply, his hands forming a seal before his chest. In an instant, radiant white light enveloped him, the surroundings warping and shifting. The next moment, he found himself standing on the shores of Earth. The azure waves gently lapped against the beach, and a luxurious yacht swayed with the currents. On the deck, Son Goku sat cross-legged, savoring a steaming bowl of ramen. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of Jebite, he was nearly startled into spilling his meal. "Oh, Lord Kaioshin, what brings you here so suddenly?" Son Goku quickly set down his bowl, wiped the broth from his mouth, and hurried across the polished deck. Scratching his head in confusion, he exclaimed, "Isn't it unusual for you to visit Earth, Lord Kaioshin?" Just then, Goku seemed to recall something, glancing over at Vegeta, who was reclining on a lounge chair, eyes closed in repose. Dressed casually in sports attire, Vegeta wore sunglasses perched on his forehead, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. "Hey, Vegeta." Goku bounced over to him, bending close to his face. "Did you secretly invite Lord Kaioshin here? I never would have guessed that a cold fish like you would take the initiative to invite a guest." Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his crimson gaze. He scoffed, shoving Goku's face away from his own. "Humph. I have no interest in inviting such a fellow." He straightened his posture, adjusting his collar, his tone dripping with disdain. "Besides, with my current strength, I am hardly capable of reaching the realm of the Kaioshin." The gentle sea breeze caressed the strands of hair falling over Vegeta's forehead. He reclined back into his chair, pulling down his sunglasses to obscure his eyes, clearly indicating his reluctance to engage in conversation. The yacht swayed gently with the waves, creating a subtly charged atmosphere on the deck. Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, leaning slightly forward, his gaze imbued with a hint of disdain and arrogance. A faint smirk graced his lips as he cast a condescending glance at Jebit-shun, as if appraising an inconsequential entity. The realm of the Kaioshin was a place even Kakaroto's instant transmission could not reach, unless human energy was present. Vegeta's voice was low and frosty, akin to a chilling wind from the abyss, momentarily freezing the air around him. Standing nearby, Son Goku scratched his head, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. He blinked and, in a relaxed tone, remarked, "Oh right, Vegeta, you can't instant transmission, so you definitely can't go to the Kaioshin realm." This statement struck Vegeta like an invisible dagger, instantly darkening his expression. Yet, he restrained himself from erupting, merely letting out a cold snort before turning away. Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's reaction, turned his attention to Jebit-shun, curiously inquiring, "So, Lord Kaioshin, who summoned you here?" His voice carried a touch of innocence, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere enveloping them. Jebit-shun's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he hastily waved his hands. His tone urgent, "Mr. Goku, now is not the time for such talk." His gaze quickly shifted to Liu Yu, his face etched with anxiety and unease. He approached Liu Yu with quickened steps, his hands trembling slightly, his voice almost pleading, "Mr. Liu Yu, Could you please temporarily leave Earth? Just for a day? Not even half a day would suffice. Jebet-Shin's words detonated like a bomb, igniting shock and confusion among the crowd. The once lively birthday celebration fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Jebet-Shin and Lu Yu. The purpose of the Kaishin's visit to Earth was not to partake in the festivities, but rather to persuade Lu Yu to depart. This unexpected twist left everyone present in disbelief. Lu Yu stood at the center of the gathering, a crystal-clear glass of juice held delicately in his hand. Taking a gentle sip, his movements were graceful and unperturbed, as if the surrounding commotion had no bearing on him. He smiled slightly, his gaze calm as he regarded Jebet-Shin, asking, "Why? Why should I leave Earth?" His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the space. In truth, Lu Yu was already aware. The Kaishin must have sensed the divine presence of the god of destruction, Beerus, and surmised that Beerus would soon arrive on Earth. Their purpose was merely to ensure his avoidance of the impending storm. A subtle smile played on Lu Yu's lips, for he was fully prepared, eagerly awaiting Beerus's arrival to engage in a thrilling battle. Jebet-Shin's expression darkened further, his head bowed, hands clenched tightly, his voice barely escaping through gritted teeth. "I am pleading with you. You only need to leave Earth for half a day, and after that, I will do whatever you require." His tone was laden with helplessness and sincerity, as if he bore an insurmountable burden. Jebet-Shin was not one accustomed to deceit, and at this moment, he appeared particularly uneasy. His eyes flickered nervously, beads of sweat multiplying on his brow, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, the air thick with tension and apprehension. Lu Yu maintained his serene smile, gently setting down his glass of juice, fixing his gaze on Jebet-Shin as he spoke softly. "If you are here to inform me that the god of destruction is about to arrive and that I should quickly hide from him, then you need not bother." Though his voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable conviction. Lu Yu had already discerned Jebet-Shin's intentions, and his own aims were precisely the opposite. He not only wished to remain on Earth, but anticipated the confrontation with Beerus. Jebet-Shin's plea sounded to him like an absurd jest. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the horizon, as if he could already foresee the cataclysmic battle that was about to unfold. The air around them seemed to solidify, all eyes drawn to the tense exchange between Lu Yu and Jebet-Shin. A storm, pivotal to the fate of Earth, was quietly brewing. Jebet-Shin's body trembled as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His pupils constricted, the golden depths of his eyes reflecting Lu Yu's eerily calm visage. The sacred aura permeating the temple appeared to freeze at that moment. Even the divine particles suspended in the air ceased their flow. "How could you know the name of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction?" Jebet-Shin's voice trembled with palpable fear, instinctively taking a half-step back, crushing a glimmering piece of temple stone beneath his feet. "And how did you foresee his impending arrival on Earth?" His hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the pressure. As a Kaishin, he understood better than anyone the significance of the name Beerus, an entity that even the gods trembled before. A year prior, when the old Kaishin had whispered this secret during the inheritance ceremony, the tremor in his voice and the fear in his eyes remained vivid in Jebet-Shin's memory. The columns surrounding the temple cast long shadows, slicing their figures into alternating patches of light and darkness. Jebet-Shin felt his divine heart pounding within his chest, each beat resonating like a warning bell. He stared intently at Lu Yu, searching for even the slightest crack in his placid facade. Logically, even formidable warriors like Son Goku and Vegeta had never heard of the god of destruction. Jebet-Shin's voice dropped to a whisper, almost as if he were speaking to himself, yet questioning. "But not only do you know of Lord Beerus, you even predict his movements?" Suddenly, he took a step forward, causing ripples of golden light to spread across the temple floor. "If you know of the god of destruction's renown, you must comprehend the terrifying power he wields. He is capable of obliterating entire star systems with a mere snap of his fingers." Lu Yu gently raised his hand, fingertips brushing against a stream of divine energy floating in the air, the light coiling around his finger before dissipating. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his voice remaining unsettlingly calm. "I have long since stated that I possess knowledge far beyond what you can fathom." Jebet-Shin was overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness. He surveyed the surroundings. Beyond the temple lay the infinite expanse of the cosmos, billions of stars twinkling in the darkness, each one at risk of extinguishing forever due to the impending disaster. He took a deep breath, making a decision that filled him with shame. He slowly knelt on one knee, a gesture that seemed to shake the very foundations of the temple. Mr. Lu Yu, his voice trembled with desperation. I beseech you in the name of the Kaioshin, for the countless lives on Earth, for the survival of this universe, please, temporarily leave Earth and seek refuge. The star map atop the temple suddenly illuminated, projecting a holographic image of the Milky Way, countless points of light flickering in the darkness. Jebet Shun raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of despair. I understand that this request is exceedingly rude, but in the face of cosmic annihilation, what is the dignity of the Kaioshin worth? Finally, Lu Yu turned to face him, his eyes as cold as eternal ice. The temperature within the temple plummeted, even the divine particles suspended in the air crystallizing into tiny ice shards. I have already stated, his voice sliced through the silence like a blade. Neither Earth nor the universe will come to harm. He stepped forward, and the space beneath his feet seemed to twist and contort. Furthermore, as Lu Yu's gaze swept over the kneeling figure of Jia, he remarked, "You truly are quite verbose." This statement struck Jia-Bite's heart like a heavy hammer. He sensed the aura emanating from Lu Yu, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly. A pressure that evoked memories of the terrifying scenes described by the old Kaioshin regarding the descent of a god of destruction. Do not bother me any further. Lu Yu's voice was chillingly cold. I have no interest in listening to your ramblings here. With a casual wave of his hand, the space-time in the center of the temple suddenly warped into a vortex, and in the next moment, his figure vanished into the radiant passage. Jia remained kneeling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gazed in the direction where Lu Yu had disappeared, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. The temple fell silent once more, with only the star map continuing its silent operation, a reminder of the brewing crisis within the universe. A heavy sigh escaped into the air, slowly dissipating as Jia shook his head helplessly, his gaze drifting between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He took a slow step forward, the temple stone bricks emitting a faint scraping sound, each step feeling particularly weighty. Approaching the two men, he tilted his head slightly, looking into Sun Wukong's eternally curious eyes and Vegeta's perpetually disdainful expression. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Jia-Bite's voice carried a hint of hesitation, yet he felt compelled to continue. Have you considered training with the North Kaioshin for a while? His gaze inadvertently drifted into the distance, as if he could see Lu Yu's steadfast figure beyond the temple walls. Unable to persuade Lu Yu to leave, he could only resort to trying to convince these two exceptionally powerful warriors to depart. After all, if he could dissuade one, it would alleviate some danger. He silently calculated in his mind, striving to maintain a calm facade. Lord Kaioshin, Sun Wukong suddenly grinned, his bright eyes sparkling with mischief. We heard your conversation with Lu Yu just now. Hehe. He nudged Vegeta with his elbow as he spoke. Vegeta snorted dismissively, arms crossed. Yet his sharp eyes remained fixed on Jia, clearly intrigued by the earlier dialogue. Is that god of destruction, Bylus, really that formidable? Sun Wukong inquired, tilting his head as he unconsciously scratched the back of his head. He noticed Jia-Bite's brow furrowing at the mere mention of Bylus, his fingers trembling slightly. These subtle gestures underscored the terrifying presence of the being known as Bylus. Jia-Bite's body tensed noticeably. Did you all hear that? He inhaled deeply, as if to calm the tumult within. After a moment of silence, he finally resolved to speak. Indeed, Lord Bylus is incredibly powerful, entirely unlike any opponent you have faced before. He raised his right hand, gently raising a finger. This simple gesture seemed to freeze the air around them. With just that movement of his finger, Jia-Bite's voice was low and serious, capable of making the entire universe vanish without a trace in an instant. What? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. Even the usually composed Vegeta's pupils contracted, his arms falling to his sides involuntarily. The air around them seemed to thin as this revelation settled in, the only sounds in the temple being their slightly hurried breaths. You can make the universe disappear with just a finger? Sun Wukong's voice trembled with incredulity. Lord Kaioshin, you must be exaggerating. He glanced at Vegeta, noticing beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could such a powerful being truly exist in this world? This thought sent a chill up the spine of everyone present. Jia slowly shook his head, his expression unusually grave. There is no exaggeration, his voice was resolute and heavy. In reality, Lord Bylus's strength far exceeds what I have described. Suin Wukong swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. He leaned slightly forward, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and tension. Did you just mention Lord Bylus? At this moment, the setting sun's rays filtered through the temple's columns, casting long shadows between the three. In the distance, the clouds at the temple's edge drifted slowly, as if the entire celestial realm was quietly listening to this conversation concerning the fate of the universe. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his sharp gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, his slender fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin, his voice carrying a weighty tone. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Upon hearing this, Jiren's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He nodded urgently, the ample fabric of his priestly robe swaying with his movement. Indeed, it is that esteemed individual, his voice tinged with evident anxiety, his fingers intertwining unconsciously. Suin Wukong keenly sensed Vegeta's unease. He tilted his head, his orange GI fluttering in the gentle breeze. Vegeta, do you know this person? He asked curiously, his bright eyes gleaming with inquisitiveness. Chapter 100. The arrival based on his understanding of Vegeta. Had this been a complete stranger, the proud Saiyan prince would never have displayed such a troubled expression. Vegeta's brow furrowed even deeper as he raised a hand to massage his temples, as if striving to unearth a fragment from the depths of his memory. That name felt hauntingly familiar, spinning on the tip of his tongue, yet remaining elusive. There was a rare hesitation in his voice. This sense of memory being obstructed left him vexed, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, creating an uncomfortable agitation. I tell you, Jiren was growing increasingly anxious, stamping his foot, leaving shallow impressions in the ground beneath him. It is still not too late to seek refuge on the North Kaishan's planet. Lord Bylus's presence is drawing ever closer. If we do not leave now, it will truly be too late. He gazed anxiously towards the heavens, as if already sensing that chilling aura approaching. However, Suin Wukong simply beamed, displaying his characteristic cheerful smile. He stretched his shoulders, joints cracking with a crisp sound. Since Lord Bylus is so powerful, if we don't meet him and learn a few techniques, I will surely regret it once I return. His tone was light and carefree, clearly indicating no intention of departing. Jiren sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He should have anticipated this outcome. Trying to convey the terror of Lord Bylus to these fearless Saiyans was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Not only could they not comprehend the gravity of the situation, but they also seemed eager for the challenge, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of encountering a formidable foe. At that tense moment, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from the heights, as if piercing through the clouds to reach the depths of every heart. Who seeks to test their skills against me? This voice carried an oppressive weight, and the air around them seemed to solidify instantaneously. Birds in the distant woods took flight, flapping their wings in a panic. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire area. Even the sunlight appeared to dim slightly. The icy voice sliced through the air like a chilling blade, and Jiren's form abruptly froze, before he began to tremble violently, as though bound by invisible chains. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, shimmering with unease in the fading light of the setting sun. Liu slowly raised his head, the sea breeze tousling the strands of hair across his forehead. On the shimmering surface of the sea, two familiar figures stood suspended in midair. The figure on the left, a purple feline humanoid, emanated an overwhelming aura of authority, with golden eyes glimmering dangerously in the twilight. The gentleman on the right, exuding an air of refinement, wielded an angelic staff, his cerulean eyes sparkling with the brilliance of distant stars. They were adorned in peculiar attire, Bylus draped in a purple robe embroidered with enigmatic totems, while waist donned a deep blue gown flecked with stardust, the hem fluttering gently in the evening breeze. Bylus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his toes lightly tapping the void as he surveyed the entire cruise ship from his elevated position. His gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, swept across the deck before settling on Liu, who leaned against the railing. Noticing the faint smile playing at the corner of Liu's lips, Bylus narrowed his eyes dangerously, his elongated pupils constricting into vertical slits. It seemed that this fellow had anticipated our arrival. Lord Bylus, waist gracefully twirled the staff, the crystal orb at its tip reflecting Liu's composed silhouette. Seagulls circled around them, calling out, yet never daring to approach the area cloaked in divine might. Bylus let out a soft hum, his purple tail swaying gently behind him. Those who have attained the divine realm can naturally sense the presence of their kind. However, his claws gleamed ominously in the twilight. The triumph over Xiang Pa had inflated his pride, a hubris that would soon exact its toll. At that moment, whispers arose from the second level of the cruise ship. Is that the legendary destroyer god, Lord Bylus? I sense no formidable aura at all. Just as the golden-haired girl finished speaking, Bylus's gaze shot towards her. In an instant, the air over the entire sea seemed to solidify. The waves bizarrely stilled as they touched the cruise ship. Even the sunset's glow dimmed in response. The girl, frightened, stepped back, accidentally knocking over a juice cup on the table, the orange liquid spreading across the deck like her flustered thoughts. Waste gently shook his head, tapping the surface of the water with his staff, sending ripples of silver radiance outward. Lord Bylus, I implore you to temper your aura. This cruise ship cannot withstand your oppressive presence. At that moment, Lu Yue finally moved. He strolled toward the bow of the ship, his white shirt billowing in the sea breeze, the edges snapping in the wind. Coming to a halt 3 steps from the railing, he raised a hand to brush aside his wind-tousled hair, meeting the gazes of the 2 deities with calm resolve. The sunset behind him unfurled a magnificent tapestry of colors, casting his figure into a resolute silhouette. Suin Wukong squinted, scrutinizing the 2 unfamiliar guests before him. Habitually, he scratched his tousled hair, his fingers weaving through the strands, creating a soft rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on his orange martial arts uniform. How peculiar, he exclaimed, his trademark bright smile illuminating his face. His voice resonating powerfully, nearly shaking the clouds around him. I sense no presence from you at all. Standing beside him, Jiren's complexion paled instantly, and he stepped forward anxiously. He gingerly tugged at Suin Wukong's sleeve, the fabric producing a faint rustling sound at his fingertips. Sweat had already dampened his brow, glistening in the sunlight. Mr. Wukong, please lower your voice. He whispered, almost inaudibly. The divine aura is not something mortals can perceive. Yet, please do not question the majesty of Lord Bylus. Jiren's fingertips trembled slightly. In his acute perception, the aura emanating from Bylus resembled an expansive galaxy, unfathomably deep, akin to an infinite cosmos that instilled fear. The oppressive sensation made his breaths quicken involuntarily. Not far away, Bite crossed his arms, his green skin glistening subtly in the sunlight. His brow furrowed deeply, the creases on his forehead resembling deep ravines. Kellen stood beside him, the brightness of his bald head reflecting the sunlight, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Tianjin Font's 3 eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly searching for something. I truly sense nothing at all, Kellen murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously brushing the hem of his martial arts uniform. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted. His body froze as if bound by invisible chains. The once proud countenance drained of color, his lips trembled slightly, betraying an unmistakable fear. The destroyer god, Bylus? His voice rasped like sandpaper. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, bringing with them a bone-chilling dread. Vegeta involuntarily took a half-step back, his boots leaving a faint mark on the grass. The sealed past awakened in that instant, the terrifying presence that had once visited Vegeta's star, the figure who had trampled upon his noble father over a mere pillow. Before him, the scenes of that time resurfaced, young Vegeta curled up in a corner, helplessly watching the purple figure loom above him. His father knelt on the ground, the dignity of the proud Saiyan king shattered. Bylus merely cast a languid glance, his gaze alone instilling a paralyzing dread that rendered him incapable of moving even a finger. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's temples, dripping onto his collar, creating dark stains. His fists clenched unconsciously, fingernails digging deeply into his palms, sending waves of pain coursing through him. In that moment, he was no longer the proud Saiyan prince, but rather the trembling child before absolute power. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating oppression, as if the very gravity of the earth had multiplied several times over in an instant. Vegeta's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his hands involuntarily forming fists, the knuckles paling from excessive tension. Chapter 101. Just a mere human. Those once defiant eyes now flickered with unmistakable fear, akin to a wild beast trapped within a cage. Suddenly, a blinding light streaked across the sky, accompanied by the ominous sound of space being torn apart. Two figures appeared before the crowd like phantoms, without disturbing even a whisper of air. Bylus's purple skin glimmered with an eerie sheen under the sunlight, his elongated form gracefully suspended in midair, his tail gently swaying. Wei stood silently behind him, a subtle smile playing on his lips, the staff in his hand radiating a faint azure glow. "Long time no see, Prince Vegeta." Bylus's voice pierced through the air like an ice pick, resonating with a chilling authority. His gaze slowly traversed Vegeta, those crimson eyes seemingly able to penetrate the deepest fears of the heart. The murderous intent permeating the air caused the surrounding flora to tremble slightly. Vegeta's throat constricted violently, his voice barely escaping his lips. "Lord Bylus." His legs trembled uncontrollably, his mind flooded with horrific memories of training on the Destroyer God planet. Those moments when Bylus had effortlessly crushed him, those feelings of hopeless despair, surged forth as chilling dread, coursing down his spine. "Why have you come to a planet like Earth?" Vegeta's voice quivered noticeably, his gaze averted from Bylus, fixated firmly on the ground. The once proud Saiyan prince now resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. Bike perceptively sensed the abnormality, his green brows knitted tightly. As the most exceptional warrior of Namek, he had never witnessed Vegeta display such fear. Even when facing formidable foes, Vegeta had always maintained his inherent pride. At this moment, his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, landing on the cracked ground with a subtle sound. Standing beside Bika, Don D was even more pale with fear. This benevolent Namekian trembled violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Instinctively, he took a step back, nearly tripping over the debris beneath his feet. This primal fear threatened to bring him to his knees, much like a fragile creature confronted by a formidable predator. Suin Wukong scratched his head in confusion, his orange martial arts uniform swaying gently in the breeze. He could not fathom the gravity of the situation, merely sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere. "Hey, Vegeta, what's wrong with you?" he innocently inquired, his voice piercing the silence with an abruptness that felt jarring. "Speak less, Kakaluata." Vegeta snapped, turning abruptly to glare at Suin Wukong. His eyes reflected a mix of rage and an unmistakable hint of panic. If time could rewind, he would have unhesitatingly heeded the advice of Vegeta and fled Earth with this naive lower-class warrior. Yet now, it was far too late. The god of destruction had locked onto them like a falcon zeroing in on its prey. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few dry leaves into a swirling dance. The sun shone brightly, yet it did nothing to dispel the gloom that enveloped everyone's hearts. Belus raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile laden with meaning, his crimson eyes sweeping over the gathered figures as if assessing toys destined for destruction. "Am I not permitted to set foot on this planet?" His voice, cold as ice, resonated with undeniable authority, spreading through the air. He stood there, his purple skin glimmering under the sunlight, casting a long shadow, his golden pupils gleaming with a dangerous light, as if ready to freeze everything in its path. Vegeta shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His head shook like a rattle in a tempest, the frequency so rapid it was nearly indistinguishable. And his former pride and arrogance vanished in an instant. He slightly bent forward, his hands instinctively clenching, his voice trembling. "Of course not. Lord Belus, please take a seat." Suin Wukong, eyes wide with confusion and bewilderment, scratched his head, his gaze flitting between Vegeta and Belus. He couldn't help but lower his voice to inquire, "Vegeta, what on earth is happening? Is that Belus really that strong?" His tone brimmed with naivety and curiosity, oblivious to the tension and danger permeating the air. Vegeta's brows furrowed, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. He abruptly turned his head, lowering his voice to a near growl. "Kakaloata, if you wish to remain alive, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut." His voice was as frigid as ice, carrying an unmistakable warning that made Suin Wukong involuntarily take a half-step back. At that moment, Belus began to move, his gaze locking onto Lu Yue like a sword. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath him, an invisible pressure saturating the air, making it difficult to breathe. "This is bad." Vegeta and Vegeta gasped simultaneously, their eyes twitching involuntarily, expressions etched with fear and unease. Vegeta instinctively tightened his grip on his staff, his fingertips turning white from the strain. Belus finally halted before Lu Yue, his towering figure exuding an imposing presence, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Yue appeared unfazed, leisurely seated in his chair, casually sipping from a chilled glass of juice. The sweet aroma of the juice wafted through the air, starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere. "Hey," Belus's voice was low and icy, tinged with mockery and disdain. "You are the so-called Super Saiyan god who defeated Xiangpa, aren't you?" His gaze, akin to that of a serpent, locked onto Lu Yue, imposing and unnerving. Lu Yue slowly raised his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes betraying no emotion. As if Belus's presence had no effect on him. "Indeed, that would be me." Lu Yue's voice was soft, yet possessed a unique resonance, seemingly striking directly at the heart of the matter. He gently set down his glass, the freshly squeezed juice gleaming with an orange hue in the sunlight. Water droplets condensing on the glass, sliding down the curvature and pooling into a dark stain on the table. He stood up, his movements calm and unhurried, the white hem of his attire fluttering gently in the breeze. Meeting the gaze of the purple figure standing nearby, he smiled wryly. "I have long admired your reputation." Belus's feline-like slit pupils narrowed slightly, his purple skin shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun. He was evidently unprepared to encounter a human who recognized him here, let alone one who would address him so directly. "You actually know me?" Belus's voice was low and dangerous, his long ears twitching slightly. "How dare a mere human address me by name? You truly have a death wish." The air crackled as if something were snapping, and a faint purple aura began to emanate from Belus, the grass beneath him withering as he stood, the temperature in the vicinity seeming to drop sharply in that instant. Yet Lu Yue appeared utterly unfazed by the pressure, stepping forward with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. "If you're angry, I can help you cool down. What do you think?" His voice remained calm, yet his eyes, fixed on Belus, sparkled with undeniable combativeness. The air between them seemed to solidify, an invisible force colliding fiercely. Even the leaves on the trees in the distance began to rustle without a breeze. Belus narrowed his eyes, his elongated pupils constricting into slits, his icy gaze piercing through Lu Yue. "You arrogant fool. Do you think defeating that fat pig Xiangpa grants you the right to act brazenly before me?" Each word he spoke intensified the purple aura surrounding him, cracks beginning to form in the ground beneath, as if unable to withstand his power. Lu Yue shook his head gently, his hair swaying slightly. "In my eyes, you are no different." His voice remained calm, but each word felt as though it had been tempered through countless trials. "So do not overestimate yourself." In the distance, Wei Si clenched his staff involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could acutely sense the tension between the two, as if a cataclysmic battle could erupt at any moment. The energy fluctuations in the air grew stronger, the sky darkening as ominous clouds began to gather overhead. "Very well," Belus's voice chilled like ice, laced with suppressed fury. "I have not encountered someone as arrogant and ignorant as you in millions of years." He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling into a fist, purple energy coalescing in his palm, emitting a sizzling sound. "I shall show you that arrogance in my presence comes with a steep price." Since becoming the god of destruction, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Belus's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in a radiant purple light, the immense pressure causing the trees in the distance to sway violently. Lu Yue narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile still lingering on his lips. "Then I shall await your demonstration." As his words finished, both their bodies began to levitate slowly, hovering about 3 feet above the ground. Lu Yue's white garments fluttered without wind, while Belus's purple aura swirled around him. The air between them began to distort, as though an invisible wall was forming, and the sound of energy colliding grew increasingly loud. The sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, with lightning weaving through them, casting fluctuating light and shadow upon their faces. A cataclysmic battle was on the verge of erupting in this tranquil realm. Beneath the azure firmament, 2 figures hovered silently amidst the sea of clouds. Belus, with his dark purple-black form, glimmered with an eerie light under the sun, his amber eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. He slowly raised his arm, with purple energy waves swirling at his fingertips, causing the surrounding air to emit a faint hum. "I remember you can transform into the so-called Super Saiyan god." Belus's voice was as chilling as ice-shattering, each word carrying a terrifying pressure. "Let me witness it for myself." Although he had already glimpsed that form through Wei Si's imagery, the Saiyan standing before him now made the red figure from his dreams increasingly vivid. What resonance would the crimson tempest from that dream, sweeping through the universe, create with the black-haired youth before him? This question coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Lu Yue took a deep breath, feeling the surging blood and energy within him. He knew well that, in the face of this deity of destruction, his normal self was like a flickering candle in a storm. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils were ignited with a resolute flame. As you wish. Lu Yue's voice was steady as a mountain, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles whitening from the pressure. If I am to battle you, this transformation is indeed necessary. In an instant, the world changed color. A deafening roar tore through the heavens, as crimson energy surged from Lu Yue's body like a volcanic eruption. It was no longer ordinary energy, but rather a tangible, liquid flame, surging and boiling around him. His originally dark hair gradually lost its color under the flow of energy, transforming into a burning scarlet. His form flickered within the energy, muscles becoming more defined, every inch of his skin radiating a divine glow. The warriors of Earth gazed up at the sky. Aside from Su and Wukong, all were left speechless by the spectacle before them. Kellen unconsciously took a step back, cold sweat beading on his brow. Bike bit his lip, green fingers digging deep into his palm. Buerma's device emitted a piercing alarm, its reading skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Is this the Super Saiyan god? Tianjin Fan's three eyes widened simultaneously, his voice trembling with disbelief. The scarlet energy danced around Lu Yue like a living ribbon. As he floated at the center of the energy vortex, his hair moving without wind, each strand sparkling like stars. The once sharp aura transformed into a depth as profound as the ocean, and his crimson pupils seemed to harbor the mysteries of the entire universe. Bylus's mouth curled into a slight smile, destruction energy coalescing into a purple orb at his fingertips. Indeed, he said, his deep voice resonating with satisfaction. This is worthy of the figure in my dreams. Lu Yue slowly raised his arm, the scarlet energy swirling in his palm. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him, every cell rejoicing. This is the realm of the divine, transcending the mortal and surpassing all beings. The sky seemed to tear in two. One half enveloped in Bylus's purple aura of destruction, the other ablaze with Lu Yue's scarlet divine flames. The oppressive presence of the two deities caused the very earth to tremble, distant mountains echoing with the sound of shattering rock. Come. Lu Yue's voice resonated like a divine decree. Let me see the true power of the god of destruction. The combat spirit in Bylus's eyes ignited completely, his purple energy surging violently, like a destruction angel unfurling its wings. As you wish, Scion. The two figures traced vibrant arcs across the sky. The confrontation of gods about to commence. The atmosphere was suffused with a stifling sense of oppression, as if even the flowing wind had solidified in place. Bike furrowed his brow, his deep green skin glinting softly in the sunlight, arms crossed tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. He murmured softly, his voice nearly swallowed by the surrounding silence. The energy has completely vanished. It seems he has truly become a god. His gaze remained fixed on the figure in midair, a mixture of vigilance and subtle awe in his eyes. Vegeta stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, muscles taut as if ready to explode at any moment. His brow was furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression a blend of envy and anxiety. He clenched his teeth, his voice low and urgent. Could that guy be Bylus's equal? A storm of thoughts raged within him. If Lu Yue were to be defeated, not only would his pride be shattered, but the entire earth would fall into an abyss from which it could not recover. The pressure weighed heavily on his breath. Weishi floated quietly to the side, his staff emitting a faint blue glow. A subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. He sighed softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze. This Lu Yue's divine aura is indeed formidable. It seems Lord Bylus can truly enjoy himself today. His gaze swept over Lu Yue, as if admiring a finely crafted piece of art, the space around him subtly warping in his presence. In midair, Bylus appeared as a deity of destruction descending to the world. His purple skin shimmered with a cold luster under the sun, his pupils narrowing sharply. Like a serpent locking onto its prey, his tail swayed gently, creating a slight ripple in the air. Indeed, Bylus's voice was icy and clear, each word seeming to emerge from the abyss. You truly resemble the formidable opponent I foresaw in my dreams. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. his gaze filled with both recognition and unabashed disdain. A mere human possesses such powerful divine energy. No wonder he could defeat Xiangpa. His words conveyed an acknowledgement of Lu Yue's strength, but then his aura intensified suddenly, the surrounding air compressing into a tangible form, suffocating in its weight. Lu Yue hovered in the air, surrounded by a searing golden aura, akin to a newly birthed star. His gaze was tranquil as water, yet brimming with overwhelming combat spirit. Chapter 103. The fierce battle begins. Upon hearing Bylus's words, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sneer. Defeated? To be more precise, I thoroughly pummeled him. His voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in everyone's ears. What? Do you wish to avenge your dear brother? His words dripped with unabashed provocation. As his hands slowly clenched into fists, the golden divine energy swirling at his fingertips, poised to erupt into destructive force at any moment. The atmosphere of the battlefield tightened to its utmost, the ground trembling slightly from the energy waves radiating from the two, while distant clouds were torn apart, revealing the azure sky. An earth-shattering battle was now inevitable. Lu Yue fully understood this. There was no hint of retreat in his gaze, only unwavering determination. He would devote himself entirely to this fight, even if it led to the abyss of destruction. Though Xiangpa is indeed rather unlikable, he is ultimately my brother. Your arrogant and self-righteous attitude only serves to irritate me further. Bylus grinned, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of his mouth, his purple eyes flickering with a cold light. He leaned slightly forward, his purple destructive energy swirling around him like mist, as if ready to unleash a force capable of obliterating everything. Thus, I have decided to teach you a lesson. In truth, Byrus held no concern for Xiangpa being beaten by the humans of the seventh universe. He even found a certain satisfaction in it, anticipating the opportunity to taunt his gluttonous brother during their next encounter. Yet, this human, named Lu Yu, dared to believe that defeating Xiangpa was sufficient to challenge all destroyer gods. Such audacious ignorance was nothing short of laughable. You wish to teach me a lesson? Then let me witness whether you possess the strength to do so. Byrus remained composed, even exuding a hint of provocation as he lifted his right hand and beckoned Byrus to take his shot. Byrus furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. This human was utterly outrageous. Did he truly believe that merely stepping into the realm of the divine granted him the power to rival me? Byrus's voice resonated with a deep, oppressive tone, as if emanating from the abyss. Today, I shall make you understand that there are distinctions among destroyer gods. Before his words had faded, Byrus's form suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, he shot forth like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through space with a piercing sound of rushing wind. Wherever he traversed, the air seemed to be compressed and distorted by an unseen force, the ground trembling slightly, and fragments of rock silently levitating before disintegrating into dust at his passage. Almost simultaneously, Byrus unleashed a punch. This was not a mere strike. The punch was enveloped in dark purple destructive energy, forming a swirling vortex of energy, as if even light were being engulfed within. Before the fist arrived, the air around Lu Yu began to tumultuously ripple, as though the entire space lamented under the weight of this punch. Come forth. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, his demeanor becoming entirely earnest. He dared not show any signs of negligence. His body sank slightly as he crossed his arms over his chest, a faint golden aura swirling around him, contrasting sharply with the destructive purple energy of Byrus. Undeniably, although both Xiangpa and Byrus were destroyer gods, the disparity in their powers was as vast as the heavens. Byrus's strength, speed, and command over destructive energy far surpassed that of Xiangpa. This was beyond question. The two figures collided within a fraction of a second, and the explosive sound of energy reverberated through the skies, intertwining golden and purple brilliance, illuminating the battlefield as if divine retribution had descended. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he clenched his right fist tightly, his knuckles cracking audibly. Every muscle in his body tensed, and he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, Byrus showed no signs of retreat, his purple form transforming into a streak of light, rushing forward with a sharp whistle that split the air. Upon the collision of their fists, a visible shockwave erupted at the center, sending ripples of energy outward. The clash of golden energy and purple light created a massive sonic boom circle with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The deafening sound caused the entire sea surface to tremble, and the shockwave raised towering waves, rocking distant cruise ships violently. The air shimmered with ripples, as if the very fabric of space were distorting under the impact. The ground beneath Lu Yu cracked inch by inch, debris flying in all directions. His sleeves billowed in the chaotic energy, and his black hair danced wildly in the tempest. Conversely, Beerus's form wavered slightly, his purple fur bristling in the wake of the energy's residual force. Intriguing. Beerus grinned, his crimson eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. Little did he expect to encounter such an opponent on this planet. Before his words could fully escape, Beerus's figure blurred once more, leaving behind only a phantom. Lu Yu's pupils constricted, instinctively sidestepping as a streak of purple light grazed his clothing. In the next moment, both vanished from their positions, and the sky erupted with successive massive sonic booms. Bang! The rapid-fire sounds of collision echoed like thunder across the heavens. Each clash exploded into waves of energy ripples, intertwining golden lightning and purple arcs in the air. The two warriors alternated between close-quarters combat, delivering powerful blows, and creating distance to unleash energy waves against one another. The chaotic energy remnants poured down like a torrential rain, churning the sea into massive whirlpools. This speed is astounding. Sun Wukong gazed upward, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could barely track the two streaks of light as they collided and separated, each encounter leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He observed the relentless bursts of energy in the sky, feeling an overwhelming pressure that left him both awestruck and unwilling. Suddenly, a blinding golden light exploded in the air, and Lu Yu's figure was sent hurtling backward from the brilliance, his feet carving long water trails upon the sea surface. Meanwhile, Beerus also slid backward, a shield of purple energy forming around him, evaporating the splashing seawater entirely. The two locked eyes across the distance, both ablaze with fervent fighting spirit. The sea breeze howled, swirling up clouds of mist, which refracted in the sunlight to create brilliant rainbows. Beneath this picturesque scene, a battle capable of shaking the very heavens was just beginning. Piccolo and the others stood afar, their vision obscured by the swirling dust and turbulent air currents, barely able to catch glimpses of two blurred figures flashing through the sky. Each collision was accompanied by deafening roars, seemingly shaking the very air itself. They were anxious, yet helpless to intervene in a battle far beyond their comprehension. Having reached this point, it seems there is nothing I can do to assist. Jebbet gazed at the fierce battle between Lu Yu and Beerus in the distance, his voice tinged with profound helplessness. He clenched his fist, knuckles turning white from the strain, ultimately shaking his head in resignation as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. He needed to return to the divine realm swiftly to confer with that ancient and wise ancestor. Perhaps only that being could devise a means to halt this catastrophic conflict. In the high skies, Lu Yu and Beerus continued to engage in fierce combat, relying solely on their pure physical strength without employing any energy. Their fists collided like two meteors, each impact unleashing visible shockwaves. The ground beneath them cracked under the terrifying pressure, countless unfathomable fissures snaking outward like colossal serpents, consuming everything in their path. Mountains crumbled, rivers changed course, and the entire land seemed to be undergoing an apocalyptic catastrophe. Lu Yu surveyed the ravaged earth below, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that even without exerting even a fraction of their true strength, the aftermath of their battle had already overwhelmed the earth. If they were to engage earnestly, even a mere 30% of their power would suffice to reduce this planet to cosmic dust. Chapter 104. Sonic boom. At such a moment, allowing oneself to be distracted is a most grave oversight. Beerus keenly sensed Lu Yu's fleeting distraction, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. His form darted like lightning, and his right fist, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, struck Lu Yu squarely on the cheek. Bang! Lu Yu was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through the air until he barely stabilized himself hundreds of feet away. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ignited with fierce rage. "Humph! A sneak attack, is it?" he remarked coldly, a silver glow suddenly enveloping him. In an instant, Lu Yu's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Beerus in the next heartbeat. His right leg swept out like a battle axe, the wind pressure ripping through the clouds. Beerus reacted swiftly, countering with a block that caused a thunderous explosion. and the two became ensnared in an even more intense close-quarter struggle. Each collision of fists and feet subtly distorts the space around them, with the dissipating energy cascading to the earth like a meteor shower, resulting in countless charred craters. In the distance, Yu Baiku and his companions are compelled to retreat repeatedly, their faces etched with terror as they behold the increasingly uncontrollable battle. They understand that if they cannot find a way to halt this, the planet that has nurtured countless lives may indeed face its demise today. Weiss lightly taps the ground with his staff, his motion as graceful as plucking the strings of a harp. The moment the tip of the staff makes contact, a brilliant grass-green light suddenly bursts forth, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the thawing earth in early spring. The light rapidly expands, transforming into a colossal energy barrier that spans the heavens and the earth, its surface shimmering with an emerald sheen, enveloping the entire battlefield. What is happening? Vegeta's pupils constrict in disbelief, his voice trembling with incredulity. Son Goku instinctively retreats a half-step, his golden aura appearing somewhat dimmer in the radiance of the barrier. He fixates on Weiss, the figure who has always stood silently behind Beerus, now revealing such astonishing power. This fellow Vegeta feels cold sweat beating at his temples. We have mistakenly regarded him as merely an ordinary attendant. Lu Yu's lips curl into a slight smile, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, his form becomes a blur, vanishing like a specter, leaving only an afterimage that slowly dissipates in the air. When he reappears, he finds himself several kilometers away from the barrier in an open area. Weiss, that meddlesome fellow Beerus, clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction, his purple skin gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sun. He stretches his neck, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. However, this is for the best, as it allows for an uninhibited battle. His figure abruptly vanishes, and the next moment he materializes before Lu Yu. A ferocious wave of energy radiates outwards from the two, stirring up clouds of dust. Beerus slowly raises his arm, dark purple energy swirling at his fingertips. For millions of years, Beerus's voice is deep and authoritative. You are the first human to make me feel pain. Lu Yu's garments billow in the fierce wind as he gradually raises his right hand, a dazzling golden light coalescing in his palm. Energy swirls around him, pulverizing the rocks beneath his feet. That level of power, Lu Yu's eyes blaze with the spirit of battle. This scarcely qualifies as a warm-up. Beerus's lips curl into a dangerous arc. Very well. Let me see what you call hundredfold pain. The dark purple energy erupts instantaneously, and Beerus's figure transforms into a streak of light, warping the space in his wake. Lu Yu boldly advances to meet him, and in the next moment, their fists collide with a resounding crash. Boom. The deafening roar engulfs the sky in brilliant white light. The shockwave from their clash spreads like a tsunami, and even behind Weiss's barrier, the onlookers can feel the suffocating pressure. These two monsters. Vegeta grits his teeth, his golden aura involuntarily flaring. Son Goku's eyes widen, fearful of missing any detail. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Yu and Beerus's figures intertwine in rapid motion. Each collision sends tremors through the air, with energy ripples scattering like meteors. Beerus's fists tear through the atmosphere, while Lu Yu's energy impacts carve deep trenches into the ground. Not enough. Lu Yu roars, his aura surging once more. This is just the beginning. A confident, slightly provocative smile graces Lu Yu's lips as he casually places his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed piercingly on Beerus, as if he has already seen through everything about him. His tone is relaxed yet undeniably firm. TSK, praise you once and you forget your own measure, don't you? I haven't even unleashed 1/10 of my strength. Beerus's brow furrows, a flicker of cold light glinting in his deep-set eyes. He slowly raises his hand, dark purple energy coalescing at his fingertips, the air around him warping as if in response to his fury. In a chilling tone, he declares, "Such an arrogant human. If I do not make you taste hardship today, I would be unworthy of the title strongest destroyer." In response, Lu Yu merely shrugs, as if Beerus's threat were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He gently raises his right hand, palm up, a golden whirlwind quietly manifesting, swirling around his fingertips. How fortunate. I too have not exerted 1/10 of my strength. His voice remains easygoing, yet conceals an undeniable power. Over the past year, Lu Yu has undergone countless trials in the time chamber. Each day, he has battled against his own limits, drenched in sweat, with pain etched into his very bones. His Super Saiyan God form and Super Saiyan 5 form have transcended mere power enhancement. They now embody a profound understanding of the essence of combat. The golden aura envelopes him like a sacred halo. Beerus bares his teeth, his face contorting in anger, muscles twitching with fury. The ground beneath him begins to crack, fine fissures spreading like a spider's web. Such a silver-tongued fellow. He snarls, each word seeming forced through clenched teeth. However, when I have you firmly beneath my foot, let us see if you remain so arrogant. Lu Yu does not respond, merely offering a cold smile. In the next instant, his figure blurs, transforming into a golden streak of light, darting towards Beerus with an unfathomable speed. The air fills with a piercing sound, as if space itself laments under his velocity. Beerus's pupils constrict, instinctively raising his arms, a dark purple energy barrier forming instantaneously before him. The two forces collide violently in the air, the golden aura intertwining with the dark purple energy, erupting in a blinding explosion. The energy's aftermath surges outward, kicking up a storm of dust, with even the distant mountains trembling in response to the force. Lu Yu's figure flickers within the brilliance, his gaze remaining calm, as if all of this were anticipated. Meanwhile, Beerus grits his teeth, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. This battle has clearly only just begun. Weiss has long since established an invisible energy barrier around them, a pale blue halo shimmering in the void, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lu Yu glances sideways, catching sight of the barrier glistening under the sunlight. The last vestige of his concern dissipating. At least the earth will not suffer from this fierce conflict. Lu Yu's form abruptly vanishes from the spot, leaving only an afterimage that slowly fades. His speed exceeds imagination, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, rushing towards Beerus with a deafening sound. The air reverberates with sonic booms, as fragments of stone are sent flying by the whirlwind. Beerus felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his arm, shaking his very insides. "What?" he exclaimed, disbelief flashing across his eyes. The terrifying force sent him hurtling backward, tracing a long arc through the air, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground until he finally stabilized himself hundreds of feet away. As the dust settled, he shook his numb arm, a hint of excitement curving his lips. "It seems I have indeed underestimated you." He licked his lips, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. "Yet, this is what makes it interesting. If I could defeat you so easily, this battle would be dreadfully dull." Stretching his limbs, he began to emanate a heart-stirring energy wave. For the first time in millennia, he felt the exhilarating thrill of battle. His opponent not only possessed formidable strength, but also rekindled a long-lost sense of excitement within him. Dark violet energy gathered around him, transforming into crackling arcs of electricity that distorted the surrounding air. "Come," he growled, fists clenched tightly. "Let me witness how many surprises you can still bring me." In that instant, a new figure abruptly appeared before Lu Yue, as if tearing through space itself, executing no unnecessary movements. His right fist, imbued with ghostly violet destructive energy, surged forward toward Lu Yue's chest, as though carrying the weight of countless stars. The air was compressed, creating visible ripples, even bending light itself. Bang! A deep, resounding boom echoed through the heavens, sending Lu Yue flying like a kite with its string cut, his chest garments shredding under the impact, revealing slightly reddened skin beneath. He crashed through 3 floating boulders, debris raining down, ultimately striking a distant mountainside, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, before the dust settled, Lu Yue transformed into a flash of purple lightning, closing in once more. Each step shattered the void beneath him, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the air. And his right fist once again coalesced with an even denser wave of destructive energy, causing the ground of the battlefield to begin to fracture. Boom! Lu Yue burst forth from the mountainside, a slight frown creasing his brow due to the pain in his chest, yet his eyes blazed with an even fiercer battle spirit. Rubbing his numbed chest, he suddenly erupted in a brilliant golden aura, becoming a streak of light as he charged toward Buu. Boom! 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 A series of deafening collision sounds erupted in the sky. The two figures intersected at a speed beyond visual capture, each clash igniting blinding brilliance. The sound waves spread like ripples across the sky, shockwaves sweeping out like a tangible tsunami, causing the protective barrier to emit a strained hum, its surface becoming riddled with fine cracks. In the observation area, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He watched the flickering golden and purple lights in the sky, feeling the violent tremors beneath his feet, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. How powerful! Is this the true strength of the destroyer Godutsu? Standing beside him, Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest. Yet his tightly pressed lips and twitching eyes betrayed the shock within him. He spoke in a low voice. To think that he could fight Lu Yue to this extent. It seems that the Lord Kaioshin was not exaggerating. The power of the destroyer god truly surpasses all reason. Dongpi stood at a slightly distant position, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could distinctly feel the destructive energy within each shockwave, a force far exceeding his understanding of battle. Android 18 instinctively took a step back, for the first time experiencing the emotion of fear. Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His voice dry. Are they really just warming up? This level of combat is already enough to annihilate an entire planet. Isn't it? Trunks' youthful face was filled with disbelief as he muttered. Is this the battle of the divine? Piccolo took a deep breath, his green hand trembling slightly. They haven't even used half of their strength yet. Suddenly, Suin Wukong flashed a bright smile, his signature radiant grin. Yet the battle spirit burning in his eyes seemed to raise the temperature around him. He pressed his lips together, feeling every cell within him tremble with excitement. I really want to fight both of them. As he said this, a faint golden aura erupted around him. The Saiyan blood in his veins boiling, the instinctual thrill of facing a strong foe nearly overwhelming him with the urge to rush into battle. Vegeta glanced at him, unusually refraining from mockery, as he too felt a similar yearning welling up inside him. In the sky, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Lu Yue suddenly teleported behind him, his right leg sweeping out with the force to tear through space. Boo! As if sensing his presence, swiftly blocked without turning around. The collision of their energies erupted in a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the battlefield as if it were daylight. The shockwave from this clash flattened a distant mountain peak, and the protective barrier in the observation area emitted a sharp cracking sound. The intricate cracks rapidly spreading like a spiderweb. The Kaioshin, in a panic, amplified his divine power output, cold sweat covering his forehead. Not enough excitement yet. Lu Yue laughed heartily, his golden pupils reflecting the starlit sky. Let us make it even more intense. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of a mouth as deeper shades of purple energy began to envelop him. As you wish. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The surging waves on the sea flattened by an invisible force, and the air hummed sharply under the violent clash of their auras. Lu Yue and the new figures intertwined on the shattered deck, each punch and kick unleashing deafening roars. Lu Yue's fists, enveloped in silvery flames, tore through the heavens like a comet. Purple flames twisted into a fierce serpent, attempting to engulf the awe-inspiring opponent before him. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, the entire cruise ship shook violently, the railings on the deck splintering with a crash, flying debris disintegrating into dust in the shockwave. Vigu slid back over 10 meters, his shoes leaving 2 charred marks on the deck. He raised a hand to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth, a long-lost battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Remarkably, you have drawn out half of my power. Biusu's voice trembled with suppressed excitement, the purple flames around him surging violently. It has been eons, yet no human has ever allowed me such exhilaration. It is indeed no injustice for Xiang Pa to fall at your hands. Lu Yue stood suspended in midair, the silvery flames behind him coalescing into enormous wings. He felt the power surging through his veins. The thrill of clashing with a formidable opponent made him tremble all over. Compared to the dull battle with Xiang Pa, every taut muscle and boiling drop of blood now intoxicated him. Enough with the chatter. Lu Yue snorted coldly, crossing his fists before his chest, a colossal cyclone erupting from his body. He transformed into a silver lightning bolt, diving downward as the air twisted and exploded. The splintered wood on the deck being swept up to form a raging tornado. At that critical moment, a sharp tearing sound sliced through the battlefield, and 2 figures appeared unexpectedly atop the swaying mast. Leading them was a woman clad in dark gold battle robes, her crimson cape billowing fiercely in the wind. Beside her was a plump, deep purple cat, its round body adorned in a miniature version of the destroyer god attire, its amber vertical pupils observing the battlefield with keen interest. What? Sun Wukong was startled, leaping from the broken chair, his orange martial arts uniform rustling violently in the turbulent air. Who were these 2 individuals? Piccolo's green palm gripped the railing tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The destructive aura enveloping them was strikingly reminiscent of Lord Beerus. As he discerned the visage of the purple cat, Sun Wukong's mouth fell agape. As if an egg could fit within. This creature was nothing short of a plump version of the god of destruction, Beerus. Hovering in the air were four formidable beings: Lu Yu, Beerus, the newly arrived woman, and the purple cat, dressed in similarly styled battle attire. The oppressive force radiating from them sent tremors throughout the entire sea. The cracked deck beneath them groaned, and the waters surrounding the cruise ship began to eerily boil and evaporate. Could it be? Piccolo's throat moved as he spoke, his voice hoarse with disbelief. They are all gods of destruction? The newly arrived purple cat lazily licked its paw, its round eyes fixated on Lu Yu, a dangerous glint flashing within its pupils. Beside it, the woman gradually raised her right hand, a chilling black energy sphere coalescing in her palm, casting a shadow over the sky. The air grew thick with an oppressive pressure, as if time itself had come to a standstill before this overwhelming force. Dandy trembled, retreating behind Piccolo, his small hand clutching the edge of Piccolo's cape, his youthful face etched with terror. It must be, Piccolo uncle, Dandy's voice trembled, looking up at Piccolo, his emerald eyes reflecting unease. I feel the same sense of pressure from him as I do from Lord Beerus. Piccolo's brow furrowed, his dark green arm instinctively tensing. He acutely sensed the energy fluctuations in the air, an unsettling familiarity creeping over him. Just as he braced himself, two brilliant beams of light suddenly tore through the void, exploding in dazzling brilliance above the training ground. "Ah!" Whis exclaimed softly, rising gracefully from his seat. He lightly tapped his staff on the ground, a characteristic gentle smile gracing his face. "What brings you here, sister and Lord Compa?" As the light dissipated, two distinctly different figures became visible. Lord Compa's massive form floated in the air, his pink skin shimmering oddly in the sunlight. He crossed his arms, his rotund belly gently rising and falling with each breath, his small eyes keenly surveying the surroundings. Bardoss stood elegantly beside him, her slender figure remaining still amidst the breeze, her divine staff emitting a faint glow. Lord Compa expressed a desire to witness Lord Beerus's battle. "So here we are," Bardoss remarked, gently swaying her staff, her voice melodious yet tinged with detachment. Her silver hair fluttered with the energy waves, her purple eyes sparkling with wisdom. Whis slightly tilted his head, the staff spinning lightly between his fingers. "Is that so?" However, he deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. "It seems that Lord Compa has come to the 7th universe without Lord Beerus's permission. I imagine Lord Beerus will be quite furious when he finds out." Compa scoffed dismissively, his plump fingers impatiently tapping on his arm. "That lazy bum. I couldn't care less if he gets mad." He squinted, his gaze drifting towards the distant figures engaged in fierce combat. "I'm curious to see what kind of human could pique the interest of that picky fellow, Beerus." On the other end of the training ground, the battle between Lu Yu and Beerus raged on. Each clash ignited blinding energy sparks, shockwaves rippling through the air like ripples, lifting debris from the ground and forming small whirlwinds in the sky. Whis slightly turned his head, his gaze lazily settling on Compa, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He gently swayed his staff, his tone laced with jest yet tinged with resignation. "These two brothers, to put it simply, are not compatible." Compa, upon hearing this, puffed out his rotund belly, raising his chin defiantly, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. His hands rested on his hips, emitting a disdainful snort. "As if I would fear that skeletal figure's ire?" His voice carried a hint of arrogance, yet his gaze involuntarily darted away, as if fearful of being overheard. "Besides," he continued, scratching his head with his stubby fingers, "he is too busy dealing with that rascal Lu Yu to pay any attention to me." His tone bore a hint of pride, as if relieved to have temporarily escaped a predicament. Whis lightly shook his head, twirling the staff in his hand, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Lord Compa has certainly grown bolder." A glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes, as if hinting at something. At that moment, Whis turned to Bardoss, a warm smile gracing his face. He leaned slightly, his tone soft. "Sister, the cuisine on Earth in the 7th universe is particularly delightful. Shall I take you to savor it?" Bardoss's previously calm expression brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling like stars, the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile of anticipation. "Really?" Her voice held a note of excitement, I must indulge in this. She gently tightened her grip on her staff, as if eager to embark on a culinary adventure. For a food lover, the allure of exquisite cuisine is irresistible. Bardas's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she could already envision a table laden with delicacies, her mood lifting. Ready to soar at any moment. Though Whis and Bardas were esteemed angels, they possessed an insatiable appetite that belied their status. Whis elegantly plucked a crystal grape, while Bardas focused intently on selecting a glowing nebula pudding, both completely immersed in the ocean of gastronomy. Meanwhile, two figures clashed fiercely in the air. Beerus's purple form moved with lightning speed, each punch carrying the force to tear through space. Lu Yu, surrounded by golden flames, managed to nonchalantly withstand every assault. Each collision erupted in brilliant energy sparks, illuminating the sky in a flickering dance of light and shadow. TCH, that insignificant creature seems to have grown stronger again, Compa mused. His hefty form suspended in the air, his stubby fingers stroking his chin. He squinted, observing Lu Yu deftly evade a lethal strike from Beerus, a brow raised in intrigue. Today, beyond mere spectacle, I shall resolve this grudge, he murmured, his thick lips twisting into a sinister grin. He imagined the scene of Beerus bringing Lu Yu to the ground, and in that moment, he would personally twist the neck of that pesky bug. The thought thrilled him, sending shivers down his spine, his robust fingers unconsciously clenching into fists. Just then, both Beerus and Lu Yu simultaneously retreated several meters, their gazes aligning towards the horizon. Two powerful auras were rapidly approaching, one of which was familiar enough to cause Beerus to furrow his brow. Chapter 107. A flicker of disgust. What is that fat pig doing in the 7th universe? Beerus spat, a flicker of disdain flashing in his purple eyes. He noticed the slender figure beside Compa and paused in surprise. Bardas has come too? Lu Yu gradually descended onto the shattered rocks, the golden flames around him gradually dissipating. He keenly sensed the energy emanating from Bardas, distinctively different from a year ago, causing him to involuntarily tighten his nerves. The distant clouds began to churn, heralding the impending storm. Beerus squinted, his sharp purple eyes glinting with danger. He slightly turned his head, his gaze passing over Lu Yu. Resting on the rotund figure not far away, Xiangpa leisurely stood at the edge of the deck, hands on hips, exuding an air of contentment. As if this realm were his 6th universe. You actually came here without my consent. Bylus's voice was low and ominous, tinged with suppressed fury. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingertips enveloped in a faint purple energy that crackled softly in the air. It seems you are itching for a fight. Allow me to assist you, he remarked, his tail instinctively whipping behind him, tracing sharp arcs in the air. His muscles tightened slightly, emanating an almost imperceptible destructive energy, distorting the air around him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger boiling within and refocused his attention on his opponent before him. Liu stood still, his arms relaxed at his sides, yet beneath this seemingly casual posture lay an astonishing power. His black hair floated gently amidst the energy fluctuations, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Bylus noted that whenever he heightened his aura, Liu's presence intensified in response, as if he were a perfect mirror reflecting Bylus's level of strength. Interesting, Bylus murmured, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly stepped forward, the deck beneath him shattering with a resounding crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. Let me see just where your limits lie. At that moment, Xiangpa's irritating voice echoed once more. Bylus, it seems you are rather relaxed in this 7th universe. He said this while unceremoniously grabbing snacks from a nearby table and chewing them with an obnoxious crunch. Liu shot Xiangpa a cold glance, his eyes betraying his disdain. Since he has presented himself so conveniently, he stated, his voice calm, yet laced with chilling intent, I shall entertain him. Bylus observed Liu's fingers tighten slightly, the knuckles widening from the force. Clearly, the previous interruption by Betis during Liu's battle with Xiangpa had left him seething with unspent anger. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as the three powerful beings harbored their own thoughts, a grand battle imminent. That Xiangpa character, Bylus gritted his teeth. It seems the last lesson was not sufficiently impactful. His purple energy surged dramatically, coalescing into a brilliant beam that shot skyward. Today, let me help you relive those wonderful memories. Liu nodded slightly, a silvery glow beginning to radiate from him. The two formidable auras collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Xiangpa, standing at a distance. Finally grasped the impending danger, his expression of arrogance slowly freezing into one of barely perceptible tension. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to decisively defeat Byleth. Liyue and Byleth locked eyes, both filled with an unwavering, sharp determination. In the next instant, they surged forward, colliding like two streaks of light. Liyue's right fist was clenched tightly, the wind howling around it, infused with blinding energy as it aimed for Byleth's face. Byleth crossed his arms to block, dark purple energy enveloping him as he braced for the strike. The moment their powers clashed, a thunderous explosion erupted, energy ripples spreading like waves, tearing the ground beneath them into countless unfathomable chasms. Each exchange of blows transformed the landscape. The earth trembled violently beneath their feet, mountains in the distance crumbled, and debris rained down like droplets of rain. The clouds above churned violently, forming a massive vortex, as if the entire world trembled in anticipation of this confrontation. Both combatants had elevated their powers to 70 or 80%. Each clash was not merely a physical confrontation, but a direct clash of cataclysmic forces. "Hey, Byleth," Xiangpa called from afar, arms crossed, and a mocking grin plastered across his corpulent face. "You can't even handle a single human in your universe. How pathetic for a god of destruction. You've utterly disgraced your title." He elongated his words deliberately, his voice cutting through the chaos. Xiangpa squinted, watching Byleth struggle under Liyue's relentless barrage, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Byleth furrowed his brows at the remark, his dark purple visage twitching with rage. "Damn that fool," he muttered, momentarily distracted, his defensive move lagging by a beat. In that fleeting moment, Liyue seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce sidekick that struck Byleth's abdomen with tremendous force. Byleth let out a muffled grunt, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, carving a deep trench into the ground hundreds of meters long. Amidst the swirling dust, Byleth struggled to regain his footing, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Xiangpa, who had been utterly vanquished by Liyue moments before. How could this defeated foe now have the audacity to boast here? Truly, he had lost all semblance of dignity. Yet, the battle left no time for contemplation. Liyue was upon him again, as swift as a specter. Byleth hastily gathered energy, a dark purple sphere swirling rapidly in his palm. Boom! Just as Byleth was distracted, Liyue's fist, imbued with world-shattering force, struck towards his face once more. Fragments of shattered stars fell like diamonds into the void, while a dying star in the distance emitted its final glow, illuminating the battlefield as if it were the stage of a doomsday judgment. "Hey, Byleth, don't mistake my goodwill for foolishness," Xiangpa remarked, arms crossed, his rotund figure casting a vast shadow under the starlight. He exaggeratedly shook his round belly, a broad grin stretching across his face. "I am assisting you. After all, at this rate, you might not even graze that fellow's hem." Xiangpa's dark purple skin shimmered with an eerie sheen beneath the starlight, his voice rising audibly, ensuring his taunts reverberated through the vacuum of space. He squinted, observing every subtle change in Byleth's expression, believing that the more he provoked this egotistical god of destruction, the more extraordinary potential might be unleashed. Byleth leaned slightly forward, his elongated feline ears twitching. He slowly raised his right hand, a ripple of dark purple energy coalescing at his fingertips. "Humph," he sneered, his voice icy. "Do you wish me to remind you of the embarrassment of being knocked out by a mere human, Xiangpa?" This statement struck like a dagger, piercing through Xiangpa's vulnerabilities. Byleth vividly recalled how Xiangpa had been left sprawled on the ground, resembling a squashed cockroach. The audacity of this defeated opponent to boast now was utterly ludicrous. Xiangpa's face shifted from purple to green, then to black in an instant. His hefty fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. The humiliation of that day surged within him like molten lava, each vivid memory replaying in his mind. His stout tail lashed violently at the void, creating ripples of energy. Liyue hovered nearby, surrounded by a faint golden aura. He slowly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through Xiangpa like twin swords. "Prepare yourself, you fat swine."